This young man with black hair was just strolling through the city like any other day when the sky suddenly darkened, even though it was the middle of a sweltering summer. A young woman pointed to the sky. What is that?" Qin Feng followed her gaze, not knowing what they were all looking at. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as countless dark clouds swirled across the sky, covering the blue. A flash of light suddenly burst from the center, and everyone felt that this was truly strange. Suddenly, something poured down from between the clouds like a waterfall. After that shock, a strange blue panel appeared in front of Qin Feng, startling him. From the expressions of those around him, he guessed that everyone could see this system. This wasn't a physical object, so could it be some kind of holographic technology? But on Blue Star, no country or organization possessed such technology. Curiously, Qin Feng touched the panel to see what would happen, and the word initializing immediately appeared. The dam system announced the launch of the Myriad Heavens Slaughter World. All healthy individuals between the ages of 15 and 50 across the globe would be transported to the Myriad Heavens Slaughter World, a place where giant beasts roamed, demons invaded, and countless races coexisted. A world filled with danger and death, but also a place abundant in resources and opportunities. There, a person could lose their life at any moment, but they could also achieve immortality. Beams of light shot down from the sky, targeting everyone within the specified age range. They pounded on the pillars of light trying to escape, but it was like an unbreakable barrier. Beneath Qin Feng's feet, everything lit up and he felt his body begin to dematerialize. Finally, a message from the system appeared. This is the only chance for Blue Star to save itself. A moment later, they all appeared in midair and began to freefall. The system welcomed them to Novice Village number 9. Each village started with 1,000 people. Qin Feng landed on a wooden house. His body contorted on the floor, but he was completely unharmed. This world wasn't friendly at all, but at least it had spared Qin Feng's life. After seeing this place with his own eyes, he knew that the Myriad Heavens Slaughter World truly existed. The system provided Qin Feng with information. This was the novice's wooden house, blessed by the heavenly Tao, and without his permission, no one could enter. Furthermore, resting inside the novice's wooden house could restore one's stamina and spirit, and from now on, players could use the Heavenly Tao screen before them. A Heavenly Tao screen? It's just like a game interface, Qin Feng muttered. After fumbling around for a bit, he found the personal information page and some stats. His combat power was somehow only 1 star. Qin Feng then tried to open the world chat channel to see what people were saying, but he couldn't click on the world channel. It seemed some condition had to be met before everyone could communicate there. No. So he entered the Novice Village chat room instead, which was in complete chaos, with some people hoping the government would come to the rescue, others saying aliens had abducted them for experiments, and one web novel fan claiming they had been transmigrated into a novel but didn't know who the protagonist was. Elsewhere, 2 men were discussing combat power ratings. It seemed everyone was the same, but a bald man with a goatee said he was at the peak of 1 star. Just 1 more point and he would reach 2 stars. His stats were also much higher than an average person's. He scratched his scalp and said he was a boxing fan and normally liked to strength train, which was why his stats were a bit higher. After hearing this, Qin Feng understood that combat power was related to the 4 core stats. Right now, most people's strength, agility, constitution, and spirit stats give them a 1-star combat power, with a few reaching the 1-star peak. On average, everyone has about 10 points, but Qin Feng's strength, agility, and constitution don't even reach 10 points. It's probably because he's usually a picky eater, making him as skinny as an addict. Looking at everyone's data, the highest spirit stat is 13 points, which isn't even half of Qin Feng's. Although he doesn't know what it's used for, it's his advantage for now, the system announced. Based on the 4 stats and their disposition, players will awaken talent abilities, which are divided into ranks from lowest to highest. F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS, and SS rank talents and above are all unique. Qin Feng's heart started racing with excitement again, like it was New Year's. The system asked if Qin Feng would accept awakening his ability. Of course, he had to choose yes at this point. What a redundant question. Qin Feng found himself lost in another strange space, surrounded by blue orbs of various sizes. He dodged an orb that was hurtling toward him. Based on Qin Feng's experience reading novels, these orbs of light must be related to awakening a talent. The stronger the talent, the more special the orb. So, Qin Feng dodged all the ordinary orbs, flying toward him. Suddenly, an orb shot forward at breakneck speed and merged with Qin Feng before he could even react. After that, a series of other orbs also merged with him. At that moment, the system congratulated him for awakening the SSS-rank talent, Endless Extraction. This ability allows him to initiate an extraction on any target, achieving unbelievable effects. Qin Feng only knew that an SSS-rank talent was unique to one person, but he didn't understand the system's vague explanation. It seemed he would have to experience it firsthand to understand its effects. After he returned, the beginner village had completed the talent awakening process. There were over 700 F-rank users, nearly 200 E-rank users, and only 2 people with C-rank or higher. The number of people who awakened a C-rank talent was less than 2% of the beginner village's population, which meant an SSS-rank talent like Qin Feng's was even rarer. Among the 2 people who awakened a C-rank talent or higher, who could it be besides him? Could they also have an SSS-rank talent like his? A person named Liu Xuan announced on the board that he had awakened the C-rank talent, Magnetism Control, sending the whole village into a frenzy. Just hearing the name sounds awesome. Is he going to turn into Magneto? Big bro Liu, I'll follow you from now on. Just a C-rank talent was already earning everyone's admiration. If Qin Feng revealed that he possessed an SSS-rank talent, he feared what he'd receive wouldn't be cheers anymore. In this world of slaughter, such a powerful talent would be Qin Feng's greatest support and his ultimate trump card. He absolutely could not let it be revealed so easily. After the equipment procedures were completed, the system informed them that from now on, they could leave their log cabins and enter the beginner village. In 10 seconds, the novice trial would begin, and anyone who failed to meet the requirements would be eliminated on the spot. To level up, they could hunt and kill ferocious beasts, demons, and monsters, thereby gaining power from them. Now it was time to distribute the novice weapons to the players. Qin Feng pulled a sword out from the Heavenly Dao screen. It wasn't a physical object, yet it could make physical items appear, a truly strange phenomenon. The item he drew was a short sword, a rusty, level 0 blade for all newbies, with an attack power of only 2 points. And to increase its attack power, he would have to increase his strength stat. Qin Feng immediately took the sword and swung it in 2 X-shaped slashes. After equipping the novice short sword, he felt like he could easily butcher a water buffalo, even though it only had 2 attack points, if that were even possible. Leveling it up to 10 points, 20 points, its power would surely be unimaginable. But Qin Feng didn't know how to level it up. His gaze swept over it as he thought about testing his innate ability, and from Qin Feng's arm, a stream of blue, flame-like power erupted. In an instant, the azure blade's power became immense, creating a powerful gust of wind. Endless extraction helped him extract all the rust and impurities from the novice short sword, upgrading it into a refined, level 1 steel blade with an attack power of 5. Qin Feng had only used his ability once, and it had already gone from level 0 to level 1, with its attack power increasing by a full 3 points. He immediately wanted to try again to see what else he could get, but this time, he got nothing, because the target's quality was too low and had reached its refinement limit, so nothing more could be extracted. Qin Feng pouted. He thought he was going to be completely overpowered, but it seemed his ability still had limitations. If he could just use his ability to level things up indefinitely, he'd basically be a game hacker. Even so, Qin Feng's starting point compared to everyone else was already worlds apart. As proof, when he swung the azure blade, it nearly split the house in 2. Outside, he could hear the clamor of people. Whoa, this place is huge, and there's even a square up ahead. It seemed everyone had already left their wooden cabins, so Qin Feng also decided to go out and see what the outside world was like. This was Novice Village 911, nestled deep within a valley surrounded by lush green forests and towering mountains, with strange, ferocious beasts flying all around. The Heavenly Dao was forcing them to go out and kill monsters, and if they couldn't reach level 10, they would die. The novice trial was only 7 days long, so the crowd was mostly filled with anxiety. Everyone was checking out each other's innate abilities, but as expected, most were E-rank and F-rank, and there were even some that were completely useless. Before them was a teleportation gate, like Doraemon's time machine. They were currently in the very peaceful novice village, but they had no idea what awaited them after stepping through this gate. Qin Feng guessed this must be the exit of the novice village, and that the world outside was one of slaughter. The whole group stood before the giant gate. Who would be the first to step out of this glowing portal? Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted behind them, sending dust and dirt flying everywhere. Qin Feng and the others panicked. Could a ferocious beast have appeared? A bald young man stood in the middle of the crater he had just created. He was Wang Qiang, the one among them with peak 1-star combat power. Everyone immediately gathered around with looks of admiration. Brother Wang, you're so amazing. What's your innate ability? Wang Qiang was stunned by all the attention he was getting. He had the D-rank talent, Strength Enhancement, which tripled his strength points when used. If Qin Feng remembered correctly, Wang Qiang's strength score was 18, and with his talent, it would increase to 54. No wonder a single punch could shatter the ground. A D-rank talent wasn't common, but it wasn't extremely rare either. There was also an enhancement type ability similar to Wang Qiang's at E rank, but it only doubled the strength score. Wang Qiang already had peak 1-star combat power from the start, and now with this talent, this D-rank talent, everyone thought he was the strongest among them. Wang Qiang put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily, but of course, ha ha ha. Before coming here, he was a gym rat who practically lived on whey protein. Now, it was time to welcome his moment of glory. Then they remembered Liu Xuan, who had a C-rank innate ability, and wondered just how strong he was. But these words made Wang Qiang jealous, thinking that in this world, having the strongest fists was the only law that mattered, and he would prove he was the strongest. The leader, Wang Qiang, volunteered to leave the village for the first battle to see how strong the beasts outside were. He immediately received enthusiastic cheers from everyone, but after Wang Qiang left, they all fell silent. His strength wasn't bad, but his mind wasn't very sharp, so he could become a sacrifice for them. After stepping through the gate, he found himself in a dense forest that seemed empty. Wang Qiang muttered as he walked, waiting until he killed a beast, then they would see who the real leader was. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed quickly before Wang Qiang's eyes, but he couldn't make it out. Wang Qiang held his blade, looking around in confusion, when a massive, gigantic figure suddenly appeared behind him. Wang Qiang broke out in a cold sweat, glancing back, and the ferocious rabbit immediately took his life. The system announced that Wang Qiang had been killed by a level 1 beast, the Bloodfang rabbit. A level 1 beast has a 3-star combat power, a level 2 has a 4-star combat power, a level 3 has 5 stars, and so on. Wang Qiang was someone who could shatter the ground with one punch, yet he was defeated by a level 1 beast, causing everyone to panic and not dare to rush out to their deaths. But if they didn't go, the heavenly Tao would let the beasts come and attack them. Qin Feng was extremely worried because Wang Qiang had died in less than 5 minutes at the hands of the weakest beast. The difficulty of survival in this world was harder than imagined. The heavenly Tao gave so many reminders to the novices, which proved that it couldn't give a novice mission that was impossible to complete. He was sure there was some way to pass the trial. If a beast with 3-star combat power encountered 4 humans with 1-star combat power, what would the result be? In their confusion, people started to think about forming parties to fight together. They looked for ways to coordinate, and the first party was formed. A young man holding a shield approached Qin Feng and started a conversation. "I see you're always alone. Want to join our squad?" "No, thank you," he said, then turned and walked away. Partying up was a good idea, but it didn't suit someone like him. Before he became strong, he had to hide his innate talent. The first squad had been inside for 15 minutes, and no one had died yet. It seemed it was time for Qin Feng to act. He took a deep breath and stepped through the gate alone. Inside the forest, everything had a wild, primitive feel, to the point that Qin Feng imagined a Tyrannosaurus Rex would jump out from the bushes any second. Suddenly, a metallic scent wafted past his nose, and the air grew thick with the pungent smell of blood. Qin Feng cautiously moved toward the source of the smell and found Wang Qiang's still warm corpse. Although his death was partly due to his arrogance, the root cause was still this suddenly appeared world of slaughter. Wang Qiang's body was like a wake-up call for Qin Feng. In this place, you could lose your life at any moment. To survive, you had to be extremely cautious and constantly grow stronger. As he thought this, a flash of insight suddenly struck Qin Feng. If he wasn't mistaken, this might be the true way to use that ability. Qin Feng approached Wang Qiang's corpse, used endless extraction, and successfully extracted his D-rank strength enhancement talent. He never expected that even the dead wouldn't be spared. This ability truly spared no one, young or old. Qin Feng's strength stat was 8 points, and with the D-rank strength enhancement, it would rise to 24 points. That was enough to surpass the vast majority of normal adults. Qin Feng's joy was evident on his face. It turned out this was the true way to use his one-of-a-kind innate ability. As long as he had more, over time, he would collect hundreds of thousands of different talents, and after those talents multiplied, he would become an overwhelmingly powerful existence that everyone would have to look up to. The feeling of standing above everyone else was absolutely incredible. Wang Qiang was very strong, but his speed and defense were only average, plus his arrogant personality made him reckless. He went off alone to hunt beasts without understanding the situation, which is why he got killed. Therefore, for most people, cooperating to cover each other's weaknesses is the best way to survive in this world. But Qin Feng didn't need that. For example, with the sword he just picked up from Wang Qiang, he used his ability to turn it into a level 1 item. With infinite extraction, he would have no weaknesses whatsoever. After walking for a bit, Qin Feng came across the corpse of a giant black rabbit, which appeared to be the level 1 blood-faced rabbit that had attacked Wang Qiang. He meticulously examined the numerous wounds on its body, which proved it had been surrounded and killed by a group of people, but that wasn't important. Qin Feng tried using infinite extraction and successfully extracted 2 strength attribute points from the beast. This unexpected result pleased Qin Feng. Now, his base strength stat was equal to that of an average adult, and if he enhanced it further, it would reach 30 points. He hoped to encounter a few more beasts to extract strength attributes from, so he could quickly gain the power to shatter the ground with a single punch like Wang Qiang. Qin Feng tried to extract one more time from the black rabbit, but its rank had dropped below level 2, so he couldn't get anything else. It seemed Qin Feng had to find another corpse. That party must have killed quite a few beasts along the way, so he just needed to follow their path to scavenge the pile of corpses. The more people, the easier it is to take down beasts, which meant more corpses for him. Qin Feng followed the path, with the most footprints. But just then, the newbie Li Yue was killed by a level 1 vicious-toothed giant rat. This was the second person to die, but he was in a party. When extracting from Wang Qiang's corpse, Qin Feng got a talent. When extracting from the black rabbit's corpse, he got 2 attribute points. Humans and beasts were different. Humans had talents, while beasts only had strong physical constitutions. So, he decided to hunt for Li Yue's body to get another new talent. Qin Feng wandered around because he didn't know which way Li Yue's party had gone. According to the logic of a normal person, the path less traveled would be more dangerous, so the probability of his team taking this route was very high. Before he could find Li Yue's body, Zhou Cheng was also killed by that same beast, making Qin Feng anxious. It was highly likely that both of them died in the same place. It seemed the danger they were facing was more terrifying than they had imagined, at least to the point where a small squad couldn't handle it. Qin Feng was hesitant, unsure if he should proceed. He just stood there pondering when a cold breeze blew by, strengthening his resolve. In this world, where life was treated as a joke, the weak would be the first to be eliminated. So, he decisively jumped down. To survive, one must understand the principle that with great risk comes great misfortune. With great risk comes great reward. That's the one. Qin Feng then crossed a field where the weeds were almost as tall as his head, and every step he took was extremely cautious. Finally, the metallic scent of blood grew stronger and stronger, indicating his target was right ahead. Qin Feng pushed aside the bushes to look and discovered the corpse of Zhou Cheng, who had died with his eyes open. Next to him, Li Yue was also pushing up daisies. That vicious-toothed giant rat must be nearby. A level 1, 3-star combat power beast was obviously not an opponent Qin Feng could face. Its opponent, he could only quietly retreat. Suddenly, Qin Feng's eyes widened in shock. What? Before his eyes was a massive giant mastiff beast that was heavily injured. Although he was no match for it, it had broken 2 of its legs and must be on the verge of death. So killing it wouldn't be difficult, and Qin Feng quickly closed the distance with the giant mastiff beast. When he was only 1 meter away, he used enhanced strength to attack, but suddenly the giant mastiff beast's front limb swung up, causing him to drop a sword. But since it was heavily injured, that was the extent of its strength. Qin Feng gathered his momentum from above and plunged his sword straight down into the giant mastiff beast. Unable to move, it could only lie there and await its death. After the stab, it still had the strength to let out a roar. Qin Feng immediately powered up and shattered the giant mastiff beast's skull with a punch. Finally, it gave up the ghost. Scavenging this giant mastiff beast was far more dangerous than he expected. These vicious beasts were more vigilant than Qin Feng had imagined. From the corpse of the monster, something flew out and entered Qin Feng's body, making him anxious. But it turned out this was the power one gained after killing a vicious beast. Defeating the giant mastiff beast rewarded him with 30 energy value points, successfully relieving his fatigue. And after defeating the vicious beast, Qin Feng's status panel updated. His level increased from 1 out of 100 of level 1 to 30 out of 100 of level 1. This was an incredibly smooth start. Qin Feng had just gained power from human and beast corpses and also gained energy from defeating them. The final step was to extract the energy from the giant mastiff beast, and this time he got 2 attribute points for agility. With these 11 agility points, Qin Feng became even stronger, but the attributes gained from level 1 beasts were too paltry, so he needed to find some level 2 beasts soon. Next up were the 2 corpses on the roadside, which Qin Feng wouldn't spare either. First, he acquired an F-rank enhanced sense of smell, which increased his smelling ability tenfold while active. For other people, this talent would be completely useless, but for him, it was incredibly useful in this Thao Nguyen dense forest. Finding corpses was no easy task, but with a talent related to the sense of smell, Qin Feng could now easily pick up the scent of blood. Moreover, after enhancing his sense of smell, he could also detect the scent of vicious beasts from a great distance, allowing him to avoid them when necessary. Qin Feng took off Zhu Cheng's shirt, tore it into a strip of cloth, wrapped the two newly acquired swords in it, and used his ability on the bundle. The trial had been underway for less than an hour, and his strength and agility stats had already reached the average standard. Combined with his 3 other talent abilities, his overall combat power had likely reached the 2-star level, but the system evaluated combat power based on 4 stats, so on paper, Qin Feng's combat power was still only at the 1-star level. Qin Feng wrapped the 2 upgraded blades in the cloth and set off on his way. He activated Enhanced Sense of Smell to perceive his surroundings. His sense of smell could now detect scents within a radius of several meters. The overwhelming scent of fresh blood made Qin Feng feel sick because his sense of smell was 10 times stronger, making the sense much more intense. He tried to relax and gradually acclimate to it, especially needing to carefully distinguish between these different smells. Suddenly, Qin Feng detected a faint, fragrant aroma mixed with the smell of mud. He could guess it was the scent of a flower, but at the same time, a strange odor was growing stronger and stronger. Qin Feng immediately deduced that something was approaching him. A blonde-haired young man was being furiously chased by a giant mastiff beast. The disgusting sewer rat delivered a single blow that sent the young man flying. At that very moment, the people hiding in the bushes all rushed out at once, launching an all-out attack on the mutated hamster. They successfully obtained 30 energy points but had to split them evenly among the members. However, they were incredibly unlucky, encountering 2 giant mastiff beasts at once, leaving them no time to react. Li Yue and Zhou Cheng were killed together. If our wise leader hadn't ordered us to fight while retreating and lure it here for an ambush, we'd probably all be dead by now. A man who seemed to be their leader ordered them to prepare to finish off the giant mastiff beast that was on its last breath over there, not wanting anyone else to steal their kill. Qin Feng realized this was Li Yue and Zhou Cheng's party. If they found out he had just scavenged their giant mastiff beast, he'd be in deep trouble. So, he immediately enhanced his speed and quickly fled the scene. In this cruel world, good virtues like mercy and generosity would only get him killed. To survive, one had to risk everything to seize resources. 3 hours had passed, and everyone was diligently hunting beasts, while Qin Feng was just wandering around collecting corpses. He had basically gotten a grasp of the situation on this novice plane. There were a total of 5 types of level 1 beasts: the giant mastiff beast, the blood-fang rabbit, the steppe gray wolf, the raging wild boar, and the 9-ringed venomous serpent. The one in his hands was the 4th raging wild boar that Qin Feng had extracted from, but unfortunately, as luck would have it, he could only successfully extract from the same type of level 1 beast 3 times. So, Qin Feng's opportunity to scavenge was over. The only one left was the 9-ringed venomous serpent, which he hadn't extracted from yet. It seemed he had to go find its corpse this time. And during this period, 7 people had died, but Qin Feng had only found 1 body. For now, compared to the attribute points from beasts, human talents were even harder to come by. Qin Feng obtained an E-rank vision enhancement, and his combat power evaluation finally reached 2 stars. He now had the ability to challenge level 1 beasts. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Qin Feng sensed the pungent smell of the 9-ringed venomous serpent. As he got closer, he sensed another scent, like that of fruit. Qin Feng crept towards a massive ancient tree that was occupied by the giant snake, and at the base of the tree was the source of the faint fragrance he had smelled. It seemed the 9-ringed venomous serpent was guarding this strange tree. That being the case, he had to get his hands on it even more. The 9-ringed venomous serpent was the strongest level 1 beast on the novice plane, and also the only level 1 beast with a rare spiritual power attribute. Having just found it, it seemed luck was on Qin Feng's side this time. As expected of a beast with spiritual awareness, the 9-ringed venomous serpent had already detected Qin Feng. It stretched out its body, which was dozens of feet long, and opened its fang-filled mouth to attack Qin Feng. He successfully jumped to dodge its headbutt, which snapped the massive tree in half like a twig, but its speed was slower than Qin Feng had expected. Perhaps it had just eaten and was still digesting its prey. Without a second thought, he drew his sword, preparing to kill it. However, the moment his sword touched the 9-ringed venomous serpent's scales, it was blocked. Its scales were like an impenetrable suit of armor. Qin Feng jumped to the ground, but in that moment of vulnerability, it whipped its tail, slamming him into the dirt. The 9-ringed venomous serpent opened its mouth and lunged, intending to swallow Qin Feng whole. He immediately scrambled up, enhanced his strength, and thrust his sword into its wide-open mouth. The serpent writhed in pain, lifting Qin Feng, who was clinging tightly to the sword, into the air along with it. He struggled to hold onto the sword, jamming its mouth open so it couldn't close its jaws. With that, Qin Feng pushed off and chopped its body into pieces. The battle was over, and Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. All that effort for only 40 energy points, but he only needed one more beast to level up to level 2. Luckily, Qin Feng had found the 9-ringed venomous serpent after it had stuffed itself full, so its movements were sluggish. He immediately sliced open its belly to see what was inside. Qin Feng's face went blank when he saw a 5-fingered hand inside. Had it eaten a person? Qin Feng stood frozen, on the spot. In this world, anyone could lose their life. The only difference was how they died. But he, of course, had to live. Qin Feng extracted the talent abilities from the players inside the giant serpent's stomach. He extracted another enhanced vision, causing it to upgrade to E rank, increasing his vision 20-fold and allowing him to see in the dark. After his talent evolved, Qin Feng also awakened the talent skill, Eye of True Sight, which allowed him to see through the true nature of things. Qin Feng discovered a new mechanic. As long as he possessed 2 similar talents, it would cause the talent to evolve, and the rate of awakening a talent skill was also higher. Qin Feng immediately tried out his first acquired skill, using it to look at the thing the giant serpent was guarding. It was a red serpent fruit, a first-tier spirit fruit that increased physical constitution and poison resistance after being consumed. This Eye of True Sight was like a high-tech scanner from a science fiction movie. Now that he had it, he would have more information about many unknown things, which would definitely be very beneficial in the future competition for resources. Qin Feng picked the red serpent fruit and popped it into his mouth, and his whole body immediately underwent a change. He gained an additional 8 attribute points to his physique, and his poison resistance increased by 100%. 8 attribute points were equivalent to extracting from 4 mana beasts. This little green fruit was truly overpowered. It was a pity there was only one. Qin Feng wanted to make use of the spirit herb that produced it, to see if he could do anything with it. This spirit herb grew by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, growing 1 leaf a year, 7 leaves in 7 years, and only after another 7 years would it produce a red serpent fruit. After the red serpent fruit was picked, the herb would wither and become useless. But since it was born from absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, Qin Feng couldn't bear to throw it away. He used his ability on it and extracted the spirit flower of the spirit herb. After eating it, he gained 2 physical attribute points. Qin Feng was satisfied. It really paid to be resourceful. The thing that produced the red serpent fruit couldn't possibly be worthless. So, Qin Feng now had peak 2-star combat power, and if he added the 4 types of abilities he had stolen, he could challenge 3 or 4 level 1 ferocious beasts at the same time. So he decided he would go extract 1 more 9-ringed venomous serpent and then leave the novice planes. To become stronger, one must step out of their comfort zone and improve their strength. Just as he was admiring his progress, 3 huge boulders came flying from nowhere. Qin Feng glanced over, and with his agile movements, he dodged the 3 boulders, landing on a tall tree trunk. He sniffed the air but didn't smell any ferocious beasts, but another 9-ringed venomous serpent appeared. It seemed the stench of blood from the serpent he had just killed was so strong that it masked the scent of another one, and that 9-ringed venomous serpent over there was fighting an entire party. A young man had his blade pinned to the serpent's face, determined not to let go. "You're going down? I have to avenge Chen Jun, my brother." Qin Feng watched the battle from above, not expecting to meet him here. This Lei Jiao had a D-rank talent for lightning control and had charged ahead to lead the others. In the novice village, only 17 people had awakened a talent. The D-rank talent Wang Qiang died in the very first episode, and as Qin Feng recalled, Lei Jiao only left after forming a party of 8, the starter village. But now there were only 6 of them, which made him suspicious. Lei Jiao was knocked to the ground by the 9-ringed venomous serpent. A girl with a bow and arrow immediately ran over. He ordered them to ignore him and take advantage of the moment the serpent was temporarily out of energy to charge forward. Lei Jiao was the main attacker, holding the 9-ringed venomous serpent in place, causing its momentum to weaken steadily. Victory was only a matter of time. Qin Feng was currently using his Eye of True Sight to scan the living beast and discovered that besides its normal stats like the others, the 9-ringed venomous serpent also had a drop rate of 0.1%. Although it could drop an item, this rate was like finding a wife who was beautiful, talented, and obedient, and also a great homemaker. Suddenly, a blinding light stung Qin Feng's eyes. It turned out that Lei Jiao's party down below had successfully defeated the 9-ringed venomous serpent, Energy points were being distributed among the members, and one young man, who only received one contribution point, threw his sword down in frustration. The girl with the bow comforted him. Xiao Li, don't complain anymore. The system's energy distribution is based on our contribution, so it's absolutely fair. It turned out that in a party, energy would be divided, according to contribution. You reap what you sow, but with 40 energy points divided among 7 people, each person wouldn't even get 10 points. Qin Feng sensed something unusual and jumped down to get a closer look. Lei Jia was standing there dazed, his entire body emitting a green light, but it seemed no one could see it except the viewers. Boss, what's wrong with you? Lei Jiao said he had leveled up to level 2, while Xiao Li only had 17 out of 100 points, with a long way to go before reaching level 2, which made him sad. Qin Feng hid behind a tree and observed. This was the first time he had seen someone else reach level 2, and he wondered if there was a difference compared to level 1. After scanning his information, Lei Jiao's stats appeared, except for his talent and skills, his base stats, surprised Qin Feng. These stats, combined with Lei Jiao's D-rank talent, brought his combat power up to 3-star. If Lei Jiao fought a level 1 beast alone, his chance of winning would be 50%. Although Qin Feng hadn't reached level 2, according to the system's calculations, his combat power was already rated at peak 2-star, and with his bunch of talents, his overall combat power could even reach 4-star, meaning he could easily defeat Lei Jiao. Someone in Lei Jiao's party saw him level up and suggested they go avenge their brother, Chen Jun, who was in the belly of a 9-ringed venomous serpent, far away. A few hours ago, the two of them were scouting ahead when they were ambushed by 2 of the serpents. They knew they were screwed, so they ran. Chen Jun had shorter legs and was slower, so he was swallowed whole by one of them, while the guy in the hat who was with him had awakened a talent for speed, so he ran faster, leading the other 9-ringed venomous serpent here. Lei Jiao immediately led his team to get revenge for Chen Jun, but he didn't know that Chen Jun's talent had already been absorbed by Qin Feng, and even the 9-ringed venomous serpent that swallowed him had also been killed by Qin Feng. Just as they were passing by, Qin Feng accidentally stepped back, making a rustling sound, and the girl with the bow immediately shot an arrow in his direction. The arrow grazed the bridge of Qin Feng's nose and embedded itself in a tree, making his face turn pale. Who's there? Come out now. Qin Feng guessed this girl had an auditory talent, so he had no choice but to step out with an innocent expression. Don't worry, I'm just passing through. The girl was startled and called out Qin Feng's name, and he asked her back, skeptically, do you know me? He didn't remember ever meeting this sharp-eared girl. Lei Ju then turned to ask Liu Yan, you know him? Liu Yan waved her hand, saying she had seen Qin Feng's avatar on the chat channel, but the chat channel has up to 1,000 people, so it was strange that she remembered him. Liu Yan cautiously probed, asking Qin Feng, why are you here alone? It's very dangerous. Qin Feng said nothing, inwardly anxious about why they hadn't left yet, so he could extract the corpse of that 9-ringed venomous serpent. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward when suddenly, Liu Yan wanted to ask Lei Ju to let Qin Feng join their party. Since they had lost Chen Jun, they could take him in to increase their safety. Lei Ju also had his own thoughts. The power gap between humans and beasts was too large, and people of the same level basically couldn't deal with the beasts, so cooperation would increase the chances of victory. In the future, this place would surely be filled with various powers, big and small, and he also wanted to have his own force to establish a foothold here. So, Lei Ju asked about the talent and attributes of Qin Feng. As long as they weren't too bad, he would accept him. Although he wanted to build his power quickly, he couldn't be hasty and let just anyone join. Liu Yan said happily, Qin Feng, please share your personal information. Our boss Lei is a level 2 powerhouse with a D-rank talent. You'd be lucky to join our team. It's not a bad deal. In response to her offer, Qin Feng shrugged and said, no thanks, I prefer to go alone. Liu Yan wanted to follow him, but Lei Ju stopped her. After all, there was no need to force him. Liu Yan was sad, knowing in her heart that Qin Feng had forgotten her, but she still hoped he would definitely survive. Sure enough, on their way, they started talking about how Qin Feng was so strange and that he would regret it when he ran into trouble. But when they arrived at the remains of the 9-ringed venomous serpent, everyone was stunned. The serpent was dismembered into pieces. How terrifying. Who in the novice village could have such strength? Someone guessed it was Liu Xuan, who possessed a C-rank talent, but his party had gone in the opposite direction. Xiao Li touched the blood of the 9-ringed venomous serpent, guessing it had been killed about 15 minutes ago. The serpent's body was 7 inches thick, yet that person killed it with a single strike. There was only one set of footprints at the scene, so Lei Jue guessed for sure This person was an expert, most likely a solo player without a party. At this point, Liu Yan remembered Qin Feng, and just a while ago, he was the only one wandering around here, so the possibility was extremely high. At the same time, the Heavenly Tao announced that the novice village had someone who reached level 3, activating the top 100 ranking board. Lei Ju immediately clicked to check, but Qin Feng's rank was 47th. And not only that, he was still at level 1, making Lei Ju doubt his own speculation. Meanwhile, the number 1 rank at this time was the level 3 Liu Xuan. When Qin Feng checked the ranking board, he wasn't surprised. More than 5 hours had passed and 8 people had reached level 2, while Liu Xuan was at level 3. It seemed he had to pick up the pace. The level 1 beasts in the plains had reached their attribute extraction limit. At this moment, the Heavenly Tao also opened a reward system for novices leveling up. The first person to reach level 10 would get a golden treasure chest, the second person would get a silver treasure chest, and the third would get a bronze treasure chest. The first 100 people would receive an encouragement treasure chest, and moreover, you didn't have to wait until the end to open it. The Heavenly Tao knew this too. Treasure chests were also divided into tiers from black iron, bronze, silver, gold, to dark gold, gold, purple, diamond, epic, and mythic. Of course, the higher the level, the better the items that drop. Qin Feng also began his beast hunting spree. The ranking war was about to begin, and if he was going to play, he had to go all out. That golden treasure chest had to be his. Qin Feng dashed off like the wind and immediately encountered a mutated silver-backed ash wolf. He enhanced his speed and strength simultaneously, aiming a strike at its head, but its skull was harder than steel. It was like striking a block of iron. Qin Feng thought activating his talent skill would be enough to finish it, but it seemed that in its mutated form, it was much tougher than usual. The silver-backed ash wolf stared at Qin Feng with blood-red eyes, not expecting a level 1 human to dare to brazenly invade its territory. However, this level 1 human was far stronger than many level 3 individuals. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was also devising a strategy. They say wolves have bronze heads and iron backs, but bellies of tofu. Its weak point was likely its soft underbelly. Just as the silver-backed ash wolf leaped up and exposed its abdomen, Qin Feng charged forward and thrust his weapon straight through its midsection and out its back. A single blow was enough to bring the silver-backed ash wolf down. It was the strongest beast he had ever encountered, but he was simply stronger. After defeating the mutated silver-backed ash wolf, Qin Feng obtained a full 100 energy value points, leveling up to level 2. His 4 stats simultaneously increased by 10 points, and he also gained 5 free attribute points. Qin Feng's entire body began to glow. So this was the feeling of leveling up. It was as if a Dantian inside him was releasing a warm current that healed all his wounds. His stamina was also restored, and the rewards for defeating the silver-backed ash wolf weren't over yet. Qin Feng also picked up a black iron chest. He clasped his hands and prayed to his ancestors to bless him with a tier 2 item. The chest flew open, shooting straight into the sky. A brilliant light poured down like a waterfall. This spectacular entrance was not in vain, as a tier 2 item had actually dropped. It was a blood wolf battle blade, forged from Titan fused with wolf essence blood, increasing attack power and wound recovery by 100%. Qin Feng held the blood wolf battle blade in his hand, feeling incredibly exhilarated. With this blade, he wouldn't even need to use his brain to deal with the mutated beasts anymore. Speak of the devil, and his whole family shows up. It seemed they were the packmates of the silver-backed ash wolf he had just slaughtered, but they showed up at the perfect time. Qin Feng was eager to test out his brand new blood wolf battle blade. Qin Feng swung his blade, severing a leg from the silver-backed ash wolf in front of him. Another one charged from behind to attack. He spun around and pierced the blade straight through its chest. Qin Feng smirked victoriously. Now, these silver-backed ash wolves were just small fry to him and nothing more. After just a few swings of his blade, the entire pack of silver-backed ash wolves that came for revenge lay defeated. Since he had reached level 2, Qin Feng's speed, strength, and constitution stats had noticeably increased. In less than 1 minute, he had taken down 5 silver-backed ash wolves, a feat he couldn't have accomplished at level 1 even if he risked his life. For now, he still couldn't figure out the secret of this place, but it kept reminding him of the harsh reality in stages. This wasn't a game. It was a real world. And Qin Feng would keep getting stronger, soaring through the heavens, achieving immortality, and then find a way to return. On the other side, Lei Jia was proving to be just as formidable. A single electric punch took down a chubby rabbit. The power of level 2 was indeed a huge leap compared to level 1. Just then, the Heavenly Tao announced that Qin Feng was the first person to kill a level 1 mutated beast and receives 1 reputation point, and accumulating enough of these points will earn a blessing from the heavens. but only the person who kills the first mutated level 1 vicious beast gets this point. Everyone recognized Qin Feng, whom they had just met, but on the leaderboard he was ranked 47th, so they all thought he just got a lucky break. Perhaps the mutated level 1 vicious beast wasn't that powerful, and he was just lucky. As soon as Lei Ju said that, they all chimed in with agreement, but reality slapped those snobs in the face when the heavens continuously announced people being killed by level 1 vicious beasts, and even level 2 experts were sacrificed. So the whole group started to panic, especially Lei Ju, whose expression froze. Just moments ago, Lei Ju was smug about taking down a level 1 beast with one punch, but then Qin Feng appeared, single-handedly killing a mutated level 1 vicious beast, and now on the leaderboard, Qin Feng was shooting up the ranks. He jumped from rank 47 to rank 11, and then a second later, he jumped to rank 5. Lei Ju realized he had been too arrogant and signaled his party to continue hunting vicious beasts. He couldn't be left behind by someone without a party like Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was comfortably lying on a pile of silver-backed ash wolf corpses, with the stench of blood flowing in streams. At that moment, someone cried for help in the chat channel. "Brothers, our team's boss Liu is dead. Now I'm the only one who managed to escape." It turned out their party, with one level 2 expert and 4 level 1 experts, was wiped out by a mutated level 1 tusked wild boar. It was them. The person calling for help had a speed talent and managed to escape. He was 50 miles south of the newbie village, and it would take Qin Feng less than 50 minutes to get there. This tusked wild boar could kill many experts, and it was also a mutated one. If he could take it down, the energy points would definitely not be low. It might even drop a treasure chest, you know. Qin Feng walked for a bit and came across a corpse. It seemed the mutated tusked wild boar was nearby, but in the air, besides its foul stench and the smell of blood, there was also the scent of a blood-toothed rabbit. Qin Feng casually extracted 2 agility attribute points, but he felt something was off. Why didn't the human corpse drop a talent ability like it usually did? Qin Feng tried again, but this time it failed. The last time he encountered this situation was with a level 1 vicious beast. He didn't know what the heck the reason was this time. Qin Feng moved to the other corpses and was still able to extract a few talents, proving that his endless extraction ability had no issues, but the damn system didn't give him any hints either. Could it be because he already had that talent, and its rank was lower, so he couldn't extract it? Qin Feng didn't care anymore. He would just use whatever he had. Besides, he had also obtained the physical enhancement talent. Among the 4 stats, for strength, he had a D-rank enhancement talent, for agility, an E-rank enhancement talent, and for spirit, he had an E-rank vision enhancement and an F-rank sense of smell. Now with the E-rank physical enhancement, all 4 stats had a corresponding talent ability. So currently, Qin Feng had no weaknesses. Suddenly, he discovered drag marks on the ground, and the only corpse he hadn't seen was Liu Yunyang's. Qin Feng thought for a moment and suspected, could it be that this tusked wild boar also wanted to eat corpses like that python? Liu Yunyang possessed a D-rank talent. If he could find his body, Qin Feng would gain it. He definitely had to find it before the tusked wild boar swallowed Liu Yunyang whole. Qin Feng followed the tracks to the entrance of a cave on a cliff face. A pungent stench emanated from within. It seemed this was the lair of that wild boar. This cave gave him the creeps. Was he just overthinking it, or was it really dangerous? The tusked wild boar was formidable, but it was still just a level 1 mutated beast. No match for Qin Feng now, but stepping into the cave, Qin Feng noticed a completely new smell. A level 1 deadly 10-ring serpent lunged out to attack him. Its combat power couldn't be determined, because if it was in a mesmerized or controlled state, its combat power could even increase. Qin Feng was caught by surprise but still managed to dodge. This deadly 10-ring serpent had at most a combat power of 5 stars, but that was a whole level higher than the silverback wolf. Moreover, it had a poison gas spray skill. Just as he thought that, the deadly 10-ring serpent opened its mouth and spewed a cloud of purple poison gas. The moment it hit Qin Feng, his eyes widened and stung intensely. He clutched his eyes and screamed, his 2 blades falling to the ground. At that very moment, a horde of hiding beasts suddenly rushed out to attack. Qin Feng's vision was blurry from the poison gas, so he pulled out the blood wolf battle blade. Even if he was blind, he couldn't die in this place. He swung the blade a few times, making the beasts wisely keep their distance. Qin Feng charged forward, attacking based on the shapes of their movements. While the other 2 were getting beaten up, this mutated sewer rat tucked its tail and ran first. Qin Feng vented his anger and managed to kill 2 of them, but he couldn't find the rat that had escaped. Just then, the deadly 10-ring serpent lunged out to bite him from behind, but luckily, since he'd been ambushed by it before, he was prepared and managed to dodge. Qin Feng gripped his blade and charged forward frantically. Even though I can't see, I can still hear and smell. Don't underestimate me. I refuse to just sit here and wait to die. Qin Feng stabbed right at the top of the serpent's head, the strike carrying all his resentment, sending it to the afterlife instantly. As expected, the energy points were much higher, 110 points to be exact, and he also received a black iron chest. Qin Feng leaned against the serpent's corpse, panting heavily. That was a really close call. If it weren't for my physical enhancement talent, my role as the main character would have ended right there. At the same time, Qin Feng had successfully leveled up to level 3, all 4 of his stats increased by 10 points, and his eyesight was also restored. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. How could I forget about that? Leveling up restores the body to its best condition, even blindness or disabilities can be healed. After getting his sight back, Qin Feng's spirits were lifted considerably. He opened the chest that had dropped from the deadly 10-ring serpent. He didn't know what item had dropped, but Qin Feng's expression was one of extreme satisfaction. He never expected this treasure chest to contain such a good item. I really hit the jackpot this time. Haha. Deeper inside the cave, there was a teleportation gate just like the one in the newbie village, and the auras of the 3 beasts that ambushed him disappeared here. With Qin Feng's current strength, even if those 3 damn beasts teamed up, they would be no match for him. But he had a feeling that their actions were meant to conceal some kind of terrifying existence. Qin Feng stepped through the gate. On the other side was another vast cave, and many first-tier spirit grasses grew on the cliff walls. Before he could even snatch up a few spirit grasses, Qin Feng discovered a scene that left him stunned. A group of mutated beasts was surrounding a pile of skulls and bones. The system prompted. He had entered an alternate dimension, so the ranking board was unavailable, but his personal information and the chat channel were still functioning normally. Qin Feng activated his Eye of Truth on the dried corpse, sitting atop the pile of bones, and unexpectedly, it belonged to the race. A deceased human with level 4, 6-star combat power, and with the nearby ferocious beasts, their combined combat power reached 7 stars. Moreover, the staff he was holding, which had an eye on it, made him feel extremely uneasy. Qin Feng thought about how to get out of here, planning to return for a challenge once he was stronger. But suddenly, that corpse demon opened its eyes, and Qin Feng's whole body went rigid, as if he was being held in place by some force. It pointed at Qin Feng, ordering the group of puny level 3 ferocious beasts from the Shao Tian world. Since you've come, I'll use your flesh and blood to resurrect myself. The 3 ferocious beasts that had just attacked Qin Feng, like dogs unleashed from their chains, lunged to attack him. But it seemed these 2 chains were a skill from that desiccated corpse, and they relentlessly clung to Qin Feng. He was already unsure of his opponent's abilities, and now he was being ganged up on. He absolutely couldn't let himself be caught by its chains. The moment he had that thought, Qin Feng was bound tightly by the desiccated corpse's chains. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move his body. The desiccated corpse opened its mouth, complaining that these brainless, ferocious beasts only knew how to drag in human corpses instead of luring in living people. All this time, it could only rely on the life force from corpses to sustain its body, and now Qin Feng had delivered himself right to its doorstep, like a gift from the heavens. It would use his flesh and blood for its rebirth. Qin Feng was in a perilous situation. If he couldn't break free from its control, he would definitely be pounced on by the ferocious beasts first. In that life or death moment, Qin Feng let out a roar, shattering the chains binding him, and he instantly eliminated 2 of the ferocious beasts and charged toward the desiccated corpse. The creature was bewildered because a level 3 being's spirit power maxed out at 30, yet he had managed to break its mental control. Ignoring its confusion, Qin Feng charged in for a frontal assault. Suddenly, strange sharp objects pierced through his body. He collapsed to the ground, fresh blood pouring out endlessly, while the desiccated corpse gloated. It seems you underestimated me. No human can withstand my psychic strike. I quite like your body, and being used by me will be the final honor of your life. At that, Qin Feng smirked while clutching his arm. Honor my ass, it's the one who's underestimating me. Qin Feng used all the free attribute points he had been saving and dumped them all into his spirit power stat. The desiccated corpse realized he was trying to fight back and intended to rip his soul apart and cast it into the fires of purgatory to burn for eternity. Liu Yayeju, kill him now. Qin Feng's spirit power stat increased by 10 points, but just then, he was struck by the Liu Yayeju and sent flying into the stone wall. From within the dust cloud, a golden light flashed as Qin Feng drew a sword to block the claws of the Liu Yayeju. Fortunately, he had received this storage ring when he opened a chest earlier, so even though he carelessly lost the Blood Wolf battle blade, he still had other toys to play with. Seeing Qin Feng's spirit power rise, the desiccated corpse increased its mental control over him. The 2 ferocious beasts seized the opportunity to lunge and to break free from its control. Qin Feng would need at least 2 seconds. Finally, the desiccated corpse grinned with its toothless mouth on the verge of its rebirth. But unexpectedly, the two ferocious beasts collapsed just short of victory, startling it. Qin Feng sneered. After killing the Ju Du Shi Huan Shi, he had taken its poison sac. It had finally proven its use. All this time, Qin Feng had noticed that the desiccated corpse had just been sitting there, letting its three ferocious beasts do all the fighting. Now that they've bitten the dust, let's see who is left to protect it. The desiccated corpse ground its teeth, accusing Qin Feng of using dirty tricks, but it needed to take a good look at who was the cleaner one. Suddenly, he held his staff and began chanting in some language, but Qin Feng didn't let him finish the sentence. He just dismembered him on the spot. As expected, defeating a level 6 combat power creature yields a significant amount of energy points. Qin Feng received 2 million M points, along with 10 judgment points, which helped him become a level 1 judge, and a judge is someone who specializes in eradicating evil creatures that violate the rules of the heavenly Tao. Only 1 in 10 million people is chosen. Qin Feng then received an additional 20 points to each of his stats for becoming a level 1 judge. He was surprised that the mummy was an evil creature. No wonder the Eye of True Sight had classified it as extremely cruel. Although this time he almost kicked the bucket for a second time, his gains were substantial. No wonder the heavenly Tao says that crisis and opportunity go hand in hand. Suddenly, something flew out of the mummy's corpse. The system detected that he had a corresponding talent and immediately fused the sealing skill, which was the 3-length beast taming art. Qin Feng couldn't stop smiling. With this skill, couldn't he command a whole horde of beasts, send them to fight monsters, and just sit back and rake in experience points? However, this dream couldn't be realized because the activation conditions weren't met. Instead, he needed to awaken the D-rank mind enhancement talent, which would allow him to take the first steps in controlling the coordinating skill, beast taming pill, to activate the beast taming art. Otherwise, he would need to awaken the C-rank talent, Sixth Sense Connection. To activate this skill, it seemed the conditions were indeed harsh, not only requiring the awakening of a D-rank talent but also finding the beast taming pill. So, Qin Feng immediately went to search the mummy's body to see if he had it. In his sack, there was all sorts of stuff, from 200-year-old unwashed smelly socks and a gold necklace scammed from a demon concubine to a bone given as a token of love by his confidant, Ji Qi. But there was nothing related to a pill, which made him curse in frustration for a while before Qin Feng felt better. He decided to try extracting from the mummy's corpse to see if he could get anything else. Unexpectedly, he obtained the D-rank mind enhancement talent plus 3 attribute points in strength and agility. Qin Feng then used the mind enhancement talent to fuse with the sealing skill. As expected, the fusion was successful, but he had to wait until he obtained the beast-taming pill before he could use it. Qin Feng returned to the pile of spirit herbs and used mind enhancement to control his storage ring, making it automatically collect and store the items without him having to lift a finger. An idea popped into his head. In the future, during a fight, he could use it to steal things with his bare hands. Summon weapons with his bare hands. Liu Yuning's corpse was also fortunately still intact, so Qin Feng took the opportunity to extract his talent, obtaining the D-rank fire control ability. From someone else's corpse, he got D-rank super speed. This meant his speed was now twice as fast as before. After a whole day of borrowing, Qin Feng finally had a talent with offensive capabilities. Once he got stronger, perhaps he wouldn't need to engage in close combat and could just control the flames from a distance like this. The moment Qin Feng tried it, the flame erupted violently, almost incinerating him. It's true that if you play with fire, you'll get burned. The correct way to use it is to grill meat like this. Thanks to the push from the Heavenly Tao, the Novice Village 911 was in a race to level up. Someone else had also reached level 3, this young man, Liu Yuan, securing his rank. The chat channel was full of admiration when they saw him surpass Qin Feng. In fact, Qin Feng's name was even grayed out and slowly slipped down the list, but the system didn't announce his death like it did for so many others. Qin Feng couldn't use the ranking board, so his name had just been grayed out and stopped updating. After a whole day of fighting, he decided to find a safe place to recover. But on the other hand, the meat of these fierce beasts was fragrant and rich when grilled, but not greasy at all. Not only that, but eating cooked food also helped him recover his stamina quickly. He was the first person to discover that eating grilled meat could speed up stamina recovery, so he was rewarded with 1 reputation point. The system then announced this to everyone, and they thought he had fainted somewhere, but it turned out he was just chilling. Just then, the system launched a new feature, the cross-dimensional trading channel. Many people didn't have a way to make fire, so they were begging for it in the chat channel. while Qin Feng had a surplus of grilled meat. It seemed this trading channel was made for him to start a business. Qin Feng immediately put his grilled meat up for sale, trading 3 pounds of meat for one fierce beast corpse, and since he was the first person to use the trading channel, he was rewarded with another reputation point. Liu Xuan had just killed a level 2 giant fanged mountain boar and immediately traded for the grilled meat. Both of them received 1 reputation point for completing the first transaction. Meanwhile, Lei Jiao's group had also taken down a fierce beast and immediately traded it for grilled meat. Qin Feng grilled the meat while extracting 2 attribute points of various types. He didn't even have to leave his cave, and people were already delivering corpses to him, which he would then use to grill more meat and trade for even more corpses. Nearby, Liu Yuan didn't have a monster corpse, but he did have a face thicker than their hides, saying that both he and Qin Feng were level 3 experts, and since he was 1 level higher than Qin Feng, he wanted Qin Feng to gift him 6 pounds of grilled meat. Not just Qin Feng, but everyone in the chat channel laughed at the shamelessness of the guy. Qin Feng didn't say anything, only gently reminded everyone that the amount of grilled meat was limited. First come, first served. Making money off the hungry is the ultimate form of capitalism. Qin Feng thought he himself was ruthless, but at the same time, another young man was selling 50 pounds of grilled meat in exchange for a piece of Tier 1 equipment. Qin Feng thought he was already vicious, but he never expected someone to be both vicious and delusional, but it seemed that no one was willing to trade with him. Qin Feng then found a few unnecessary items to sell, offering a Tier 1 novice weapon that could be traded for 3 stalks of illusory spirit grass or 1 spirit fruit or another piece of Tier 1 equipment. The chat channel exploded once again, and everyone thought that Qin Feng was most likely a top-tier blacksmith. Very quickly, someone made a trade with Qin Feng, a Tier 1 bracelet of strength for a Tier 1 refined steel saber. Wearing this bracelet increased his strength by 7 points, and among his 4 stats, his strength score was the lowest, so getting this would help compensate for that. Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion and a brilliant golden light. The system issued an urgent announcement. Novice Village, number 137 has activated a confrontation order, forcing a connection with Novice Village number 911, initiating a resource wager. The losing side will have all their resources reduced by 1/2, and all villagers will have 20 attribute points deducted. The winning side will have their resources doubled and gain 20 attribute points. The competition's objective is for one novice village to have 5 experts reach level 5 first to win the bet. Moreover, the first person to reach level 5 will be rewarded with 50 attribute points and a silver-white treasure chest. At the same time, the chat channels of the 2 villages were being linked, and during the wager, both villages would not be able to access their own ranking channels. Qin Feng was shocked, thinking to himself that in this resource wager, the punishment for the losing side was so severe. What on earth did Novice Village number 137 do? The announcements for the linked novices popped up continuously, causing an uproar in the chat channels of both villages. Connection successful. Villagers from both sides can now enter the opposing side's chat channel. But we can't send messages. Half the resources means our leveling speed will plummet, and most people won't be able to pass the newbie trial. To do something so despicable, they're truly shameless. In Newbie Village 911, who among us is leveling up the fastest? Do you even need to ask? Of course, it's Master Liu Xuan. The Heavenly Dao has closed the ranking board, so we can't see who is ranked number 1. It's doing this on purpose, trying to make us panic. Isn't the number 1 player in our village Master Liu Xuan? As long as Master Liu Xuan reaches level 5, we'll win. The scene changes to a man fighting barehanded, easily defeating a wild wolf. He says, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the noble Baron Edward, a member of the noble blood clan, and I have already reached level 4. I will surely lead you all to victory." Baron Edward then opens the chat channel. "Oh my god, Lord Baron. You're so magnificent, so incredibly powerful. Ah, I get it now, Lord Baron. You deliberately chose to start this resource duel at night, because the darkness is to your advantage." As he read everyone's comments, his expression grew even more triumphant. "Haha, you're very clever. You've guessed correctly. Night is when we of the Blood Clan are at our strongest. This Baron can single-handedly defeat a level 4 beast." Ha! After a hearty laugh, he starts coughing violently. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Qin Feng grits his teeth in shock, cold sweat beating on his forehead as he looks at the live chat and says, "The Blood Clan, vampires, so these creatures really were hiding on Blue Star all along." He was resting in a cave, roasting some meat, when he suddenly shot up. He pondered, so Newbie Village 911 is entirely made up of people from the Dragon Country on Blue Star. It seems the Heavenly Dao intentionally placed people from the same country into the same Newbie Village. Why would the Heavenly Dao do that? What is its ultimate goal? An announcement appears. The resource duel begins. Reminder, the maps for beasts from level 1 to 10 are now fully open. Dual betting rewards. In Qin Feng's hand, a burning flame has appeared out of nowhere. He stares at it and says, "It starts as just a confrontation between newbie villages, but will it later escalate into a conflict between countries or even between continents?" Qin Feng's gaze is resolute as he clenches his fist, extinguishing the flame. Regardless, the most important thing right now is the resource duel between the two major newbie villages. Edward can single-handedly defeat a level 4 beast. Although my leveling speed is faster than Liu Xuan's, it's still much slower than Edward's. I have to reach level 5 as quickly as possible, which means I need to head to the high-level beast zone to hunt. The dark clouds in the night sky begin to part, and he dashes forward like a cheetah, thinking as he runs. Thankfully, I have enhanced vision, so I can see as clearly at night as I can during the day. Qin Feng runs swiftly, as if he already knows his destination. My enhanced sense of smell allows me to detect the traces of beasts hiding in the darkness, letting me avoid them in advance. Furthermore, after the resource duel began, the Heavenly Dao provided a reward by revealing the entire map of beast activity zones, allowing me to find the area I want to reach faster and more accurately. In the dead of night, illuminated by the moon and fireflies, lies the level 4 beast activity zone. Qin Feng flashes forward like a golden bolt of lightning, taking down numerous wild wolves. He wields a majestic, glossy black sword, soaring through the air. When he runs into an ambushing beast, Qin Feng's expression is one of surprise. What the? In the blink of an eye, as the beast attacks, Qin Feng effortlessly takes it down with his sword. It's a golden-eyed panther, a level 5 beast. 8-star combat power rating. Traits: agility, sharp claws, skills. Gale assault, continuous sharp claws, drop rate of 1%. He looked with some surprise at the beast he had just taken down, thinking to himself, a golden-eyed panther beastman. Qin Feng approached the golden-eyed beast, panther beastman, stepped on its corpse, and shook his head, saying, "Jumping out like that really startled me. My speed is just too fast." The detection ability of my olfactory talent couldn't keep up, which gave it a chance to ambush me. Luckily, it was only a level 5 beast. Receiving 2 strength attribute points, he curiously picked up one of the beast's legs and examined it closely. This is the first time I've encountered a half-human, half-beast creature. Could it be that beasts above level 5 are no longer in a purely animal form, but start evolving into a humanoid shape? In the silent, dark night, wisps of dark energy floated towards Qin Feng. While examining the beast, he looked towards the dense, deep forest, wondering, this familiar scent. Could there be spirit grass and spirit fruits nearby? The beast zone, filled with spiritual energy, made Qin Feng pause. Right in front of him was the level 6 beast zone. Where there are high-level beasts, there will naturally be high-level spirit fruits. I wonder if I'll encounter any human-like beasts there. If it's a horde of zombie-like beasts, that would be troublesome. Whatever, I'll look for the spirit fruit first. Where there's a spirit fruit, there's bound to be a spirit beast. Kill the beast first, then take the spirit fruit, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Entering the beast zone, giant tree trunks were interspersed everywhere, and Qin Feng was so small he wasn't even as big as one of their roots. He found the spirit fruit he was looking for. It was a beautiful, vibrant red in the middle of the gloomy forest, but the trouble for Qin Feng was that a giant bear beast was sitting guard next to the spirit fruit. Qin Feng immediately checked. The beast's level, this is going to be a problem. The information for the spirit fruit and the beast appeared before Qin Feng. Name: Dragon Blood Fruit. Grade: 2nd-tier spirit fruit. Origin: born from absorbing a large amount of dragon's blood. Effect 1: non-toxic. After consumption, it can greatly increase strength, agility, and constitution. Effect 2: after consumption, there is a 0.1% chance of obtaining a trace of true dragon's blood. Beast: Violent Burst. Bear King. King level, tier, level 6. Combat power rating, 12 stars. Traits: brutal, bloodthirsty, territorial awareness. Talents: E-rank physical enhancement, E-rank bloodline enhancement. Skill: bloodthirsty, berserk transformation, drop rate, 60%. Qin Feng's expression turned serious. He held his sword in a ready stance. A king-level beast with a 60% drop rate, but it was obvious this would be a tough fight. Moreover, this king-level beast, Qin Feng, from a distance, targeted the violent burst bear king sitting under the tree. Unfortunately, it had already noticed him. It swiped its paw, sending him flying. It then slowly walked towards Qin Feng. As for him, he knelt down, panting and thinking, I was careless. I didn't expect something with such a massive body to be so fast. I had absolutely no chance to dodge. The violent burst bear king approached and called out to him, Little brat. Its 3 heads, one after another, spoke to warn him. Don't get in my way. I don't want to waste time playing with you right now. Leave this place, and I'll spare your life. Qin Feng ignored its words, stood up, and pointed his sword at it. Three heads talking at once. How bizarre, and a little disgusting. He then provoked it back. How about you leave this place, and I'll spare your life. Two of its heads reacted strongly upon hearing this, angrily roaring, You puny, level 4 human, I'll tear you to shreds. It viciously attacked him, but he parried the blow, lowering his center of gravity to gain momentum. When the violent Burst Bear King aimed for where he was standing, Qin Feng immediately leaped away, leaving it bewildered. From above the violent Burst Bear King's head, Qin Feng dove down with his blade, slashing at it. Ha! It reacted quickly, making it difficult for him to dodge. Its second head screamed, Big brother, Old 3 is dead, Old 3 is dead, hateful human, hateful human. Hearing this, the first head became enraged, its body emitting a dark aura as it cursed, Shut up. After a period of fighting, he assessed that its neck was much tougher than he had imagined, and even going all out, he had only managed to chop off one head. Suddenly, the violent Bear King's entire body emitted a golden light, and above its head appeared the image of a coiling gold. Its berserk state could be maintained for 10 minutes. He quickly jumped up and deduced it was a dragon's roar, but its power was very weak, likely because it had spent years near the dragon's blood fruit and absorbed a trace of draconic nature. It also roared out its next intention. Human, you have completely enraged me. I want you dead. Qin Feng struggled to muster his full strength. He slashed at it with all his might, thinking that, in its berserk state, the violent Bear King's defensive power was even stronger, and he couldn't injure it in the slightest. It didn't fall behind either, swinging its claws at him. Qin Feng felt it and panicked. This is bad, I can't dodge it. The violent Bear King's face twisted as it roared, Human, you are too arrogant, thinking you can challenge a level 6 with your level 4 abilities just by relying on some petty tricks. It brought its huge mouth, drooling all over, right in front of his face. I'll show you the consequences of angering me. Immediately, Qin Feng seriously swung his hand, unleashing a blazing red flame. A notification appeared. Your Blood Wolf Battle Blade has been imbued with the power of flames, flame damage plus 10. The surprise attack made it grimace in pain, unable to react in time. Right after that, it was miserably defeated, lying paralyzed on the ground. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew, the Blood Wolf Battle Blade with the flame enchantment finally broke through its defense. This battle was really tough. He relaxed, sheathed his weapon, and approached it, saying, A level 6 King Beast is much harder to deal with than a mutated beast. I almost died here, but this time I should be able to extract a decent talent. Suddenly, Qin Feng paused, noticing something was wrong, and wondered, Wait, why hasn't the Heavenly Tao announced that I've killed the violent Bear King? A shadow tried to attack him. He realized it and thought, unless. Then he swiftly dodged the sneak attack, confirming immediately, the violent Bear King isn't dead yet. After Qin Feng finished off the monster with a single punch, the system appeared. It announced, successfully killed the level 6 King-grade violent Bear King, received 500 energy points. You are the first person to kill a level 6 King Beast, received 2 reputation points. Your total reputation points have reached 6. Killing the King-grade violent Bear King successfully, a bronze treasure chest has been dropped. Bronze treasure chest, 98% chance to open a tier 2 item, 2% chance to open a tier 3 item. Afterwards, he turned back to stare at the beasts, saying, It could still live after being beheaded. This time, killing a level 6 King Beast has really been an eye-opener, but it also gave me a warning. The beasts in the world of slaughter get significantly stronger with each level. You can't let your guard down until the very last moment. The system continued to announce his achievements. Treasure chest opened successfully. Received item tier 2, Bear King's Battle Armor. Bear King's Battle Armor, defense plus 25, fire resistance plus 100%, resistance to cold plus 100%. After settling everything, he cheerfully ran a hand through his hair and said, Defense plus 25, and it even has cold and fire resistance attributes. This is definitely a top-tier item among tier 2 gear. The ring suddenly glowed, and he rubbed his chin while looking at the notifications. It appeared, Endless Extraction, successfully obtained the E-rank talent Bloodline Enhancement. Bloodline Enhancement. Awakening the Bloodline power increases strength, speed, and defense by 30%. A reminder of the Bloodline Enhancement talent. As he thought, he muttered, The easier it is to fuse with the demon god's blood, the easier it is to awaken the Bloodline talent, the easier it is to fuse. The demon god's blood. No wonder the violent Bear King wanted to guard the dragon's blood fruit, not even wanting to fight. If I had such a treasure, I would definitely guard it closely and never leave its side for a second. He thought of the image of a plant, when suddenly a sharp pain shot through his body, making him clutch his chest and groan. He panted in agony as a dragon's voice resounded in his mind, so weak, like a puny ant on the ground. Now let me think, should I just swallow you whole, or should I burn you to a crisp and turn you into a delicacy like you humans do? It coiled its tail tightly around his entire body, threatening him. Squeezing harder, he screamed in pain. Ah, it continued. Or should I just crush you like this? He thought back in fear. I only ate one dragon's blood fruit. All of this must be an illusion. Then he bit down hard on its tail to confirm his thoughts. You want to control me with an illusion? No way. Seeing this, the dragon cried out in pain. Hey, wait, you crazy bastard. I'm a true dragon. A true dragon, you hear me? Hey, I can teach you the true dragon's secret manual. Dragon's sword chi. Dragon's roar. Dragon's might. Dragons. Hey, stop eating. Ah, he thought to himself. Who cares if you're a true dragon? I'm definitely going to eat you all up. After escaping the illusion, he clutched his stomach and let out a sigh of relief. Burp. As expected of a Tier 2 spirit fruit, the system prompt appeared again. After eating the dragon's blood fruit, your blood has been enhanced. You have received 5 strength attribute points and 5 agility attribute points, 5 constitution attribute points. You have awakened a trace of dragon's blood power, constitution +7, agility +6, constitution +8. Reminder, with the help of the dragon's blood fruit, 0.1% of your blood has transformed into true dragon's blood. Afterwards, he happily looked at his profile, rank B, 1190 out of 100. Class, the Adjudicator, level 1, 10 out of 100. Fame, 6. Strength 115 +7. Strength enhancement D rank. Agility 121. Speed enhancement D rank. Constitution 122. Constitution enhancement E rank. Poison resistance plus 100%. Spirit 129. Willpower enhancement D rank. Vision enhancement E rank. Smell enhancement E rank. Elemental talent flame control D rank. Bloodline talent bloodline enhancement E rank. Innate talent end. Less extraction SSS rank. Combat power evaluation 11 star. Limit. Free attribute points 5. He said happily, I heard that the people of our country are descendants of the true dragon. Add to that the bloodline enhancement talent, plus a little bit of luck. A little of everything is needed to encounter such a fateful opportunity to obtain a trace of true dragon's blood. While he was happily talking, he felt his whole body warm up after eating the dragon's blood fruit. It was so warm, I really want to take a nap, but I can't sleep yet. I'm about to reach level 5. I just need to kill one more vicious beast, and I can win the resource plunder match. Just then, a pair of terrifying eyes watched him from a distance. He checked the announcement board to see how the others were progressing. Suddenly, the monster behind him opened its mouth wide, preparing to attack, but he was completely focused on the announcement board. Ah, the big shot Liu Xuan is about to reach level 4. We're just one step away from victory. Oh no, Edward. From the opposing side just killed a level 4 vicious beast. His experience points shot up. So what's his progress now? From somewhere far away, Baron Edward said proudly, this Baron has already reached level 4, 520 out of 1000. Before dawn this, I will reach level 5, just you wait for glory to descend. The people around him cheered, Lord Edward is great. You truly are the strongest man in the world, so formidable. A girl praised him, Lord Edward. I just checked the progress of the strongest person in the Dragon Country's novice village. He's only at level 3. You've already left that Liu Xuan far behind. The people next to him also chimed in. I'm so excited. This time, those weaklings from the Dragon Country will definitely have to kneel on the ground and cry. Haha. The system interface appeared before him. Novice Village, number 911. Novice Lin Feng is the first person to reach level 5. Novice Village number 911 wins this resource betting match. He was so shocked he couldn't help but exclaim, what? Everyone else fell silent and looked on. The scene shifts to Lei Ju and Liu Yan, who saw the congratulatory announcement. Novice Village number 911, all members receive a reward of 20 free attribute points. She happily said to him, it's Lin Feng, he really did it. The others also joined in, saying, D times MN, what kind of bug is Great Lord Lin Feng? He's freaking amazing. At the same time, Lin Feng was fighting with all his might. The people he helped were also chatting. In front of me, a huge mountain suddenly appeared and scared the hell out of me. Actually, I was killing a blood fang rabbit when suddenly another one appeared. Luckily, I got an extra 20 attribute points, or I would have been a goner. Ha, all of these things are resources. This feels so good, they happily praised him. Great Lord Lin Feng is mighty. Now the system continued to announce. At the same time, Novice Village number 137. All members of Novice Village 137 will have 20 free attribute points deducted. All of Novice Village number 137's resources are reduced by 1/2. At this moment, the people who were just praising Edward changed their tune. That man, cursed by God, deserves to die a horrible death. It's all Edward's fault, that D times med vampire. He angrily roared and cursed, "You fools. I will remember your names. I will suck all the blood from your bodies and send you to meet Satan." They not only didn't listen, but also joined forces to attack him. "This filthy vampire is threatening us. Let's team up and kill him. Kill the vampire. Kill the vampire." The scene shifts to Qin Feng's side, where information was constantly being updated for him. Congratulations, Qin Feng, for leading Novice Village number 911 to victory in the betting match. You have received 3 reputation points. Congratulations, Qin Feng, on receiving a reward of 50 attribute points. Congratulations, Qin Feng, on receiving the silver treasure chest reward. Although danger was near, he remained seated, simply piercing the monster with his weapon without even turning around, effortlessly finishing it off. He added, "I'm extremely grateful to you for coming to gift me experience points, allowing me to land the final blow and complete my level up from 4 to 5. I will extract from you and make good use of you." Afterwards, he smiled and collected all his loot. Extraction successful. Received 2 strength attribute points. The system reported again, followed by another new message for Qin Feng. "Great Lord Qin Feng, I just obtained a resource betting order. I want to use this token to trade for a level 1 refined steel blade." He looked at his loot and said with a smile, "A level 1 weapon in exchange for a resource betting order. No matter how I look at it, this is a deal I can't refuse. Besides, after getting the resource betting order, the initiative will be in my hands, and I won't have to rush to find and kill high-level fierce beasts like this time." Qin Feng chose to accept the trade. The system announced, "The resource betting order only appears once in each novice village. Only a person with level. Only the highest ranked player from the 4 villages is qualified to activate and use it. And after activating the village victory token, the person who initiated it receives double the rewards, but if the 4 villages fail, the initiator suffers double the punishment." He muttered, "No wonder. Gu Ming wanted to sell it to me. Not only are there restrictions on who can activate the token, but the punishment for the activator is also double the usual." A chat log popped up, and they thanked him. "Thank you, Great Qin Feng. When do you plan to activate the resource gamble?" Yeah. Let us go beat the other novice villages to a pulp. We're looking forward to it." "Great Qin Feng, give us a hint." He proudly held his head high, feeling incredibly cool, and after a moment of thought, he suddenly realized that appearing to lead everyone to victory would earn him a very high reputation. He spoke to everyone through the screen. "Wait until morning. Once everyone has recovered to their peak condition, I will activate the resource gamble." Everyone was convinced and happily agreed. "That makes sense, Great One. As expected of you, so thoughtful, we support Great Qin Feng's decision. Let's prepare well, get plenty of rest, and be ready for tomorrow." After closing the chat, he said to himself, "It's not that I'm being thoughtful, nor am I trying to stall for time." Suddenly, he stomped his foot, causing the earth and rocks around his feet to shatter, and as he gathered his power, he thought, "With my stamina, even if I don't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, I still won't get tired." He attacked a bird in the distance, piercing straight through it. "My real plan is to first enter the most dangerous level 10 beast zone and then activate the resource gamble. Level 10 beasts are the most dangerous, but the energy they provide is also the highest, allowing me to level up the fastest, which will greatly increase my chances of winning." The system announced, "Successfully killed a level 6 nightshade owl, obtained 220 energy points." A strong gust of wind blew past. He mused. In the low-level beast zones, the energy gain is pretty low, and the fruit drop rate is also abysmal, so I should just clean up the battlefield a bit and then head to the level 10 beast zone. Qin Feng looked around the strange area, covering his face with his cloak as he whispered, "The level 10 beast zone marked on the Heavenly Dao map is right here." He opened his system to scan the surroundings, but he suddenly realized that even after activating his enhanced smell talent, he couldn't detect the scent of any beasts. What in the world is going on? Is the system broken? Does it have a diagnostic for errors? Suddenly, a hole appeared in the ground, right where he was standing. He was startled. What the? Before he could even process what was happening, he was already falling. He thought to himself, "A moment ago, I didn't sense anything unusual. It's like it just appeared out of nowhere. Damn it, there are no walls around here, so I can't push off anything." He frantically thought, "I have to find a way to stop falling, or else I'll definitely end up with broken bones, crippled if not dead." Then, his entire body erupted with fiery energy. Fortunately, he managed to stop, just in time, using his power to hover in midair. It turned out this underground space was a whole other world. He landed on the ground and sensed his surroundings. He muttered, "The moment I fell, I could smell a powerful beast, one I've never encountered before, but I also feel a constant sense of danger. Could this be the true level 10 beast zone?" Besides the scent of the beast, this place also has a nauseating stench of rot. This stench is so overpowering that it's making it impossible for me to pinpoint the location of the level 10 beast. He reached out to touch a monster only to realize it was just an illusion. What in the world is this damn place? Looking around, he came to a conclusion. From the outside, it looked just like Beginner Village 911, and he had a bold thought. Could this place be an abandoned beginner village? If his guess was right, when a beginner quest fails, would Beginner Village number 911 also be sent to a place like this? He felt a pang of sadness, lamenting that the heavens were both fair and cruel, giving everyone a chance to level up and gain abilities, but once someone is left behind, they are mercilessly thrown into a bottomless abyss. A voice suddenly rang out. "Human, this is not a place you should be." One of them, who seemed to be the leader of the soldiers, introduced themselves. "We are the guardian soldiers of this place. Whether it's a ferocious beast or a human who trespasses here, there is only one outcome, and that is death." The ones behind him also chimed in, "Human, let the duel begin." The system then appeared, showing him their information. Mutant level Hell Soldier Evil Creature level. This creature's level is higher than 15, so the system cannot assess it. Friendly reminder, 10% drop rate. He thought, these dog-headed guys are over level 15. He didn't know how to leave this strange space, so he could only fight and see. Besides, a 10% drop rate was indeed very tempting. Silver Windblade. Attack power plus 100. Attack speed plus 100%. Armor penetration plus 30%, and inflicts bleeding. He then decided to give it a try. His eyes flashed with a purple light, his gaze turning ice cold. He hoped the fourth-order weapon he got from the white-silver treasure chest could give him the edge he needed to kill these monsters. With his resolve set, he made his move. The dog-headed soldiers became enraged, charging at him one by one as if to tear him apart. A huge explosion erupted, right where Qin Feng was. He agilely dodged the attacks, using his flaming sword to leap across broken stones to evade their strikes, before landing on the ground. Suddenly, a greatsword thrust straight at him, but luckily, his quick wits allowed him to dodge the move. He thought, "Are they underestimating me so much that they only sent one to fight me?" The system continuously announced activating talent, strength enhancement, activating talent, speed enhancement, activating talent, constitution enhancement, activating talent, flame control. He struggled to dodge the attacks. "I'll show you the consequences of underestimating me." He furiously charged forward to retaliate. The ones watching from behind wavered, asking their boss, "Do you really not need our help? I have a feeling this human isn't simple." "Relax, the boss could at least kill 10 of them, but it looks like he's struggling." Another one said, "Can't you see? The boss, he's just toying with that human." Looking at the one fighting him, they commented, "He's intentionally missing his strikes, parrying his attacks to reveal openings." He pressed his attack. The onlookers added, making him think he has a chance to win and then crushing him. Just as they said that, he was stomped under the creature's foot. He was startled to realize that in that moment, it had vanished. In that split second, he had slashed through its body, but it was already gone. He realized he was now beneath it. It arrogantly stomped on him, saying, "You have some skill, but this game ends here. My time is running out." The onlookers taunted, "He's too slow. Is he losing his touch? Haha. Do you need us to help you?" It raised its sword high and swung down to stab him, but in an instant, a sword pierced straight through its body. It coughed up blood. At that moment, the system appeared, successfully killed the mutant-level Hellhound soldier, received 15 judgment points. You are the first person to kill a mutated Hellhound rank soldier. You have received 2 reputation points. The ones in the distance were shocked. "What?" he added for them to hear. "To survive in this world, I can't afford to waste a single second." His eyes gradually sharpened, especially after I obtained the mind control talent, which allows me to control inanimate objects. Infinite extraction successful. Obtained D-rank talent, shadow control, self-awakened talent skill, Hellfire. You have leveled up to a 2nd level adjudicator. Successfully killed the Hellhound soldier you have obtained. A fragment of the shadow seal. As his hand touched the fragment, Qin Feng panted heavily. "I've been training nonstop on how to control weapons." Looking at the fragment in his hand, Qin Feng moved like a flash, weaving and dodging. Through the trees in the forest, leaping up and down like a monkey learning to swing. He kept repeating those movements over and over, while muttering, "From the left, from the right, from above, from below." Qin Feng recalled his grueling training period where he had sustained countless injuries, both large and small. He concluded aloud. After tens of thousands of practice runs, I finally started to get the hang of it. One of his eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. Qin Feng smirked at the hounds and said, the skill to kill from a distance. The hellhound soldiers were enraged by Qin Feng's arrogant words. One of the hellhounds bared its sharp, iron-like teeth and roared, detestable, arrogant brat, kill him now. Another calmer one spoke up to stop it. It's not time yet. Then they started passing the buck. I just had my claws sharpened yesterday. I don't feel like fighting, you go. The hellhound, who was just nominated for the grand mission, immediately backed out. Why does it have to be me? You're the second in command. You should go. The second in command acted magnanimously. A great training opportunity like this should be given to the younger ones. Watching them bicker and pass the blame around gave Qin Feng a headache. He suddenly realized something was off. No, that's not right. Their comrade was killed, yet they're acting like nothing happened. Is it possible I didn't actually kill it? Qin Feng glanced behind him, thinking with suspicion. No, the heavenly Tao already announced that I killed it successfully. Just then, a deep, hoarse voice echoed, Human, are you looking for me? Immediately after, the leader of the hellhounds appeared like a phantom, looming right behind Qin Feng, making his heart skip a beat. It opened its massive jaw filled with razor-sharp teeth, and within it, an orb of energy began to grow larger. When the orb reached its maximum size, the hellhound leader unleashed an incredibly powerful blast from its mouth. Qin Feng deftly dodged to one side, and just as he landed in a nearby clearing, a massive explosion erupted right where he had been standing moments before. Qin Feng quickly regained his composure. He gripped his sword tightly, his body automatically shifting into a combat stance. The other hellhound soldiers slowly approached their leader and began to taunt him. Boss, your senses are getting dull. The leader cracked his neck and replied, It's been a while since I've fought a human. I was a bit careless. Opposite him, Qin Feng was utterly confused, blurting out, Impossible, I clearly. The hellhound leader pointed straight at Qin Feng and revealed his secret. You clearly received the notification from the heavenly Tao confirming my death, but you can't figure out why I'm still alive, can you? Of course, you speak as if you know everything. The Eye of Truth must have told you our names. Hearing those words, spoken with such certainty by the hellhound soldier, Qin Feng's face turned pale with shock. He thought in horror, he knows about the Eye of Truth. Ignoring Qin Feng's ugly expression, the leader took the long spear from his subordinate and said, The meaning of Hell Soldier is that we come from Hell, which also means the bodies of the hellhound soldiers suddenly were enveloped in a strange blue light. Their eyes flashed with arrogance as the hellhound leader declared, We are immortal. Ignoring the dog's arrogant boasts, Qin Feng spat contemptuously. He glared, his own taunts even louder than theirs. You're nothing but a pack of dogs. What's there to be so proud of? Then, as if to prove his point, his sword suddenly ignited with flames with every step Qin Feng took. He rushed forward, arrogantly declaring, If I can kill you once, I can kill you twice, 3 times, 4 times. Immediately after, the leader of the hellhound soldiers and Qin Feng clashed in a fierce brawl. In one moment, the leader parried Qin Feng's powerful strike with his spear. In the next, Qin Feng dodged a dangerous attack from the hellhound. They fought relentlessly, the sound of their weapons clashing continuously, echoing harshly. They continued their one-on-one duel until the crow of a rooster, signaling dawn, rang out from a cracked stone chicken. Cock-a-doodle-doo. A hellhound soldier saw the first rays of sunlight appear on the distant horizon. At that moment, a portal also appeared. The hellhound soldiers gathered in front of it, and one of them waved his hand, shouting to their leader, It's time. We have to go. The leader took one last swing of his spear at Qin Feng, who was violently thrown against a tree behind him. Looking to be in great pain, the hellhound soldier leader started walking towards the portal, turning back to praise him. Human, you are very interesting. I hope we can meet again. When the hellhound soldiers had all left, Qin Feng wiped the dirt from his face. He muttered in annoyance, Damn it, I underestimated these detestable dogheads. So much for boasting. My ancestors were right. Crowing too early gets you nothing. Then, a line of text appeared. Warning, the village has vanished. It connects to thousands of novice villages, appearing in the darkness and disappearing before dawn. Seeing the information it provided, Qin Feng suddenly understood. So that's how it is. This also means that as long as one has the seal of darkness, everyone has a chance to enter it. He looked at the half-fragment of the seal of darkness in the palm of his hand and said bitterly, You doghead, just wait until I'm strong enough. I'll definitely come back for you. Suddenly, Qin Feng sensed something. He frowned, looking extremely annoyed. From beneath the ground, a monster that looked like a centipede suddenly emerged, but it was enormous and had 4 sharp fangs. It brazenly appeared behind Qin Feng. He turned his head and used his insight skill to read the monster's information. Qin Feng said helplessly, "Again?" The information panel immediately appeared. Vicious Beast. Earth Sandworm. Level 12. Combat Power Assessment 15 stars. Traits: Deadly Poison, Poor Eyesight, Hearing is Incredible. Talents: E-rank Strength Enhancement, E-rank Earth Element Sensing. Skill: Breath Concealment Technique. Drop rate is 1.2%. Qin Feng swiftly and decisively slashed the Earth Sandworm's body, successfully cutting it in half. In the distance, several more Earth Sandworms appeared, waiting to be dealt with. At the same time, a notification also appeared, announcing a bonus. The Novice Village already had 2 people reach level 5, automatically activating the regional chat channel, and he heard the announcement even as he was dodging a stone hand that had just emerged, but he still had to marvel at how, after the resources were doubled, the leveling speed of Liu Xuan was even faster than he predicted. Immediately after, 3 consecutive notifications appeared, stating that every 1,000 novice villages would be grouped into one area. Announcement: Commencing link with area number 1. Linking in progress. Announcement: Regional chat channel link successful. Novice village number 911 was the 47th village to connect, and the regional chat immediately became lively again, with countless messages from people in different novice villages flooding the screen, mostly discussing the newcomers from Novice Village number 911. "Aha, another group has arrived," a girl with side-swept bangs named Gong Xin remarked. "Novice Village number 911 is the 47th to join. Not too shabby," but it seemed others didn't agree, as a rather handsome-looking guy scoffed. "It took them this long to get 2 people to level 5? Is that it? And to top it off, these bottom feeders are from the Dragon Country." A chubby guy spoke up, warning the brothers from Novice Village number 911. "Don't engage with those guys, they're all part of the same crew." Another person, who seemed to have also been a victim of those jerks, chimed in with a warning. "Yeah, a wager made us lose half of our resources. You guys need to be careful." A guy in glasses, who looked scholarly, then said something completely thuggish. "So who's going to teach these Dragon Country folks a lesson this time?" A guy wearing a turban messaged back in response to the question. "Lord Am Khan has already decreed it. The sacred mission of defeating the Dragon Country people shall be entrusted to us from Village 446. Another burly guy chimed in with his support. "Down with the Dragon Country people. Don't let them get a foothold in this world of slaughter." A long-haired guy seemed to laugh as he typed in support. "Ha ha ha. That'll teach you arrogant punks." A guy with hollow cheeks from some unknown village confidently declared. "Amia Khan only needs another 2,000 points to hit level 8. The Dragon Country people are guaranteed to lose." After a barrage of hostile messages, a lone message from the other side finally appeared. "You people are truly shameless." Just as the guy in the turban had said, 2 announcements appeared in succession. Novice Village 446 has activated a wager command, forcibly linking with Novice Village 911. Initiating a resource wager. The Novice Village that produces the first level 8 powerhouse will be victorious in this wager. At this very moment, somewhere else, Qin Feng had just swung his sword and split the final stone statue in half, as system notifications continuously appeared. "You have received 800 energy points." Finally, after reaching a certain threshold, the crucial notification appeared. Announcement: Qin Feng of Novice Village number 911 has reached level 8, securing an early victory in the resource wager match. Qin Feng casually cleaned out his ear, feigning indifference, but inwardly he was smirking, scorning that bunch of self-righteous fools. "I was only 1 slash away from level 8, and they actually dared to challenge me." At that very moment, an announcement echoed throughout Village 911. The bodies of all its inhabitants were enveloped in a powerful blue aura. A guy with a buzz cut looked down at his own body and asked, "What just happened?" A guy with a hooked nose had no damn clue what was going on either. He simply replied, "No idea." Another young man with dark circles under his eyes stared at his hands, stunned, and exclaimed, "Master Qin Feng won." A long-haired girl asked in confusion, "But didn't the resource wager just begin?" Someone else replied, "It did, Master Qin Feng." What followed was a flood of goosebump-inducing praise. "He's so strong. That was so satisfying. This is awesome. If we keep this up, it'll be hard not to level up fast." Finally, we have a real shot at the rookie trial. "Long live Great God Qin Feng. Great God Qin Feng, this little brother is willing to offer you his first kiss, save for 20 years, you rogue." At the same time, in Newbie Village 446, the announcement of defeat also rang out. Announcement: Newbie Village 446 has failed the resource duel. Announcement: all resources in Newbie Village 446 will be reduced by half. The two announcements struck like lightning, and the people there were devastated, starting to voice their complaints. What happened? We just started the battle. Why is it over already? This is impossible. How could we lose to those people from the Dragon Country? Lord Amia Khan, with half our resources gone, many of us won't be able to pass the rookie trial. Amia Khan was clearly furious, gritting his teeth as he swore an oath. It's all because of those damn people from the Dragon Country. I can't let them continue their tyranny. I must have revenge. Revenge. With that, Amia Khan opened the announcement board, seemingly with another plan in mind. Amia Khan analyzed the situation. Of course, he would go to the regional channel to find our allies and ask for help. They hate the people from the Dragon Country just as much as we do, so of course, they will help us. Accordingly, a message from Amia Khan appeared on the regional channel with the following content: Esteemed allies, Village 911 used dirty tricks to win this duel. Their resources have doubled, and their attributes have also been boosted. As they grow stronger, the threat to us will only increase. If we let them continue to expand unchecked, we will surely not be able to live well. I ask for your help in defeating Newbie Village 911. In another Newbie village, a female priestess was levitating in mid-air, surrounded by rays of mystical blue light. Below the priestess, 4 men were sitting and examining that interesting announcement. One of them spoke up and asked the saintess, "The leveling speed of these Dragon Country people is so fast, could it be that they also have an S-rank talent?" A man with a chest injury clasped his hands and looked at the saintess with a subservient expression, fawning over her. An S-rank talent is a gift bestowed upon us by the Father. How could a mere person from the Dragon Country be favored by the gods? The Great Father only looks after his servants. The saintess said nothing, merely smiling as she listened. In yet another Newbie village, there was a burly man carrying a child on his shoulders, walking through the wind, snow, and freezing cold. The child saw the announcement that Amia Khan posted and laughed happily, saying, "Ha ha 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 ha, that pretentious old fool Amia Khan got defeated by the Dragon Country people." The burly man also smiled and added, "The Dragon Country people, you say? No wonder." With one hand, he dragged a massive monster that resembled a crocodile behind him, creating a bloody groove in the pure white snow, while his other hand held a trident. He heard the boy on his shoulders speak. "I used to know some people from the Dragon Country. They were truly unbeatable. I hope I can meet them in the main world." In yet another Newbie village, this one seeming a bit cozier, a man with long hair stared intently at the screen reading the announcement, then asked the person busy fighting a monster behind him, "Jam, one of our subordinates submitted a challenge token. Should we use it to challenge Newbie Village 911? The person named Jam heard this and turned his head to reply. "Miyamoto Nami from Village 5 is an A-rank spatial talent ninja, and also the first person in Area 1 to reach level 8. He continued, stating his purpose. He must be afraid of the Dragon Country people surpassing him, so let him go scout them out, to test the strength of the Dragon Country people first, and that guy agreed. In just a short time, the news of the victory of Novice Village 91 and Amir Khan's call for help stirred everything up, and the chat channel once again became lively. Damn it, these people are just jealous and don't want us Dragon Country folks to live well. Those sons of B times cheese. Has the Dragon Slayer of our Dragon Country disappeared? I don't see Master Qin Feng showing up. Use the traditional skills of our great Dragon Country to stomp them to death." Others who didn't want to get involved, just wanting to watch the drama, started rallying their friends. "Get your popcorn, drinks, and folding chairs. Let's watch Master Qin Feng teach them a lesson." However, the main character of the story was currently struggling to carry the head of a sandworm, saying tiredly, "Your Master Qin Feng is about to die from the heat." It turned out the sun here was too harsh, so Qin Feng had to use the sandworm's body for shade. He uncomfortably mumbled, "I really hope I can unlock a water-type or ice-type talent. Otherwise, I really can't stay in this place." Suddenly, a box appeared before his eyes, and from it flew out a token that brightly lit up the entire area. An information panel also appeared just in time to explain this item. Asterisk asterisk C-rank quest token asterisk asterisk. Activating the token allows you to receive a C-rank quest with no time limit. Completing the quest will grant extremely rich rewards along with a dark gold treasure chest. Qin Feng carefully considered it. Based on the information provided, only the first place in the novice trial gets a gold treasure chest, but completing this C-rank quest could get him a dark gold treasure chest, which is an even higher tier. It seems this quest will be very difficult. Then, he looked at the token in his hand and made a decision. Since there's no time limit anyway, I might as well activate it now. If I can't complete it, I'll just put it aside for later. With that said, Qin Feng immediately activated it. Three major announcements appeared in succession. Asterisk asterisk. Announcement asterisk asterisk. Novice Qin Feng is the first person to use a quest token, receiving 1 point of reputation. Asterisk asterisk. Announcement asterisk asterisk. Congratulations to Novice Village 911 for meeting the corresponding conditions, activating the quest channel. Asterisk asterisk. C-rank quest. Break the 5 elements seal, no time limit, asterisk asterisk. The quest content is to collect 5 types of King's cores, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, then go to Dragon's End Slope to find the 5 elements altar and break the barrier seal of Novice Village 911. Finally, the system didn't forget to give a reminder. Asterisk asterisk quest, reminder, asterisk asterisk. After the seal is broken, the residents of 911 will be able to enter the wider world. All novice villages in Area 1 that complete the quest can enter the greater world. Qin Feng examined the quest details one by one, slowly analyzing the objective. It's another map unlocking quest, which means whichever novice village enters the greater world first will have a huge advantage, gaining more resources. Let's check the quest reminder for this place first. 2 quest reminder panels also appeared with a wave of Qin Feng's hand. Asterisk asterisk quest reminder. 1 asterisk asterisk. It is recommended that the quest taker go to the central Lilac Prairie, hunt the demon Mammoth King, and obtain the Earth-type King's core. Coordinates for Lilac Prairie are 3988. This desolate and deadly place. Then he said, the Bone Burial Desert is very close to the Lilac Prairie. Maybe I should go there first to check out the situation? Liu Yan tried to calm herself down. Don't move, hold your breath, calm down. I must stay calm. Liu Yan was currently trembling behind a large rock. She tried her best to keep her mouth shut to not make a sound. Behind her was an elephant monster holding a large axe, walking around and searching. The elephant-like monster growled, "Where are you?" Human flesh. The scraping sound of its axe echoed. The elephant monster kept muttering, "Human flesh, delicious human flesh." Sniff. A scent suddenly hit its nostrils, causing the elephant monster to freeze. It charged towards the boulder where Liu Yan was hiding, roaring, "Found you." Liu Yan's heart sank. The monster raised its axe, its mouth gaping wide at Liu Yan. She screamed in terror and despair. "Don't!" Qin Feng had already seen the situation. This monster, the ferocious beast known as the violent demonic elephant, was a level 12 creature with 15-star combat power, characterized by its brutality. It was bloodthirsty and territorial. It had an E-rank physical enhancement talent, unknown skills, and a drop rate of 1.2%. A flash of lightning pierced through the violent demonic elephant just as it brought its axe down on Liu Yan. She had been carried to safety by Qin Feng in the nick of time. Liu Yan's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at him, emotionally crying out, "Qin Feng." Both worried and angry, Qin Feng asked, "Why did you come to the level 10 beast zone by yourself?" Liu Yan still hadn't regained her composure. She stared at the corpse of the violent demonic elephant as it crashed to the ground and stammered, Qin Feng, why are you here?" Qin Feng guessed she hadn't come alone, so he asked, "Where are your teammates?" Liu Yan's face went pale, and she could only tremblingly utter one word, "Teammates." The horrific image of her teammates being torn apart by that violent demonic elephant left her stunned. Liu Yan hugged her trembling body, as tears of sorrow and self-blame streamed from her eyes. She sobbed, They were captured, killed, eaten. It was terrifying. There was blood everywhere." Qin Feng looked at her lonely figure and sighed to himself. The strong preying on the weak is the fundamental rule of this world. She still couldn't get used to it. Liu Yan grabbed Qin Feng's hand, pleading, Qin Feng, please, can you save them?" Lei Jiao, they were all captured by that herd of elephants. Those monsters said they're going to eat them tonight. Qin Feng immediately realized it was a herd of mammoths. This was his chance. Qin Feng spoke to Liu Yan in a serious tone, "I will save them. You need to leave this place now. This is no place for you." Liu Yan said with great worry, "But there are so many of those monsters. I can help you." Qin Feng replied coldly, "Your level is too low. You be no help to me, at all." Liu Yan insisted, "I know where they are. I can take you." Qin Feng was getting a little annoyed. He refused. "That's not necessary. I can find them on my own." At a loss for words, Liu Yan stammered, I. She then made a desperate offer. "They like to eat humans, so I can act as bait." Qin Feng looked at her skeptically and asked, "Aren't you scared?" Liu Yan replied, "But they're my teammates. It's my responsibility to save them. I can't just take it for granted and rely on you because you're strong." Liu Yan placed a hand over her heart. Her wide eyes filled with determination as she said to Qin Feng, "Please let me do my part." After a moment's thought, he decided to let her tag along. He was secretly pleased, thinking this girl isn't completely useless after all. In the level 10 beast zone, on a vast, open grassland, the sound of drums and gongs echoed. Two snake spirits were dancing together joyfully. Lei Jiao and his remaining teammates were tied to a large tree, their spirits broken with fear. The herd of mammoths stood around the two snake spirits, cheering and shouting. They celebrated together, lighting a bonfire for their feast. Lei Jiao moved closer to the fire, his eyes filled with desperate hunger. Two of the elephants had been sent out to hunt. While the whole party was celebrating, one of them snapped angrily, "Damn it, there are 6 humans. Species be enough to eat. By the time it's our turn, I bet there won't even be any scraps left." The other one comforted him, "All right, if these humans hadn't entered the wrong teleportation circle, we wouldn't even get this little bit of meat." The other one complained irritably, "That kid Fu Lei said he was going to catch the escaped humans. Why hasn't he come back yet? He didn't sneak off to eat them all by himself, did he?" The other one calmly said, "If he ate human flesh without the king's permission, he would be punished. He wouldn't dare." The two elephants continued into the forest. One of them saw the corner of a human's clothing sticking out from behind a rock, and he said to the other one, "I remember the king saying that if we capture a human and present it to him, we can get an extra leg when the food is divided. Is that right?" The other one replied happily, "That's right." So he picked up his mace, his whole body huffing and puffing with excitement. He said joyfully, "Today is really my lucky day. Lucky enough to die early." Liu Yan looked at the 2 elephant corpses in the pit and told Qin Feng, "I was just the bait. The heavens only gave me an extra 60 energy points." Qin Feng replied, he was thinking to himself. The legs extracted from the desert worms, while sharp enough to cut through a raging mammoth demon, would require the addition of will control to make the cut deeper. Qin Feng turned and told Liu Yan to close her eyes. She replied blankly, okay." Qin Feng absorbed the essence of the 2 elephants, secretly making a plan. Using will control consumes my mental energy, and it's not as effective as killing them with my wind scar blade. Next time, I'll have to use a different hunting method. The system announced repeatedly. Endless absorption successful. Obtained E-rank talent body hardening. Endless absorption successful. Obtained E-rank talent body hardening. The 2 talents automatically stacked and began to evolve on their own. Evolution successful. The talent has evolved into the D-rank talent body fortification. After collecting all the loot, Qin Feng told Liu Yan she could open her eyes. He handed Liu Yan a ring and explained, "This is a tier 1 defensive ring that dropped from that elephant. When attacked, it can form a protective barrier around your body." Liu Yan looked at the item in her hand, a sense of gratitude welling up inside her. Qin Feng said coolly, "Don't get the wrong idea. You still have to be the bait. It'll be a hassle if you die." Liu Yan smiled happily and replied, Thank you." Liu Yan ran behind Qin Feng, thinking joyfully, he hasn't changed at all, still cold on the outside but warm on the inside, just like before. Qin Feng, after fighting the mammoth demons several times, came to a conclusion. Very good. The venom from the 10-ring serpent's poison sac is still effective against a level 12 raging mammoth demon. Hellfire can easily break through the raging mammoth demon's defenses and kill it. Standing on the sidelines, Liu Yan couldn't help but be amazed as she watched Qin Feng finish off an M-class beast in just a few moves. Qin Feng let Liu Yan finish off the mammoth demon herself, while he continued to ponder. The raging mammoth demon's weak spot is its neck. As long as its movements are restricted, even a level 4 can take its life. Just then, a shout interrupted Qin Feng's train of thought. The 2 of them glanced over to see a herd of 5 elephants full of killing intent charging at them. They roared, "You despicable humans! How dare you ambush our kin? We'll stomp you to death and eat you alive." Qin Feng just stood there with his arms crossed, watching the newcomers offer up their lives. He was quite pleased. Excellent, new test subjects have appeared. The lead elephant ordered, "Kill that human." The other elephants, as if filled with renewed purpose, charged forward frantically. As they were rushing forward, slimy vines shot up from the ground. One of them, a bit scared, asked what they were. The leader scoffed and replied, "A trap set by lowly humans." Those weak vines instantly hardened and shot out at high speed. The mammoth demons couldn't react in time and were all knocked down by the attacking vines, with only one managing to fend them off. Qin Feng watched the events unfold below with great satisfaction. He had anticipated that the rampage mammoths would come looking for this place after discovering their kin had gone missing, so he had set traps around all 4 corners. Liu Yan, on the other hand, was the opposite of Qin Feng. She was still a bit shaken by the bloody scene below. Qin Feng looked down on the mammoth demons with contempt. "Since you're already here, You might as well all become tools for my leveling up. The system announced 5 kills of level 12 Rampage Mammoth demons, granting 600 energy points. That meant only one Mammoth demon remained alive. Qin Feng's interest was piqued. It had easily broken the spines of a sand worm, which were harder than a Tier 2 weapon. This elephant was interesting. That Mammoth demon charged at Qin Feng, roaring with killing intent. Human. Its entire body was enveloped in battle aura, glowing with a thunderous yellow light. It was a mutated class, Mammoth Guardian Beast, a level 12 beast with a combat power rating of 21 stars. Its traits included Rampage, Bloodlust, and Guardian. Its talents were E-rank Body Enhancement, E-rank Earth Sense, Skills Unknown, and a drop rate of 1.2%. The Mammoth Demon leaped high, aiming to split Qin Feng in half, but he remained calmly in place, channeling spiritual energy into his blade. As the Mammoth Demon descended, Qin Feng raised his blade to block. He wanted to slice it in half, but their strengths were nearly equal. Qin Feng immediately jumped back as the elephant's strike slammed into the ground, causing tremors like an earthquake. Qin Feng marveled at his opponent's power. It was twice as strong as a Rampage Mammoth Demon. Just one clash had made his hand go numb. He swung his blade in a circular arc, sending an attack toward the monster's back. Qin Feng silently assessed. Its hide is incredibly tough, but not to the point of being unbreakable. The Mammoth Demon angrily turned to look at Qin Feng, cursing with contempt. Despicable human. The battle aura around it intensified as it confidently grabbed its own bicep and said, "My body has been blessed by the king. All my wounds will heal. You can't kill me." The wound on its back closed up. Qin Feng smiled, intrigued. Automatic healing. If I could absorb an ability like that. He was now even more determined. Qin Feng drew his blade and asked it, "Very impressive, very practical. But I have a question. Does an ability like that have any limits?" He took the initiative to attack, and the two of them, Qin Feng and the Mammoth Demon, fought fiercely, perfectly matched. The clash of their weapons sent sparks flying, lighting up the entire area. After a while, Qin Feng drew a conclusion about its healing ability. Its attack strength and speed are both decreasing. He pieced together memories from the fight and analyzed. I've struck 75 times, landing 60 hits, including 5 wounds in vital spots, 15 fairly large wounds, 30 normal wounds, and 10 minor wounds. The minor wounds' healing speed was very fast, almost instantaneous. Normal wounds took 1 to 2 seconds, large wounds needed 3 seconds, and the vital wounds went from taking 5 seconds initially to now taking 15 seconds. The Mammoth Demon landed on the ground, its back covered in wounds. Qin Feng asked, "Hey, Elephant Head, your healing ability is slowing down. Have you reached your limit yet?" Qin Feng snapped his fingers contemptuously and said, "Looks like your king isn't blessing you anymore." The system prompted. The Silver Seal Blade activated, boosting Hellfire's damage by 100. Qin Feng hurled the Hellfire at the Mammoth Demon. A massive flame erupted, engulfing its body. Qin Feng gripped his blade with both hands, spirit power surging around the sword. His eyes flashed with a cold light. "It's over," Qin Feng declared, and as he dashed past, the Mammoth Guardian General's head flew from its neck. The system announced the kill of the level 12 Mammoth Guardian General, a mutated class, successfully awarding 1,700 energy points. As the first person to kill a level 12 Mammoth Guardian General, a mutated class, he also received 3 reputation points. In the Mammoth Demon King's tent, the king, who had been meditating, suddenly snapped his eyes open, a sense of loss flooding his mind. A guard immediately approached and asked worriedly, "My king, what is it?" The Mammoth Demon King's voice was low as he spoke slowly and quietly. "My loyal guardian has been killed." 2 serpent demons came over and patted his shoulder. Back in the forest, a frantic Liu Yan called out Qin Feng's name. "Qin Feng." Whoosh! A fist. These were the Dragon Mammoth Guardian Gauntlets, granting plus 20 defense power, plus 5 constitution, and a 10% increase in earth resistance. With one punch, the earth and rock in front of him disintegrated into a cloud of dust. Liu Yan, standing inside a barrier, was extremely puzzled. She wondered when it started. But Qin's mood had gradually turned sour. What happened? Qin Feng gritted his teeth in frustration, recalling how, after taking down that mammoth demon, he had been incredibly excited to collect its ability, but no matter how many times he tried, he couldn't extract it. How strange! Why can't I extract the healing ability? Qin Feng remembered the creature mentioning that its king had bestowed its power upon it, and tried to analyze the situation. The more he thought, the more confused he got, unable to make sense of it. He clutched his head in frustration. Liu Yan watched him silently pace back and forth, growing more and more curious. After a moment of thought, Qin Feng looked up and smiled, slapping the back of his hand triumphantly. "That's it. If I can't absorb it from the minion, I'll just go find its king. Liu Yan stared blankly at Qin Feng's rapidly changing expressions. A moment later, Liu Yan was hiding behind a boulder, peeking out. Ahead of them were two mammoth demons, discussing something with very tense expressions. Liu Yan reported to Qin Feng, "There are at least 30 of those elephant-headed men here. Even if you're strong, you'll still get hurt." Liu Yan suggested, "Let's just quietly rescue Boss Lei's group and then go back to the novice village through the teleportation gate. Those mammoths can't enter the gate." Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged, as he once again coated his blade with the strange purple substance. His ring glowed, and blue spirit power flowed out to envelop the sword. Qin Feng said to Liu Yan, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Qin Feng led Liu Yan to get a look at the group of mammoths surrounding a bonfire, cheering and dancing. He said, "Look over there." He then led her to the right and pointed, "And look over there. Two of them are guarding the captured Lei Jiao and his teammates." Qin Feng analyzed the situation for Liu Yan. "At first glance, it looks very advantageous for us. We just need to ambush the two mammoths in the forest to secretly rescue your teammates. How lucky and convenient, right? But have you ever considered that this might be a trap?" Liu Yan was startled and exclaimed, "What?" While watching the mammoth demons happily dancing by the fire, Qin Feng began his analysis. "The reason a squad of mammoth demons came after us is because the herd sensed that 8 of their comrades had gone missing. When that squad also vanished without a trace, it surely would have alerted the Mammoth King. After observing the fake party they had set up to lure his group into a trap, Feng continued his analysis. They deliberately placed Lei Jiao's group in the most loosely guarded area, all while pretending to be lost in celebration. After analyzing the music and revelry, Qin Feng casually concluded, "It's nothing more than a trap inviting us to walk right in." Hearing this, Liu Yan found it incredibly hard to believe, so she hesitated and retorted, "But they're just beasts. How is that possible?" Qin Feng calmly explained, "The higher the rank of a beast, the greater its intelligence. It's not surprising they can use schemes. If you underestimate them, you'll die without even knowing why." He then quickly stood up and warned her in a serious tone, "There's going to be a slaughter here. You should stay far away." Liu Yan frantically tried to stop him. "You can't go. It's a trap." He unconsciously curled the corner of his lips and said with some amusement, "This is a trap set just for me. It would be a shame if I didn't go." Seeing him walk right into the lion's den, Liu Yan immediately reached out her hand, anxiously calling his name in her heart, "Qin Feng." While they were still engrossed in their act, creating a festive party atmosphere, a few in the group suddenly spotted Qin Feng, charging towards them. So one of the mammoth demons quickly announced to the others, "He's here." Hearing this, the others immediately dropped their act, their murderous intent flaring as they muttered to each other like a mantra. "It's him. He's here. I really want to eat his flesh, the scent of a human. I can't believe he actually showed up. Despicable human. Will the king kill him?" After their discussion, the entire herd of mammoth demons stepped back in unison, forming 2 lines to clear a path for Qin Feng to approach the mammoth demon king. As he walked, he silently calculated in his head a total of 67 berserk mammoth demons and 3 mammoth guardian generals. Suddenly, a few mammoth demons started chattering. "He killed a guardian general? Huh. He looks so weak. How could he possibly kill one of our warriors? He must have used some despicable trick. What a despicable human." Faced with their disdainful chatter, Qin Feng didn't bother to argue. He simply shot them an ice-cold glare, then couldn't help but seethe with anger, thinking to himself, "The likes of you dare to talk behind my back?" Seeing this, the mammoth demons broke into a cold sweat and exclaimed, "His aura is so strong. What an annoying human." Just then, the mammoth demon king suddenly grunted, "Humph, humph," to get Qin Feng's attention. Then with one arm holding a mermaid and the other hanging loosely, he spoke arrogantly, "Human, you've finally arrived." Hearing this, he replied politely, "I've long heard of the Mammoth King's reputation as the overlord of the grasslands. Meeting you today, your presence is truly overwhelming." He then silently assessed the king in his mind. "His combat power is only 6 stars higher than mine, lower than I imagined. A king-level beast should at least be like this man-faced elephant, right?" The system's notification panel immediately appeared displaying Beast, Mammoth, Demon King, Rank, King, Level 12, Combat Power Assessment, 25 stars, Traits, Berserk, Bloodthirsty, Guardian, Territorial Awareness, Talents include D rank Physical Enhancement, D rank Earth Control. Skills: Unknown, Drop Rate, 100%. The Mammoth Demon King heard what Qin Feng said, and his eyes crinkled into a smile. "Oh, human, you certainly have a way with words. However, you've killed 14 of my subjects. Among them, one was a guardian general whom this king trusted greatly. With the Mammoth demon tribe so humiliated, how should this king deal with you? Now, faced with this threatening question, Qin Feng was not only unafraid but also calmly stated his deduction. The Elephant King went to great lengths to set this trap and lure me in. I'm afraid it's not as simple as just wanting to take my life, is it? He remarked. I admit it. You are far more formidable than those other dead weaklings. Hearing this, the priest behind him was startled and called out to the king. He ignored him and continued to speak. This king holds you in high regard. Pointing directly at Qin Feng's face, he commanded in a loud voice, "Submit to this king." Hearing this, he was completely stunned and thought to himself, "What?" He offered in a serious tone. "This king will not only pardon all your crimes, but will also make you a guardian general. Ferocious beasts, spirit herbs, food, women, you will have everything you could ever want. You will be the luckiest human in this entire world." Qin Feng pretended to negotiate, saying, "Before I make my decision, I have one question for the Elephant King." And he couldn't help but marvel to himself. Inviting a human to join a herd of ferocious beasts. This Elephant King's intelligence is really quite high. The Demon Mammoth King calmly said, "Ask." Hearing this, Qin Feng immediately voiced the question on his mind. "I heard that in the great world, powerful experts can ride the clouds and wind, move mountains and fill seas, and even with a wave of their hand can destroy heaven and earth. I wonder if that's true." Of course, he was just bluffing. Hearing his question made the king ask with curiosity, "The great world? Priest, do you know of it?" The old man replied, somewhat surprised, "Your servant does not know. I think this human expert is just spouting nonsense." The orange-haired mermaid suddenly beamed and exclaimed, "Moving mountains and filling seas, destroying heaven and earth. I'm afraid only the heavenly Tao itself could do something like that." The Demon Mammoth King added, "The Liluo Prairie is the end of the world. The great world you speak of does not exist." Qin Feng quickly crossed his arms and inwardly mocked him. He can't even sense the eye of true sight, and he doesn't know about the great world from the mission. How truly disappointing. So, Elephant King, you're just trapped in this small realm, completely ignorant. Qin Feng decisively swung his sword. Seeing this, the Demon Mammoth King asked in a low voice, "Is this your decision?" Qin Feng stepped forward, his demeanor calm before the savage gazes of the Demon Mammoths. He spoke, "Submitting to the Elephant King means turning my back on humanity and joining the ranks of ferocious beasts. I'd be cursed for eternity for that, so I can't make such a decision lightly." At this, he stopped walking, standing tall before the Demon Mammoths. A haughty smile spread across his lips as he raised his sword, coldly challenging, "Unless you can defeat me." Suddenly, a beeping sound rang out. Miyamoto stood solemnly, his eyes fixed on the virtual screen before him. Takeda, at his side, quickly turned to look as well. On the screen, an anxious-looking old man appeared, his voice urgent, "Miyamoto, I am Amiya Khan from number 446. Without taking his eyes off the screen, Miyamoto asked in a low voice, "What is it?" Amiya immediately explained, "I heard that the starter village number 911 has a C-rank talent from the Dragon Country who is leveling up incredibly fast. By tomorrow, he will surely become the number 1 or number 2 expert in Sector 1. Several powerful villages are trying to recruit him, and if we let the Dragon Country people get the upper hand, I'm afraid your country won't survive well in the world of slaughter." From the screen, Amiya's voice continued to echo out, "Of course, I am certain that with Miyamoto-kun's strength, you can definitely." Before the old man could finish, Miyamoto coldly swung his sword. In a single slash, the virtual screen vanished. Then, Miyamoto spoke nonchalantly. "This is already the 5th person used a forced communication item to contact me." While Miyamoto was contemplating the item in his hand, Takeda spoke with a stern expression, "I heard Emir Khan lost a resource wager to Qin Feng and has always wanted revenge. Those guys are up to no good. I think we should be more careful." A follower beside him also chimed in, "Miyamoto has a powerful A-rank talent. Killing Qin Feng would be as simple as crushing an ant." Miyamoto's face suddenly turned vicious after hearing those words. He crushed the item in his hand and said coldly, "Fine, just as they wish." Immediately, a system notification rang out. "Urgent warning. Novice Village number 5 has activated a forced wager command, connecting to Novice Village 911, initiating a resource wager. The content of this competition is, the Novice Village whose powerhouse reaches the peak level first will win this wager." Elsewhere, the Mammoth Demon Elephant King, with its colossal body and immense strength, swung its 2 scythes towards Qin Feng. He nimbly dodged, then flew high into the air and unleashed a sharp sword strike downward. In that moment, he silently assessed, "This energy armor is really tough." But before he had more time to think, the Mammoth Demon Elephant King unexpectedly swung its blade again. Qin Feng couldn't react in time and cried out in alarm, Damn it. If I can't injure the Elephant King, I can't gauge its healing ability. Right after that, the Mammoth Demon Elephant King unleashed a new technique. A hazy net enveloped Qin Feng's entire body. It was an earth element shield, imprisoning his every move. Seizing the opportunity, the Mammoth Demon Elephant King swung its scythe forcefully, sending Qin Feng flying into the distance, his whole body slamming hard against the cliff wall. A mouthful of blood spewed from Qin Feng's mouth. He forced himself to use his sword as a support to prop up his body, his other hand clutching his chest in pain. He fought helplessly. The earth element shield I absorbed from the Mammoth Demon Guardian General couldn't even take one of its hits. The Mammoth Demon Elephant King, with a majestic aura and gleaming scythes pointed straight at him, spoke with an authoritative voice. You possess an earth element talent. You are quite fated with the Mammoth Demon clan. This king will give you one last chance to reconsider. Qin Feng coughed a few times, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Good thing I still have a trump card. At that moment, brilliant rays of light emanated from his hand. Qin Feng smirked and said coldly, You want me to join? Fine. Abdicate your throne and I'll be king. He roared, and immediately, giant stakes erupted from the ground in front of the Mammoth Demon Elephant King, startling it for a moment, but its face quickly filled with rage. You ungrateful human. With a few powerful slashes, the large stakes were completely destroyed. The Mammoth Demon Elephant King's eyes burned with fury as it roared, Prepare to face my wrath. Using earth control, he sensed something unusual was about to happen, and his whole body tensed up. Before he could react, his entire body was sucked into a large sand vortex. Even though Qin Feng had noticed the anomaly and tried to lean away quickly, the quicksand had already successfully surged forward and wrapped around his limbs. When needed, it was extremely pliable and flexible, steadily pulling the staggering Qin Feng deeper and deeper. Not only that, the quicksand also formed large tendrils that attempted to tighten around Qin Feng's neck. Despite this, he kept his composure to avoid panicking. This Elephant King's skills are really tricky to deal with. As he thought, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and resisted fiercely. Mustering all his strength, Qin Feng tried to break free and stand up, shouting, Earth control, harden. A sharp sand vortex was about to pierce his eyes, and Qin Feng was on the verge of panic. Hurry up and harden. Finally, the technique took effect. It hardened all the attacking sand, saving him from the jaws of death in the nick of time. The sand began to crumble piece by piece, then shattered and blew away with the wind. Qin Feng sighed in relief. That was dangerous. I was almost pulled underground by that quicksand. Before he could even catch his breath, the Elephant King's massive, sharp blade came swinging down. He called out to him, Human. Qin Feng reacted instantly. He turned to face the devastating blow, and in the blink of an eye, Qin Feng shot high into the air, moving far away from the point of impact. It was hard to imagine any flesh and blood withstanding the force of that blade. The ground that came into contact with the Elephant King's attack erupted in a massive explosion. Having just flown to an advantageous position, Qin Feng swung his sword, firing off thousands of sharp rays in a counterattack. He commanded, Fire. The Elephant King was his equal in every way. He stood majestically in the middle of the blade's storm, having created a transparent armor that was nearly impossible to penetrate. However, that armor wasn't perfect, and Qin Feng's technique still managed to have a slight effect. He gritted his teeth, carefully observing the damage he had sustained, concluding, The hellfire-infused spikes have hit. Suddenly, a dangerous-looking streak of light appeared in the mist, and it was hurtling straight towards Qin Feng at incredible speed. He was completely defenseless, since the one being completely attacked was the Elephant King, and from what he could see, his opponent hadn't moved. This moment of carelessness from Qin Feng caused him to take the full, immense force of the technique. It knocked him back, and Qin Feng used his sword and the body of a martial artist honed over many years to defend himself. He struggled to stay on his feet. The Elephant King, firmly gripping his two blades, questioned, What is this technique that can actually injure me? It was incredibly naive of him to so easily reveal his weak point to his opponent. He muttered, It can injure you? His eyes flashed like lightning with sheer determination and resolve. He roared, Then let's do it again. With that, Qin Feng slammed his hand on the ground, channeling his inner energy to summon the hellfire. Immediately, a wave of energy erupted, blasting away all obstacles as it shot straight toward the Elephant King. He was also bold, as he crossed his two blades to form his armor once more, majestically taking the hit without even trying to dodge. But this time, everything was completely different. The mighty emerald flame actually burned through his protective barrier, turning it to ash and dust. Without his protection, the Elephant King knew he was hanging by a thread. His eyes widened in disbelief. What? Just then, a notification panel appeared, indicating the target had taken damage from the hellfire. Those flames didn't just burn, they tore through the Elephant King's flesh, creating a gruesome scene. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. I've finally broken through its defense. Its healing speed is much slower than the fierce demon generals. Could it be because of the hellfire? The Elephant King, like a beast pushed past its limit, went berserk, roaring and rampaging to the point of shaking the very heavens. However, he was a leader, and rampaging aimlessly in a life-or-death battle would be far too foolish. The Elephant King carved out a massive monolith of rock, lifting it high into the air. A second later, without a moment's hesitation, he used all his might to hurl the giant slab toward Qin Feng, intending to finish him off with a single strike. A rock that massive was difficult to dodge and impossible to deflect. Qin Feng decided to bet his life on blocking it with his own strength. Life. Of course, human strength has its limits. He gritted his teeth and chanted the earth-type sand manipulation spell, but the boulder still weighed heavily on his head. It was just waiting to crush him. A notification arrived. Spirit power had dropped to a low level, temporarily unable to use other skills. Like a bolt from the blue, he was startled and instantly terrified. What was this majestic and powerful being standing before him? The Elephant King spoke clearly. Human, this king appreciates you, but this king's eyes can make you hallucinate. The Elephant King temporarily lifted the boulder. Qin Feng fell to his knees, sweat pouring down, his expression showing he could hardly hold on any longer. He glared with anger and unwillingness. Damn it. Hellfire consumes too much spirit power. On the other side, the Elephant King commanded its earth-type control. Go. Instantly, that slab of rock transformed into hundreds of fists, relentlessly striking towards him. It spoke viciously. This king must let you taste what true suffering is. At this moment, Qin Feng's strength was only enough to stand and take the beating. Liu Yan, hiding nearby, witnessed the entire tragic scene Qin Feng was enduring from the Elephant King. She was in so much pain that her mind went into chaos. What do I do? What do I do? Qin Feng is about to be beaten to death. What do I do? She urged herself. Do something. What can I do? I'm all alone, and my abilities are limited. Liu Yan naturally broke down quickly. She clutched her head in a frenzy, blaming herself. It's all my fault. What should I do? I should just die. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have asked Qin Feng for help. I'm the one who got Qin Feng killed. I'm a jinx. It's all my fault. All my fault. What do I do? These extremely toxic thoughts kept sinking her to the bottom of despair. Suddenly, a gentle voice spoke, awakening Liu Yan's senses. Calm down. She looked up, tears still streaming down her cheeks. She remembered that he himself had once told her, if you can't stay calm, death is the only way out. At that time, the two of them were participating in training in the forest, discovering quite a few things. He gently explained. During combat, the 4 stats will decrease. When the 4 stats drop to a low level, a normal person's ability to act will be restricted. You can choose to rest or eat something to recover. He held a spirit grass in his hand and looked at her sincerely, saying, but when the situation is extremely critical, you can use spirit grass and spirit fruits to replenish the 4 stats in an instant. Those memories flooded back into Liu Yan's mind, incredibly vivid, urging her to save him. The information panel provided. But unfortunately, after spirit grass and spirit fruits are picked, they must be used quickly, otherwise their effectiveness will drop sharply. Liu Yan stopped crying, her heart filled with determination, saying, that's right, spirit grass and spirit fruits can help Qin Feng. With that thought, she sincerely knelt down and sent a message with all her heart, fellow countrymen, I am Qin Feng's companion, Liu Yan. Right now, Qin Feng is fighting for the ultimate resource battle, and the situation is extremely critical. He urgently needs spirit grass and spirit fruits. Please, everyone, lend a hand. Immediately, the news spread like wildfire in all directions, causing a huge commotion. What? Great Master Qin Feng is in danger? Where is he now? I'll go help. How can you prove what you're saying is true? Tell Great Master Qin Feng to say something. A voice cut in. Are you crazy? She already said the situation is extremely critical. How could Great Master Qin Feng speak? With something this big. How could I lie to everyone? Please, everyone, help Qin Feng. Someone impatient enough to curse immediately appeared, not caring about face. Damn it. Great Master Qin Feng isn't going to die, is he? Then our ultimate resource battle is doomed too. I don't want to lose to those dwarves. Without hesitation, immediately took out their hidden spirit grass to trade with boss Qin Feng. Instantly, many people joined in to help. That's right, I'll trade too. I have a spirit grass stalk, but it's guarded by a ferocious beast. Can anyone help? Send the location. My squad will be right there. I have some too. Great One, you have to hold on. Go. Great One. Spirit grass and spirit fruits were passed along and supplied to Qin Feng. They were all united in their support. Boss Qin Feng, we are all behind you. a flood of notifications came pouring in. Wang Yu has gifted you a first-tier blood spirit fruit. Mo Yu has gifted you a second-tier heaven bone grass. Lu Yuan has gifted you a first-tier bone-setting wood. Zhang Sui has gifted you a second-tier. Just like that, Qin Feng slowly regained his breath, and some color returned to his face, leaving the Elephant King utterly astonished. What is happening? He didn't answer, first standing up and grabbing a handful of spirit herbs and fruits. There was no time for banter. He needed to fight right now. Holding the spirit grass and spirit fruits, he absorbed them non-stop without uttering a single word, completely bewildering his opponent. He screamed, demanding, "Human, what kind of trick are you pulling?" In a flash, strength restored +10, spirit power restored +20, spirit power restored plus. His power was gradually refilling, or more accurately, it was becoming even stronger than before. The Elephant King urgently rushed forward with his scythe, shouting at the human, but the Qin Feng of now and the he threw an earth-shattering punch, summoning that deadly turquoise flame once more. Dust filled the air, and through the hazy illusion, while the Elephant King was busy clearing the smoke to find his position, he appeared like a demon, speaking soft. Qin Feng's body was engulfed in blue flames as he advanced with his sword. At the perfect distance, he stopped, his eyes sharp. Of course, Qin Feng leaped up, raising his sword with the arrogant smile of the Elephant King was now in complete disarray, and while he was busy looking around in fear, he had already lunged forward, plunging his sword into the Elephant King's body. He moved closer to him. "Kill you." A notification immediately popped up. Target has been damaged by hellfire. He placed a hand right over the Elephant King's heart and said, "Sorry, I missed my mark earlier." The Elephant King froze in fear, breaking out in a cold sweat, constantly asking himself, how could a tiny human do this? Qin Feng pierced straight through the Elephant King with a single move, his face expressionless. Once it was done, he said coldly, "I originally wanted to take your head off with one slash." The Elephant King's followers were terrified beyond belief, standing frozen like statues with wide eyes. The Elephant King had been completely defeated. An entity flew out from his heart, and a notification appeared. Receive Earth-type King's Core. Qin Feng was scrolling through the system panels. The system continuously displayed new notifications like, killed level 12, King Tier Ferocious Demon Elephant King, successfully obtained 4th, killed level 12, King Tier Ferocious Demon Elephant King, successfully picked up quest item Earth-type King's Core. Killed level 12, King Tier Ferocious Demon Elephant King, successfully picked up a silver treasure chest. Your level has increased to level 9, agility +10, constitution +10. Announcement. Qin Feng of Novice Village 911 is the first to reach level 9. Novice Village 911 wins this resource competition. Congratulations, Qin Feng has received an additional 50 bonus attribute points. Novice Village 911's resources are doubled. At this moment, a large number of savage demon priest soldiers began to appear continuously. Their bloodshot eyes glowed brightly as they shouted, "Avenge the Elephant King, successfully obtained the quest item Earth King's Core, killed the level 12 King Tier Mammoth Demon King, successfully obtained a silver treasure chest. Your level has increased to 9, agility +10, constitution +10. Announcement. Qin Feng of Novice Village 911 is the first to reach level 9. Novice Village 911 wins this resource competition. Congratulations, Qin Feng receives an additional 50 bonus attribute points. Novice Village 911's resources are doubled. At this moment, the soldiers of the Mammoth Demon Priest appeared in large numbers. With glowing, bloodshot red eyes, they shouted, "Avenge the Mammoth King. Kill him and avenge the Mammoth King." Ah! Qin Feng was overwhelmed by them, trying to use his skills to escape, while the Mammoth King's soldiers surrounded him. Qin Feng shouted again, "Don't think you can win just because there are more of you." Qin Feng then rushed forward, swinging his empty hand like a sword towards the Mammoth Demon Priest soldiers, and at the same time he shouted, "Heavenly Tao, distribute attribute points." Suddenly, the space around him seemed to transform. At this moment, the system panel continuously displayed countless new notifications. Killed a level 12 Berserk Mammoth Demon, successfully obtained 61 energy points. Killed a level 12 Berserk Mammoth Demon, successfully obtained 61 energy points. Level 9, 12 out of 1000. Class, Judge level 2, 0 out of 200. Reputation, 29, top among novices. Strength, 223 plus 7, D rank strength enhancement. Agility, 241 plus 15, D rank speed enhancement. Constitution, 217, D rank constitution enhancement. Poison resistance plus 100. Spirit, 274, D rank willpower enhancement. E rank hearing enhancement. E rank vision enhancement. F rank smell enhancement. Elemental talents, D-rank Earth Control, D-rank Fire Control, D-rank Shadow Control. Bloodline Talent, E-rank Bloodline Enhancement, Dragon Blood. Innate Talent, Endless Extraction, SSS rank. Skills, Eye of Truth Level 1, Hellfire Level 2, Phantom Star Armorization Level 2, Self-Heal Level 1, Control Technique Level 3, Combat Power Assessment 23 stars. Under Qin Feng's feet, a glowing circle resembling a magic formation appeared. Then, Qin Feng leaped up and dove down to attack the Mammoth demon warriors. Qin Feng shouted, "This feeling of my power continuously surging is truly exhilarating." Qin Feng attacked them so fast that they couldn't react. Then Qin Feng continued to shout, "Come on, keep it coming." The system panel appeared again with a new notification. Killed a level 12 Berserk Mammoth Demon, successfully obtained 61 energy points. After taking down the group of Mammoth Demon Priest's soldiers, Qin Feng landed on the ground, panting. In the distance behind Qin Feng, the Mammoth Demon Priest was pointing at him. Then the Mammoth Demon Priest turned around and said to his tribesmen, "You all stay back, wait behind your kinsman for when he gets close to ambush him." Hearing this, everyone shouted, "Understood." The Mammoth Demon Priest then laughed loudly and said in a confident tone, "Hey, hey, hey, I don't believe you alone can stop over 100 Mammoth Demon Warriors." As soon as he finished speaking, the Mammoth Demon Warriors immediately charged forward. With blood-red eyes, the Mammoth Demon Warriors continuously swung their swords and roared at Qin Feng. Suddenly, Qin Feng's eyes began to glow, a blue light enveloping his pupils. After that, Qin Feng reached out his hand, casting a spell as blue flames erupted from his hand and spread everywhere. Qin Feng just smiled and said, Hellfire." Qin Feng used his magic to engulf the entire area in a sea of brilliant blue flames. The Mammoth Demon Warriors screamed in agony. The system panel then displayed new notifications. Killed a level 12 mutant-class Mammoth Demon Guardian, successfully obtaining 1,700 energy points. After killing the level 12 mutant-class Fierce Demon Guardian General, he successfully picked up a bronze treasure chest. Qin Feng then looked towards the Fierce Demon Priest and thought to himself, "The Fierce Demon Priest is commanding the entire elephant herd. What a real pain." Immediately, Qin Feng rushed forward and attacked him. He shouted while running, "Then I'll deal with you first." The Fierce Demon Priest was terrified at the sight, trembling as he screamed, "What?" Suddenly, a Fierce Demon Warrior charged out and took the fatal blow for the Fierce Demon Priest. The Fierce Demon Priest was now completely terrified, frozen on the spot. Qin Feng watched as the Fierce Demon Warrior fell, collapsed right in front of him. Qin Feng spoke again, proactively running forward to strike down with his blade. Could it be that this Fierce Demon Priest also has the ability to control beasts? The system panel then displayed a new notification. Killed a level 12 Fierce Demon Guardian General, mutated grade, successfully obtained 1,700 energy points. The Fierce Demon Priest witnessed the scene of its kin falling to the ground. He trembled and unconsciously said, You. The Fierce Demon Priest then pointed at Qin Feng's face and shouted, "Attack him now." Qin Feng glanced over at the Fierce Demon Priest, who had already taken off running far away. As he ran, he shouted, "Just you wait. I'll definitely lead the great Fierce Demon army back to kill you." Seeing him run for his life like that, Qin Feng said helplessly, "He's running again." Immediately, Qin Feng leaped high into the air, throwing his sword straight into the head of the Fierce Demon Priest, causing him to stop dead in his tracks. At this moment, the system panels displayed new notifications. Killed a level 12 Fierce Demon Priest, mutated grade, successfully obtained 1,700 energy points. Killed a level 12 Fierce Demon Priest, mutated grade, successfully picked up a bronze treasure chest. In his hand, Qin Feng was now holding a small chest. With a serious expression, Qin Feng said, "Even when running away, you knew how to use a trick to deceive me. I'll give you that you're a little smart." After saying that, Qin Feng recalled his sword. Qin Feng turned to look at the group of Fierce Demon Warriors left who were running to attack him and said, "But these guys aren't very smart." Then he suddenly rushed forward and shouted, "One-hit kill." Qin Feng slammed his fist into the ground, and his magical flames quickly spread out and engulfed the group of Fierce Demon. The system then displayed new notifications. Qin Feng, holding his sword, just gave a faint smile and looked at the new notifications appearing. Killed a level 12 Berserk Fierce Demon statue, successfully obtained 61 energy points. Killed a level 12 Berserk Fierce Demon statue, successfully obtained 61 energy points. Killed a Berserk Fierce Demon statue, level 12, successfully obtained 61 energy points. Killed a level 12 Berserk Fierce Demon statue, successfully obtained 61 energy points. Killed a level 12 Berserk Fierce Demon statue, successfully obtained 61 energy points. Liu Qing, who was hiding behind a rock, was now scared out of her wits, her face turning pale. As for Lei Jiao and the others who were tied up, witnessing this scene, they were also terrified to the extreme, to the point their eyes were wide and their mouths agape. Everyone at this moment said nothing, but they all shared the same thought, a demon, right? After that battle, the gloomy atmosphere was shattered, the smoke slowly dissipated, and the sky became clear and blue again, with white clouds and golden sunshine. Afterwards, Lei Jiao and his group bowed their heads, offering fruits with their hands and said, "Big brother Qin Feng, please accept this." Then, Lei Jiao looked up, a cheerful expression on his face, and said, "You saved us. We don't have anything valuable, only these things." The young man next to him saw this and quickly chimed in. To be saved by the great Qin Feng is truly a great fortune. Another young man beside him also smiled and said, "It's just a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it." With expectant eyes, they all widened their sparkling, shimmering eyes, waiting for the answer from Qin Feng. But Qin Feng said, "These low-grade items." Hearing this, all of them became sad and disappointed, their faces falling and turning dark. Immediately, Qin Feng changed his tone and his words, reaching out his hand to touch the fruits and said, "These spirit fruits aren't bad." Suddenly, a small yellow chick appeared, constantly opening its beak and chirping, "Cheep, cheep, cheep." The chick's sudden chirping made everyone freeze, feeling extremely awkward and embarrassed. Lei Jiao hurriedly grabbed the golden chicken's head and said, Sorry. This is a useless item I happened to get. I forgot to throw the golden chicken away. It just kept chirping nonstop." Qin Feng looked at the golden chicken and thought for a moment, interesting. Then, Qin Feng used his hand to touch the golden chicken, and the system panel immediately displayed the item's information. Item, Super Crowing Chicken. Level 0, Combat Power Assessment, none. Traits, noisy, extremely noisy, super noisy, one can outcrow 100. Qin Feng then turned and walked away, saying as he went, "I'll take these things. The level 10 beast zone is not a place you should be, so leave here quickly." Everyone immediately followed behind Qin Feng, and the guy in the hat from earlier said, "Great Master Qin Feng is looking out for us. I'm so moved." Another guy next to him added, "He's such a good guy, seriously." Just then, a gentle breeze blew past Liu Yan, making her hair flutter as she thought to herself, "Even though we haven't known each other for long, I'm certain you will become the strongest person." Watching Qin Feng's figure in the distance, Liu Yan continued to think, "The places you're headed in the future are places that an ordinary person like me can never reach, but that's all right. I'll be like the countless other people who will always be watching you." At that moment, Qin Feng looked at the snake women trembling in fear, put on a terrifying expression, and said, "So, what should be done with these two snake women?" Hearing this, the orange-haired snake woman was terrified but still tried to speak up in a trembling voice. "My lord, we're just dancers." The blonde snake woman heard this and also hurriedly spoke in a shaky voice. "My lord, we've never hurt a single human. Please spare us, my lord." Suddenly, the system panel appeared with new information. Beast, seductive snake woman. Level 10. Combat power assessment, none. Talent, seductive. Dance, E-rank. Soft body, E-rank. Traits, harmless beast, feeds on spirit fruits, survives by performing dances or latching onto high-level beasts for survival. Qin Feng reached out towards the snake woman, but he was thinking to himself, "Their combat power is 0, they're unbelievably weak." Then, Qin Feng touched something green behind the blonde snake woman's head. He thought to himself, "I noticed this from the very beginning." Then, Qin Feng snatched it, grimacing as he thought, "Just as I expected, it's a plant from Blue Star." The system panel then appeared. Extraction successful. Then Qin Feng again reached out to the two snake women and said seriously, "Answer my question, and I'll let you two go." Both snake women were now crying their eyes out, looking at Qin Feng with tears welling up. Suddenly, the two snake women bolted, running for their lives without even removing the cords from their heads as they fled. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was standing there, looking at the system panel and reading the notifications. He thought to himself, "Weird talents like seductive dance and soft body, there's no reason to extract them no matter how I look at it." Suddenly, Qin Feng imagined himself turning into a snake person and performing strange dances. He shuddered at the thought, "I can't even." Afterward, Qin Feng walked over to the pile of fierce demon warrior corpses, opened his system again and thought, "Since I already turned in the 5 Elements quest, I'll sort through this batch of loot and then head to the next quest location." Suddenly, Qin Feng noticed something and let out a huh. It was the system panel displaying comments from other people. There was someone saying, D times M in it. I'm so freaking mad. Those bastards lost and can't accept it. Now they're slandering Boss Qin for cheating. Another person chimed in Boss Qin's strength. He was definitely the #1 expert of Zone 1. They admired, envied, and hated him, while others followed suit. Chimed in, how dare they be so arrogant after losing? We should give them a few more hard slaps. Qin Feng read these lines. His eyes widened in anger, and he said, so the village that lost the resource duel is trying to frame me? After that, Qin Feng took out an item called the wager order, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Qin Feng sneered and said, you damn dogs. You won't cry until you see your own coffin. If that's the case, then I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. The wager system appeared. Updating the information. The resource wager order only appears once in each novice village, and only the person with the highest rank of the village can use it. You have activated the wager order. Qin Feng received another reminder. Each novice village only has one resource wager order, and each zone has the opportunity to use it 100 times. This is the 79th wager of the zone. Use is valid. He wondered, so there's a limit on the number of uses? He became even more interested. Then it's true that the bold get stronger and the timid get weaker. He glanced over it and commented, top-tier experts like Edward, Amir Khan, and Mayam Nami dared to initiate a wager. They risked it all in one go, even though they lost the wager. But when a weak person gets a resource wager order, they either worry too much and don't dare to use it, or they choose to trade it to the village's expert. He swiped across the screen and selected the wager interface. Activated. Please select the wager method. He breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I used it in time, otherwise I might have lost. A great opportunity. The system displayed the options for him. Select wager method. Individual. Faction wager. Individual. Select one novice village to conduct a resource wager. Reward and penalty levels are normal. A faction wager can select multiple targets to form our faction. You can also invite allied villages to join, forming a faction to proceed. With a wager, reward and penalty levels are extremely high. Qin Feng was excited. I was just worrying about how I could defeat over 20 enemy villages in one go. Now the opportunity has arrived. His eyes widened, gleaming brightly. This time I have to give those people a lesson they'll never forget. After that, he made his choice. The system reminder, as the initiator of the wager. If the wager is lost, the penalty is doubled. If the wager is won, the reward is doubled. Please select the villages. For the opponent's blue side, Novice Village number 5, Novice Village number 446, Novice Village number 21. Please select the villages for our red side. Novice Village number 911, Novice Village number 34, Novice Village number 77. Faction selection complete. A bright flash of lightning struck the screen, and an emergency announcement appeared. Qin Feng of Novice Village 911 has activated the wager order, initiating the zone's first faction wager. Faction wager. The losing side's resources will be reduced by 70%, and everyone will lose 50 attribute points. The winning side's resources will be doubled, and everyone will gain 50 attribute points. Wager method. Solo kills. On beasts can earn accumulation points. Team kills on beasts will not earn accumulation points. The faction with accumulation points that reaches 1,000 points first wins. Killing a level 5 beast earns 1 point. Killing a level 6 beast earns 2 points. Killing a level 7 beast earns 3 points, and so on. Hearing the loud noise, everyone looked up, but some were curious, while others were terrified. A few people shouted, Boss, Qin's move is freaking awesome. He's not sparing anyone. Whoever insulted us, people of the Dragon Country. Our village still has level 1 newbies. If we lose and points are deducted, they'll go into the negative. That's scary. That the heavenly Tao would strike him down on the spot. Boss Qin is mighty. He ruthlessly slapped the faces of the people from the American, L, and J countries. Ha, they added. What's there to fear? We have Boss Qin Feng. How could we possibly lose? That's right. Boss Qin definitely has a plan for a one-hit victory. System notification, currently in the blue faction, Novice Village number 5, Novice Village number 446, Novice Village number 21, Novice Village number 383, Novice Village number 832, Novice Village number 114, Novice Village number 359, Novice Village number 513, Novice Village number 268, Novice Village number 753, Novice Village number 482, Novice Village, number 369. The Red Faction, Novice Village, number 911. Novice Village, number 34. Novice Village, number 77. Number of villages in the Red Faction, 3. Number of villages in the Blue Faction, 24. During the betting match, the regional chat channel for both factions is temporarily suspended, and channels will now be hidden. They stammered. 3 versus 24? The sound echoed throughout the entire region. Takeda said, Mr. Miyamoto, we have 12 people above level 5, 9 people at level 5, and 2 people at level 6. He added, because our resources were cut in half, everyone's strength has weakened, and among those at level 5, 6 of them cannot face a level 5 beast alone. Miyamoto replied, if it weren't for Qin Feng cheating to win the last betting match, we wouldn't have lost. This time, we will definitely win. Our side has 24 novice villages, while theirs only has 3. He drew his sword, his eyes gleaming menacingly. Yes, I will absolutely wash away the last humiliation with blood. He patted his shoulder. Takeda-kun, if we fail again, I will commit seppuku, and you are the one I have recommended. He was moved, his voice trembling. Mr. Miyamoto. The system began to announce, in 10 minutes, the betting match will officially begin. The countdown starts now, 9:59. Dragon Elephant Bracers, Defense plus 20, Constitution plus 5, Earth Resistance plus 100%. Dragon Elephant Gauntlets, Strength plus 30. Giant's Ring of Power, Strength plus 25, Earth Resistance plus 100%. As all the pieces gradually formed armor around Qin Feng's body, Dragon Elephant Girdle, Defense plus 70, Constitution plus 5, Earth Resistance plus 100%. Dragon Elephant King's Plate, Defense plus 110, Constitution plus 10, Earth Resistance plus 100%. After its form was fully revealed, Shadow Greaves, Agility plus 20. His eyes snapped open, his eyes blazing with fire, a cold blue light shining brightly within them. The system initiated. Silver Treasure Chest opened successfully. Obtained the item, Tier 4 Fire Spirit Liquid. He looked at his body, feeling the abundant source of power, successfully absorbing the Fire Spirit Liquid. Earth Resistance plus 100%. Fire-type talent evolved to C rank, true meaning of fire. He felt the power around him and exclaimed happily, with this new gear, my strength has definitely gone up a notch. System display. Level, 9. 23,870 out of 10 million. Class, Judge level 2, 0 out of 200. Fame, 29, rank number 1 among novices. Strength, 262 plus 58, D rank strength enhancement. Agility, 263 plus 15, D rank speed enhancement. Constitution, 277 plus 20, D rank constitution enhancement. Poison resistance plus 100%. Spirit, 274. D rank willpower enhancement. D rank hearing enhancement. D rank vision enhancement. F rank enhanced olfaction. Elemental talents. C rank true meaning of fire. D rank earth control. D rank fire control. D rank shadow control. Bloodline talents. E rank bloodline enhancement. Dragon blood. Innate talent. SSS rank endless extraction. Skills. Level 1 Eye of Truth. Level 2 Hellfire. Level 2 Mystic Crystal Armorization. Level 1 Self-Heal. Level 3 Defense Technique. Combat Power Assessment is 28 stars. He rubbed his head. 28 Combat Power. He smiled as he scrolled through the list. Ha, this is great. Now it's time to challenge the next Beast King. The system displayed a series of notifications. C rank mission. Break the 5. Seal. Unlimited time quest. You have obtained the King's Core. Earth. It is recommended to first go to Yeju Mountain in the west of the Lilo Plains, kill the gold-devouring Ant Queen to obtain the King's Core, Metal. Quest reminder, the gold-devouring Ant Queen is a level 13 King Beast. It is recommended to form a party of 40 or more level 10 powerhouses. Qin Feng stroked his chin and thought for a moment, it needs 40 level 10 powerhouses. Could the gold-devouring Ant Queen's strength be double that of the Elephant King? A countdown timer appeared on the panel. 5 minutes and 29 seconds. He looked up. If that's really the case, I'll have to prepare a few things. Poison is one of the greatest inventions in human history. With it, a weak woman can kill a strong man, and one person can also kill an entire group of enemies. Some call poison the weapon of the weak, while others believe that as long as it can kill the enemy, it's a useful weapon. Ricin, one of the 10 great poisons, is extracted from castor beans. Its toxicity is 6,000 times higher than arsenic, and a dose of less than 1 milligram can be fatal. The most famous assassination using ricin occurred in 1978, when an international spy used the tip of an umbrella coated with ricin to carry out a successful assassination in a public setting. The moment I saw the castor beans on the snake woman's head, a plan formed in my mind. He then said, the system appeared. Poison successfully extracted. He kept absorbing, and the system continuously displayed, poison successfully extracted. Poison successfully extracted. Successfully extracted. After absorbing it all, he felt his body. He couldn't help but wonder, this much poison is enough to kill 300 beasts. I wonder if mixing the snake venom and ricin will create something more interesting. Poison item, unnamed. Trait, extremely potent. The system analyzed it, he looked at it and said, extremely potent, if only I could find a beast to test this poison on. Suddenly, a white tiger passed by. He turned his gaze towards it. Its sparkling eyes seemed to say, don't test it on me. It was a level 10 passing beast. Seeing it, his eyes lit up, and he pounced on its body. Kitty, come into my arms. It was terrified but couldn't escape, and in an instant, it dropped dead. He exclaimed, a single drop can instantly kill a level 10 beast. I'm truly a genius. He placed one foot on its body, pointed a hand towards the sky, and said with determination, I'll make a bit more and then head to Yeju Mountain for a massacre. He stood on a high vantage point, looking down into the ravine. The air was fresh and cool. The image of him standing there was like a king surveying his own kingdom. The system announced, name, iron ore, grade, level 0. One of the basic resources of the novice village. Effect, can be used to build the novice village. He said, good stuff, I'll take it first. Then he crouched down, one hand touching the ground to feel, the other summoning a weapon. Suddenly, he heard a noise and glanced behind him. Qin Feng was surprised. A huge monster appeared in the rock crevice, and its swarm of young were only the size of ordinary spiders, but their numbers were significant. They were leaving the nest, and the largest one looked at him with a hostile gaze. System reminder, beast, gold-devouring worker ant. Level, 12, combat power assessment, 16 stars, traits, devours metal, fearless, absolute protection. Talent, E-rank strength enhancement, E-rank metal sensing. Skills, unknown. Drop rate, 1.2%. The massive beast seemed to ignore him, walking over to pick up a large rock and then looking around. Suddenly, large metal tendrils shot up from the ground to envelop its body, but luckily, it managed to dodge. It used a large rock to block them, but another one fell from the sky. It wondered about those metal tendrils. They continued to rush towards it, piercing up from underground and through its body. After taking care of it, he stood looking at his spoils of war and said, metal sense and earth control. When stacked after extraction, the attack power increases exponentially, but the spirit power consumption also skyrockets. Looking behind him, the others were the same size as the big one just now, and Qin Feng had already dealt with them cleanly. Besides, these low-intelligence ants also had the trait of fearlessness. As he spoke, he used a finishing move on the monster he was stepping on. If you don't land a precise blow to their heads, they will still charge forward, regardless of anything, even if their legs are destroyed and their bodies are split in two. The system announced, kill the metal-devouring worker ant. Receive 8 accumulation points and 620 experience points. He said with annoyance, what a pain. It would be much more convenient to use poison, but these giant ants are too spread out. With my current strength, I can't cover all of them over such a large area. He picked up the head of a monster he just killed and threw it far away with all his might. I have to find a way to make them gather in one place. He shouted loudly, hey, you stinking ants, come and attack me. The head was thrown right into the center of the ant swarm. They looked at him with bloodshot, angry eyes, raising their spiky forelegs in fury, and roared loudly. He looked at the swarm of ants before him and thought to himself, I can't understand what they're saying, but this sight really gives you the chills. They swarmed one after another, heading towards where he was standing. Choosing the right moment, he concentrated his poison and shouted, come and taste this freshly brewed poison. He threw it down with great force. A huge explosion occurred, and the poison spread everywhere. The poison rained down on the ground, and not a single one could escape. They fell like flies before they could even climb up towards him. The system announced, killed a level 12 metal-devouring worker ant. Received 8 accumulation points, 620 experience points. Killed a metal-devouring worker ant, level 12. Received 8 accumulation points, 620 experience points. Killed a level 12 metal-devouring worker ant. Received 8 accumulation points, 620 experience points. Killed a level 12 metal-devouring worker ant. Received 8 accumulation points, 620 experience points. All the ants were dead, and he was pleased with his massive haul. So many giant ants are all accumulation points and energy. This is my ticket to winning the ultimate faction battle. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. Your personal accumulation points have reached 300 points according to the rules. Before it could finish, he cut it off, startled. I know, don't bother me. There's no need to announce things like this. As long as it's a reward, I'll definitely take it. If your faction is victorious, you will receive an extraordinary reward. After collecting everything, he looked up and saw it. Huh? That huge monster was gradually recovering. The system displayed Vicious Beast, Metal Devouring General, Variant Class, Level 13, Combat Power Rating, Level 23. Traits, Berserk, Metal Devourer, Fearless, Absolute Protection. Talents, E-Rank Strength Enhancement, E-Rank Metal Sense, F-Rank Enhanced Touch. Skills, Unknown, Drop Rate, 13%. Its face was terrifying and he thought to himself, here it comes. He summoned the power of the metal tendrils along with his other attributes, his expression turning serious. If the poison can't enter the ant's eyes, it will lose its effectiveness. Right now, this is the only way. He waved his hand, controlling a large amount of rock, as the other ants had already been wiped out, continuously evolving, crawling towards him one by one. He looked at the horde of monsters scornfully, trying to spread out to avoid the attack from the iron spikes. He gave a terrifying smile. How naive. At such a close distance, my control has reached the point of perfect accuracy. Suddenly, a strange object came flying in, surprising him. What? It landed with a heavy thud, shattering the ground and creating a large hole. He exclaimed. As expected of high-level beasts, they're throwing rocks at me, and they even know to command the worker ants to close their eyes to avoid the spreading poison, making my defensive maneuvers more difficult, and they also know how to use the thrown rocks to distract me. He dodged while exterminating them, but assessing the situation, he thought it wasn't looking good. If ranged attacks are becoming inefficient, then I'll switch to close combat. He then decisively drew his sword, preparing to fight them. Qin Feng looked at an ant gnawing firmly on his leg and thought, humph. So the climbing ants were the real distraction. The air filled with dust. He glanced at the ants in disgust. Teesk. He focused on the slaughter. He slaughtered the horde of ants from the mountaintop down to the base. Dragon's roar, demonic elephant's girdle, king's armor, mystic crystal armor, and self-healing art. With so many layers of protection, trying to injure me is nothing but a daydream. Since you're all so useless, let me become your nightmare. Killed a level 12 metal devouring worker ant. Receive 8 accumulation points, plus 620 experience points. Qin Feng was surrounded by the swarm of ants, continuously slaughtering them while observing his surroundings. Killed a level 13 metal devouring worker ant. Receive 8 accumulation points, plus 670 experience points. A blood-crazed cave ant raised its pincers, waiting for the right moment. Qin Feng was now completely trapped, surrounded by giant ants. Immediately after, a large swarm of ants converged on his position, making him ask in confusion, "What's with these ants?" The entire swarm rushed in to attack him at once. Qin Feng realized too late that they were trying to bury him alive. Just then, a towering pillar of sky-blue fire erupted, incinerating the ants. Except for the ant queen, who was unharmed, the other ants were all sent flying, completely immobilized. Killed a level 12 metal devouring worker ant. Receive 8 accumulation points, plus 620 experience points. From within the blue flames, he walked out coolly. Killed a level 13 metal devouring soldier ant. Received 9 accumulation points, plus 670 energy points. Killed a level 13 metal devouring soldier ant. Received 9 accumulation points, plus 670 energy points. His eyes gleamed, looking challengingly at the queen. Open your eyes and watch closely. This is my ultimate move. The power he generated enveloped him, lifting him high into the air. Qin Feng channeled his power and smashed into the wall, creating a massive hole. Killed a mutated level 13 metal devouring general ant. Received 200 energy points. Killed a mutated level 13 metal devouring general ant. Received 20 accumulation points. Killed a mutated level 13 metal devouring general ant. Received 3 reputation points. Qin Feng's foot stepped on something. Outside the cave, the battle had been just as fierce. He stood in a pool of blood from the earlier fight, looking towards the cave in a ready stance, and asked, "Why hasn't the Ant Queen come out yet?" Inside the dark, misty cave, a pair of shimmering golden eyes suddenly appeared. From inside, a ferocious ant charged out. Afterwards, he casually unleashed a single blow, and the ant was instantly defeated. Successful kill. Qin Feng calmly brushed the dust off his clothes. His personal accumulation points had now reached 800. The total score for Village 911 is 867. and adding the points from Village 34 and Village 77, I can quickly reach 1,000 points. He was pleased. Turning his head to look back, he said, "Let me see if there are any stragglers left to give me some accumulation points." A swarm of ants lay scattered below. "Here. It seems they're all gone." He calmly stepped on the ground, causing it to sink, and entered the cave. He used a blue flame to light the way, analyzing the humid air, the soft, sinking ground, and a scent like chocolate. Qin Feng looked up at the stream of brown, chocolate-colored liquid above his head. "I once read in a book that when ants encounter danger, their heads will release a type of signaling pheromone." His steps slowed down and became cautious as they simultaneously release a chocolate-like smell, using it to notify other members of the colony. Looking at the cave before him, he was pleased. "It seems they prepared a reception for me." Stepping inside, the gold-devouring ant queen was sprawled out, waiting to be served by the other ants. She was languid, covered in sweat, and let out a moan. "Ah." Beneath her body, others were waiting to carry away the ant eggs she had just laid. Outside, they worked continuously in a line. The eggs were piled up, and some were already hatching and crawling out from their mother's eggs. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng was so shocked he broke out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, an ant from behind was waiting to attack him, but he was still busy being amazed, saying, "No wonder she can rank 4th among the 5 great beast kings, her extremely powerful reproductive ability combined with a swarm of ants that will protect her to the death. Even 10 demon elephant kings wouldn't dare to face her head-on." Vicious Beast, Gold-Devouring Ant Queen. King level, level 13. Combat power rating of 30 stars. D-rank telekinesis control, D-rank metal control, skills unknown. 100% drop rate. Its pincer had just touched him when it was blocked by a shield and was immediately countered. Ignoring the ant that was sliced in two on the ground, he exclaimed, "These vicious beasts don't pull any punches. How dangerous. If I had reacted a moment slower just now, I'd be dead or crippled." Suddenly, he felt a source of power attacking. Unexpectedly. What is that? It was a sound wave emitted by the gold-devouring ant queen. A swarm of ants with glowing red eyes stared intently at him. They were swarming all over the ground. A crowd of ants glared and charged towards him as their target. He assessed the situation and offered a few words of praise for the ants. The bed's surface draws a large amount of baleful essence, transforming it into black iron armor that covers the ants. How clever, Qin Feng thought, drawing a large amount of pure essence from the stone bed to form black iron armor on the worker ants. Very clever. The gold-devouring ant queen ordered the swarm of ants to attack Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng shouted, "Against opponents like you, I've already killed 100 of you outside." Although it's said that many ants can bite an elephant to death, but in the face of absolute power, Qin Feng swung his sword. "Even a greater number is just more accumulation points for me to level up." Qin Feng reached his hand forward. "Have a taste of my special drink." In just a flash, Qin Feng had annihilated almost the entire swarm. "I hope you liked it." The gold-devouring ant queen stood on her perch, stunned. Qin Feng looked directly into the gold-devouring ant queen's eyes without hesitation. The gold-devouring ant queen was startled and panicked. How is this possible? Qin Feng took a step forward. All the small fry have been dealt with. Then Qin Feng leaped into the air, saying, "Next, it's time to meet your fate, Ant Queen." The gold-devouring ant queen was now afraid and spat out an unidentified liquid. The liquid flew forward. Qin Feng managed to block it in time, thinking to himself, "In mid-air, I can't change my trajectory, so I have no choice but to face it head-on." Suddenly, Qin Feng said to himself, "That's strange. It doesn't have much force. Could it just be a feint?" The crystal layer on Qin Feng's hand began to melt. He thought, "That glowing orb contains an extremely corrosive acid, but it won't be that easy. It's so corrosive it can even eat through my strongest defensive crystal armor. This must be the Ant Queen's ultimate move. Too bad you ran into me." With that, Qin Feng unleashed his power. The gold-devouring ant queen was about to spit out more of the liquid, but Qin Feng stopped it in time. Qin Feng stabbed down and shouted, "Go." The two potent poisons clashed violently, creating a massive shockwave. The gold-devouring ant queen smiled smugly as Qin Feng's sword disappeared into the smoke. Qin Feng said, "Now, it's your turn to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng landed a devastating slash on the gold-devouring ant queen. Then, he landed gracefully. The gold-devouring ant queen had fallen to the power of his passive ability. Qin Feng said, "Go to hell with your children." The gold-devouring ant queen gasped, "You." The gold-devouring ant queen couldn't hold on any longer. The system announced the kill of the gold-devouring ant queen. Level 13 King Tier, successful. Receive 1,000 energy points, 4 reputation points, and the quest item, the Gold King's Core, and a silver treasure chest. Qin Feng remarked, not bad. I've collected 2 types of cores so far. Meanwhile, Miyamoto decapitated a large bear in a single strike. Taka said, Lord Miyamoto, our accumulated points have reached 62. According to my calculations, our side has 24 villages, so the total score must be over 600. Miyamoto replied, good. At this rate, I won't even get the chance to commit seppuku. What a shame. The others agreed. Indeed. Haha, this time we'll definitely make the Dragon Country lose everything. The system displayed a regional announcement for the faction battle. This time, the red faction has reached 1,000 points first. The red faction is victorious. Announcing, Village number 5, faction battle failure. All villagers will have 50 attribute points deducted, and resources will be reduced by 70%. The entire team was shocked. What? The blue faction lost? My legs. I can't move my legs anymore. Damn those people from the Dragon Country. I only have 7 attribute points left. Help, the system displayed. An announcement. A total of the 4 stats below 10 points will result in bodily paralysis. Announcing. Yamamoto's attribute points. Taro have been reduced to a negative number. Life terminated. Announcing. Akita Keiko's attribute points have been reduced to a negative number. Life terminated. Attributes were continuously deducted by 10. Takeda called out, Lord Miyamoto. Lord Miyamoto, I'm paralyzed. The others, one by one, cried for help. Lord Miyamoto, please save me. Lord Miyamoto, what should we do? I don't want to die. Save me. Lord Miyamoto. My legs. I don't want to die. It's all your fault. Save me. I can't move. Why did you have to provoke? Qin Feng, spare me. Help. Miyamoto stood frozen in place. Miyamoto was speechless. We really lost. At this time, Qin Feng was still inside the cave. He said, killing you doesn't give me energy points, nor does it give me accumulated points. Don't bother me. Ants were sent flying one by one. Qin Feng continued, if you want to avenge your queen, you should at least stay alive, get stronger, and then think about it. The ants huddled together, buzzing and whispering. Then they retreated. The system displayed, calculating rewards. Please wait a moment. Suddenly, Qin Feng noticed something. Qin Feng proudly said to the system, right, I remember the Heavenly Tao mentioning that winning the faction battle. I was too busy killing back then to pay attention. Let's see what the rewards are this time, the system announced. Reputation has reached 30 points, receive the title, Novice King. Strength plus 20. Agility plus 20. Constitution plus 20. Spirit plus 20. Faction. Battle victory. Reward. Doubled. Attributes plus 100 points. Personal accumulated points exceeded 800, rewarding an additional 160 attribute points. Faction. Battle victory. Rewards of 6 silver treasure chests. The first person to reach level 10 in Village 911 receives 1 gold treasure chest. Qin Feng exclaimed, so having high reputation points gets you a title. Not bad, all my hard work wasn't for nothing for killing so many beasts. Plus the 7 silver treasure chests I got from killing the ant swarm and the ant queen, now I have. Wait, when did I reach level 10? Qin Feng wondered, why didn't the system ever display this level 10 mission? Arbiters calling level 2, 42 reputation. Qin Feng clicked on the quest button, and the system announced, congratulations on reaching level 10. Do you wish to start the future Village Chief Joint Mission? Mission Reward, Village Chief Appointment Scroll, 1 gold treasure chest. Qin Feng said, the C-rank mission to break the 5 elements seal had a dark gold treasure chest as a reward, while the reward for this D-rank mission and the first place prize for the novice trial are exactly the same. Let me see the specific mission content. Activating intermediate B-rank mission, Future Village Chief. Mission content, go to the M-level area, the Boneyard Desert, find the lost village, discover the truth about the village, and kill the demon. Mission reward, Village Chief Appointment Scroll and 1 gold treasure chest. Mission reminder, only a novice who reaches level 10 and receives the title of Novice King is eligible to participate in this mission. Mission reminder, the lost village is deep within the Boneyard Desert, requiring a complete dark seal to enter the village. Truly becoming the village chief is the first step to developing the novice village. A novice village without a chief will be disbanded, its villagers will become wanderers, and they will also lose the protection of the wooden house. Only a novice village with a chief can grow stronger step by step, and the village chief can lead the villagers to build the village, developing it from a village into a town, a territory, an empire, or even a divine realm. Qin Feng picked up a piece of metal and said, Boneyard Desert, Lost Village. I'm afraid that's the place I accidentally stumbled into last night, which is good. I already have the key to enter the Lost Village. Now I just need to wait for nightfall to go complete the mission. This good fortune of stumbling into success. It would be great if this happened a few more times. Qin Feng was determined. The position of village chief of 911 must be mine. Before going to the Boneyard Desert, I need to prepare thoroughly, and first is to use all the attribute points I've gained from leveling up in the Polar faction. Qin Feng shouted, allocate all attribute points. This feeling of constantly getting stronger is really amazing. At the same time, the system announced. Attribute allocation complete. The system then displayed Strength 463 plus 83, true meaning of Strength C rank, Agility 461 plus 15, Speed enhancement D rank, Spirit 474, Willpower enhancement D rank, Hearing enhancement E rank, Smell enhancement F rank, Touch enhancement F rank. Elemental talents. True meaning of Fire C rank, Earth control D rank, Metal control D rank, Darkness control D rank. Combat power assessment, 47 stars. Qin Feng said, ever since I extracted the F-rank touch talent from the gold-devouring worker ant of the six senses, I'm now only missing the taste talent. After extracting the strength enhancement from the gold-devouring soldier ant and then upgrading it to true meaning of strength D rank, my strength is now 5 times what it was before. After extracting from the ant queen, my metal control talent has reached D rank, and I can also cover myself in armor made from the black ore around my body. It's just that the ant acid is a type of secretion, so due to its physiological structure, the extraction skill also couldn't extract it, which is a bit of a pity. Qin Feng said, also, because my metal control was upgraded, the destructive power of my killing move, Spike, the combination of 3 control-type skills, mind control, earth control, and metal control, was also enhanced at this time. Qin Feng let out a breath. The spirit power consumption was reduced by 1/2, which was good news. Qin Feng snapped his fingers. He had also personally awakened the talent skill, External Qi Blast. This skill, External Qi Blast, condenses the power in the body into a stream of qi and releases it to injure enemies, similar to the internal energy in martial arts novels. It can also coat weapons with qi to increase their damage. Qin Feng stretched. His 2 killing moves, Piercing Strike and External Qi Blast, were enough to deal with ordinary beasts. As for skills with massive consumption like Hellfire, it was better to use it sparingly. This time, the harvest was satisfying. Qin Feng was excited. In that case, let's begin. As he was about to open the treasure chests, a message suddenly arrived. Liu Xuan has sent you a private chat request. Qin Feng wondered, Liu Xuan, the number 2 player in Village 911. Why is he looking for me? What's the matter? Liu Xuan said, Boss Qin Feng, I have a very interesting item, and I want to make a trade with you. Qin Feng asked. What do you want? Liu Xuan replied. I want to use a treasure chest fusion card to trade for the Blood Wolf Battle Blade you listed on the trading channel. The system displayed the treasure chest fusion card, a tier 2 item. Using this card, you can fuse 5 low-grade treasure chests into 1 higher-grade treasure chest. Reminder, this fusion card can only be used on treasure chests below the dark gold grade. Qin Feng thought to himself, a silver treasure chest only has a 2% chance of dropping a tier 4 item, while a gold treasure chest has a 98% chance of dropping a tier 4 item, and a 2% chance of dropping a tier 5 item. In comparison, the value of 1 gold treasure chest is higher than 10 silver treasure chests combined. Perhaps other people who get this card can't use it because they don't have that many treasure chests, but I have plenty. This card's appearance is perfect for me. Liu Xuan said, Thank you, Boss Qin Feng. Qin Feng said, Then let's begin. Immediately, a notification appeared. Opening gold treasure chest, obtain tier 4 item, Wind God's Greaves. Wind God's Greaves, agility plus 100, defense plus 50, movement speed plus 100%, fire resistance plus 100%, water resistance plus 100%. Opening gold treasure chest, obtain tier 4 item, Phantom Shadow Necklace. Phantom Shadow Necklace, spirit power plus 100, comes with the skill Phantom Shadow Clone. Phantom Shadow Clone, a tier 3 skill, consumes a certain amount of spirit power to create a Phantom Shadow Clone to fight for you. Reminder, the clone's strength is only 1/2 of the original body's. The Phantom Shadow Clone skill requires awakening 6 C-rank sensory talents. Qin Feng thought to himself, equipment that comes with a tier 4 skill is a real bargain. I still have 8 silver treasure chests, so I can fuse 1 more gold treasure chest. Heading to the community channel, Qin Feng posted a trade offer to test his luck. Instantly, his personal announcement appeared, Bear King Battle Armor, Tier 2. In exchange for a Tier 2 treasure chest fusion card. People commented, someone's making a personal announcement. I remember only experts at level 10 or higher can post 2 personal announcements. So cool, that's boss Qin Feng from our village, the strongest person in village 911. Qin Feng. Isn't that the Qin Feng who defeated the 24-member, 8-nation allied force with just 3 people? Qin Feng stood on high ground, looking down. This would be his second night in the world of slaughter. Qin Feng said, Knowles. Then, he dashed forward. Here I come. After equipping the Wind God's greaves, his speed skyrocketed. A journey that previously took 3 hours now only took 1. By the time he arrived at the Bone Burial Desert, the entrance to the Lost Village had not yet appeared. So I'm killing the monsters around here to level up, while also testing my new skills and earning a good amount of attribute and energy points. Qin Feng recounted, I'm now level 10, with 27,800 out of 230,000 experience, not far from the next level. My combat power has soared to the peak of B+ rank, and I've also reached the maximum extraction limit from level 10 beasts. Below level 10, only the level 8 and level 9 beasts haven't had their limits fully extracted. Qin Feng put it away, picked up the phoenix head, and said, Looks like I need to increase my acquisition of this type of beast's corpse. Suddenly, sensing something, Qin Feng thought, It's here. Qin Feng looked at the abyss before him and jumped down without hesitation. A streak of light pierced the darkness as Qin Feng landed, silently marveling that this landing was way cooler than the last one. Qin Feng stood up, and before him was a spatial gate, from which a hand with sharp claws reached out. Qin Feng said, Long time no see. It seemed a fierce battle had taken place, the rocks bearing the marks of the fight. The Hell Soldier questioned, Why? Why could you have become so strong? Qin Feng replied, In the Dragon Country, we have a saying. A person can change completely in just 3 days. After just 1 day, you are no longer my match. The system displayed, Evil Creature Hell Soldier Mutant Grade, M rank, 20-star combat power rating, traits. Evil, Bloodthirsty, Cruel. E rank, Dark Enhancement Talent. E rank, Fire Enhancement, Skills. Hellfire. Gnawing Darkness, 10% drop rate. Qin Feng said. And I've also figured out that immortality you mentioned, it was only because I hadn't found your vital point. Now, as Qin Feng drained the Hell Soldier's power, he said, I've found it. A notification appeared, Successful Kill. Received 15 judgment points, received 1,000 energy points, picked up Shadow Seal Fragment. As Qin Feng picked up the fragment, text appeared. Qin Feng turned around, the text read, Collecting 7 shadow crystals can activate the demon sealing altar, release the Wraith Demon, and killing it will cleanse the village. The first 10 people to complete the Blue Star Realm's first quest will receive a golden treasure chest and 200 attribute points. For the first 10 villages to complete the quest, the entire village's attributes will increase by 10,000%. You are the 7th newbie to activate this quest in the Blue Star Realm. Please hurry. Qin Feng thought to himself, the Blue Star Realm must refer to the tens of billions of Blue Star people in my world. 6 people have already been dragged into this. Qin Feng walked in, saying, It seems the Blue Star Realm has plenty of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. If I don't hurry up, I might not make it into the top 10. Suddenly, Qin Feng noticed something unusual. It was a level 10 Wraith Messenger, planning to ambush Qin Feng. At the same time, the system displayed, because Village 911 has won multiple wagers, the difficulty of this quest has been doubled. The evil creature's combat power is increased, and the rewards are doubled. Reminder, Village 911 is the only village with increased difficulty. Qin Feng wondered, What? The level 13 Wraith Messenger laughed and said, An M-rank king-level newbie isn't even as good as I was when I was alive. He hadn't even finished his sentence before Qin Feng flew over and sent him to meet his maker. Qin Feng said, A high rank doesn't mean anything, true strength is what matters. The system announced, Successfully killed the king rank level 13 Wraith Messenger, received 7,000 energy points, received 110 judgment points. Congratulations on leveling up to level 11, received quest item Shadow Crystal 1. Someone appeared and kicked the level 13 Wraith Messenger. It was the level 14 Wraith Messenger. He said, You. The fatso is still as useless as ever. Qin Feng thought to himself. Another one. The system shows Village 911 has won many times the bet, so this mission's difficulty is doubled. The evil creature's combat power has increased, and the rewards are doubled. The evil creature messenger was a king-level Wraith, level 14, with a 5-star combat power rating, talents and skills not displayed, and its status was controlled. Origin, a former rookie king, who was transformed by a Wraith demon using the power of darkness after death. Qin Feng thought to himself, Such a high combat power rating is probably because the Heavenly Tao doubled the mission difficulty. If I screw up and die here, I'll probably become the next Wraith Messenger. Qin Feng said, "You're definitely stronger than that fatso from before." The Wraith Messenger level 14 replied, "Don't compare that piece of trash to me. He's a good-for-nothing, the lowest of the low here." Qin Feng charged forward with his sword to taunt him. "You were colleagues. After all, saying that is a bit heartless." With just one swing of his sword, he created an unprecedented shockwave. Qin Feng said smugly, "Why don't you go apologize to him in person?" The level 14 Wraith Messenger was surprised, just by a mere rookie who's only level 11 like you. The level 14 Wraith Messenger skillfully dodged to the side, but unexpectedly, Qin Feng countered in the most direct way possible. The level 14 Wraith Messenger was sent flying by a punch. Qin Feng shouted, "Just by me." As he was sent flying, the level 14 Wraith Messenger still managed to say, "I seem to have forgotten to mention, don't touch me. Anything I touch will be frozen solid by ice and snow, unable to move, and can only be carved up by me." After saying that, the level 14 Wraith Messenger pulled out a massive pig sticker, the price being that I will shatter you with one blow. At this moment, Qin Feng was completely frozen, and the blade was about to strike him. Qin Feng gained the upper hand, and Qin Feng successfully sent him on his way. The system announced, "Successfully killed the king level. Level 14 Wraith Messenger. Receive 8,000 points of energy, receive 120 judgment points, and receive 1 dark crystal." Qin Feng continued, "I also forgot to mention, don't get close to me, or you'll just become energy points for me to level up." Hearing this, the level 14 Wraith Messenger was so furious its spirit nearly scattered. Qin Feng said, "The Wraith Demon's roar is making the darkness here even thicker," and before I could even rest, 3 more pairs of legs appeared, ready to face Qin Feng. The system displayed 4 Wraith Messengers in succession, evil creature messengers who were king-level Wraiths, level 15, with 5-star and 4-star combat power ratings, talents and skills not displayed, and their status was controlled. Origin: former rookie kings who were transformed by a Wraith Demon using the power of darkness after death. Qin Feng asked, 7 dark crystals must mean there are 7 Wraith Messengers. So where is the last messenger?" Just as he mentioned it, that Wraith Messenger appeared. Qin Feng was startled. It was behind me, and I didn't notice at all. The level 16 Wraith Messenger clasped its hands and chuckled. Qin Feng felt as if he were hypnotized. This feeling. My head is so dizzy, it feels like my body can't move. Who am I? Where am I? The last thing Qin Feng saw was the smiling Wraith Messenger, followed by a peaceful, natural landscape. Qin Feng wondered, where is this place? Suddenly a butterfly flew by, and the butterfly transformed into the level 16 Wraith Messenger. The level 16 Wraith Messenger landed like a celestial being descending to the mortal world. Qin Feng was hypnotized, staring blankly. In reality, there was no peaceful, natural landscape here at all. 2 of the Wraith Messengers said to each other, "So this guy's weakness is his low spiritual power. Ha ha, he's done for. He killed the ice god Bai Ruo. Now he's about to go insane." The level 16 Wraith Messenger said, "That's right. Come to me. Come closer to me." In his dream, he is for the stars. Snap out of this confusion. You must be Master Guang Xiong. The Wraith Messengers seized the opportunity. Now is the best time to strike. He shouted, "Die." Qin Feng had already noticed the strange Wraith Emissary. Huh? Qin Feng is behind you. With a single slash, he split his opponent in 2, and with another strike, he took down another Wraith Emissary. Qin Feng said, "When you guys are fooled, it's really a good opportunity to strike." The 3 of them panicked. What? The level 16 Wraith Emissary was furious. This human tricked us. He wasn't affected by the illusion at all. Let's attack together and suppress him. The battle was fierce and one-sided, but Qin Feng handled them all with ease. He grabbed one Wraith Emissary's arm and threw him several miles away. The level 16 Wraith Emissary thought she had successfully trapped Qin Feng. Just then, Qin Feng turned his head. "You're courting death." A blue light flared up, and as usual, Qin Feng swung his sword, but she had vanished. Qin Feng was in disbelief. An illusion? But he clearly felt his blade cut into flesh. No, that's not right. She must be here, hiding in these flower petals. Sure enough, the petals tried to assassinate Qin Feng. Qin Feng clicked his tongue. Damn it. These petals are both bizarre and obscure my vision. I have to get out of here quickly. Qin Feng gathered his strength and leaped into the air. The petals shot up his leg, clinging to him relentlessly, wrapping around Qin Feng like a python. At that moment, Qin Feng realized this woman possessed 2 talents, illusion and a wood element talent. Qin Feng was about to be crushed and couldn't hold on any longer. The level 16 Wraith Emissary exclaimed, You're quite interesting. You're clearly only level 11 but can easily kill many level 15 Wraith emissaries. You must have a secret. The level 16 Wraith emissary mused, I know you won't tell me, so I've decided to kill you. Then I'll have the Great Wraith Demon examine your memories. But before that, as payment for tricking me, I want to teach you a little lesson. The level 16 Wraith emissary began to torture him. She waved her hand and mercilessly slammed Qin Feng hard against the cliff wall. Qin Feng thought to himself, this woman is a real psycho. My limbs are immobilized, which means my only chance to counterattack is when the crystal armor shatters. Dispel the crystal armor. Qin Feng told himself, the moment it shatters, there will be a gap between my body and the vines, and I'll be able to. Just then, Qin Feng was able to raise his hand and channel his internal energy. Qin Feng shouted, unleash hellfire. With that powerful energy blast, the level 16 Wraith emissary trembled and collapsed. She cried out, damn it, it hurts so much. How do you have so many skills? You're cheating. No one can possess more than 3 talents. You despicable, shameless bastard. The heavens should smite you. It's true what they say. The winner is king and the loser just complains. Qin Feng replied, a frog in a well dares to speak so arrogantly. The system displayed, successfully killed a level 16 king-level Wraith emissary, received 140 judgment points, 10,000 energy points. Qin Feng said, the Wraith demon's internal energy is much stronger than before. It seems like it's about to break out of the altar. Placing the 7 darkness crystals into the indentations on the 7 stone pillars of the dark altar will open the seal, releasing the Wraith demon. At that moment, fierce lightning struck the pillars. The lightning formed a swirling vortex. Qin Feng was excited. The power of the seal is rapidly weakening. It's about to come out. A powerful blue light struck the altar, forcing Qin Feng to shield his face from its impact. The system announced, newbie Qin Feng has successfully released the Wraith demon. Level 11. 30,800 out of 500,000. Class. Judge level 3, 895 out of 500. Reputation, 56. Rookie King. Strength, 541 plus 83 B rank. Strength, Profound Truce. Agility, 551 plus 100 C rank. Speed, True Meaning. Constitution, 543 plus 20 C rank. Body, True Meaning. Spirit, 564 plus 100 C rank. Sixth Sense Connection. Elemental Talents. Fire, True Meaning C rank. Earth, True Meaning C rank. Metal, True Meaning C rank. Ice, True Meaning C rank. Darkness, True Meaning C rank. Wood, Death, Profound Truth. B rank, Innate Talent, Bloodline. E rank, Strengthened Bloodline. Dragon Blood, SSS rank, Innate Talent, Infinite Extraction. Skills. Eye of True Sight, level 1. Mystic Crystal Armorization, level 2. Hellfire, level 3. External Aura Release, level 30. Rejuvenation Technique, level 3. Beast Language Technique, level 3. Phantom Clone, level 3. Combat Power Assessment, a peak of 56 stars. A massive foot with 2 sharp claws stomped down, shattering the ground as lightning erupted from its soul. Qin Feng stared in shock, looking up at the huge monster before him. His heart trembled with a bit of fear. This monster's level was terrifying, unlike anything he had ever encountered. It was a goat-headed monster with 6 horns. It threw its head back and let out a deafening roar. This was the Demon Beast, the Wraith Demon Emperor, a level 17 creature with a combat power rating of 71 stars. Innate Talent, Undetectable. Skills, Undetectable. The Wraith Demon reached out to smash Qin Feng, and he quickly drew his sword to block. The sheer weight of the monster's arm made him stagger. The monster growled, was it you who wiped out my subordinates, destroying my life's work of several hundred years? It screamed in Qin Feng's face, die. The force from its arm pressed down, growing stronger and stronger, and Qin Feng's grip began to falter. He felt a surge of fear. Just a single blow was making his arms go numb. Its power was truly terrifying. The monster leaped up, swinging its other arm. Qin Feng glanced over to see the Wraith Demon's horrifying face rapidly closing in. The monster slammed its fist into the ground, causing earth and rock to explode. Seeing blood beneath its hand, the monster finally relaxed and began to pant. It looked down with contempt and said, I thought the one who killed all 7 of my subordinates at once would be someone impressive. What a disappointment. Suddenly, it felt a force from beneath its hand pushing its arm up. Qin Feng's voice echoed from below. Sorry to disappoint you. Qin Feng was currently using all his strength to hold up the Wraith Demon's hand. Surrounding him were metal spikes, and he rejoiced inwardly. Thankfully, these spikes are extremely durable and flexible. When I was attacked, they instantly formed a barrier, blocking half of the attack's impact for me. The Wraith Demon slammed its hand down, and the metal spikes shattered into pieces. Qin Feng nimbly rolled away, escaping death. The enraged Wraith Demon slammed both hands on the ground, causing it to crack and erupt with a white light. Qin Feng backed away. The Wraith Demon was incredibly annoyed. Not only had the human survived its attack, but he could also move that fast. This kid is stronger than I thought. Qin Feng summoned thorny vines from his back and charged forward with his sword, shouting, "Ah!" The thorny vines that shot toward the Wraith Demon's legs were all repelled. Qin Feng swung his sword at its leg, but it didn't even leave a scratch. He felt completely helpless. Neither his wind scar blade nor the hard thorns could penetrate its defense. Qin Feng unleashed a blast of fire, sending the Wraith Demon flying 100 meters away. Its body crashed into a stone wall, shattering it to pieces. He observed that his hellfire had reached level 3, its power 10 times greater than before, yet it still couldn't injure the Wraith Demon. The monster relentlessly threw 3 light bombs at the nearby buildings. Qin Feng leaped up to dodge them, planning to try his third-tier aura technique as well. So he decided to fly above the Wraith Demon's head and launch an attack from above. The orb of light from his hand fell toward the goat monster. The Wraith Demon immediately blocked it with its hand, sending the light orb flying. Out of options, Qin Feng landed back on the ground. The Wraith Demon glared at Qin Feng resentfully and asked mockingly, "You cunning human, you've got quite a few bizarre tricks up your sleeve, haven't you?" Qin Feng's heart sank as he looked at its unscathed body. He had used every single one of his attack skills, yet he still couldn't even wound it. Could it be that this mission was doomed to fail? While he was lost in thought, the Wraith Demon charged at him again, opening its disgusting, drool-filled mouth. Qin Feng dodged its punch, reassuring himself that it was just a final boss of the newbie village. It had to have a weak spot. I must have missed something. Qin Feng looked at the Wraith's leg, hearing a cracking sound coming from its left leg, and he chuckled. That's right, I haven't tried this spot yet. Qin Feng raised his sword once again, spiritual energy coiling around the blade, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Qin Feng leaped up, swinging his arm in a wide arc to slash through the Wraith's shin. The Wraith let out a deafening scream, toppling forward like a felled tree. Blue blood spurted from its shin as Qin Feng lowered his sword, a triumphant smile on his face. Just as I thought, the joints are harder to defend, making them its weak point. The Wraith shrieked in fury. Human, I'll tear you to shreds. The blue blood in the wound suddenly began to boil. A shadow bound Qin Feng. Seeing a hand resembling a red dragon appear, he watched it warily and asked, "What is this?" As he was preparing to swing his sword to attack it, a massive fist appeared right behind him. Qin Feng heard the movement and turned around only to see the fist right in his face, and he was sent flying 100 meters. Qin Feng suffered internal injuries and coughed up blood. He collapsed on the ground, feeling a sharp pain shoot through his bones as his body began to activate its recovery spell. He used his sword to get up, marveling at the Wraith's power. Its strength has increased. That one punch shattered every bone in my body, completely. Luckily, I extracted the wood element talent from that girl in the white dress, and the Tier 2 healing skill automatically became the rejuvenation art, a Tier 3 skill, so the wounds healed instantly. With this skill, even with a power gap, I can fight until my opponent is exhausted. He wiped the blood from his face, and the Wraith, seeing him get back up, exclaimed in shock, "You're not dead yet?" Qin Feng smirked, "I'll still be alive long after you're dead." The system announced the rankings for Zone 9321. Newbie Village number 74 has successfully killed the Wraith Demon, achieving first place in the Blue Star world. Qin Feng thought to himself, one of the top 10 spots is already gone. I can't delay any longer. His gaze became more determined. I have to be more careful this time. Qin Feng once again took the initiative, charging at the monster. He leaped up and slashed down at the Wraith's head. It tilted its head back and roared, "Roar!" The 2 red hands again appeared behind him. Qin Feng recognized it as the Shadow Bind skill from before. Qin Feng used the Phantom Clone skill, and the 2 red hands were caught off guard, unsure which one to follow. Qin Feng was incredibly proud. The Phantom Clone has the strength of half the original body, but unfortunately, using it requires awakening the 6 senses link. Luckily, before opening the Demon's Sealing Altar, I managed to trade for a Tier 300 flavors fruit, and after using it, I gained the F-rank taste talent. With that thought, the 2 bodies of Qin Feng ran past the Wraith's face. Seeing this, the Wraith flailed its arms trying to grab them, but the real body of Qin Feng landed a slash on its shoulder, because after achieving the 6 senses link, the beast taming art and Phantom Clone could also be used. The Wraith lost its balance from the intense pain and fell, blood from the shoulder wound splattering everywhere. It roared a pained cry, "Roar, roar." The system notified Qin Feng, Zone 1229, Newbie Village 877 has successfully killed the Wraith Demon, achieving second place in the Blue Star world. Seeing this, Qin Feng grew even more anxious. Another spot is gone. The wraith angrily punched its fist on the ground, repeatedly screaming, "Why? Why? Why? Why is this guy so strong?" Chunks of earth and rock flew out from where it punched, flying towards Qin Feng. The wraith recalled that ever since he entered the village, it had been secretly observing his strength, speed, physique, and spirit. All his talents had awakened, but they weren't abnormally strong. But after he killed Bai Ruo, he started muttering strange words and acting strangely, and his body began to radiate with light. He changed so much that I couldn't see through him anymore, and the grudge demon that had been stalking Qin Feng still couldn't defeat him. It lay resentfully on the ground with blood trickling from its mouth. As the system announced more bad news, Area 331, Novice Village Number 7, had successfully killed a grudge demon and secured third place in the Blue Star Realm. Qin Feng knew his chances were dwindling, so he had to hurry. He unleashed his skills, Hellfire, Piercing Thorn Chi, and Triple Venom Strike, as Qin Feng relentlessly attacked the beast with various techniques, carving away its flesh. With so many killing moves, I refuse to believe I can't break the armor on its chest. But the massive, spiral-shaped slashes that Qin Feng unleashed with all his might were meant to defeat the grudge demon. The system announced again, Area 1171, Novice Village Number 622, has killed a grudge demon, successfully securing fourth place in the Blue Star Realm. Elsewhere, a group from another village stood anxiously. Another person has made it into the top 10. There are only 7 spots left. I'm getting so antsy. The brown-haired girl stroked her chin thoughtfully. It's strange. Why was no one clearing it before? Ever since the first person passed, everyone else started clearing it one after another. The guy next to her explained, this just shows that among the top masters, there isn't a huge difference in strength, which is why their achievements are so close together. The guy in the yellow shirt crossed his arms and shook his head, saying, the difficulty of the mission for our village 911 is double that of other villages. Our chances of getting into the top 10 this time are probably slim to none. The guy in yellow closed his eyes and clasped his hands in prayer. I don't hope for the great Qin Feng to get into the top 10. I just want him to be safe. If he fails this time, he can always challenge it again tomorrow. Just please don't lose any limbs. Liu Xuan said nothing, ignoring the idle chatter. He kept his eyes glued to the announcement board, waiting for Qin Feng. Liu Xuan's face was full of confidence as he told everyone, I believe in Qin Feng. He will definitely succeed. The system announced to the entire region, Area 1, Novice Village 911, has killed the grudge demon, successfully securing fourth place in the Blue Star Realm. So Qin Feng was victorious. He rested his sword on the grudge demon's chest and exhaled. It's finally over. Qin Feng collapsed on top of the grudge demon, sighing, that battle was exhausting. The system announced the good news to the entire server. Congratulations to Village 911 of Area 1 for successfully entering the top 10 villages of the Blue Star Realm, receiving a special reward. Reward details: after village construction, initial attributes will be increased by 200% because the mission difficulty was doubled. The mission rewards are also doubled. The top 10 players will be rewarded with 400 attribute points, 2 golden treasure chests, and receive the quest item, the Heartblood of the Grudge Demon. Do you wish to seek the truth of the village? A scroll appeared, and Qin Feng whispered, Oh, the Memory Master has appeared. The narrator spoke in a grim voice. The end of the novice trial is not a new beginning, but rather a drowning nightmare. A figure with long blonde hair, silver armor, and white wings flew in the sky, looking down on Village 911. The protective barrier was broken, and the Punisher descended. The novices saw the Punisher and shouted, He's here. Everyone get ready. Everyone grabbed their weapons, ready to fight. But this was an existence that even the combined strength of 100 people could not even begin to budge. The Punisher's power was invincible. He raised his hand and shot down beams of energy. Down below, streams of power rained down like TNT bombs, and the villagers of 911 who couldn't escape were all struck and killed. The village chief sobbed, saying, As the village chief, I couldn't protect the village, nor could I protect the people, my comrades, my lover. I am a failure. So pathetic, so pathetic, so pathetic. He gasped for air, trembling as he held the sword in his hand, looking at the Heaven's Punisher, its face cold and emotionless, as it struck down the living beings below. Just as he was about to charge forward with his sword, he was shot through the heart. In that moment, he screamed bitterly, I'm so pathetic. The village chief fell to the cold ground. Beside him were large flames burning everything to ashes. He died with his eyes open, and before losing consciousness, his mind was filled with deadly thoughts, so much hatred. I hate you so much. Kill you. I want to kill you. So much hate. Go die, you bastard. And then a demon, drawn by the scent, came to village 911. It was the dark demon god. He hissed with a delighted laugh. Such strong resentment, so strong, haha. What excellent material, haha. He used a silk thread to pick up the corpse, which was shrouded in billowing resentment of the village chief. The village chief's body was relentlessly desecrated by him, and in the end, all the resentment and spiritual energy of the village chief were forced out and controlled by the dark demon god. After reading everything, Qin Feng understood. He felt a pang of sorrow. This is the truth behind the village. After the village chief died, he fell under the control of the dark demon god and turned into a resentful demon, and the village had vanished. That was the previous beginner village of the resentful demon, which is why the Heaven's Punisher is the final trial of the heavenly Tao for the beginner village. Just how strong is it? Qin Feng shuddered at the thought, and he sighed. This is going to be troublesome now. Under the bright moonlight, a knife was thrown to the ground. Liu Yuan plopped onto the ground, panting, "Ah, that level 8 fierce beast was really hard to kill. I almost died here." He and the others had just defeated a large rhino monster when the system announced to the entire world of Zone 9321, Village 74 is establishing a village, naming it Yongyi Village, and this name is now exclusive. The people around them started to chat. "I wonder when Boss Kim will build our village." That's right, earlier, when the mission success was announced, I was so excited I almost fainted. Someone else complained. I looked at the other villages. It seems they've already built their own villages. As a die-hard fan of Qin Feng, Liu Yuan immediately defended him. So what if they just finished the mission before us? What's there to be excited about? The girl also defended Qin Feng. You have to remember that our mission's difficulty was twice as hard. Otherwise, first place would have definitely been ours. The other team members also sat down to rest, and they started carving up the rhino. Someone suggested, "How about we call Boss Qin? Calling our beloved boss Qin Feng." The group chat exploded with activity. Everyone started tagging his name. "Beloved Boss Qin, where are you? We've been waiting so long, we're about to wither away." Roll call for Qin Feng. "Is Boss Qin handsome and working as usual today?" Hey, calling Boss Qin. "Please respond if you copy. Over." Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "Everyone, I'm here." The others immediately started flattering him. Today, from head to toe, Boss Qin is dazzlingly handsome. Calling Boss Qin, "When are we going to start building the village?" "So exciting, Boss Qin. Please accept this little brother's bow." My whole body and mind belong to brother Qin Feng. Liu Yuan's team members read the messages and were dumbfounded. This is a classic case of bandwagoning. When Liu Yuan heard everyone wanted to call Qin Feng, he excitedly jumped up and shouted, "It's really Boss Qin. Quick, ask Boss Qin when we're going to build our village." A hard slap in the face to that arrogant bunch. His female teammate was getting annoyed by his noise. Qin Feng sent a message asking for opinions. "Before we build the village, we need to pick a cool name. Any ideas?" People started replying, "Let's pick a badass name then." "I don't think so. How about Domineering Aura Village? That's so corny. Let's go with Immortal Fairy Village. That's super lame. Ha 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 ha." Liu Yuan was more thoughtful. He explained in detail. "We of the Dragon Nation must inherit the spirit of the Dragon Nation, where every person is a dragon, where everyone can soar to the 9 heavens, roam the world, and usher in a golden age for the Dragon Nation. Village 911 is the root of our future domination. How about Dragon Abyss Village?" Qin Feng thought. Dragon Abyss, a divine dragon hidden in the deep abyss. A good name, and so Qin Feng made the decision. The name Liu Yuan suggested was set, "Build the Village." The scroll flew high into the air, emitting a light that sucked spiritual energy into a vortex in the sky created by the scroll, causing Liu Yan's and Lei Jiao's group to stop what they were doing and look up. A protective barrier began to form, enveloping Village 911. The system announced, "Due to the mission's difficulty, all rewards are doubled. Each resident receives 80 bonus attribute points, and Village Chief Qin Feng receives 400 bonus attribute points." Hearing this, everyone in the village was ecstatic with happiness. One girl was even moved to tears. Finally, 100% of our villagers can pass the newbie trial. Liu Yuan jumped up and shouted, "Awesome, this is great. Now I can totally kill monsters above my level." The guy with glasses reminded them, "You guys, check the system. It's showing the villager interface. You can press the return to village button now." This is the return button. Standing still on the spot allows you to instantly return to the newbie cabin. Villagers can use it once a day. The village chief can use it 3 times a day. Below that, there's a bar to press the return to village button. The guy with glasses didn't hesitate to place his hand on it. He smiled excitedly. "Let's give it a try." The girl next to him shouted, "Wait." His body gradually faded away, and the guy with glasses was teleported into a wooden room where other people were already waiting. A boy with spiky hair excitedly yelled, "Brothers, I'm back." The girl beside him smiled. This function is really practical. You can use it to save your life in a crisis. After exploring for a bit, that guy came in and said that this place also has a button to return to your previous location. The cabin can speed up stamina recovery, and pressing the return button can save travel time. This is great. The return button can move you from the newbie cabin back to your previous position in the wilderness. A few young men rushed out, calling to each other, "Everyone, hurry to the plaza. Let's have a bonfire and barbecue together." Okay. Meanwhile, the young girls covered their blushing faces and wondered, "I wonder if Big Brother Qin Feng will come?" The system announced to everyone, "Village Chief Qin Feng has activated the village-wide meeting channel. Only the village chief has this function, so everyone stopped their celebration and paid attention to the screen." Qin Feng calmly explained to them, "Everyone, please listen to me. After the newbie trial ends, all newbie villages will have to face a heavenly punisher with 100-star combat power. The purpose of the heavenly punisher is to destroy the newbie cabin. Those who lose their newbie cabin will become wanderers, and they will also lose 100 attribute points." After hearing this, everyone was devastated and stood there in silence. Some even started to cry thinking about their dark future. The group wearing X shirts became extremely worried upon hearing this. "We barely had a hope of passing the newbie trial. Why is there another heavenly punisher now? 100-star combat power is too terrifying. It leaves us no chance of survival." The girl in the group said in a panic, "My combat power is only 5 stars. Qin Feng calmly continued, "Similarly, if you successfully stop the Heaven's Punisher, the village will receive a great reward. If you can defeat the Heaven's Punisher, the reward will be doubled, and you have 4.5 days left. Everyone, quickly level up to level 10 and pass the novice assessment." The villagers, fresh from their recent victory, were filled with fighting spirit. "Boss Qin is right, we can't let our guard down. With our strength, passing the novice assessment won't be difficult. Let's go, everyone. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We absolutely can't become a burden to Boss Qin." Qin Feng held up the crystal and continued, "Additionally, upgrading the village grants access to the authority of the Guardian Altar. With the Guardian Altar, we can fight back against the Heaven's Punisher, and for the village to upgrade from level 0 to level 1, 5 conditions must be met. 1. The population must be 500 or more, which Long Yuan Village has already achieved. 2. The village chief needs to obtain the title of Novice Emperor. 3. The village chief's novice wooden house must be upgraded to level 2. I haven't completed these 2 conditions yet. 4. The number of level 1 wooden houses must reach 100 or more. 5. The number of level 10 powerhouses must be 10 or more. The last 2 are quite difficult and will require everyone's collective effort. To upgrade to a level 1 wooden house, you need 10 units of level 0 wood resource, 5 units of stone resource, and 1 unit of level 0 animal hide resource." Hearing this, a few people immediately looked up the information. Upgrading the wooden house requires wood, stone, and animal hides. A blonde-haired guy gathered everyone and made a suggestion. "We can split into 3 groups to search, and then we can trade on the trading channel. That way, it'll be faster." Everyone heard this and praised it as a great idea. Qin Feng pressed a button, closing the all-village meeting channel, and he looked around, thinking, "Coincidentally, I already have the upgrade materials." He let out a joyful smile, so Qin Feng decisively pressed the upgrade button. The system updated. "You have consumed 10 units of wood, you have consumed 5 units of stone, and you have consumed 1 unit of animal hide." A house appeared right in front of everyone, and they were all dazzled by its light. Village Chief Qin Feng's novice wooden house has successfully upgraded from level 0 to level 1. Level 1 novice wooden house. When not sleeping, stamina and spirit recovery speed is doubled, and when sleeping, recovery speed is tripled. Upgrade successful. You have received 50 bonus attribute points. The villagers gathered around, shouting excitedly, "Whoa, so this is Boss Qin's wooden house. It looks so luxurious." People said, "Could Boss Qin Feng be some kind of deity? How can he be so amazing?" A few girls chimed in with praise, plus, Boss Qin Feng looks even more handsome on video than in pictures. Handsome and powerful. Where else could you find someone like that? Boss Qin is so incredible. I have to learn from Boss Qin. I'm going to upgrade my wooden house even if I have to pull an all-nighter. The system made a worldwide announcement. The number of villages established in the Blue Star realm has reached 100. Starting today, the village upgrade competition officially begins. Suddenly, something shot down right where Qin Feng was standing, but he managed to dodge it with his quick reflexes. At that moment, in the Blue Star realm, Sector 9321, Evernight Village, a drop of blood fell from nowhere. It turned out to be from the vampire Marcus John Blass, who was draining the blood of the unfortunate man before him. Seeing him finish enjoying his dinner, he callously tossed the victim to the ground, causing vampire Prince Dracula, who was standing nearby, to chuckle and ask, "My dear John, how are things?" He replied respectfully, "Your Highness the Prince, all 914 people in the village have been into descendants of the bloodline." Hearing this, Dracula couldn't help but say with amusement, "Excellent. Soon, we will become the most powerful force in the Blue Star realm." As he poured a glass of blood wine onto the unfortunate victim's face, he continued, "The next target for Evernight Village will be to become a top 3 village in this village promotion competition. The Heavenly Tao has offered bountiful rewards for the first 3 villages to reach level 3. All their villagers will receive 500 attribute points, and the village chief will receive 1,000 attribute points." As soon as he finished speaking, the unfortunate victim suddenly shot his eyes wide open, which had turned blood red at some point. Then, like a madman, he charged straight at his comrades who were ravenously gnawing on something in front of them. Seeing this, Dracula calmly said, "With this reward, we will all dominate the Blue Star realm." John Blast immediately added, "But we still need to reach level 3 before the novice trial ends, and now there's only less than 5 days left. The difficulty of the competition is..." Gently swirling the wine glass in his hand, he smirked cunningly and said, "Relax. The only ones who can threaten Evernight Village are Wuzhuang Guan Village, Bright Light Village, Heaven Burning Village, and Dragon Abyss Village in 5th place." After that, he suddenly threw the wine glass to the ground and frowned, adding, "It seems a supreme expert has appeared in the Eastern Dragon Kingdom, but that doesn't change the fact that their people are a bunch of weaklings overall." The wine glass quickly hit the ground and shattered, revealing a scene of vampires viciously tearing apart the mutated creatures before them. Faced with this utterly horrifying scene, Dracula remained completely unfazed and remarked with a single phrase, "Not even worth mentioning." Meanwhile, at Qin Feng's location, he pointed forward and ordered, "Put the wood materials over there." Then he thought to himself, somewhat impressed, 1,000 attribute points. What a massive reward. The system's notification panel suddenly popped up. This village competition is limited to the duration of the novice trial. As he arranged the stone blocks, he calculated to himself, "With all the attribute rewards I've earned so far, my combat power is at 83 stars, and I also have the title Novice Great Emperor. If I can get the 1,000 attribute points from the village competition, maybe I can try to defeat the Heaven's Punisher." The third condition for a village to upgrade from level 0 to level 1 is for the village chief's novice cabin to reach level 2. Right now, I'm just one piece of first-tier Frost Ice Stone short of being able to upgrade my novice cabin. Coincidentally, Frost Ice Stone spawns at Autumn Water Lake, the habitat of the One-Horned Turtle King. While he was still lost in thought, he casually hit confirm on the system's contribution panel, then rolled his shoulders and said, "2 quests can be completed at the same time." The system suddenly popped up with an announcement. Village Chief Qin Feng has contributed 723 units of wood to Dragon Abyss Village, receiving 723 contribution points. Village Chief Qin Feng has contributed to Dragon Abyss Village, receiving 361 contribution points. Everyone in the group chat exploded with discussion. Is he robbing someone? My mind is blown. Hurry up and trade, I want to upgrade my cabin. Awesome, I can finally upgrade my cabin. Big brother Qin Feng, I love you. As a system notification appeared, the village chief can now open 2 functions, the exchange channel and Heavenly Tao resources. Qin Feng stretched his legs and thought to himself, "No need to thank me. I'm just picking up scraps to raise you guys." You can donate items to the exchange channel to receive contribution points, and contribution points can be exchanged for items others had posted. Then he shot forward at a wind-tearing speed, thinking to himself, you could also trade for necessary materials on the Heavenly Tao resources, like firewood, rice, oil, salt, and pots and pans. Among the Heavenly Tao resources was a type of primary energy stone that granted 100 energy points upon absorption, which meant there was now a way to earn energy points without killing monsters. Those commoners with low-level talents or non-combat talents had another way to survive, and in the future, professions like blacksmiths, miners, and butchers would emerge. The abundant resources of Long Yuan Village were enough to support these people, while also helping them maintain a steady leveling speed. After thinking it through, Qin Feng affirmed that in the future, Long Yuan Village would become more and more prosperous and wealthy. Then he launched himself high into the air and plunged into the water. After jumping in and swimming for a few seconds, he suddenly shot his eyes wide open, his face involuntarily turning red, while his hands clutched his throat as he struggled to swim back up to the surface. He thought to himself, I don't know how to dive. Perhaps because he was so focused on saving his own skin, he didn't realize that a few dozen meters away, a massive water monster was swimming below. The moment his head broke the surface, Qin Feng gasped for air and couldn't help but think to himself, I got too cocky and forgot, I almost died for nothing. Then, For some reason, he suddenly glanced down below. Before he could even react, the water monster immediately opened its massive jaws and chomped down on him, then it quickly dove back under the water. Just when it thought it had an easy meal, it never expected Qin Feng to suddenly stab it, delivering a fatal blow. Before quickly darting out to escape, the system suddenly appeared and announced, "Endless extraction, successful. Obtained C-rank talent, true meaning of water." All of a sudden, he felt something strange on his face, so he touched his cheek and said with an amused laugh, "They're gills." Seeing a swarm of water monsters rushing towards him, he muttered, "I can breathe underwater now." This talent came at the perfect time. He then casually unleashed a few basic moves on them, turning them all into a giant ice block, then just as casually broke the ice for one water monster he found pleasing to the eye. He then quickly tied it up with a rope, turning it into his mount, and shouted, "Giddy up." After cruising around the lake for a while, Qin Feng said with some confusion, "Autumn Water Lake is huge. It's been an hour and I still haven't found a single cold ice stone." Thinking that his mount was playing tricks on him, he immediately tightened the rope around its snout and questioned it loudly. "Tell me, are you trying to trick me? Are you deliberately swimming in circles to waste time?" It screamed in pain, assuring him, "My lord, we're almost there. We're almost there." Then it couldn't help but complain inwardly. "How would I dare? Why am I so unlucky? This demon suddenly barged into my home, forcibly separated me from my lover, and is forcing me to search for the cold ice stone. He's so violent and cruel." His crocodile wife called out with teary eyes. "Honey," he tearfully replied. "Wifey, wait for me. I'll definitely come back for you." After reminiscing, it thought sadly to itself, "Wifey, will I ever see you again? Boo-hoo-hoo." Suddenly seeing a turtle swim by, Qin Feng said with some suspicion, "A turtle." Then he quickly steered his mount, of his own chasing after it. He saw many pangolin turtles lying withdrawn in their shells, and among them was one that was larger and had a very strange appearance. So this must be the pangolin turtle king, and he immediately shouted a warning, "Stay back. If you get careless and lose your life, I'm not taking responsibility." The system suddenly appeared and announced, "Beast. Horned pangolin turtle king, king tier, level 15, combat power rating of 50 stars, talent, C-rank ice control." After reading the system's information, Qin Feng suddenly let out a wicked laugh and said, "But if you run, I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth to make a meal out of you." Hearing this, it couldn't help but shudder, replying, "Grr." Then it silently cursed in its heart, "What a demon." As he raised his hands to unleash his ability, he smiled cunningly and thought to himself, "First, I'll get the third king's core, then I'll go find the frost stone." Suddenly attacked, all the pangolin turtles immediately woke up. Seeing this, the pangolin turtle king instantly spoke up, threateningly, "A puny M-tier human dares to offend me. You must be tired of living." He couldn't care less about its words and calmly continued his attack. Seeing him act so disrespectfully, the pangolin turtle king immediately opened its mouth wide and unleashed its ability, striking straight at him. He quickly shielded his face, gritting his teeth and frowning as he said, "What are they doing?" He saw the swarm of pangolin turtles suddenly rush towards their king, quickly forming a barrier in front of it. Qin Feng saw this and immediately realized the problem, shouting, "They're forming up for a swarm attack." Then he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. The demonic elephants and gold-devouring ants I faced before also used swarm attacks, but they had no strategy and couldn't focus all their power on a single target. This swarm of turtles, however, is clearly different. If they join forces, I'm not sure I can win. Before the 10,000 sharp, sturdy arrows could tear Qin Feng apart, in the nick of time, he managed to create a large shield for protection. Fired at a terrifying speed, the arrows struck the barrier and ricocheted wildly. The horned pangolin turtle king had likely anticipated this and instantly opened its massive maw to draw in a colossal amount of energy, preparing for a second attack. This time, it wasn't small, individual arrows that would disperse its energy and power. The horned pangolin turtle king fired an arrow as large as a heavy-duty missile straight at Qin Feng with the speed of light. It would take a god to withstand an attack like that. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, focusing all his might to leap aside, luckily dodging the fatal blow. The arrow slammed straight into the rock face, shattering the solid stone and creating a massive explosion. He had barely managed to dodge that attack and clicked his tongue in annoyance. "There are more of those to come. I need a plan." The massive arrows relentlessly pursued Qin Feng, turning it into a true life or death battle. As he fled, he thought, "I can't use hellfire underwater, and attacks from wood, metal, and earth elements are also weakened. These beasts have the home field advantage in the water, so even if I'm stronger, it's very difficult to kill them in a single blow." Lost in thought, in a moment of distraction, an arrow from the horned pangolin turtle king pierced his shin, forcing him to his knees. The moment Qin Feng stumbled, a volley of arrows shot out as if they had been lying in wait. He cursed inwardly, damn it. But adversity is the true test of strength, and Qin Feng clenched his fists, determined to find a way out. Covered in bruises, he still managed to hide behind a large boulder, his face showing a hint of helplessness and panic. The familiar figure of Qin Feng temporarily disappeared from the one-horned turtle king's sight, and the area fell silent for a moment. The fierce assault had completely vanished, and it stood frozen, trying to figure out what was happening with its sharp eyes. Peering around, it tilted its head but still couldn't see any sign of him, so the one-horned turtle turned to its underlings. It ordered, "Find him for me." Not far away, Qin Feng was hiding, his hand gripping the arrow embedded in his shin. He decisively pulled it out and calmly devised a plan. Damn it. If I can't make them leave the water, I'll have to use the strategy of capturing the bandits, by capturing the king first. A second later, Qin Feng used Phantom Clone, and instantly, an identical Qin Feng appeared. Before him was a perfect copy of the original in both appearance and perception, meant to switch places to create chaos since a direct confrontation was impossible. After some calculation, he gave a slight nod to the shadow clone, which immediately dashed towards the one-horned turtle's army. King. He glanced over, carefully observing the situation, and from there, 3 of Qin Feng's shadow clones appeared at once, sprinting. Dashing forward, despite the enemy's attacking roars, it charged on even as a rain of tens of thousands of arrows was, pouring down and striking it. When the opportunity flashed for a moment, he made his decision, I should start moving now too. The entire ferocious army, led by the one-horned turtle king, continuously fired arrows at the shadow clone, focusing all their power, so they didn't even notice the real one circling around right behind them. He gritted his teeth, I can't use any skills, or I'll be discovered. However, this tactic didn't last long. In the blink of an eye, the shadow clone took a fatal blow, and he was shocked. The phantom clone was destroyed. Knowing this, Qin Feng pushed himself even harder, forcing his legs to move faster. Suddenly, a series of jade-green crystals appeared, floating around the one-horned turtle king, distracting it and leaving it stunned. It asked in confusion, what is this? But it immediately realized it was in an attack zone, even though it was supposed to be on the offensive. Its face turned deathly pale, and Qin Feng leaped from behind without hesitation, shouting, these are funeral flowers for you. As he finished speaking, he used all his strength to launch an attack right into the center of the beast's face, causing a massive explosion. But he didn't notice that a giant green snake had appeared next to the one-horned turtle king at some point, and this snake was actually a part of it, eyeing him for a while. It immediately lunged at him, opening its mouth and baring its fangs, ready to tear Qin Feng apart when he finally noticed. Unflinching, Qin Feng used Shadow's suffocating bind, and a second later, the giant snake was held fast by shadow tendrils, unable to advance or retreat. He gave a satisfied smile, and to avoid any further complications, Qin Feng clenched his fist and commanded, die now. The order was executed, and the beast writhed in agony for a moment. Before dying completely, a notification appeared. Killed the one-horned turtle king, King rank, successfully obtained quest item, King's Heart Core Water. Qin Feng stood beside the beast's corpse, absorbing the energy from the item as it flowed directly into his body. Your level has increased to level 12. This event caused the one-horned turtle king's army of beasts to collapse. Like a snake without a head, they scattered in all directions, not even daring to glance back. Leaning on a shadow clone, Qin Feng stood within the protection of the shadow bind, smiling. A flock of masterless turtles, it's time to farm some points. With that, the 2 figures leaped into action. Chasing after the herd of 1,000 turtles, the innate ability automatically evolves, transforming into the B rank Ice Water Esoteric Art. It autonomously awakens the talent skill, Ice Storm, a tier 4 skill that can unleash ice arrows and snow blades. It forms a widespread blizzard covering an area of 10 kilometers, and immediately, tens of thousands of sharp arrows rained down. The bodies of the turtles were pierced as if by karma. Not a single one was spared. Resisting the cold, he breathed a sigh of relief watching the turtle corpses fall, free because they were now just corpses. Qin Feng said, a weather-type attack skill is rare. This harvest is even greater than I thought. While enjoying the fruits of his battle, the monstrous crocodile returned from behind, but instead of confronting him with its previous arrogance, it groveled, big bro, the frost stone is right ahead. Please follow me. In its heart, it praised itself. A wise beast submits to circumstances. The one who killed the one-horned turtle king is not someone I can handle. If I serve him well, maybe he'll let me go. Later, my beloved wife and I must leave this place quickly and never return. Qin Feng found this agreeable and jumped right onto its back, cheerfully saying without a second thought, let's go, you beast. The crocodile happily acted as his steed. Okay, boss, sit tight. In a room of his secret headquarters, someone picked up an information panel. Looking at Qin Feng's picture and commented, "T.S. Gay, it's only been 3 days, and a human from a small world has already obtained the third king's core. His strength isn't bad." Another person chimed in, "A human from a small world, let me see." Upon seeing him with her own eyes, the blonde, purple-eyed female doctor exclaimed, "He's quite handsome. It would be nice if I could date him." The other person retorted, "Don't even think about it. Humans from small worlds are naturally weak and don't possess innate special abilities. Even if they manage to reach the Earth rank, they can't last in the Myriad Worlds war, let alone meet you here at headquarters." Inside the room, many young women were already sitting together, chatting about everything under the sun. The blonde girl joked, "Yeah, I was just saying. That's all. I still like my little BB." Immediately, the fiery, orange-haired girl shot back, "Don't call me little Beeb. This department of the secret headquarters has complete image data from all the battles, which they, the girls, can have if they want." A frame clip from the myriad moments happening out there. One girl said, "The village where this human named Qin Feng is has resources that have been doubled multiple times, and the mission difficulty has also increased significantly. To be able to complete the mission under those circumstances is truly not easy. Besides, the hardest thing for him isn't collecting 5 king's cores." The orange-haired girl from before calmly stated, "But the battle on Dragon's End slope, I hope he can give us a surprise." Sitting on the back of a great eagle, Qin Feng was traveling everywhere, with the stars and clouds as his companions. He clicked his tongue in confusion. Strange. Really, the notification panel displayed the following: Long Yuan Village level ranking. First place is Qin Feng, level 12. Second place is Liu Yuan, level 8. Third place is Liu Xuan, level 8. Fourth place is Lei Jiao, level 8. And fifth place is Qi Jie, level 8. He wondered, Liu Yuan's level has always been lower than Liu Xuan's. How did he surpass him in just 1 hour? Still staring intently at the data panel, he couldn't figure it out. So strange. What on earth did they do for their leveling speed to suddenly increase like that? This Qi Ji is also very strange. He wasn't even in the top 10 before. Suddenly, a message in the group chat popped up. It was from Liu Yuan, buying novice weapons. 10 novice weapons for 1 energy stone. First come, first served. Immediately, a few guys. Others were scrambling to trade. "Whoa, Liu Yuan, trade with me this time." The other guy cursed loudly in the chat, "You idiot. Liu Yuan already said he'd trade with me first." A girl pleaded, "Liu Yuan, list the item already." Qin Feng read on. Feeling utterly confused, energy stones are in such high demand. He suddenly realized the key point, slapping his hand with a loud smack, and smiled brightly. "So that's how it is," he said. "These two are getting rich quietly. What a pair of profiteers." Qin Feng began to analyze their scheme. Donating a newbie weapon gets you 22 contribution points, while 1 energy stone is worth 10 contribution points, but the price Li Yuan and Qi Jie listed on the regional channel was 1 energy stone for 10 newbie weapons. With such a profit margin, they would earn 10 contribution points per energy stone and then use those points to exchange for energy stones to absorb and level up. That's why their cultivation speed suddenly skyrocketed. He ordered the giant eagle to fly faster, his heart filled with a bit of excitement. Newbie weapons are the most common resource in the newbie village, and he estimated that one area had at least 100,000 unclaimed newbie weapons. Exchanging them all for contribution points could help many people quickly reach level 10. If all of Long Yuan Village worked together at this rate, it would have more and more resources to deal with the divine punishers. But before he could leave the forest area, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the edge of the woods, stopping him in his tracks. A group of thugs was forcefully rummaging through Liu Yan's bag, laughing gleefully and taunting her. "This chick has nothing valuable. What a waste." One of them had already pinned her to the ground as she struggled and cried, "I've already given you everything I have. Why haven't you let me go?" He replied calmly, "You've seen our faces, and you still hope we let you go. How naive." She screamed, "Boss Qin won't spare you if he finds out." They immediately shot her down. "Him? Who the hell is he? If he really wanted to help us, why didn't he share his method for leveling up? In the end, he's just a selfish hypocrite." Since even Qin Feng's name couldn't intimidate them, it seemed Liu Yan was doomed. She sobbed helplessly, awaiting her fate. But then familiar blue flames suddenly appeared, and Qin Feng stood high above, pointing down with eyes flashing fire. "You slaughter your own people. You don't deserve to be human." Witnessing on his journey how many people had struggled, pouring their sweat, effort, and even blood to achieve something, Qin Feng felt a bit melancholic. This was inevitable in this cruel, dog-eat-dog world, where everyone was going through a battle with no end in sight. Some people follow the rules, honestly striving to improve. He glanced at another, more ugly scene, where others secretly sought opportunities to profit by harming others for their own gain. The only thing he could do was become stronger and do his best to prevent similar incidents from happening in Longyuan village. He gently helped Liu Yan down from the giant eagle's back, asked her about the newbie village, and then told everyone to be on guard against this kind of scum. She smiled. Okay. He draped a cloak over her and saw her off carefully before leaving. Liu Yan waved her hand. Thank you, Boss Qin. As he left, he immediately turned his attention back to the main issue, considering how to respond, waiting for Longyuan village to level up. I need to research the village chief's authority to see if there's a function to issue a wanted notice. That would be great. At that time, anyone who dares to cause trouble on my territory. His face darkened, his heart burning with determination. I'll make them live in hiding. Hiding like a sewer rat, the eagle dropped him off on a mountain ledge. As he landed, he analyzed that although the beast-taming art could save a lot of travel time by controlling a flying beast, it was a shame the beasts he encountered were all too low-level right now, not worth taming as spirit pets. Next time he opened a chest, it would be great if he could get a spirit beast. Landing here, traps were laid everywhere. Activating the Eye of True Sight, he saw thousands of red and yellow flowers blooming, proudly rivaling the sun. They were bewitching man-eating flowers, level 15 demon plants, with a combat power rating of 24 stars and traits including bloodthirsty, hallucinogenic, and immortal, with a fruit drop rate of 15%. Qin Feng, completely unfazed, immediately drew his sword with a confident smirk, thinking a bunch of demon flowers could just be cut down. No sooner said than done, he leaped out of the pincer-like vines grabbing at his legs and charged into the demon plant's territory. At first, it went exactly as he expected. He advanced, slashing away the demon plants blocking his path. The thing was that wherever he cut, the demon plants would shriek mournfully. The fallen branches began to ooze sap, echoing with non-stop screams, "Help! Help! Ah!" The screams grew louder and more frantic. "It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! Save me! Save me! Ah! Ah!" It was actually getting to him. He got annoyed. It's too noisy. Suddenly, a multitude of demon flowers shot up, simultaneously opening their mouths filled with jagged, sharp teeth, and roared in unison, "It hurts! It hurts! It hurts!" This momentarily stunned Qin Feng, causing him to pause for a moment. These demon plants seemed to get stronger the more they screamed, growing larger with each shriek, as if turning their sorrow into a blazing hatred. They shot up, becoming larger than ancient trees, their trunks growing to an immense diameter. They continued to cry, "It hurts! It hurts! Hurts! Hurts!" Then it changed to, "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" Qin Feng slowly stepped back as the giant demon flowers' mouths spewed out a thick, sticky, and rather elastic, bright pink substance. Qin Feng was disgusted as he was enveloped by it. The skin on his hand that made direct contact with the substance was immediately burned, eating into his flesh. He reminded himself, "It's poisonous," and looked for a way to escape the sticky mess. He looked at the bizarre creature he was about to charge into, a thrilled smirk on his face. Broken branches regenerating, no wonder their traits listed immortal. Now this is more like a level 15 demon plant. The giant demon plants continued their timeless song, "It hurts! It hurts!" But the moment he charged forward, they all turned tail and fled, whispering to each other, "This human is too strong. Run! Run quickly! Run quickly! He has poison resistance. He's not poisoned. He's not poisoned. Run to the mother tree. Fire! There's fire!" Qin Feng was completely baffled, staring blankly. They ran, but was he really going to let the prey right in front of him just get away? That simply wasn't his style. Qin Feng brandished his sword and gave chase, relentlessly slashing wherever he went. Notifications popped up continuously. Successfully killed a level 15 bewitching man-eating flower, received 820 energy points, picked up a level 2 resource, greenwood heart, a material needed to upgrade the wooden house to level 3. Qin Feng twirled his sword as he looked at the fallen demon plants, mocking, "So clever, just too slow." Using a normal sword slash, the demon flowers could still regenerate, but after being burned by the 6 flames of hell, they could no longer regenerate. Facing the supersized main body of the demon plant, he slashed his way through as if enjoying the scenery, even commenting, "I've gained 110,000 energy points and over 20 attribute points along the way." He landed on its stalk, thrusting his sword, now imbued with the blue flames of hell, straight through it, and said with satisfaction, "My combat powers shot straight up to the 87-star limit. Leveling up this fast feels amazing. After clearing this stage, he didn't sheath his sword just yet. There were still many more. Something was waiting for him. He immediately activated the Eye of True Sight. Another dimension opened before his eyes, an ancient tree with several yellow sacs resembling beehives hanging scattered on its large, leafless branches. The bloodthirsty poison wasp beast was a level 15, with a combat power rating of 26 stars. Its traits included deadly poison, bloodthirst, and speed, with a drop rate of 15%. And just like that, swarms of wasps with sharp claws and incredible speed rushed towards him as if he were a pot of honey. Qin Feng held his sword firmly, his eyes blazing, standing perfectly still with confidence. The number of poison wasps was too great. If they swarmed him, even someone with greater strength would find it hard to maintain a flawless defense. It seemed he could only try his new skill he had just acquired. With that thought, he raised his hand to the sky. An azure flame enveloped him as if they were one, and he summoned some kind of arcane art as ethereal clouds gathered into a vortex. The vortex grew larger and larger, and the wasps showed some fear. Some even stopped their attack to observe the phenomenon in the sky. From within those green clouds, hundreds of thousands of razor-sharp arrows appeared. He smiled with satisfaction. 4th tier talent, Ice Storm. Immediately after, those ice arrows shot towards each wasp, shredding them with their sharp, drill-like tips. A notification arrived instantly. Successfully killed a level 15 bloodthirsty poison wasp, received 850 energy points. With every wasp he skewered, his power multiplied. And so it went. Notifications flooded in. Level 12, 323,700 out of 1 million. Level 12, 475,000 out of 1 million. Level 13. In the end, only the great tree remained, covered in white snow, a tomb for the entire wasp colony. Qin Feng let out a soft breath of satisfaction. He looked at the battlefield and remarked, as expected of a 4th-tier skill, 3,000 poison wasps taken out in a single move. All of them were dead. He pointed straight ahead. Now it's your turn, Great Tree. That was the Withered Tree Demon, a king-level entity. Level 16, with a combat power rating of 53 stars. Its traits included manipulation, immortality, and aging. From the tree trunk emerged a woman's face, with long, slightly glowing blue hair. She opened her eyes and remarked, "How rare." Her hair strands wove together into hundreds of sharp thorns, and the bark wrapped around her body to form clothing. She flexed her power and said, "After so many years, a human has finally set foot in this forbidden zone. I've missed the taste of human blood. Become my nutrients." As soon as she finished speaking, demonic flowers appeared again, opening their maws, ready to tear Qin Feng apart. She screamed an order, "Kill him." The information panel updated. The Golden Wasp King Beast, King level, level 15, with a combat power rating of 47 stars. Its traits included Deadly Poison, Berserk, and Guardian. The drop rate was 100%. Current status, controlled. Tens of thousands of wasps rushed forward, but he calmly said, "You've come at the right time." Qin Feng waved his hand confidently, "Heed my command." Instantly, the wasps that were skewered earlier, their eyes glowing red, revived like vengeful spirits. Following Qin Feng's command, they all appeared with level 13, 173,500 out of 2 million. The Golden Wasp King aggressively grabbed two of its subordinates' claws, then mercilessly tore its own comrade apart. The Golden Wasp King screamed repeatedly, "Kill you, kill you, kill you." The worker wasps began to surround it. In the blink of an eye, the battle turned into a swarm of wasps, killing each other. A moment later, an earth-shattering explosion occurred, and the entire swarm of wasps was annihilated. The system displayed a notification, "Killed the level 15 Golden Wasp King." A king-level beast successfully obtained the heaven and earth treasure, Golden Wasp King's honey. Qin Feng smugly held out his hand to catch the item from the defeated beast. "That was killed by me. How could it be a match for a full health Wind King?" So I used a few tricks, and I didn't stop there. The beast civil war continued to rage on. Qin Feng spoke softly while using his beast-taming summoning technique to make them fight for him, and at the same time, I planted the seeds of raging hellfire inside their bodies. Seeing this, the old demon dryad exclaimed in shock, "Wow, what? You possess two completely different elemental talents, ice and fire. How is this possible?" Qin Feng drew his sword forcefully and smirked, saying, "Once the controlled poison bees touch a target, I'll activate the raging hellfire and make them self-destruct." He confidently strode through the rain of bee corpses. "Although it's a tactic that hurts the enemy for 800 but costs me 1,000, you've seen the results, it's extremely effective." In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng suddenly vanished, leaping high into the air and aiming the tip of his sword directly at the old demon dryad. Her thorny roots were no match for Qin Feng's attack. He swung his sword as smoothly as a chef slicing sashimi. Seeing her root hair all severed, the old demon dryad shrieked in shock, glaring fiercely at Qin Feng. However, before she could even recover, the old demon dryad was getting thrashed by Qin Feng. She wondered in confusion, what kind of skill is this? How can it suppress my regeneration ability? One by one, her roots were severed, falling like autumn leaves. The old demon dryad gritted her teeth in frustration. This won't do. If this continues, I'll die. Even if it consumes a massive amount of energy, I have to use that move to save my life. At that moment, the old demon dryad erupted in fury, her murderous aura engulfing the entire area. Her root hair had also regenerated. Seeing this unexpected turn of events, Qin Feng was momentarily startled. After composing himself, he sneered disdainfully. Is that all you've got? Qin Feng also began to play his own trump card. His eyes blazed with intense killing intent. However, Qin Feng was enveloped by the old demon dryad's energy, and he cried out in alarm. What's happening? Qin Feng's skin began to wrinkle, and crow's feet appeared all over his eyelids and forehead. In just an instant, he had turned into a bald old man. Qin Feng cried out in panic. I'm aging rapidly. Noticing the old demon dryad's energy seeping from his nose and ears, he was momentarily stunned. So she wants to steal my life force and make me die of old age here. Qin Feng quickly regained his composure and glared with a determined look. Very well. He leaned back and shouted, Rejuvenation technique. However, this technique could only neutralize half of the effect. Qin Feng touched his face to check his condition. I've inhaled the dark mist into my body. The rejuvenation technique can't completely purify it. He muttered to himself, Wood-type beast skills are all afraid of fire. Let's try burning it with raging hellfire. Qin Feng's current appearance could only be described as hideously grotesque. His face was half old and half young, with green hair on one side and a bald head on the other, while energy spewed from both his ears. Inside Qin Feng's body, two streams of energy constantly clashed with each other. He screamed in pain, ah! After a moment, his energy overpowered the old demon dryads. Qin Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood and returned to his original form. He unleashed a powerful burst of strength to break free from the old demon dryad's domain. Seeing this, she was somewhat astonished. He broke my ultimate move so easily. This human was unbelievably strong. Rejuvenated to his youth, Qin Feng let out a loud laugh. He quickly got into a fighting stance and sneered, Not bad. I almost fell for your trap. At that moment, the old demon dryad immediately and obediently knelt down. Seeing this, Qin Feng was utterly confused. The old demon dryad said in a low voice, My lord, I was blind. Seeing that Tai Shan offended you, my lord, I apologize. Please, my lord, have mercy on me. I'm just a 180-year-old tree. I've never hurt anyone, so please spare me. She put on a weak act, saying, You came for me because of this king's core. I am willing to offer it to you, my lord. Faced with this, Qin Feng thought to himself, What is this? Does she think I don't know about these flower demons? Tree demons all have this personality. The old withered tree demon spoke with tears in her eyes, My lord, look, this is the king's core. It's wood elemental, and I also have. In her heart, she thought, he has used a total of 3 major skills. His star power must be depleted. This is the best chance for a sneak attack. The old withered tree demon schemed, I have to distract him while buying time. Time for my children to revive. She continued, I will immediately gift you a golden egg twice the size of an ostrich egg, which she presented to Qin Feng. The old withered tree demon obediently offered the treasure. The fire, Luan is a descendant of the legendary divine beast, the vermilion bird, and its power is immense. It's mighty, and upon reaching maturity, it can achieve earth-rank strength, making it very worthy of you, my lord. But unexpectedly, Qin Feng coldly asked, Do you take me for a fool? Just then, the wood demons began to rustle continuously, and Qin Feng keenly looked up and smirked disdainfully, having seen through the old withered tree demon's plot. The ones behind you are making such a huge commotion, I can't even pretend not to hear it. He didn't hesitate to unleash a powerful attack that made the heavens and earth tremble violently, causing the man-eating flowers to fall like autumn leaves. Qin Feng pointed his sword at the old withered tree demon and said, I thought that at level 16, you'd have more special tricks than other king-rank beasts, but I overestimated you. Seeing this, she hurriedly cried out, Wait! The old withered tree demon stammered, The fire demon king is at. Before she could finish, Qin Feng coldly sliced off the head of the old withered tree demon. A gift box appeared before him, and the system displayed a notification. Successfully killed the level 16, king-rank old withered tree demon, received 10,000 energy points, 4 reputation points, and obtained a silver treasure chest. Infinite extraction successful. obtained the C-rank talent, Shared Sixth Sense. 2 instances of the talent have automatically merged. Enhancement is now automatically evolving. Additionally, the Sixth Sense talent has been upgraded to the B-rank talent, Spiritual Sixth Sense. Because the Sixth Sense talent was upgraded, the Phantom Clone skill has been enhanced, allowing you to summon 2 clones at once. Because the Sixth Sense talent was upgraded, the Phantom Clone skill has evolved into the Level 4 Spiritualism art, which can increase the combat power of a battle pet by 60%. Qin Feng happily held the egg and smirked. Well, look what we have here, a battle pet. Qin Feng calmed his mind and levitated in the air, infusing his blood into the egg. Facing the fire, Luan egg, a battle pet can be hatched. A low-level battle pet. Hatching a fire Luan with blood essence can purify the egg. Alright, I'll deploy a protective formation to protect it during the blood absorption. The fire Luan is rumored to possess the bloodline of the sacred beast, the vermilion bird, with immense power, and upon maturity, it can reach Earth rank strength. After deploying the formation, he joyfully ignored his still bleeding hand. Below 100 stars is human rank combat power, above 100 stars is Earth rank, and above 1,000 stars is heaven rank. Looking at the golden egg within the formation, he commanded, "Come on out, my long-slumbering battle pet." A super cute fluffy creature emerged from the egg. Looking at the little fire Luan in his hand, he shook the eggshell and asked, "Why are you so tiny?" He poked the little fire Luan on the forehead, making it angry. With a dark expression, little fire Luan flew up and completely broke out of its shell, an illusion of its adult form appearing in the sky. He was pushed back by little fire Luan's wave of power, but he was still happy. This little thing's aptitude is truly heaven-defying. Fire Luan Battle Pet, Level 1. Combat Power Rating 50 stars. Description: Absolute Loyalty. A-Grade Law of Fire Evolutionary Talent, A-Grade Spatial Control. B-Grade Vermilion Bird Divine Bloodline Talent, and the Level 6 Heaven Burning Golden Flame Skill. Watching little fire Luan flap its wings in front of him, Qin Feng rested his chin on his hand. If I use Spirit Connection, its combat power can increase by 60%, which means a combat power of giving it a chance to defeat a Punisher. He stood up and dusted himself off, and little fire Luan flew closer to him. He rubbed its belly and said, "Little guy, from now on, I'll call you Little Luan." Using his Sixth Sense divine ability and spirit communication technique, blood-red threads appeared everywhere. Little Luan is a battle pet I hatched with my own essence blood, and from this moment, one thread became clearly visible. Little Luan and I will have a bond like family. A blood-red thread connected his hand to little fire Luan's leg. The bond was established with the fire Luan battle pet. Watching little fire Luan happily fly circles around him, he was certain that its loyalty to him was unmatched in this entire world of slaughter. Little fire Luan flew in front of him, chirping and calling, "Master, Master, Master." Hearing this, he guessed that the spirit communication technique allowed him to understand the language of Little Luan, so there was no language barrier between him and his battle pet, which was extremely convenient. He held little fire Luan and asked, Yeah, what's up, little guy?" It didn't hesitate to reply, "I'm hungry." Little fire Luan whined and pleaded, "Master, I'm so hungry." Little Luan is super-duper hungry, which made him freeze. He felt like he was facing a difficult problem. "I'm hungry" was the first challenge for this newbie nanny. Then he asked, "Do you eat vicious beasts, or do you eat people?" In the surrounding barren land, 2 small monsters were perched on a dead tree. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept by, startling one of the 2 creatures on the tree. Riding on the back of a dragon-like beast, he said, "Little Luan is too small. It can't carry me at all, so I can only use a flying vicious beast as a temporary mount." Meanwhile, little fire Luan was still complaining, "Master, I'm hungry. Master, I'm hungry." He held out his hand, which contained a wisp of green spiritual power for little fire Luan. "Luckily, you don't need to eat people like vicious beasts. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to raise you." Hearing him say that, it immediately retorted, "Chirp. Little Luan isn't a vicious beast. Little Luan is a sacred beast. Little Luan is very strong. Other vicious beasts can't beat me." He helplessly went along with it. All right, you're the strongest." They arrived at an erupting volcano, with black smoke filling the sky. He said seriously, "We've arrived at Fire Prison Mountain." The scenery was a crimson red from the lava, and at the foot of the volcano, in a lake of lava, a group of slightly creepy-looking spirits appeared. Magma Fire Spirit, Level 16, Combat Power Rating 30 stars, Trait, a Spirit. Born from Magma, 16% drop rate. Hearing this, he was a bit surprised. Spirits. But little fire Luan jumped for joy, yummy. Without waiting, it dove down from Qin Feng's shoulder. leaving him no time to react. Wherever little Fire Luan flew, screams echoed. Ah. It still happily chirped. Delicious. Killed a level 16 Magma Spirit. Successfully obtained 910 energy points. Killed a level 16 Magma Spirit. Successfully obtained 910 energy points. Then little Fire Luan flew back, and with a powerful suction, all those fire spirits were sucked into its mouth. Qin Feng watched little Fire Luan go on a killing spree below, satisfied. When little Luan kills monsters, I also get energy points. This isn't bad. Xiao Lon's abilities are fire-based, so this is a good place to practice. Then he jumped off the dragon's back and landed on a rock floating on the lava, opening his system panel. The system announced, successfully killed a level 16 fire spirit rock monster, obtained a spirit proof. He looked at the card in his hand, ignoring Xiao Lon, who was on a rampage out there, and looked at the stack of similar cards in his hand. Spirit proof, a grade 2 item. Using this card grants 1 personal reputation point, with a maximum use of 10 cards. He was pleased. Gaining reputation is a good thing. He stood in a safe corner to check the rewards. When reputation reaches a certain level, you can receive a title bestowed by the Heavenly Tao, and titles can provide attribute points, which is a way to increase your power. For example, Liu Xian's reputation reached 10 points, becoming a novice elite, and received a bonus of 20 attribute points. While outside, Xiao Lon was causing chaos, activating the system panel. Red threads enveloped him. There were 3,000 fire spirits here, and killing them all would yield at least 100 spirit-proof cards. The system announced. You have used a spirit-proof, reputation +1, current reputation is 78 points. You have used a spirit-proof, reputation +1, current reputation is 79 points. You have used a spirit-proof, reputation +1, current reputation is 87 points. He happily looked at the cards. The extra ones could be put on the trading channel to help the people of Longyuan Village increase their strength and quickly reach level 10. Suddenly, something landed next to him, and he cautiously inspected it. With smoke and fire everywhere, Xiao Lon was leveling up. Your battle pet has advanced to level 2, with a combat power of 60 stars. Suddenly, the rock spirit monsters flew up and gathered in one spot that was glowing bright red. The rock spirit monsters were sucked into it one by one, revealing a spirit that was tens, even hundreds of times larger than the other spirits. Its massive body stood in the middle of the volcanic area, the fire spirit rock monster king, a king tier, level 16. With a combat power assessed at 52 stars, a spirit born from magma, with a 100% drop rate. The Spirit King angrily attacked, and Xiao Lon didn't hesitate to fly straight at it. The collision between the spirit and the fire Lon created a massive shockwave that affected the surroundings, but Qin Feng calmly operated his system, certain that the fire spirit king with 52 stars was no match for the newly leveled up Xiao Lon, so there was nothing to worry about. Now to check on the situation in Longyuan Village. The Spirit King and Xiao Lon fought fiercely, sending magma flying everywhere, while Qin Feng created a protective barrier and stood calmly inside it. Liu Xian, Lei Jiao, Qi Jie, Liu Yan, and Wu Yang had all reached level 10, so now the entire Longyuan Village had 9 people at level 10. He had already obtained the title of Novice Great Emperor before fighting the Black Tortoise King, and the Novice Wooden House of the village chief had been upgraded after finding the Frost Ice upon defeating the Black Tortoise King. Longyuan Village now had 95 level 1 wooden houses, which wasn't bad. The whole village could be upgraded soon. The system screen displayed the word trade, and he looked at the screen in surprise. Someone was making a losing deal. He looked at the items offered along with the message, I want to use these 3 grade 3 items to trade for your grade 3 knife. At the foot of the volcano, the fire spirit and Xiao Lon were constantly fighting. Whatever attack the fire spirit launched, Xiao Lon dodged it. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was still engrossed in studying the system panel. The person on the system panel said, although these 3 items are grade 3, they are contaminated, which has lowered their quality. They are effectively only grade 2. Debris flew everywhere behind him. He rubbed his chin and asked, contaminated? The other person replied, that's why I want to use them to trade for a knife. Level 3. The system panel showed, unnamed bracelet, left, a level 3 item, corroded and contaminated, strength +30, agile, 80 +10, darkness resistance +100%, unnamed bracelet, right, a level 3 item, corroded and contaminated, strength +30, agility +10, darkness resistance +100%, unnamed wrist guards pair, a level 3 item, corroded and contaminated, defense plus 30, constitution plus 20, darkness resistance plus 100%. Seeing this, he happily exclaimed, "Isn't this a tria? Sure, tailor-made for me." Then he quickly replied, "Okay, deal." He commanded the ring, use endless extraction. The Tem announced the stats of the two bracelets. Bracelet of Light right, a level 3 item, strength plus 60, agility plus 20, darkness resistance plus 100%. Bracelet of Light left, a level 3 item, strength plus 60, agility plus 20, darkness resistance plus 100%. Next, he put on the wrist guards. Wrist guards of Light, a pair of relics from the Emissary of Light, a level 3 item, defense plus 60, constitution plus 50, darkness resistance plus 100%. The system displayed endless extraction, successful. He examined the wrist guards, wondering about the relics of the Emissary of Light. Could there be information about another hidden quest in this? Looking at the system panel, he suddenly froze. On the screen was an announcement for Dragon Abyss Village. The Novice Village has reached level 10. The 10th person to complete the village's novice trial, rewarded with 2 bronze treasure chests. Dragon Abyss Village's level 1 wooden houses. The 100th one has finished upgrading. A reminder that Dragon Abyss Village has met the requirements to upgrade to a level 1 village and can choose to upgrade. On the village chief interface, seeing the notification, he happily exclaimed, "This is great." He turned and said to Xiao Luan behind him, "Xiao Luan, let's end this quickly." Hearing the command, the little fire Luan flared up with excitement. The little fire Luan charged straight ahead. Heavenly golden flame, a single strike pierced through the spirit's head, causing it to collapse. Then thousands of spirits fell into the lava lake together. The spirits fell like rain. Suddenly, a creature stood out. A large arm swung up from the lava lake. It aimed for the little fire Luan. He shouted a warning from a distance. "Watch out behind you." Qin Feng could feel the power in that palm. The little fire Luan cried out for help. "The pressure is too strong. Master, save me." He immediately rushed forward to protect the little fire Luan and counterattacked. Ice storm. His attack and the lava arm collided. The lava arm seemed to speak. "How interesting." The voice then remarked, "A person from a minor world could actually grow into a novice-level emperor-grade powerhouse in such a short time." A pillar of blue light shot down from the sky. He landed on the ground, holding the little fire Luan. Terrified. "That was close. Luckily, I used the return to village function in time." He first accessed the system to upgrade the village, and then immediately clicked the button to upgrade the village. A blue light emanated from around him. The houses and the village were being upgraded. The system announced, "Upgrade successful. Dragon Abyss Village has been upgraded from a level 0 village to a level 1 village." The villagers also received a new surge of power. The system announced, "Congratulations to all villagers for receiving the blessing of the Heavenly Tao, receiving 50 points in bonus attributes." Turning to him, the system continued to chime. "Congratulations to Village Chief Qin Feng for receiving the blessing of the Heavenly Tao, receiving 100 bonus attribute points." The system didn't stop, it continued. "The authority to upgrade the novice wooden house to level 2 has been activated. Upgrading to a level 2 wooden house grants 100 bonus attribute points." He became happy and proud. "Quickly, go to the public channel and praise Boss Qin. Let's see what the conditions are for upgrading to level 2. The moon had begun to illuminate the sky. At a lake on Blue Star, the Eternal Night Village. By Autumn Water Lake, a person emerged from the water's surface, handing a piece of ice stone to the person on the shore and saying, "I finally obtained the Frost Ice Stone. Once the village chief's wooden house is upgraded to level 2, we'll have the right to upgrade to a level 1 village." The other person replied, "Your Highness, in the Blue Star realm, there is no force stronger than our Eternal Night Village. Getting first place won't be a problem." That person then smiled contentedly, hugging the ice crystal to his chest. Then the system immediately announced, "World announcement, the first level 1 village in the Blue Star realm has completed its upgrade," causing the shirtless young man to freeze in shock. "Ah." Meanwhile, Qin Feng was lying on the sofa looking at the system panel. Authority points, permissions increased. The village chief's wooden house is now level 3, has been initiated. Conditions to upgrade the wooden house to level 3. 40 units of level 0 wood resources, 20 units of level 0 stone resources, 10 units of level 0 animal fur resources, 5 units of level 0 ore resources, and 1 level 2 green wood core. He held the green piece of wood that was emitting a green glow and said, "I happen to have all these materials right now." Then he ordered the upgrade. The house was quickly transformed. He and little fire Luan's eyes lit up. The kitchen, 1 person and 1 beast jumped onto the mattress, the bed sheets. The system continued. Level 3 Novice Wooden House. In a non-sleeping state, stamina and spirit recovery are increased fourfold. In a sleeping state, the recovery speed is increased fivefold. Qin Feng lay enjoying himself in the comfortable bathtub. Although this world of slaughter has only been going for 3 days, it felt like a very long time since he'd been able to enjoy something like this. The system countdown for the competition, activity countdown. For the village competition, 7,432 minutes and 4 seconds. Seeing this, he said, there are 4 days left. If I can't upgrade to level 3, I won't get the reward and I won't be able to deal with the Heavenly Punisher. It would be great if there were more ways to earn attribute points. A small system flew over. Hello members of Dragon Abyss Village, I am the all-knowing customer service agent, Sha. The system flew over to Little Fire Luen. Congratulations to Dragon Abyss Village for receiving a one-time opportunity for a doubled reward. Hearing this, he asked in disbelief. A doubled reward? The system faced him and Little Fire Luen and said in a rush, that's right, dear village chief, the difficulty of upgrading the village will be doubled, but you will be guaranteed to win the village competition, and the rewards will be doubled. The village chief will receive 2,000 attribute points, and the villagers will receive 1,000 attribute points. The system transformed into a countdown timer. You have 10 minutes to think. Please make your choice. He pondered. The initial upgrade conditions are almost met. Looking at the system screen, the protection altar has not been built, the conditions for building a level 2 village, and the building materials are unknown. Now he thought, I wonder what materials and conditions the protection altar requires. After a moment, he became serious. If it also takes 1 to 2 days, then it's better to spend that time upgrading to a level 3 village. He glanced again. This opportunity is too rare. If successful, Dragon Abyss Village will no longer have to worry about the heavenly punishment trial. The villagers came out and looked at the sky. One person said, what does everyone think? A man with black hair spoke up. Our Dragon Abyss Village is where it is today thanks to Boss Qin. Of course, whatever Boss Qin tells us to do, we'll do it. The blonde person next to him immediately replied, if it weren't for Boss Qin, we might have already died, so I trust him. I agree to the challenge. The villagers were overjoyed, their faces beaming. From this moment on, every time Dragon Abyss Village levels up, the heavenly Dao rewards received will be doubled. From this moment on, every time Dragon Abyss Village is victorious in a village competition, the rewards will be doubled. Then, right after that, the system made a series of announcements. Dragon Abyss Village is upgrading. To reach a level 3 village, the conditions have been updated. The population must reach over 1,000 people, and the village chief's novice wooden house must be upgraded to level 3. The number of level 1 wooden houses in the village must be 400 or more, and the number of level 2 wooden houses must be 100 or more, and the number of level 10 powerhouses in the village must be 40 or more. Reminder, only after completing the above conditions can you unlock the ability to create the protective altar. At that moment, the villagers' expressions changed, their joy turning into fear. Liu Yuan in the village broke out in a cold sweat, trembling. We're doomed. Our Long Yuan village is doomed. The surrounding villagers were extremely panicked and terrified. Old Wu pointed at the man and shouted, Liu Yuan, what nonsense are you spouting now? Old Wu. Liu Yuan's face darkened with fear as he pointed up and replied, look at the first condition. The population needs to be over 1,000 people, but we only have a total of 937 people. Hearing this, the villagers panicked in terror, and a series of screams erupted. Is Long Yuan village really doomed this time? 1,000 people, where are we supposed to find them? If the population isn't enough, then even if the other conditions are met, we can't level up. What do we do? Qin Feng, standing before the display, had already thought of a solution and began to comfort and encourage everyone, leading them to implement his plan. Everyone, there's no need to worry. I'm currently on a C-rank map opening quest, and once it's complete, we can break the seal and go to the greater world to recruit villagers. A friendly system reminder appeared. After you complete the map opening quest, you can search for the Myriad Forms Divine Temple and then use the teleportation circle inside to go to a designated novice village to recruit villagers. Hearing this, the two blonde girls were so happy they cried, but their tears were full of joy and hope. The short-haired blonde said, that's great. In Zone 1 there are still 7 villages of Longguo people. We can recruit them to join us. The long-haired blonde added, if we can recruit them, we'll be able to survive and complete the quest. He stood in the room, seriously comforting the villagers. Rest assured, blood is thicker than water. I will do my best to save them. Then, he immediately became impassioned, and Xiao Huanluan beside him was also infected by his spirit. He put on a determined expression. Everyone, this quest's difficulty has increased. I will assign tasks to everyone to uniformly increase the entire village's combat power and quickly advance the quest's progress. The villagers were just as enthusiastic. Listening to Boss Qin is never wrong. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from the village. The system interface appeared. Villager tracking system. Village Chief Qin Feng opens the villager tracking system and can immediately search for the location of all villagers. Voice command system. Village Chief Qin Feng opens the voice command system and can immediately issue verbal commands to all villagers. The system Fluffball said, "These are 2 new management permissions added after the village upgraded." Looking at the villagers below whose determination was soaring, he began to lay out the plan. Building level 1 and level 2 wooden houses requires a large amount of stone and wood. From now on, everyone ranked 40th and below will go chop trees and find stone. He began assigning tasks. The top 10, like Liu Xian, Lei Zhao, Liu Yuan, Wu Yang, Shi Ji, and Liu Yan, will go to Jui Mountain west of the Lilu Prairie. There's an iron ore mine there. All the villagers seemed to be listening intently as he continued to assign tasks. For those ranked from 11th to 40th, your main mission is to break through to level 10. The energy stone trading business of Liu Yuan and Shi Jie will be temporarily taken over by the rest of you. No one else is to interfere. Everyone listened, not yet offering any opinion. He brought up an item. The level 2 novice wooden house requires frost stones. I've already put them on the contribution points channel for everyone. If needed, it can be exchanged for the listed points. The system announced. Village Chief Qin Feng contributed 100 blocks of frozen ice stone to Long Yuan Village, receiving 2,000 contribution points. Then, full of conviction and determination, he made a final declaration. Within 2 days, we must upgrade the village to level 2. The villagers all responded in unison, their voices echoing from one end of the village to the other. He focused on the screen and said, "With our current combat power, dealing with the Fire Demon King should be no problem, but we still need to upgrade our equipment first." Then, he took out a small chest, and then took out a series of different chests and several cards, saying, "The treasure chest fusion cards and the silver treasure chests that I worked so hard to collect are finally ready." A characteristic blue light emanated from his house, as a series of lightning bolts struck down from above, shattering the chests. The system announced, "Treasure chest fusion card used successfully. Fused into 2 gold treasure chests. Treasure chest fusion complete. Congratulations, you have received 1 dark gold treasure chest. Success. Successfully opened the treasure chest, obtaining the 5th tier item, Dark Knight Heavenly Blade. Dark Knight Heavenly Blade. Attack power plus 300. Strength plus 100. Attack speed plus 130%. Armor penetration plus 100%. Wound hearing plus 100%. Dark power enhancement plus 100%. He grabbed the blade he had just unboxed and exclaimed, "With this divine blade, it's like giving wings to a tiger." Qin Feng confidently slung the blade over his shoulder. "Fire Demon King, here I come." As for Xiao Huo Luan, also catching some of his determination, happily ran after him. The system announced, using the return scroll to fire Hell Mountain, a place full of volcanoes and lava, the craters still spewing black smoke as dawn began to rise. His feet moved nimbly, pushing off to gain momentum. He landed and stood firm with Xiao Huo Luan on his shoulder, and a dead serious expression, as if stepping down into the volcano's crater. Within the lava was a rare lotus flower. The system analyzed its origin. Fierce fire red lotus. Grade. Level 4, spirit flower. Origin. After the fire phoenix died, its essence blood transformed into this flower. Origin. The fire phoenix is one of the direct descendants of the divine beast, vermilion bird, and may contain a high concentration of the vermilion bird's divine blood. Suddenly, a hand waved and called out, "Human, I'm over here. Look at me, look at me." The person standing on the opposite crater rim asked, "I know my existence is easily overlooked, but could you look at me first?" He immediately asked, "Who are you?" The system immediately began its introduction, almost answering his question for him. Race. Emperor level human. Level 18. Combat power assessment, 99 stars. Trait, Summoner, Immortal body in lava. Reminder, extremely evil. The other person asked back, quite surprised, "Me?" That person began to stroll along the crater's edge. The Fire Demon King skipped along the crater rim as he confided, "Unfortunately, my infant form was just too weak. A light squeeze of the neck was all it took to kill it. The people in my clan always blame me for being difficult to raise. They even wanted to kill me. I hate them." Looking at him on the crater rim, the Fire Demon King put on a cute face, but his next words were anything but, "So, I killed all of them." Then the Fire Demon King turned around and continued innocently, Later on, the Heavenly Tao said that I couldn't just keep wandering around like that, it wasn't good, so it told me to stay here. It even gave me a name, and that name is. Then he immediately jumped up and closed in on him, the Fire Demon King. Seeing this, he widened his eyes in shock, thinking, when did he get here? But the Fire Demon King was playful. I'm extremely curious about you, a human from a minor world who could become Emperor level in such a short time. He unleashed a sword strike at him, but he quickly jumped back, hopping playfully on the crater rim. So sorry about that. I didn't expect you to be this powerful. He held his sword, observed the boy seriously, and then asked, what do you mean by lesser thousand world? Then he was lost in thought. I remember the dried corpse I met before was from a middle thousand world. Could it be that this world is divided into thousand worlds, greater, middle, and lesser? He took a defensive stance, and Xiao Luan did the same. One man and one beast stood ready, giving the Fire Demon King a sharp glare. He predicted that, moreover, people from the middle thousand worlds seemed to be stronger, by a bit. The Fire Demon King dropped his playful demeanor, his face darkening as he asked menacingly, why do you ask? It's not like knowing will do you any good. Then he reverted to his mischievous, childlike appearance, holding out a flame in his hand. I'm done talking to you. I have to start carrying out my duties now. From the crater of the volcano, on his command, long lines of demons arose, the system displayed. Glazed Fire Dragon, Mutant Class, Level 18, Combat Power Rating 37 stars, Traits, Berserk, Bloodthirsty. He ordered them to kill him, and the demons swarmed towards him in waves. He leaped forward to fight back, retorting, only 37 stars of combat power? You're underestimating me. Immediately after, Xiao Luan combined its attacks with his moves to strike the demon dragons. His strikes were unerringly accurate, not just hitting their heads but also severing their bodies. The system announced, successfully killed a level 18 mutant glazed fire dragon, received 4,100 energy points, picked up a fire glaze. Reputation +3. One of them took advantage of the moment he bent down, thinking, a new item dropped, I wonder what this fire glaze does. But it breathed fire down on his head. He reacted instantly by jumping up, targeting the monster's mouth. The sword in his hand absorbed a surge of power, and with one slash, he knocked out two of the fire dragon's fangs. Seeing this, the Fire Demon King laughed happily and clapped, ha ha, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. He gave a mocking look, made a welcoming gesture, and then summoned a large circle of fire, saying, let me see just how much power a level 15 novice emperor like you really has. He stood on the edge of the crater, a bit wary. This aura, since when was the flaming brown log in front of him a fire rock giant? It charged forward to attack with mesmerizing purple eyes. At this moment, Kill appeared again with a new notification, reminding him that the target had been demonized. Seeing the creature in front of it, Xiao Luan was terrified and flew to hide behind Qin Feng. At this moment, they were as if in a volcanic hell. Qin Feng read the new notification and thought to himself, it's a monster reaching out with a giant hand from within the magma. After Xiao Luan defeated the Fire Spirit King, the system suddenly displayed a new notification, activating True Sight Eye. Qin Feng, holding a blue sword, said with a worried expression, its combat power is only 100 stars. Do I have a chance of winning? The system panel then appeared. Hellfire Demon King, Emperor level demon. Hellfire Demon King, Emperor class, level 19. Combat power rating 100 stars. Trait, Immortal Domain. The Fire Demon King was now controlling the fire rock giant, making it spin around and launch a punch towards Qin Feng. The Fire Demon King's face was gleeful, his eyes wide, as he pointed at Qin Feng and shouted, go die. The fire rock giant's arms slammed into the ground like a volcanic eruption. The earth shattered into many pieces. Only rubble remained on the ground. The Fire Demon King added, Aya, you're still not dead, you've got some skill. The Fire Demon King then gave a mischievous smile, covering his mouth with his hand and saying, let's see how long you can hold out. After that, the Fire Demon King once again controlled the fire rock giant. It let out a loud Haya and repeatedly slammed its fists into the ground and attacked Qin Feng, forcing Qin Feng to jump all over the place to dodge, followed by a powerful punch aimed at Qin Feng from the magma giant. Qin Feng struggled to block it with both his hands and his sword, his face contorted in a grimace. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound, and small rocks began to fall into the lava below, as if the cliff was about to break. With a loud crash, the cliff shattered, causing Qin Feng to lose his footing as the volcano seemed to erupt with a new stream of lava. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng quickly placed a hand on the ground, twisting his body and agilely clinging to the underside of the cliff. Qin Feng managed to dodge the magma giant's attacks, thinking to himself, the magma giant is controlled by the Fire Demon King, so if I can just restrain the Fire Demon King's actions, I can immobilize the magma giant. Then Qin Feng leaped up again to dodge an attack, shouting, "It's too dangerous here, go hide first." Xiao Luan. Hearing this, Xiao Luan immediately flew up and said, "Yes, master." Then Qin Feng quickly got back into a fighting stance and yelled, "I'll try to control the Fire Demon King first." The massive figure of the magma giant appeared before him, and it swung its arm again, causing the ground to crack once more as lava erupted and rocks flew everywhere. Qin Feng tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes fixed on his target. Qin Feng swung his sword, unleashing sharp sword slashes that flew towards the magma giant. The falling rocks were also sliced into pieces, looking just like a series of massive explosions. Large boulders rained down like meteors, and Qin Feng's earlier attack had hit the Fire Demon King, causing the boy to suffer a severe injury to his arm. The Fire Demon King was furious, his angry eyes glaring at Qin Feng. When he suddenly seemed to sense something, the Fire Demon King immediately turned to look behind him. To his surprise, Qin Feng was diving down from above, sword in hand, ready to attack. He shouted, "Magma!" The magma giant was startled and also turned around, but unfortunately, the magma giant was faster. It swung its fist and punched Qin Feng with immense force, sending him flying like a falling meteor. Qin Feng was knocked down into the lava flow below, and a panicked, terrified Xiao Luan screamed, "Master!" However, it seemed Qin Feng was unharmed, as he had used a spherical barrier. Qin Feng emerged from the bubbling lava. Qin Feng had used magic to protect himself and Xiao Luan, confronting the furiously raging magma giant. He wasn't scared at all and said to Xiao Luan, "I'm fine, you're no match for it, get to a safe place first." After that, Qin Feng cast a spell, standing inside his protective circle, and said with a smug smile, "So it turns out when the magma giant gets hurt, you get hurt too. This makes things easy." Qin Feng seemed to gain a new surge of power, his eyes widening. He shouted, "Shadow Bind." Suddenly, countless arms emerged from all around, surrounding the Fire Demon King, leaving the boy completely stunned. The arms, like octopus tentacles, wrapped tightly around the Fire Demon King, not letting go, causing the boy to scream in pain. Because the Fire Demon King was bound, the magma giant was also restrained by an invisible force. The restrained magma giant growled in extreme anger. Then, with a darkened expression, Qin Feng charged towards the Fire Demon King with his sword. As Qin Feng was about to strike, the Fire Demon King just gave a faint smile. Suddenly, another explosion occurred, causing the surrounding rocks to fly everywhere, creating an incredibly chaotic scene. Lava also splattered all over, and when the dust and smoke cleared, the Fire Demon King was now heavily wounded and covered in injuries. The boy said in a rage, "I'm starting to hate you." Over on this side, Xiao Luan was extremely worried about Qin Feng, so she flew back and forth constantly, calling out, "Master, master." But suddenly, from out of nowhere, a sword shot forward with extreme killing intent. Fortunately, the Fire Demon King was quick on his feet and managed to dodge the attack. However, Qin Feng was thinking to himself, to be able to withstand continuous strikes from a grade 5 weapon, just how terrifyingly tough must his skin be. Abruptly, the Fire Demon King swung his fist in a counterattack against Qin Feng. Qin Feng quickly leaned back and dodged the attack. He thought to himself, the difference in our combat power is only a few stars, so why is this so difficult? Suddenly, Qin Feng's blade lunged forward, pressing right against the Fire Demon King's neck. His pupils shrank in fear, but to everyone's surprise, the Fire Demon King countered Qin Feng with a kick from above. Qin Feng seemed to be tiring, thinking to himself that he must have missed something and needed to find his opponent's weakness quickly. Suddenly, the Fire Demon King caught Qin Feng's sword with his bare hand, then looked at him with a determined gaze. Seeing this, Qin Feng was momentarily stunned by this display of power, feeling a bit surprised himself. Then the Fire Demon King gripped the sword and flung it to the side. Watching Qin Feng get pulled along, the Fire Demon King said, "What a truly formidable weapon. I hope I can get one too." The two continued to clash, with Qin Feng becoming extremely enraged. He scowled and gritted his teeth, while the Fire Demon King's expression was one of smug arrogance. Qin Feng was then thrown aside, crashing hard into a pile of rubble. Qin Feng thought to himself, "What a dirty fighter." The Fire Demon King now smugly raised his hand, looked at Qin Feng, and said, "I'm done playing around. It's time to end this." Then, strange lights suddenly appeared in the sky and dark clouds began to gather in one spot. A beam of magical light shone from the center of the sky. A blazing red spear shot down from the sky, moving so fast it looked like it would tear the heavens apart. The Fire Demon King quickly leaped high into the air and snatched the blazing spear. Then, the Fire Demon King demonstrated his supreme skill, twirling the spear in his hand a few times. The Fire Demon King landed and said, "Human." Then he gave a smug smile, looking at Qin Feng. Then he powerfully plunged the spear into the molten lava below, a wide grin on his face, and said, "Welcome to your personal hell." With that, the Fire Demon King charged forward, still holding the blazing spear, the corner of his mouth curling into a slight smirk. With a loud boom, both of them were blasted high into the sky as another explosion erupted. Fortunately, Qin Feng was agile. He quickly flipped over and landed back on the ground, while the Fire Demon King remained hovering in the air. The Fire Demon King thought to himself, "He's in the air. This is a perfect opportunity." The moment that thought crossed his mind, the sight before him made the Fire Demon King cry out in shock, "Aura blades." It turned out Qin Feng wasn't just waiting to die but had already counterattacked the Fire Demon King with his aura blades. The projectiles shot straight into the sky, piercing through the Fire Demon King's body. The momentum pulled the Fire Demon King along with them. Heavily wounded, he desperately tried to endure and dodge Qin Feng's attacks. Qin Feng then charged forward, a long sword in his hand, and he swung his sword and shouted, "So this is all an Emperor-level expert with 100-star combat power amounts to." Qin Feng slashed down, but the Fire Demon King was indeed very agile, dodging another one of Qin Feng's attacks. After dodging Qin Feng's strike, he smiled smugly and said, "How ignorant." The volcano suddenly erupted, seemingly under the control of the Fire Demon King's power. Then, the Fire Demon King leaped from above to launch an attack at Qin Feng, grinning sinisterly as he said loudly, "Do you think reaching 100 stars in combat power makes you an Earth rank expert? If your combat power reaches 100 stars but you haven't passed the sacred martial arts trial, then you can only be at the peak of the human rank. A true Earth rank expert needs to pass the sacred martial arts trial for the heavenly Tao to reconstruct their body." Hearing this, Qin Feng became a bit thoughtful and wondered to himself, "Earth rank, human rank?" Then, the Fire Demon King and Qin Feng resumed their battle, rushing at each other, swinging their sword and spear. Qin Feng was still thinking to himself, "It seems he misunderstood, mistaking the Emperor rank I mentioned for the Earth rank." The Fire Demon King threw his spear, thrusting it powerfully toward Qin Feng. As Qin Feng used his power to create a protective shield, he thought to himself, "I'll take this opportunity to get more information about the Earth rank from him." Then, the Fire Demon King charged forward again with his spear and shouted, "A true Earth rank expert, even with only 100 stars of combat power, can crush you with one hand." The Fire Demon King and Qin Feng charged at each other again, the battlefield becoming extremely chaotic. One was like fire, the other like ice. Hearing the Fire Demon King's words, Qin Feng replied, "Oh, so you're not an Earth rank expert either. There's a huge gap between you and the Heaven's Punisher." The Fire Demon King became furious upon hearing Qin Feng's words and retorted bitterly, "Get rid of that damned idea of yours. Don't even think about prying information from me." Then the two resumed their fight, attacking each other relentlessly. The two weapons moved so fast that the naked eye could barely follow. The Fire Demon King seized an opening, and he swung his spear, trying to injure Qin Feng. Then the Fire Demon King shouted, "Based on the situation in Dragon Abyss Village, even if you set up a protective altar and become an Earth rank martial artist, you won't be able to save anyone." The Fire Demon King continued to slash down relentlessly, making it difficult for Qin Feng to move. The Fire Demon King then said casually, "You are all just a bunch of trash. There's no need for the Heaven's Punisher to act. I will kill you today." Qin Feng was pushed back so hard that he slid across the ground, forcing him to stab his sword into the earth to regain his balance. In his heart, he was thinking, "The Fire Demon King is so contemptuous. This clearly means the difficulty of Dragon Abyss Village's heavenly punishment will definitely increase. I must resolve this quickly and open the map." The Fire Demon King was extremely smug as he approached Qin Feng, smiling sinisterly and saying, "Advancing from human rank to Earth rank is a major transformation, but that doesn't mean a human rank can't defeat an Earth rank. When their combat power reaches 130 stars, a human rank can challenge a 100-star Earth rank." As the Fire Demon King spoke, he recalled the scene of being pierced by Qin Feng's arrow. The Fire Demon King angrily pointed his spear at Qin Feng's face, thinking to himself, "This guy's combat power is clearly not at 130 stars, but his aura is very similar to a half-step Earth rank expert." Then, the Fire Demon King slammed the spear in his hand onto the ground. At that moment, the surrounding lava on both sides flew into the air, and rocks and debris were swept up along with it. The Fire Demon King continued to think to himself, "If this fight goes on, I'm afraid I'll lose my life here. I'll use one all-out attack to finish him." The magma giant emerged from the volcano again, and upon seeing it, Qin Feng thought to himself, "This nuisance is back again." The Fire Demon King looked incredibly smug at this moment, glancing towards the magma giant with a cunning smile spreading across his face, and shouted, "Magma giant, kill him." Upon receiving the command, the magma giant swung its fist and slammed it down hard where Qin Feng was standing, causing the ground to shatter and sending earth and rock flying everywhere. But surprisingly, the incredibly agile Qin Feng managed to dodge the attack. After dodging, he shouted, "A move you've used before is useless against me." Hearing this, the Fire Demon King replied, "Is that so?" Then suddenly, something rushed forward, flying towards Qin Feng at the speed of light. Suddenly, the Fire Demon King had charged in to attack Qin Feng, lunging at him, straight towards him, putting him in a difficult spot. All of a sudden, Qin Feng's eyes began to glow, and his mouth, too, emitted a strange white light. The Fire Demon King was smugly pointing his sword at Qin Feng, flashing another wicked smile as he said, "You must be thinking that the magma giant's actions shouldn't be in sync with mine, right? Why would I act alone?" The scene was horrific. The Fire Demon King had stabbed Qin Feng, and he laughed again, and said, "Because it has no brain, it only knows how to punch wildly, creating a total mess here. It was a real hassle for me to control." The Fire Demon King then glanced towards the magma giant and added, "Luckily, after spending some time together, for a long time, I've started to understand a little of what it says, so sometimes, even without my control, it can accurately strike the enemy." Qin Feng had been stabbed quite deeply, and was now struggling to breathe. He gasped and thought to himself, "I was careless. In this bloodthirsty world, I shouldn't think conventionally." Then, Qin Feng trembled and staggered back a few steps, unable to even stand steady anymore. But he didn't give up and thought to himself, "It's okay, I still have a chance. I just need to pull this spear out, and the rejuvenation technique will very quickly heal this fatal wound." The Fire Demon King was still tightly gripping the sword embedded in Qin Feng. He looked at Qin Feng with a contemptuous expression and said, "What's wrong? Are you not listening to me? I'm about to get angry." Magma Giant, at that moment, slammed its fist on the ground again, and the ground cracked once more, sending debris flying. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Xiao Luan appeared. She flew in quickly. Although fear was written all over her face, she still charged forward and said, "Master, I'm here to save you." Xiao Luan swiftly rushed towards the Magma Giant. The enraged Magma Giant raised both its hands high, preparing to attack again. But surprisingly, Xiao Luan dashed in and delivered a beautiful uppercut, striking the Magma Giant straight in the face, knocking it backward. The Magma Giant was furious after being hit, swinging its fists wildly, while Xiao Luan just kept flying circles around it. The Fire Demon King, with a soulless, inhuman expression, watched and said, "What an idiot." He then raised his hand, preparing to cast a spell. The Magma Giant, with a furious face, reached out to grab Xiao Luan, who was flying at super speed. The Magma Giant succeeded in catching Xiao Luan, clenching its fist tightly so she couldn't escape. Then the Magma Giant opened its hand, revealing a charred black lump falling to the ground. It turned out to be Xiao Luan, who had been burned to a crisp by the Magma Giant's flames. In a daze, Qin Feng was in agony, his mind flooded with the thought, "Am I going to die? A long spear pierced through my kidney, and I took a hit from the giant. The wounds are too severe. The rejuvenation technique needs some time to heal the body. In the meantime, I can teleport to the wooden cabin to recover strength." No, that's not right. If I can't even defeat him, how can I protect Longyuan village? I can't leave. I can't run. I'm carrying the lives of over 900 of my people on my shoulders. Get up. Get up. I have to fight, fight, fight. At this moment, Qin Feng was seen trying to use all his strength to cast a spell, trying to get up. He shouted, "I can't fall." The Fire Demon King slowly and calmly approached from behind, and then Qin Feng managed to struggle to a sitting position. He once again used a spell to summon his sword, and Qin Feng used the sword to support himself to stand up. Qin Feng had actually managed to stand, even though he was panting from exhaustion, even though his whole body was trembling in pain. The Fire Demon King was blinded by his aura, and he said in surprise, "He's standing up without caring about his burning body. What terrifying willpower." Qin Feng was on his feet, his face darkened. He opened his mouth as if to say something. Then Qin Feng swung his sword, wanting to attack the Fire Demon King again. He attacked while shouting, "How dare you bully a pet in front of its master?" Then Qin Feng threw his sword, and it shot rapidly towards the Fire Demon King. Qin Feng yelled, "Do you have any manners?" But it seemed the Fire Demon King wasn't scared at all. He just stood still, and then Qin Feng shouted, "Phantom Clone, Shadowbind." The Fire Demon King then smirked and said, "Ha, is that all?" But suddenly, out of nowhere, a hand appeared and gripped the Fire Demon King's shoulder, startling him. Suddenly, the Fire Demon King lost his focus, turning around to see Qin Feng's phantom. Qin Feng took this opportunity to charge straight at the Fire Demon King with the sword in his hand. Suddenly, countless arms emerged from the ground and grabbed the Fire Demon King's legs. He screamed in panic and fear. What the hell is this? Those purple, demon-like arms were gripping the Fire Demon King's legs tightly. Qin Feng then spoke again. "I already told you, didn't you hear me?" On the battlefield now, the Fire Demon King was captured. Both his arms and legs were restrained by Qin Feng, his phantom, and his magic. Even the sword was right in front of the Fire Demon King's face. Qin Feng then added, "This is called Shadow Bind." The sword slowly pierced the Fire Demon King's mouth, while his arms and legs were bound. How painful! The Fire Demon King was now on the verge of tears, trying to resist, but Qin Feng mercilessly thrust the sword through the Fire Demon King's head, sending blood flying everywhere. Qin Feng also shouted, "How could I let you pull it out?" And so, the Fire Demon King was finally killed by Qin Feng. His body shattered into small pieces like a broken model. Qin Feng stood before a blazing vortex of fire, the ground crumbling beneath. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Killed level 19, Emperor, Grade Fire Demon King, obtained 3,000 energy points, obtained 9 reputation points, obtained 30 judge points, dropped quest item King's Heart Core, Fire. Facing the massive destructive vortex of fire, he held his incredibly long sword, his eyes filled with vigilance. At this moment, the familiar screen appeared. Reputation broke 100, combat power broke 100, obtained the title Novice Human Emperor. A few minutes later, the system materialized and happily announced. The stats for strength, agility, spirit, and constitution have each increased by 80 points. Only then did Qin Feng's joy return. He wiped the sweat from his brow and declared, "Phew, we won." Suddenly, the system sensed something and its eyes widened in shock. Shockingly, a gigantic foot appeared out of nowhere and stomped down, scaring the daylights out of the system. "Master." However, things didn't end that easily, as a blue speck of light appeared from the center of its foot. Qin Feng followed up, coolly piercing his sword straight through the foot, causing the monster to painfully lift its foot up. Not stopping there, Qin Feng hovered in midair, swinging his sword back into an attack stance, Hell's Heavenly Ape. After speaking, he slashed down with all his might, and after that attack, the monster weakly fell down. At this moment, the system announced, "Successfully killed the level 17 Fire Rock Giant, obtaining 990 energy points." That bird, seeing that the monster had been defeated, happily ran over and started flattering its master. "Master, you're so powerful, you are my god." When Qin Feng didn't say anything, the bird couldn't help but look at him worriedly. "Master, are you all right?" Qin Feng said nothing as his entire body was enveloped in a golden aura, surprising even himself. Just then, the system joyfully appeared. "Congratulations, your combat power has reached 100 stars. You have obtained the qualification for the martial trial." Hearing those words, Qin Feng skeptically raised his hand to observe it and couldn't help but wonder. The holy martial trial, is that what the Fire Demon King refused to talk about? Not letting himself wonder for too long, he frowned and turned to seek help from the system beside him. "How can I participate in the holy martial trial?" As soon as the question was asked, the system pondered for a moment, then presented a series of information. Enter the Myriad Manifestations Divine Palace in the Great World, and by entering the Holy Martial Hall, you can participate in the Holy Martial Trial. During the trial, the participant will obtain the power of the Heavenly Tao, reconstruct their body, and obtain the title of Earth Rank Expert. The Holy Martial Trial will rank participants based on their performance, and the higher the rank, the greater the power of the Heavenly Tao obtained, and the more benefits there will be. Your dedicated support system suggests that the participants strive to solidify their foundation and enhance their strength. Hearing those words, he couldn't help but stroke his chin and thought. The fat bird took this opportunity to nuzzle into his supporting hand. In that case, if I want to get a high rank in the Holy Martial Trial, after thinking it over, Qin Feng came to his own conclusion. Then I need to get Long Yuan Village to a level 2 village first, to get the massive attribute rewards. Besides that, there are a few other ways to increase my strength. Snapping out of his thoughts, Qin Feng moved his hand to pet the bird's head, and at that moment, the system announced, "Using rejuvenation successful." Just when it seemed like things were over, a stream of blue energy descended upon Qin Feng's head. It was followed by the familiar notification screens. Villager Liu Xuan has upgraded to a level 2 wooden house, obtained the Heavenly Tao's blessing, rewarding 100 attribute points. Villager Liu Xuan's combat power has reached 30 stars. You have obtained a reward of 10 attribute points. After reading these lines, Qin Feng quickly noticed something strange and turned to question the system beside him. Wait, what was that just now? When a villager levels up, I also receive a heavenly Dao reward? In response to the question, the system cheerfully displayed an information panel and began to explain. During the human rank combat power stage, each time a villager breaks through to a certain tier, the village chief can obtain corresponding attribute point rewards. When a villager's combat power breaks through to 30 stars, the village chief can obtain 10 attribute points. When a villager's combat power breaks through to 50 stars, the village chief can obtain. Gaining 20 attribute points, he figured everything out. A satisfied smile appearing on Qin Feng's face, mixed with a bit of calculation. I get it now. The real benefit of being the village chief lies here. Thinking about this made him feel a surge of excitement. I currently have 397 villagers. If every single one of them breaks through to 30-star combat power, that would be 9,370 attribute points. And it doesn't stop there. Qin Feng's mind started racing with another scenario. What if I had 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, or even billions of villagers? Then, imagining the scene of himself leading a crowd of laughing people running through a meadow, he couldn't contain his excitement. I could become a god directly. Not letting Qin Feng's imagination continue to run wild, the system shattered his fantasy. Village Chief Qin Feng, please be realistic, keep your feet on the ground, and don't get too delusional. His happy mood was shattered, and he reluctantly complied. But he quickly realized something was off. If he wanted to reap the benefits from the villagers, he had to quickly increase their leveling speed. He read the notification screen, observing it intently, and began to analyze the situation. So I spent the 500 spirit proofs I obtained from Fire Hell Mountain, using the spirit proofs to gain reputation. With reputation comes titles, and titles bring attribute point rewards, and by spending a large amount of frost ice stones, the villagers can upgrade their wooden houses after meeting the conditions. At the same time, upgrading the wooden houses will also grant rewards and attribute points, and their strength will increase as well. After reading the information and finishing his analysis, Qin Feng returned to the main issue, placing his hand on the monster he had just defeated to use his power, extracting the Fire Demon King, and upgrading his Fire-type talent to B rank, and Hellfire would also transform into the 4th-tier Heavenly Hellfire. Immediately after this action, countless system screens appeared with information about the Fire Demon Lord and the Wind Scar Ring. After reading it, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It can list all the tradable items. I hope I can exchange them for something useful." After finishing everything, Qin Feng turned his attention to the bird happily dancing and singing on his shoulder. The blazing red lotus in the volcanic rock had been eaten by Xiao Luan. He originally thought it would level up Xiao Luan, but after observing for a while, he saw it was still humming a very cheerful tune. He slowly dismissed the thought. Looking at it, I guess I was overthinking things. Now, to think about whether I really need a battle pet. Ignoring it, he went back to absorbing the power from the monsters that had been defeated here. The beasts have almost all been extracted now. Even if I announce that I've obtained a mutated beast, the effect won't meet everyone's expectations. Endless extraction is my greatest asset. If I can't extract, it will become a major limitation on my strength. At this moment, the image of a terrifying monster appeared in Qin Feng's mind as he silently made a resolution. No matter how he looked at it, he had to quickly unlock a new beast extraction map. In another corner, a fight was taking place. One person punched the man in front of him, sending him flying, and proudly declared, "You puny human, you don't know your own limits." After being sent flying, the man rolled a few times on the ground, unwilling to accept this outcome. He was filled with fighting spirit and tried to get up. Then, he used all his strength to lift a boulder, Law of Strength TC, and after preparing for a moment, he threw the massive boulder at the young man. Go to hell. He succeeded in crushing the boy under the rock. The man was incredibly smug. Ha! It's just a wraith emissary, no match for a warrior from our northern bear nation, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Tev entered the village and has been missing for 3 hours. The longer he's in there, the more it proves he has a chance of succeeding. Just then, an X-shaped slash appeared in the distance, while on the other side, the man was still standing motionless, ignoring the comments flying everywhere. Tev, as the number 2 powerhouse in our Zone 1, is only slightly weaker than Qin Feng, that's all. Once Tonev completes the mission, we'll be able to buy energy stones cheaply. A few seconds passed, and the man was defeated, with another person stepping on him. The comments were still flying wildly. The energy stones from Dragon Abyss Village are too expensive. I don't want to buy such expensive energy stones. Wait for number 44 to establish a village. We'll only trade with village number 44. God will bless Mr. Tev. He absolutely must succeed. Reading those messages, Qin Feng quickly felt a sense of unease and rushed off. Tanav is on a mission to challenge the village chief. His strength isn't bad, but the Wraith Emissary and the Vengeful Demon are not easy to deal with. I think the Energy Stone business of Dragon Abyss Village can continue for a while longer. He hadn't run more than a few steps when a sword was thrown at him. Seeing a figure emerging from the thick dust and smoke, he stopped and growled, "Friend, sneak attacks aren't very honorable." As he spoke, Qin Feng's eyes filled with killing intent, and he silently commanded the system to activate the Eye of Truth. Behind the smokescreen, a man held a bow and arrow, ready to attack at any moment. Without hesitation, he released his grip, sending the arrow flying straight towards him. Facing the arrow, Qin Feng smirked confidently and casually raised his hand to block it. Upper Realm. The War of 10,000 Worlds. Don't tell me the Blue Star Realm will have a War of 10,000 Worlds in the future. Seeing him block his attack, the other man began to question his very existence. A human from a lower world actually blocked my light arrow. Not only did he block it, but Qin Feng even retaliated. The more people he met, the more questions and doubts arose. If I want to unravel them, I must continuously level up to find the answers. Just like that, the other man was pierced by the arrow he had shot straight through his head. At that moment, the system displayed a notification. Killed the level 20 Forbidden Land Guardian. Mutation successful. Obtained 5,000 energy points. Obtained 100 judgment value. The man collapsed just like that. A thick cloud of dust then appeared, and a statue emerged from the ground. Looking at it, he wondered, "Do you know what the fiery feet of a fire rock giant smell like?" And very quickly, he received complete and detailed information from the system. From the one stone statue that emerged, an entire army of stone statues began to appear right after. Faced with the appearance of these stone statues, Qin Feng couldn't help but raise his hand to shield himself, growing more vigilant. What's going on? The smell of blood is so strong. A pile of stone statues. The ground burst open, followed by the appearance of a massive magic circle with strange red patterns, in the middle of the empty land. Sitting in the center of the magic circle, a man watched him from afar, silently assessing everything. What a huge battle. Regardless of his thoughts, the other person quickly calmed down. Then, thinking of something, he raised his hand and switched to a friendly mode. "Hello, Qin Feng." But in his eyes right now was just an information panel, full of details about the man. After reading those lines and hearing those words, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, becoming even more vigilant. "You know me." Amidst a long stream of information, he focused on a single detail but still hesitated slightly. 109 stars. I can definitely fight and win against him, but as a thought crossed his mind, Qin Feng shifted his attention to the nearby stone statues, imagining 7,749 different scenarios. If their entire group attacked as well, even I wouldn't be able to win a swift victory. Fighting one against thousands, especially since there's a 100 million star powerhouse here. When that question was asked, the other man bowed and affirmed, "Yes, I've always been watching you." Fearing Qin Feng wouldn't believe him, the man started to explain in great detail. From the beginning, when you could only ambush the injured crimson-smelting giant rat, to later counter-killing the evil Gan, who was several times stronger than you, and even consecutively slaying the 5 great kings. Every time you were in a desperate situation, the explosive power you unleashed left me utterly astonished. You are the most special powerhouse I have met in the last 1,000 years, so I decided. 2. After finishing his long speech, the man gave a wicked smile, summoned some sort of sharp object, and declared he would take care of. With those words, he stepped forward. Qin Feng had already drawn his sword at some point, ready to fight at any moment. Then, without giving him any time to prepare, the man lunged forward. Faced with this, Qin Feng was also ready to defend at a moment's notice. Immediately, he channeled power into his sword, preparing to defend. The other man was no pushover either, swinging his own weapon to counterattack. In Qin Feng's eyes, all he could see were the images of the man's strikes being unleashed. In the next moment, he was surrounded by countless slashes. The man, in the middle of the fight, suddenly noticed something. From behind, countless streams of power had appeared, preparing for a sneak attack. Looking at it, he assessed, "It looks like fire, but it isn't fire. A bone-chilling aura that can also incinerate all things in the world. It seems this is his hell's heavenly flame." After all, facing the attack, the man swung his weapon to block it. Although he managed to parry it, the man still couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive. Not only did you dodge all of my attacks, but you were also able to launch a sneak attack on me." However, because of that single moment of carelessness, a sword slash cut right through his body. Even as he was split in two, the man still couldn't process what had happened. Right after the blow landed, he collapsed. Looking at the man lying in a pool of blood, Qin Feng started to taunt him. You sure talk a lot. I just sneak attack you without any warning. It seems you can come back to life. Then, in some miraculous fashion, his hand began to twitch, and a second later, he slowly got back up, rubbing his neck while exclaiming. To Qin Feng's utter astonishment, he said, there it is, there it is. My combat awareness dropped. I completely failed to notice that blade of yours. He didn't stop there, even smiling brightly as he declared, it's good to be alive. I will definitely win a proper fight against you. This scene made Qin Feng unable to believe his eyes, furiously swinging his sword to attack again. What nonsense are you spouting? If killing you once doesn't work, I'll just kill you again. However, an incredibly dazzling light erupted from the man, startling Qin Feng. From within the man's body, countless glowing golden orbs emerged. He sat there, smiling brightly and offered, let's be friends. Looking at those glowing orbs, Qin Feng acted aloof on the outside, but inwardly he was drooling. Humph, you think you can win me over with just a few dozen dragon blood fruits? Just then, the system chimed with continuous notifications, successfully absorbing the energy of the dragon blood fruit. Concentration of true dragon's blood is increasing, awakening a strand of dragon blood power. Holding those still glowing fruits in his hand, Qin Feng was so astonished his jaw nearly dropped. Dragon blood fruits could activate one's innate bloodline, and the more you ate, the higher the concentration of true dragon's blood in your body would become. Observing his reaction, the man chuckled and provided more information. When the concentration of true dragon's blood in your body reaches 3%, you'll have a chance to awaken an inherited skill. Young man, you should eat more. I have plenty. After explaining, the man proactively offered, if you have any questions, you can ask me. But Qin Feng said nothing, just focusing on chewing. After eating for a while, Qin Feng got straight to the main topic, regarding the Martial City Stone assessment. How much do you know? As soon as this question was asked, he pondered for a moment then answered honestly, the Martial City Stone assessment is a gift from the Heavenly Tao. Participants in the Martial City Stone assessment can have their bodies reformed by the Heavenly Tao. Saying that, the man held up 5 fingers and began to illustrate specifically, and he watched very intently. The ratings for the Martial City Stone assessment are divided into 5 levels: low grade, mid grade, high grade, peak grade, and god grade. Speaking of this, an image of a mid-grade person appeared in his mind who could already outshine an entire group of low-grade people combined. Although there are 5 levels, in reality, over 99.9% of people are low, with only 0.1% of people able to reach mid-grade. Thinking of something, Qin Feng voiced the question on his mind, what about high grade? The man quietly stated a number, 1 in a million. After providing the information, the man began to get lost in the past and tell a story. Back then, in the mid-heaven world where I lived, 1 billion people came over, but in the end, not even 10 people reached high grade. Even the geniuses from the rookie assessment who won the title of Rookie Human Emperor, very few could obtain a high grade rating. Even after hearing all this, Qin Feng couldn't hide his persistence and asked again, then what about peak grade? These words successfully made the man narrow his eyes. Young man, your ambition is not small. Despite saying that, he didn't hide anything and answered honestly, peak grade. That's a 1 in 100 billion chance. Even in the great heaven world, it's hard to find one, and the legendary god grade has never been seen. I once knew a high-grade master. He was at level 20, with a combat power rating of 280 stars, and had participated in the Holy Martial Assessment. It's just a pity that he was still a little short in the end. Speaking of this, the man became lost in thought and then offered his opinion. So I reckon that only when one's combat power reaches 300 stars is there hope of obtaining a peak grade rating. Learning the information he needed, Qin Feng had an epiphany. So that's how it is. My current combat power is so far behind. Luckily, there's still time to improve my strength. Thinking about this, he was chewing on that strange fruit while looking at the system screen. The bloodline concentration increased to 2.93%. Eating 1 or 2 more dragon blood fruits could give me a chance to awaken the inheritance. After watching the screen for a long time and having finished the fruit, Qin Feng asked about another. What is the Myriad World's Great War? Asked this, the man pondered, searching for information about it in his mind. The so-called Myriad World's Great War is the battle of our slaughter world, which occurs once every 1,000 years. Every single person who comes to the slaughter world, regardless if they're from the great, mid, or small heaven worlds, whether they are ferocious beasts, sprites, or demons, as long as they survive, they will be forced to participate in this battle. Victory might lead to godhood, while defeat most. Some would turn to dust as if they had never existed, while a few would barely survive. However, the Heavenly Tao is also truly cruel to the losers. The defeated race would suffer the abandonment and curse of the heavenly Tao. In the slaughter world, with dangers lurking everywhere, and also bearing a curse, survival was impossible. Breaking from his train of thought, he chose to keep this information to himself and answered perfunctorily, "I don't know any more information, either. If you can break the seal and head to the great world, perhaps you'll meet a race that was once defeated." Hearing those words, Qin Feng chewed on another fruit. A few minutes later, the system appeared once again, smiling brightly and congratulating him. "Congratulations. Your bloodline concentration has reached 3.01%. Your bloodline talent is beginning to evolve. Your bloodline talent has been upgraded to the bronze tier. Strength plus 100. Agility plus 100. Constitution plus 100. Spirit plus 100. Right after that announcement, his entire body was enveloped in an explosion of blue power. Witnessing this scene, the man silently lit a spark of hope. If it's you, perhaps you can defeat it completely. He looked at the sacrificial altar and sighed. 1,000 years. I don't have much strength left to suppress it. He said gravely to Qin Feng, "If you can't do it, this novice village will completely turn into a living hell." Thinking of the scene where the entire village was engulfed in a sea of fire under the flood dragon, his face darkened. Qin Feng, in his spiritual consciousness, was surrounded by a golden dragon, trying to receive the awakened inheritance skill. The system analyzed his stats, assessing his combat power at 116 stars, assessing combat power at 120 stars, assessing combat power at 121 stars, assessing combat power at 122 stars, assessing combat power at 130 stars. After a period of trying to assimilate, the system announced the sad news. Inheritance skill awakening failed. Please continue to try. Qin Feng slumped down. The old man looked at the sacrificial altar and sighed. It failed. Hearing this, Xiao Luan panicked and flapped its wings. He threw down a dozen or so dragon blood fruits and said kindly, "If you can't eat them all, save some for later. Slowly accumulate, and you will naturally awaken the dragon soul power and obtain the inheritance skill." Qin Feng saw the dragon blood fruits like tamarind leaves falling on the ground, and his eyes lit up. He called out to the man in a loud voice, "Big shot." Pulling himself together, Qin Feng regained his seriousness and asked him, "I don't believe there's any such thing as a free lunch in this world. Speak. What do you really want me to do?" He held out his hand, and inside was an orange jade-like object shaped like a baby curled up. "This is the spirit of metal. It can enhance the power of a weapon. I'm giving it to you. I hope you can help me extract it," he said calmly. When Qin Feng heard this, he was shocked and froze. The man pointed to the altar and said loudly, "And then kill the flood dragon." Suddenly, the wind picked up, and dust began to swirl around. He handed the spirit of metal to Qin Feng, saying, "The strange movements have begun. It seems it can't wait any longer. If you don't extract it now, I won't make it in time. I can no longer suppress it." The spirit of metal is a B-rank profound truth of metal control, formed through a special method, condensed over 100 years, and can be fused with a weapon to enhance its power of the weapon. Qin Feng looked at the spirit of metal, his fighting spirit secretly brewing. He raised his hand and used his absorption skill. Qin Feng used it to extract the old man. The system announced, using infinite extraction. Infinite extraction successful. Obtain D-rank wind control. Obtain B-rank profound truth of earth. Obtain D-rank light control. Obtain the profound truth of metal of B-rank. The 5 elements talents of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth have reached B-rank and are now fusing. Qin Feng felt the 5. The elements are gathering and moving. Earth begets metal, metal begets water, water begets wood, wood begets fire, and fire begets earth, perfectly interconnected in an endless cycle of creation. System notification. 5 elements talent fusion successful. Obtain the A-rank talent profound truth of the 5 elements. Combat power assessment 127. Qin Feng was overjoyed to see the significant increase in his updated stats. He finally had an A-rank combat type talent. Just like that, his overall strength had increased again. But when he looked up, the smile on his face vanished instantly. The old man stood silently in the wind, motionless. His entire body had now turned to stone. Yet he still wore a reassuring smile for Qin Feng. "Don't worry." Qin Feng suppressed his grief and anger. He stepped forward with a burning will. "For myself, for all the villagers, and for the one who suppressed the dragon's soul for 1,000 years, it's you. I will kill it." Qin Feng began to press the activation buttons for the 5 elements on the core sacrificial altar. The king-level earth core was represented by the mammoth demon statue, the king-level metal core by the spider spirit, the king-level water core by the 2-headed serpent bird monster, the king-level wood core by the thorn treant, and the king-level fire core by the fire demon king. After activating the 5 elements, 5 beams of light appeared, shooting straight into the sky like searchlights. The heavenly gate opened. Xiao Luo looked up at the sky, seeing no stars, only a luminous vortex appearing, gathering the 5 streams of elemental power. As Qin Feng stood there, he felt the ground shake beneath him. The earth cracked open, and a long tail whipped towards Qin Feng and Xiao Luo, who dodged just in time. The creature flew high into the air, and Qin Feng watched from a distance, looking up at the sky. Both Qin Feng and Xiao Luo grew tense. The flood dragon had appeared. It was an emperor-rank evil spirit, the evil flood dragon corpse puppet, level 20, with a combat power assessment of 143 stars, and its realm was low-grade, lower tier. Its talents included the B-rank Profound Truth of Fire and the B-rank Profound Truth of Wind. The flood dragon lowered its head to look at Qin Feng, its 2 frills flaring out completely, showing its immense anger. Golden chains, forged by the combined power of ancient cultivators, were wrapped around its shimmering green body. The corpse puppet scanned the ground for a moment before stopping, its hate-filled eyes fixed on the old man's stone statue. Its memories recalled a time when the ground was scorched, and it was swarmed and attacked by cultivators all at once. It roared in pain and resentment. "It's you. Go die. It was all of you." The corpse puppet remembered being in a deep pit, looking up and screaming until its throat was raw, its voice growing even more furious. "You skinned me, tore out my tendons, and imprisoned me here for 1,000 years. I want all living beings in this world to be buried with me." The corpse puppet's roar echoed across the sky, and the system issued an urgent notification. A new mission appeared. Kill the evil flood dragon corpse puppet and offer it as a complete sacrifice to heaven and earth. The corpse puppet flew wildly around the sky, its mouth muttering, "Humans, such a disgusting taste. Kill you. Kill you." It swiped its claws, launching attacks like arrows from a crossbow. The evil flood dragon laughed maniacally. "All of you die. Die." The projectiles flew towards Qin Feng, and Xiao Luo immediately used its heaven-burning golden flame to create a firewall, but the attacks pierced through it instantly. "Ah!" Xiao Luo couldn't stop them. Whimpering, Xiao Luo flew away to take cover. Qin Feng used his sword to block the attack, but he was pushed back by the force of the projectiles. He felt his arms grow heavy and sore, and he gritted his teeth, trying to stand firm, but his hands were gradually lowering, the blade getting closer and closer to his head. Qin Feng started panting, and a blue flame appeared, running along the edge of his sword. He had used Hell's heavenly flame, and Qin Feng decisively slashed down, striking the flying spears. Shi Kui said with disgust, "A mere pipsqueak at the human tier realm managed to break my dragon claw. How utterly humiliating. Now face my strongest move. Spirit of wind, spirit of fire of this world, quickly lend me your power." Shi Kui tilted its head to the sky and roared. Ripples of sound waves appeared, and the sky turned red. Qin Feng watched the fireballs rain down. He wondered to himself, this is the spirit of fire. 2 streams of spirit energy, 1 fire elemental and 1 wind elemental, were being sucked into Shi Kui's throat. Qin Feng guessed that the spirit energy of Dragonfall's slope was converging on it. Qin Feng stared at the red and green vortex in the sky, feeling extremely worried. He muttered the system's readings: combat power, 156 stars, combat power, 168 stars, combat power, 177 stars. At this point, he realized the situation was more difficult than he had imagined. The streams of spirit energy around him were also gradually being pulled into the vortex high in the sky. This was the ability of an Earth-tier expert to control the power of heaven and earth, something the Forbidden Land's guardian had once spoken of. Its combat power was continuously rising, and the system kept updating. Combat power, 184 stars. Combat power, 197 stars. Shi Kui swooped down, letting out a roar to display its might. Qin Feng looked at the enormous evil flood dragon in the sky, his heart sinking. 200 stars of combat power. With the power to destroy heaven and earth, I can't possibly withstand this. The fireballs rained down, falling to the ground. Qin Feng did his best to weave and dodge with Xiao Luan. Shi Kui was incredibly frustrated. Damn it, this human is too fast. He actually dodged my attack. Qin Feng was able to move so quickly because of his C-rank true meaning of speed, his C-rank true meaning of wind, and the wind god boots, which increased his speed by 100%. The cumulative effect was comparable to a B-rank speed talent. Of course you can't hit me. Qin Feng was extremely proud of his calculations. Seeing Qin Feng flitting about below was a complete eyesore for Shi Kui. It roared in anger. Arrogant brat. The evil flood dragon raised its claws again. This time, Shi Kui unleashed the chain dragon claw, grinning smugly as if Qin Feng wouldn't be able to block it all. Not only that, but Shi Kui also used its arms to grab Qin Feng, but, luckily, it only managed to grab his clones. While it was confused, Qin Feng had already sliced off a piece of its flesh. Qin Feng landed looking totally badass. He knew it possessed a corpse puppet body, a reanimated corpse, which was why it was impervious to blades. This is going to be tough. How do you kill a corpse? The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more his head ached. Shi Kui was furious at being hit, never expecting to be injured by someone it despised. It dived down, opening its mouth wide to spew fire using its skill. Heavenly Dragon's blazing fire art. The attack obscured the entire area, and in an instant, a massive explosion erupted. Qin Feng ran with all his might to put distance between himself and the evil flood dragon's fiery projectile, but it caught up and completely engulfed Qin Feng in flames. A red vortex, like molten lava, appeared. The evil flood dragon Shi Kui emerged, spewing fire and burning everything in its path. Qin Feng wasn't burned at all, because that was just his clone. He stood watching the fiery crater and sighed. In a place with such a terrifyingly high temperature, there is also a bizarre power of law. Even my fourth-tier hell's heavenly flame might not be able to withstand the heaven-devouring dragon flame of the flood dragon. To deal with this, I'll have to fight fire with fire. Qin Feng crossed his hands and summoned his spirit energy. A circle of the 5 elements appeared behind him. This was the profound truth of the 5 elements, interlocking and endlessly generating. Qin Feng's body began to freeze over, snowed a thin layer of a level 5 ice storm. Qin Feng swung his arms to the sides, and ice arrows shot out to confront the hot-blooded dragon flame undead. It opened its huge mouth and charged at Qin Feng, swallowing all the ice arrows into its stomach. Feeling the coolness in its throat, the evil Jiao paused. It hiccuped, then looked at its stomach and wondered, did I eat it all? Asterisk hiccup asterisk. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was sliding down inside the evil Jiao. He tried to hold on with his hands and feet, looking down at the bottomless pit below, because the body of the Jiao dragon was a long, slender cylinder, so if he didn't hold on, he would quickly slide into the evil Jiao's stomach. Qin Feng looked with satisfaction at his own frozen hands and feet and smiled confidently. The cold isn't flexible, but it's not that solid either. Ice. Storm. A white light appeared in the middle of the Jiao dragon's body, and it checked in a panic. An explosion rang out along with a cracking sound. The undead corpse screamed and thrashed in pain. Ugh. Sharp ice spikes nearly impaled Qin Feng, his limbs trembling from fatigue. He was about to lose his grip. The ice arrows piercing through its body caused the undead corpse to writhe uncontrollably. It lost control and slammed its side into a mountain. Due to the shaking outside, Qin Feng slipped and slid down, losing his grip. The evil Jiao, in agony, thrashed around and spewed fire everywhere. Xiao Luan hid, somewhere, watching, both scared and worried for Qin Feng. Inside its mouth, he was in freefall, about to give up. As his hands were flailing, he grabbed a tear, and a beam of light shone in from outside. This was the cut he had made on it earlier. Qin Feng grabbed it joyfully and shouted, "Ultimate force." He tore the gash open and climbed out. The undead corpse's entire body was exploding, and Qin Feng jumped out, unable to help but thank the heavens. Its whole body was pierced through. I was almost a goner. I can't believe I'm still alive. A moment later, the undead corpse's eyes turned white, and it fell freely to the ground. Its head landed right where Qin Feng was, standing and panting. The system joyfully announced. Successfully killed the level 20 Emperor Grey Jiao Dragon Undead Corpse, obtained 1 million energy points, obtained an additional 10 reputation points, obtained an additional 1,000 judgment points. You will complete the mission. C rank, 5 elements seal. With double the difficulty, you receive double the rewards. Obtain 1,000 attribute points, obtain 2 Yangzhou Dark Gold tokens. Qin Feng wiped the blood from his face, his eyes welling up as he looked at the evil dragon, and exclaimed, I won. Suddenly, he heard a cracking sound. A piece of crystal fell to the ground. Looking up, the barrier was cracking, shattering into pieces, revealing the clear blue sky. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel emotional as he watched this scene. The system praised him to the fullest. Village Chief Qin Feng has completed the 5 Elements Seal mission. The spatial seal of Longyuan Village has been broken. Longyuan Village and the greater world are now officially connected. Qin Feng was thrilled, his heart full of ambition for the future. He declared, the vast sea is for the fish to leap. The high sky is for the birds to fly. From now on, my Longyuan Village will advance into a wider world, to seize, to get more resources. Suddenly, the evil Zhao's body glowed brightly, and Qin Feng covered his eyes. The evil Zhao corpse puppet began to shrink before his very astonished eyes. A bolt of lightning struck the flood dragon, and a small orb appeared. Now, the flood dragon had turned into a pile of dry bones. That orb was the dragon's soul essence, a fourth-tier heaven and earth treasure, the last remnant of the flood dragon's soul. The orb shot towards Qin Feng like a bullet, entering his head. The system announced, "You have obtained a strand of dragon soul power." Qin Feng felt his entire body enveloped in a ruby with an azure dragon coiled around it. The system continuously updated. "You have obtained a wisp of dragon soul power. You have obtained a wisp of dragon soul power. You have absorbed enough dragon soul power. The dragon soul is awakening. Dragon soul awakening successful. Spirit plus 300, strength plus 50, agility plus 50, constitution plus 50. Qin Feng has finally obtained the inheritance skill, Dragon's Might." Qin Feng's eyes snapped open, and within them appeared a crescent moon shape. Dragon's Might, a spirit-type skill, can generate invisible waves of spiritual power to suppress all beasts and living creatures, creating a bloodline suppression effect with a certain degree of offensive capability. Qin Feng approached the skeleton of the evil flood dragon corpse, his two hands beginning to absorb it. Although this battle was dangerous, the rewards were just as great. 1,450 attribute points, 2 treasure chests of dark gold, the Dragon Soul Awakening, and an inheritance skill, directly pushing his combat power evaluation to the limit of 155 stars. He activated Endless Extraction, the system announced. Endless Extraction successful. Obtain B rank wins Swiftness Profound Truth talent. Wind type automatically upgraded from C rank to B rank, automatically awakening the 4th tier talent skill. Wind Swiftness, a pair of brilliant wings with bodies of metal and translucent feathers like something from a Gundam appeared on Qin Feng's back. Those were the wings of the wind, a pair of wings condensed at the back of his body for soaring through the 9 heavens. The wings were glossy, with a delicate and beautiful structure, truly worthy of the name it bore. He had to try out his new toy right away, so Qin Feng shot up into the blue sky. Looking down from above, he laughed in amazement. Whoa! In the blink of an eye, he had flown tens of thousands of feet into the air. This was much faster than the wind god boots. Traveling would be much faster and more convenient from now on. After that, Qin Feng took out 2 brilliant, lotus-pink chests studded with glittering gems and said, "Time to open the treasure chests." From a distance, a naive-looking bird, a Xiao Luan, flew over, calling out loudly, "Master, Master." Seeing the 2 wings that had suddenly sprouted from Qin Feng's back, Xiao Luan said with a beaming smile, "Master, you can fly now. That's great." From now on, Xiao Luan could soar through the high heavens with its master. Qin Feng didn't pay attention to its words. Instead, he was preoccupied with the little dragon in his mind. Absorbing a 4th tier heaven and earth treasure allowed him to immediately awaken his dragon soul and obtain an inheritance skill. Why did Xiao Luan have no reaction after eating the flower? Could it be that the effect is different for humans and beasts? Before Qin Feng could think too much, the system mascot suddenly appeared and said, "Congratulations to Dragon Abyss Village for completing the mission of pioneering, connecting to the greater world. Reward is the map of the greater world. After the novice trial ends, villages that have not completed the pioneering mission will not receive the map of the greater world." Qin Feng heard the good news and the map he had long been waiting for, and a joyful smile spread across his face. The map unrolled, covered in countless red and blue dots. As he examined the map, Qin Feng calculated in his head. The red dots are novice villages. The blue ones are myriad phenomena, divine temples, and near each myriad phenomena divine temple, there are 1,000 novice villages, forming a single zone. On this map, there are at least 10,000 myriad phenomena divine temples, which means 10,000 zones. One zone has 1 million people, so 10,000 zones means 10 billion people. From these statistics, Qin Feng speculated that after the novice trial ends, all novice villages will likely be connected to the same greater world. At that time, the competition for resources will definitely become even more fierce. Well, for Dragon Abyss to seize the initiative like this is truly a rare opportunity. The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more satisfied he felt. The future path was wide open. He smiled and continued. "With the map, I can quickly fulfill the condition of reaching 1,000 villagers for the upcoming village competition." Qin Feng waved his hand and said, "Let's open the 2 treasure chests first and then check the items." Without any hesitation, he opened them both at once. The 2 treasure chests. A brilliant light radiated from them. Xiao Luan stared in amazement as the chests opened successfully. Notifications appeared one after another. Successfully opened the dark gold treasure chest. obtained the grade 5 item, Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor, successfully opened the dark gold treasure chest, obtained the grade 6 item, Spiritual Space. Qin Feng saw the items and cheered with joy, just in time, as his Dragon Elephant King armor was already damaged. At Qin Feng's command to equip, the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor set quickly flew towards him, and as he prepared to equip the item, the system chimed with a notification, listing the stat bonuses from the equipped item, Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor, Defense plus 500, Strength plus 100, Agility plus 100, Constitution plus 100, Fire Resistance plus 100%, Water Resistance plus 100%, Metal Resistance plus 100%, and Wind Resistance plus 100%. As soon as the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor was fully equipped on Qin Feng, he looked incredibly handsome. He instantly leveled up from just good-looking to a celestial superstar. Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction and said, "My combat power directly increased by 3 stars, reaching the limit of 158 stars. A grade 5 item is truly something else." Xiao Luan also flapped its 2 wings and flattered him loudly. "Master, you're so cool, the coolest in the entire slaughter world." And Qin Feng narcissistically replied, "Haha, I think so too." After the moment of self-admiration passed, Qin Feng tried to contain his joy and sheepishly said, "Enough fooling around. Let's get down to business." Then he looked at the remaining item and carefully read the information from the system. Spiritual Space, a growable dimensional space that can be used to grow spirit plants, nurture living beings, and can also be used to store items. It can be bound by blood. Qin Feng quickly used a knife to cut his fingertip for blood. He even didn't forget to reflect on himself and comment, growing spirit herbs, nurturing living beings, binding with blood. How is this so similar to a protagonist with a cheat system and a cultivation manhwa? When his blood touched the spiritual space, the seal on the outside could be seen gradually disappearing with the naked eye. Immediately after, a brilliant golden light flashed, blinding him completely. While Qin Feng was trying to squint through this blinding light, the sound of a system notification rang out. Spiritual space successfully bound. Items can be freely moved in and out of the space with a thought. With a flash of thought, Qin Feng's entire body vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only a stunned Xiao Luan to cry out, "Master!" At the same time, in another place, Qin Feng's feet touched the ground, sending fine dust flying everywhere. He took a deep breath, looked at the vast space around him, and said, "The capacity here is 100 times larger than my storage ring." Then, a massive skeleton appeared out of nowhere in this space, accompanied by a notification, Dragon Bones, a grade 5 resource, obtained from an emperor-level or higher beast. Qin Feng walked closer to the skeleton, then opened the map in the system, and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "I was originally planning to contribute the Dragon Bones to the Heavenly Tao and exchange them when needed for a spiritual space. This just so happens to solve my urgent problem of insufficient storage space." On the map, a path appeared, leading from Longyuan village to the Myriad Phenomena Divine Temple. Qin Feng placed a hand on his chin, carefully thinking about his plan. He slowly spoke out his intentions. "The nearest Myriad Phenomena Divine Temple requires passing through Kangchi Forest, Chessboard Gorge, and Heaven-connecting Lake. Let's get going." It's been over 3 days since the novice trial ended. With another flash, the space inside the spirit dimension gradually shrank, until only a single point of light remained. Qin Feng held that point of light and said with a happy smile, "This is the spatial node connecting the spirit dimension and the world." Xiao Luan, who was beside him, saw him reappear and tearfully asked, "Master, where did you go just now?" "I was so worried. You and I are connected heart to heart, so logically, no matter where you are, I should be able to sense you." Qin Feng didn't answer Xiao Luan's question, instead just patting its head and saying, "Let's go to the great world." Xiao Luan, still flustered, tried to explain, but just now, Master's aura was completely gone. Qin Feng covered its beak and hugged it tightly. He planned to use the wings of wind to fly, and the wings spread out according to his will. With a single flap of his wings, Qin Feng soared far into the distance, his speed matching that of an arrow as he flew into the Kangchi Forest. A series of notification panels appeared for each tree he flew past. Fragrant flower tree, a tier 0 wood that can become a tier 0 wood material. Yuan Zhang Q, a tier 0 wood that can become a tier 0 wood material. Wu Mu Chun, a tier 1 wood that can become a tier 1 wood material. Ziye Tan, a tier 1 wood that can become a tier 1 wood material. Qin Feng remarked with some emotion, saying, "Tier 0 and tier 1 trees that can be harvested are everywhere here. The resources are much more abundant than in Longyuan village. I'll scout the situation in the Kangchi Forest first, then call the villagers over. Then he zipped past, leaving the Tier 0 and Tier 1 trees behind. After that, Qin Feng was busy slashing and killing the fierce beasts in the forest, slaughtering for a while. He looked at the corpses strewn all around, then stopped and lowered his sword, and took stock of his results. In 1 hour, he only encountered 6 fierce beasts, 2 at level 11, 3 at level 12, and 1 at level 21. Although there were few fierce beasts, the ones above level 20 could be extracted from twice in a row, yielding 3 attribute points each time, which was a decent discovery. Qin Feng opened the information panel for his village to see if anything had changed. Sure enough, the information was different from before. The information panel for Long Yuan Village, Village Level 1. Village Chief, Qin Feng, Novice Human Emperor. Novice Village Chief's Wooden House Level. Village Population, 937 people. Public buildings, none. There are 471 Level 1 Novice Wooden Houses and 91 Level 2 Novice Wooden Houses. Seeing these new figures, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel pleased and smug, but he restrained himself, saying proudly, "We're only short 9 Level 2 wooden houses, and we only need 8 more Level 10 powerhouses. Everyone's progress is really fast." Qin Feng sent a message to his village with an announcement. "All villagers level 8 and above, are you willing to come to the Kangqi Forest to chop trees? This place has an abundance of wood and medicinal herbs. For now, only level 11 to level 12 fierce beasts appear at the edge of the Kangqi Forest. The dangers deeper inside are unknown, so don't go too far in." A young man quickly replied, "The boss has given the order. Finally, we can go out and explore." A blonde girl messaged with great excitement, "Let's go. Let's go. Let's go." The blonde young man, following Qin Feng's words, divided the tasks. Those level 8 and below, follow boss Qin Feng's orders and stay in Long Yuan Village. Level 8 and above, to the Kangqi Forest. At that moment, in the Kangqi Forest, several bolts of lightning suddenly shot down from the sky. Boom! The lightning bolts struck a fireball, and someone's startled cry rang out. Startled, Qin Feng whipped his head around. Looking toward the scream, he said with some uncertainty, "Humans." Instantly, Qin Feng dashed off, crushing dry branches underfoot. He thought to himself while running at full speed, Long Yuan Village is the first settlement in this area to connect to the outside world. There can't be people from other villages here. The only explanation is that they are a defeated race from the 10,000 Realms War. Meeting them might yield more information. At the source of the scream, there was a massive beast covered in static electricity. Right beneath it was a frail, white-haired girl who was utterly panicked. The beast opened its mouth, about to devour her. Someone shouted, "Chiyue." The girl was like a fish on a chopping block. She was terrified, her eyes filled with despair as she turned to look at the beast. Just when it seemed like the girl was about to meet her maker, suddenly, Qin Feng flashed by like the wind, pulling off a classic hero saves the damsel move, scooping the girl onto his shoulder and spectacularly saving her from the Grim Reaper's scythe. After getting a safe distance away from the beast, Qin Feng landed gently. He glanced at the beast, which was still drooling over the prospect of human flesh. Then he called for Xiao Luwen, who immediately flapped its wings and flew forward. Xiao Luwen quickly responded to Qin Feng, awaiting his command. It used a headbutt attack, flying in and slamming into the beast's bellies, taking them down in a single hit. With each headbutt, a notification popped up, successfully killed a level 23 frenzied Electro Rat, obtained 2,600 energy points. The Electro Rats seemed fearless, continuing their brave charge. Xiao Luwen roared out flames, yelling, "Die, you fodder!" The notifications for killing the beasts and their rewards popped up, successfully killed a level 23 frenzied Electro Rat, obtained 2,600 energy points. Killed a level 23 frenzied Electro Rat successfully, dropped a silver treasure chest. Qin Feng held the hand of Qiyue, who was still in shock. From a distance, they looked up at the ongoing battle. A fireball was engulfing the lightning bolts from the Electro Rats, the heat of the flames spread, and a fierce whirlwind kicked up around them. The scene was truly impressive. At that moment, from behind Qin Feng and Qiyue, someone emerged. This person's legs were covered in scratches. He hesitantly asked, "Sir, are you the powerful one who descended 3 days ago?" Hearing the question, Qin Feng turned his head to look. The person approaching was a young man who also had white hair like Qiyue. He continued to ask, "Qin Feng, are you a challenger?" He asked back with a bit of caution, "Who are you people? Why do you know the Long Yuan language?" The white-haired young man continued to slowly approach, answering as he walked, 4 days ago, the Heavenly Tao told our tribe that challengers from the 10,000 realms would descend. The heavenly Tao also taught us the language. Hearing this, Qin Feng thought to himself, what is the heavenly Tao's reason for doing this? After recovering from the shock of the massacre, Qi Yue slowly stood up, smiled, and said, please forgive us, this is the first time in 1,000 years. We have met a challenger, so we are a bit flustered. Then, both Qi Yue and the young man knelt on one knee, placing a hand on their chest in a half-kneeling position, respectfully greeting Qin Feng, great savior. 2 personal information panels appeared before his eyes simultaneously. Human tribe leader, named Qi Yun, level 11, combat power rating of 28 stars, talent unawakened, no skills. Origin is a descendant of a race defeated in the 10,000 Realms War, abandoned by the heavenly Tao. Ancestors came from one of the 1,000 worlds. One person named Qi Yue, level 10, rating, a combat power of 24 stars. Qin Feng was flustered by this new form of address. He quickly waved his hands and said, huh? I'm not a savior, and I certainly don't know how to save you all. But in his mind, he recalled the data the system had just provided. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, Qin Feng wondered to himself, why is the combat power of descendants from the Middle Heaven world so low? Qi Yue grabbed Qin Feng's hand, pointed to the side, and said, the great mighty one is absolutely not mistaken. Look, sir, where Qi Yue is pointing are the corpses of those aggressive rat beasts from earlier, now piled up into a small mountain. On the very top is Xiao Luan, its face tilted to the sky, arrogantly accepting praise. Qi Yue continued to explain, you have such a powerful spirit, pet, and you saved us from the jaws of the fierce beasts. You are the savior of our tribe. Just then, the system displayed a new quest notification. You have triggered a D-rank quest, Save the Lost Tribe. Complete the quest to win the absolute loyalty of the Qi clan. Qin Feng thought to himself, it's a quest. He nodded slightly in response to Qi Yue, all right, let's go and take a look. However, I need to deal with the beast corpses first. Hearing this, Qi Yue and Qi Yun shouted in unison, that's great. Great mighty one, please leave these trivial matters to us. Qin Feng felt a bit awkward and declined, hey, there's no need. Also, you don't have to call me great mighty one, just call me Qin Feng. Qi Yun immediately retorted, absolutely not. You are the savior of our tribe. How could we possibly call you by your name? Qin Feng was helpless and had to suggest another title for them, then call me Boss Qin. Finally, the 2 happily agreed to this form of address. Yes, Boss Qin. A moment later, a large foot with sharp claws slowly followed the scent of blood towards the dead rat beasts. A huge rat beast with a long, sturdy horn on its head sniffed the air, then angrily roared, it's the scent of a human. A human killed my subordinates. Then it raised its head and shouted a declaration, I will have your blood as compensation. The birds in the forest were startled by its roar and hurriedly flew elsewhere. The roar of that massive rat beast echoed throughout the forest, passing through the large trees, weaving through the dense bushes, and spreading to every corner. Soon after, other rat beasts heard the sound and rushed towards its source. Tens, even hundreds of rat beasts gathered in a circle around the huge rat beast, its face contorted, its eyes radiating a thick killing intent. The rat beast king growled an announcement to its horde, avenge us against that human. Elsewhere, beautiful wild flowers had begun to bloom, adorning the area. Right at the foot of a steep mountain was a tribe living clustered together in thatched huts and 2 golden hearts. Outside the gate and on the watchtower, there were guards on duty. The person at the top of the watchtower pointed into the distance and announced to those below, Qi Yun and Qi Yue are back. An old woman holding a basket of apples heard this and smiled warmly, said, that's wonderful. Then another girl, busy balancing a basin on her head, chimed in, hurry and see what goodies Qi Zhuang brought back. Thud. The basket of apples crashed to the ground, with plump red apples spilling out onto the dirt. The old woman dropped the basket and rushed over to ask, seeing that only 2 people, Qi Yue and Qi Yun, had returned. Why are you 2 the only ones back? A heartbroken Qi Yue began to inform her. Of the bad news, Auntie, the hunting party ran into a pack of dull rats. Besides myself and Qi Yun, everyone else is. She couldn't bring herself to finish the sentence, instead turning to Qin Feng and calling out, Boss Qin. Understanding her intent, Qin Feng swiped his hand, and a blue point of light. A flash of light appeared, followed by the bodies of those who had gone out to hunt. Qin Feng slowly said, we could only bring back a few parts of your tribesmen's remains. The rest were eaten by beasts. An old woman burst into tears and collapsed to the ground. The villagers saw the bodies of their loved ones, their relatives, and all broke down sobbing, clutching the bodies of the deceased, trying to feel any last bit of warmth left in them. Someone couldn't hold back and screamed, my son, my son. The gut-wrenching scream was filled with agony. Information about this tribe was also revealed. The Qiyun and Qiyue's tribe came from a world in the Middle Heavens called the Qi Star Realm. After being defeated in the Cloud Realm Great War, 1 million survivors were scattered across the Great Worlds by the Heavenly Tao to receive punishment, unable to awaken their talents. They couldn't obtain skills, couldn't get treasure drops, and their highest possible level was capped at 15,000. As the years passed, the Qi tribe was reduced to just over 300 people. Just then, a man's voice rang out. With such sudden deaths, their relatives can't control their emotions. Please don't blame them. An old man approached Qin Feng and greeted him gratefully. You've helped the Qi tribe bring back the remains of our dead. I am Elder Qi Shan. May I ask who you are, sir? Before Qin Feng could speak, Qi Yun quickly answered for him. Grandpa, Lord Qin Feng is a newly descended Myriad Worlds challenger. He is our savior. We're finally saved. Grandpa, you have to ask Lord Qin Feng to help our tribe. Hearing Qi Yun's words, Qi Shan sighed. Qin Feng noticed this and grew curious. It seems like he's not happy at all. Is there some hidden story here? Then, Qi Shan gestured and said to Qin Feng, Sir, could we speak somewhere else? The two of them, along with Xiao Long, went under a large ancient tree, where there was no one else around. Elder Qi Shan slowly began to speak. Lord Qin Feng, the idea that a new challenger's appearance means our tribe can be saved. Actually, that's a lie. Qin Feng was slightly startled, and Xiao Long was bewildered. What does he mean by that? Qi Shan continued, the reason is, each new elder receives a contract from the previous one. The contract clearly states that not all challengers are qualified. The one who can save us must be a village chief who has obtained the title of Novice Human Emperor, and as far as I know, only 1 in a million talents can meet both of these requirements within a short 7 days. Qi Yun and Qi Yue don't know about this. I apologize for troubling you, sir. Qin Feng smiled confidently and said, If that's all it is, I think I've met the conditions. He summoned his information panel with one hand. The text on it displayed all of Qin Feng's information. Village name Dragon Abyss. Village level was level 1. Village chief Qin Feng. Novice Human Emperor. Novice Village Chief's Wooden House level 3. Qi Shan was so overjoyed that he burst into tears. He trembled as he expressed his gratitude. A 1 in a million chance, and our Qi tribe was the one to encounter it. Your Majesty, the Human Emperor, please accept this bow from me. Just then, the forest began to shake violently, and a loud voice from outside shouted, What's happening? Another person replied, We're under attack. It's the Spark Rats. From within the forest, numerous glowing green figures appeared and charged straight for the village. They emitted dangerous electrical currents. Qi Yun held Qi Yue tightly, holding his weapon in front of him, tensely waiting for the enemy. Dozens of Spark Rats flew forward, each and every one of them, brimming with fighting spirit. On this side, the people of the Qixi tribe were fleeing in a panic, as Elder Qi Shan loudly commanded, Don't panic. Grab your weapons and assemble. Qin Feng used his wings of the wind to soar high into the sky, shouting, You've come at the perfect time. Qi Shan called out from below, Your Majesty, the Human Emperor. On a high cliff not far from the village, Qin Feng had found the Shrew King. Under the harsh sun, they faced each other, one above and one below, as if sizing up their opponent. Qin Feng gave an order. To the bewitched bird flying beside him, Xiao Luan, You'll deal with the stragglers in a bit. Xiao Luan raised its wing to its forehead. It made a saluting gesture and replied, Yes, master. Qin Feng glared down below and shouted, Ice Storm. In the sky, dozens of arrows immediately appeared, flying straight down and piercing through the heads of the shrews. The notifications continuously rang out. Successfully killed a level 23 frenzied electric shrew. Obtained 2,600 energy points. Successfully killed a level 23 frenzied electric shrew. Successfully obtained 2,600 energy points. A few other shrews managed to dodge Qin Feng's attack in time and were fiercely charging towards the village gate. Xiao Luan also flew over in time to block them, erupting in flames around its body. The heat from its body roasted the shrews to a crisp. A system notification also rang out. Successfully killed a level 23 frenzied electric shrew. Obtained 2,600 energy points. The flames grew larger and spread. The shrews screamed in agony as they were engulfed in a sea of fire. Yet another notification appeared. Successfully killed a level 23 frenzied electric shrew. Obtained 2,600 energy points. As for Qin Feng, he was busy observing the energy orb that the Shrew King had just thrown. Qin Feng waved his hand, and the orb immediately veered off course, crashing down below and exploding. Qin Feng shot forward, his eyes flashing with killing intent. The Shrew King continuously threw energy orbs, but Qin Feng nimbly dodged them all. When the Shrew King launched a powerful attack from its horn, Qin Feng quickly retaliated. The two energy streams collided, creating a terrifying shockwave. Suddenly, a hand reached out from within the energy stream. That hand quickly grabbed the Shrew King's horn, stunning it. Then Qin Feng violently slammed the Shrew King to the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. Not stopping there, Qin Feng summoned his sword from his spatial storage. Looking at the Shrew King as if it were already dead, he leaped up, aimed straight for the beast's neck, and slashed down. A notification simultaneously rang out, successfully killed the king-rank frenzied electric Shrew King, obtained 24,000 energy points, obtained 5 fame points. Another notification about a major reward also appeared, successfully killed the king-rank frenzied electric Shrew King, successfully extracted a golden treasure chest. The system suddenly appeared and announced, infinite extraction successful, you have obtained the B-rank talent, Essence of Lightning, awakening the 4th tier talent skill, Frenzied Thunderstrike. As he touched the head of the beast before him, Qin Feng thought to himself, beasts level 20 and above can only be extracted from 3 times. The wolf, shrews have already fully extracted, so these corpses are worthless now. Qi Shan suddenly knelt before him and presented a scroll, declaring, Qi Shan pays respect to the master. The entire tribe immediately chorused, we pay respect to the master. He quickly pointed at the scroll before him and asked inquisitively, what is this? Qi Shan respectfully replied, this is the master's servant contract bestowed by the heavenly Tao. It only requires 1 drop of the master's blood essence to be signed. Our tribe will be your servants, absolutely loyal to you. We are willing to follow your majesty, the human emperor, to conquer the world and assist you in achieving victory in the 10,000 Realms Great War. Qin Feng stroked his chin, pondering to himself, with the binding of the heavenly Tao contract, their loyalty is even higher than the villagers of Longyuan village. This is only beneficial to me, with no downsides. After considering it, he immediately dripped his blood onto the paper and said, all right. Seeing the words on the paper turn red, the system appeared and cheered happily, contract signing complete. The 327 members of the Kishi tribe have become your most loyal servants, automatically gaining the status of Longyuan village villagers. The 1,000-year punishment of the Kishi tribe is lifted, the level cap is removed, and they are beginning to awaken their talents. Meanwhile, the entire Kishi tribe was ecstatic, smiling and boasting to each other. I've awakened the Qilin bloodline talent. Me too. I have the Qilin bloodline and a C-rank fire-type talent. It's a dual talent. I have a dark-type talent. While checking the information on the system screen, Qi Shan said emotionally, I can open the Heavenly Tao light screen. It's truly miraculous. There's even an attribute analysis panel. The system continued to announce, your servant Qi Shan has reached a combat power of 30 stars. You have received a reward of 10 attribute points. Your servant Qi Yun's combat power has reached 30 stars. You have received a reward of 10 attribute points. After reading this, Qin Feng was stunned and muttered, does it have to be in this format? Couldn't you just give me the attribute points directly? My head is about to split in two. Xiao Luan suddenly shut its eyes tightly and complained, Master, Xiao Luan feels like it's about to level up. I want to sleep. Just sleep then. With that, it immediately fell asleep. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but ask in confusion, what's happening? The system spoke cheerfully, congratulations, your battle pet is leveling up. Please place the battle pet in a safe location for maintenance. Hearing the system say this surprised him, and he thought to himself, a safe location? The spirit dimension is quite safe. The system spoke again, reminder, your servants have obtained the status of Longyuan village villagers. Please select a location for the novice wooden houses. Level 0 novice wooden houses. When a novice rests inside, their stamina and spirit recovery speed is doubled. The novice wooden houses are blessed by the heavenly Tao. Without the owner's permission, no one can enter. After a moment of consideration, Qin Feng spoke up. The Kishi tribe has lived here for over 1,000 years. Moving them to another place isn't appropriate. Just build them here. As soon as he finished speaking, the system immediately began constructing the houses for the tribe. Seeing their home become so magnificent in such a short time left everyone in awe. The system happily announced, construction complete. You have completed the mission to save a fallen tribe, receiving a reward of 300 attribute points and a basic teleportation array. The construction authority for Longyuan village has completed all objectives. Upgrading the village to level 2. Now unlocking the construction authority for the guardian altar. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and thought to himself, a tier 5 bone material, the dragon bone of Zhuilong Ba should be usable. The system suddenly offered a suggestion. The basic teleportation array can instantly teleport within a 1,000-mile radius. The construction requirements for the basic teleportation array are 30 units of Tier 0 stone resources, 5 units of Tier 0 iron ore resources, 2 units of Tier 1 refined wood resources, and 1 unit of a Tier 5 beast bone material. Then it decided on its own. Begin. He built it and then continued with proposals and announcements. Guardian Altar. The construction requirements for the Guardian Altar are 100 units of stone material, a Tier 0 resource, 100 units of Tier 0 refined wood material, 20 units of Tier 0 iron ore, and 10 units of King-level beast bones. Constructing basic teleportation circle. Village Chief Qin Feng is constructing a basic teleportation circle. Success. Location set at the Longyuan Village headquarters. Constructing basic teleportation circle. Village Chief Qin Feng is constructing basic teleportation circle. Construction successful. Location set in Lu Shangqi Village. Constructing Guardian Altar. Village Chief Qin Feng is constructing Guardian Altar. Construction successful. Location set at the Longyuan Village headquarters. After a series of announcements, the system seemed to be grinning. Congratulations. And it conveniently struck Qin Feng's head repeatedly with lightning. Guardian Altar activated. Longyuan Village has met the requirements to advance directly to level 2 and can be upgraded immediately, forcing him to just lower his head and helplessly endure the punishment. The system continued its announcements. Your servant, Qi Yilin, has reached 30-star combat power. You have received a reward of 10 attribute points. Your servant, Qi Lianqi, has reached 30-star combat power. You have received a reward of 10 attribute points. Your villager, Lu Yi, has reached 30-star combat power. You have received a reward of 10 attribute points. After taking the hits, unable to take it anymore, Qin Feng immediately growled, "Do you always have to use lightning to strike me?" The system calmly explained the reason. Constructing the teleportation circles earned 400 points. Constructing the Guardian Altar earned 500 points. Upgrading the Novice Village to level 2 earned 400 points. Villagers reaching 30-star combat power earned 3,400 points. You have currently accumulated 4,700 free attribute points. While it was still cheerfully zapping his head with lightning, he pointed forward and said, "Add 1,000 to agility, 1,000 to strength, 1,000 to constitution, and 1,700 to spirit." Hearing this, the system immediately gave its assessment. Combat power evaluated at 196 stars. When he heard that, he couldn't help but get excited. Muttering, "Half step, Earth rank. I can definitely pass the novice trial now. Let's see what's changed now that the village is level 2. First, the limit on teleportation circles increased from 2 to 5. Not bad. The population limit increased to 5,000 people. Energy stones are half price, and the villagers' leveling speed has doubled. Sweet. Then, he loudly requested to unlock 3 life professions: blacksmith, tailor, and pharmacist. Hearing this, the system announced, a tailor can synthesize Tier 0 wood material into Tier 1 refined wood material and can synthesize Tier 0 animal pelts into Tier 1 high-grade leather. Requires mastery of the wood elemental talent. A blacksmith can refine Tier 0 iron ore into Tier 1 refined iron. Requires mastery of the metal elemental talent. A pharmacist can grow spirit grass, which requires mastery of the wood elemental talent. Rubbing his chin, Qin Feng smirked and thought to himself, the 5 element talents. I have all of them. I can learn all 3 of these life professions. Then, he smiled confidently and said, these 3 professions just so happen to be related to the upgrade requirements for the level 4 wooden house. Hearing him, the system displayed a notification. Level 4 wooden house requirements: 50 units of Tier 0 stone material, 10 units of Tier 1 refined wood material, 10 units of Tier 1 refined iron, 10 units of Tier 1 high-grade leather, and 1 Tier 3 fire glaze. He quickly pressed the button to begin and muttered, the requirements to upgrade the village to level 3 have been announced, and the village competition is still underway. I can't be lazy. The system quickly displayed information on the screen, announcing the conditions for Longyuan Village to upgrade. To level 3, the announcer is Village Chief Qin Feng. The population must exceed 1,800, and the village chief needs to obtain the title of Novice Great Emperor. The chief's novice wooden house must be upgraded to level 4, and the number of level 1 wooden houses must be 1,000 or more. The number of level 2 wooden houses must be 200 or more. The number of level 3 wooden houses must be 30 or more. And the number of level 10 powerhouses must reach 100 or more, with 3 or more public buildings. In the system's chat channel, the bald guy suddenly chuckled. and said, "The difficulty of upgrading to level 3 is indeed immense." The blue-haired girl quickly commented, "I think it's fine. The hardest part is the number of level 10 powerhouses, which we're about to achieve." The green-haired guy said with some worry, "The population has to reach 1,800. It seems the boss will definitely have to visit other villages in the old long country." Qin Feng then added, "We now have 3.5 days left. Let's all work hard." After the chat, Qin Feng waved and said, "Elder Qi Shan, I'll be going ahead." Seeing that the elder paid him no mind, he was a bit surprised and quickly turned to look at everyone else, only to see that they were all checking the system, exclaiming in amazement to each other, "Wow, using this, my speech can be turned into text. You can buy such amazing weapons here. Are these clothes from the Blue Star realm? They're so beautiful." He didn't say anything, just silently reassured himself. "Never mind, you guys just get used to the system's operations and talents first." Then he quickly took off and flew away, unconsciously thinking to himself, "Today is the 4th day. Other villages still have people at level 4 and level 5. At this rate, they can only wait for death. The sooner I enter other villages, the more hope there is to save them. If I'm late by another day or two, even with Long Yuan Village's abundant resources, it will be hopeless. My combat power is still far from 300 stars. If I can't even get a grade in the Holy Martial Assessment, there's absolutely no way to win the 10,000 Realms Great War, and the entire Long Country will." Before Qin Feng could finish his thought, someone suddenly sneered and uttered a sound, then unexpectedly attacked him from behind with a sword, but unfortunately for him, he managed to use his own sword to block the attack, then immediately flew backward to assess the situation. While gathering energy, the guy smirked slyly and said, "Little thief, not a bad reaction. Try my explosive bullets." Then he quickly raised his hands and attacked him. He frowned and questioned coldly, "What little punk dares to provoke me?" Next, he used his sword to slice the incoming explosive bullet in half, causing it to detonate instantly. While continuing to create more explosive bullets, the guy laughed and sneered, "Not bad luck. You won't be so lucky next time." Qin Feng quickly pointed to the ground and coldly retorted, "I don't have time to play games with you here." Then he created a clone and rushed to attack him. The guy had just managed to frown cautiously before he was sliced in half by the combined force of both of them. Seeing this, the system announced, "Successfully killed an Earth-level Guardian. You have obtained 1 million energy points. You have obtained 327 attribute points." Seeing this, Qin Feng was stunned and shouted, "What?" He then quickly pointed at the guy and demanded indignantly, "Are you kidding me? 1 million energy points, 327 attribute points. What's going on? Is there something special about this guy?" The system calmly explained, "This person is a guardian, a descendant of the Kangtu realm clan, who entered during the previous 10,000 Realms Great War. The top 1,000 who failed, the challenger fights the guardian, and killing the opponent will grant a huge reward. The size of the reward is determined by the target's strength and level." Hearing this, Qin Feng said with some excitement, If I can kill a few more of them, I won't have to worry about the sacred martial arts examination anymore." The system immediately issued a warning, "Attention! Guardians are extremely dangerous. Please be vigilant." Before Qin Feng could even respond, he was suddenly ambushed by someone, sending him flying backward. A red-haired guardian, with eyes flashing in rage, frowned as he watched his comrade get taken down so easily, and he spoke in a cold voice assessing. Kang Wu was already a half-step Earth-rank expert, yet this guy killed him on the spot. On the other side, Qin Feng was using all his strength to block the sharp sword hurtling toward him, while a quiet curse escaped his lips. Damn it! A sense of dread washed over him. This guy is terrifying. He can't be left alive. However, with just one hand, Qin Feng easily crushed the sharp sword into pieces, his eyes glinting with amusement as he said, "Good things come in pairs. I'm really lucky today." The red-haired guardian suddenly launched himself into the air, his eyes as cold as ice, speaking with contempt. "You don't even possess the power of heaven and earth. At most, you're a half-step Earth rank. You've overestimated yourself and don't know your own limits." Suddenly, Qin Feng's hands were locked behind his back, as if restrained by an invisible force. Right after that, a rope studded with sharp stones suddenly shot out from the guardian's hand, his face hardening and his eyes flashing with killing intent as he roared, "Zhu Cheng's skill, 1,000 armies, 10,000 weights." The rope, like a giant python, coiled into vicious circles and then shot straight toward Qin Feng. In the blink of an eye, his legs were tightly bound by the rope, his entire body weighed down heavily by the first weight. 100-fold gravity technique. Before he could react, sharp roots suddenly erupted from the ground and gripped his legs tightly. This was the second weight. 100-fold pull. One of the Guardian's hands suddenly formed a point, sharp as an arrow, aimed straight at Qin Feng and carried the power of the third weight, heavy burden body lock technique. The immense pressure made it impossible for him to move, his entire body seemingly completely sealed. Qin Feng anxiously looked up at the sky, where a massive object was hurtling straight down at him. A giant mass of earth and rock suddenly crashed down where Qin Feng stood, creating a thunderous explosion that shook the entire ground. Despite being bound, Qin Feng strained to support the incredible weight of the boulder. He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. Damn it. This old geezer's combat power suddenly shot up to 341 stars. With his limbs bound, both Hellfire and Frost Storm were unusable. Despite the dire situation, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and struggled to keep the giant boulder from crushing him. Suddenly, he shouted, "Illusionary clone, go." Instantly, two identical figures split off from him, rushing toward the Guardian. Watching his two clones engage the enemy, Qin Feng resolved, "My illusionary clones only have half of my strength. They won't last long against this old scoundrel. I have to find another way to escape this old villain." Meanwhile, the battle between the two clones and the Guardian was intense. The Guardian launched precise and vicious attacks, and in just a few moves, the sword in one clone's hand was slashing it apart. Not missing the opportunity, he unleashed a powerful palm strike that sent the remaining clone flying and crashing hard into the ancient tree behind it. The massive impact toppled the old tree, and with swift steps that seemed to glide across the ground, the Guardian charged straight at Qin Feng with a sharp sword in hand. The pressure and killing intent from his opponent made Qin Feng tense up, a wave of fear washing over him as he faced this life-or-death situation. Suddenly, an urgent voice cried out, "Master, let me out." Instantly, Xiao Luan shot out from Qin Feng's body. With incredible speed and power, she immediately rushed forward to block the Guardian, forming a living shield to protect her master. In that shocking moment, a stunned Qin Feng exclaimed, "You? Who are you?" Without looking back, Xiao Luan shouted while fending off the enemy. "There's no time to explain, Master. Quickly grab my tail." Hearing this, Qin Feng was bewildered and exclaimed, "Tail?" With his hands bound by chains, he hesitated. "But my hands are chained up." Hearing this, Xiao Luan replied, "Then use your teeth to bite my tail, Master." Qin Feng was horrified and exclaimed, "What?" Seeming to be on her last legs, Xiao Luan urged, "Hurry! I can't hold on much longer." Faced with this desperate situation, Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, but the Guardian's strength was becoming overwhelming. Two sharp sword strikes rained down, making it almost impossible for Xiao Luan to hold on, leaving him with no other choice. Qin Feng opened his mouth and bit down hard on Xiao Luan's tail. In the blink of an eye, they both vanished into the dust-filled air. After escaping, they found themselves free-falling from a great height. Seeing the danger, Xiao Luan panicked and yelled, "Master, my teleportation doesn't have a long range. We need to hide now." Qin Feng didn't reply right away, but instead turned seriously to look at Xiao Luan. He reached out, gently touched her soft ponytail, and then shouted, "Go." Instantly, they both disappeared again. At that very moment, under a thick patch of grass, a faint light flashed. Hidden deep in the weeds, an emerald green gem rested behind a large tree trunk, as if waiting to be found. The Guardian, unwilling to lose Qin Feng's trail, furiously dashed through the grassy area. His eyes scanned in every direction, but despite searching thoroughly, he couldn't find anything. Frustrated, he gritted his teeth and growled, "Their aura is gone." Still not giving up, he quickly dashed off, shouting, "Little thief, where can you run? Show yourself to this old man." In a nearby spot, under the shade of a tree, a goat was casually grazing on grass, but little did anyone know that on a branch directly above, a dark figure was hiding, flickering in and out of view. Amidst the thick leaves, that dark figure was none other than the Guardian. He meticulously scanned the area, and in his mind, suspicious thoughts began to form. This kid absolutely could not have teleported beyond my sensory range. He must have used an item from the heavenly Tao to hide. Sitting quietly on the branch, he frowned and thought to himself, "I'll just lie and wait here." Meanwhile, inside a different dimension, Qin Feng asked with a look of utter amazement, "Are you really Xiao Luan?" Xiao Luan, now exuding confidence, replied, "Of course. In this entire world, who else besides me could have such beautiful feathers and such sparkling eyes?" Before the astonished Qin Feng, a blue robot hovered in mid-air, explaining in a soft voice, "After completely absorbing the raging flame red lotus, a battle pet can achieve its human form." Took human form ahead of schedule. Hearing this, Qin Feng sank into thought, and suddenly a memory flashed through his mind. One time while bathing with Xiao Luan, he said with a flushed, annoyed face, "I always thought you were a boy. From now on, stay away from me when I'm bathing. A little. Xiao Luan, with an innocent and confused expression, asked back, why? Xiao Luan's feathers need to be preened, but Qin Feng didn't want to argue further, only commanding in a stern voice, just listen. After the conversation, Qin Feng sat down on the ground, his eyes contemplative. He recalled the battle with the two guardians and thought to himself, one half-step Earth rank, one Earth rank. It's a good thing it was me who ran into them. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would have been killed. Determined to increase his power, Qin Feng unrolled the golden scrolls and spread them on the ground. He said to Xiao Luan, it's too dangerous to go out now. I'll increase my combat power first. Instantly, shimmering flowers appear along with sparkling swords, accompanied by the sound of the system echoing throughout the space. Your bloodline concentration has reached 10.03%. Bloodline talent is beginning to evolve, evolution successful. Your bloodline talent has been upgraded from D rank to C rank. Bloodline talent evolution successful. Strength stat increased by 200 points. Bloodline talent evolution successful. Agility stat increased by 200 points. Bloodline talent evolution successful. Constitution stat increased by 200 points. Bloodline talent evolution successful. Spirit power stat increased by 200 points. Your inherited skill, Dragon's Might, has been strengthened tenfold. Qin Feng chewed his food slowly while staring intently at the virtual screen in front of him, his eyes fixed on the lines of information being displayed. He read softly, the beast taming art can increase a battle pet's combat power by 60%. Xiao Luan can unleash a combat power of 180 stars. At the same time on the information screen, detailed information about Qin Feng was clearly displayed. Level 17, Reputation 120. Novice Emperor, Combat Power Assessment 299 stars. As for Xiao Luan, Battle Pet Fire Luan. Level 10, Combat Power Assessment 120 stars. Trait Absolutely Loyal, Evolved, Talent. Law of Fire A rank, Space Control A rank, Talent. Vermilion Bird Divine Blood B rank. Skill Heaven Burning Golden Flames Tier 6, Spatial Blink Tier B. Looking at the numbers and information displayed, Qin Feng's eyes blazed as if a fire was lit within them. He mentally calculated, my two other illusionary clones have a combat power of 150. In my current state, I should be able to fight that old monster. Regaining his composure, Qin Feng shot to his feet, his aura soaring, and he shouted, let's go meet the challenge. Beside him, Xiao Luan replied with equal enthusiasm, Roger. Now, the jade orb that had been hidden in the grass suddenly flashed with a brilliant light, and from within, Qin Feng and Xiao Luan stepped out. His eyes glanced towards a distant tree branch, the corner of his mouth curling up in amusement. Just as I thought, they're waiting for me. Suddenly, with a single move, Qin Feng used his strength to knock down a large tree in the middle of the forest, but right after, something unexpected appeared, making him gasp in surprise. Huh. Beside him, Xiao Luan's eyes also widened in horror. Before them was a strange sight. A group of guardians was standing in a circle surrounding them, chanting incomprehensible incantations in unison. In the center of the circle, the guardian with red hair was quickly casting a spell. In front of him hovered a sphere of light, radiating waves of oppressive energy. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng thought to himself, isn't using this kind of formation to greet me a bit too dramatic? The other guardians continued to chant. Just then, the red-haired guardian roared with authority. Inherited skill, Annihilation Breath. The chant continued, and the orb of light immediately shone brighter, beginning to rise into the air. The orb shot forward like a beast, tearing through the wind, heading straight for Qin Feng and creating powerful gusts that seemed to want to blow everything away. In the blink of an eye, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, shaking the entire forest violently. The orb didn't stop. It continued to spin violently, pulling in earth and rock as if to display its terrifying power. This was the technique known as the Annihilation Joint Technique of the Kang clan, an ultimate move created by the combined strength of all the guardians. For this technique, it requires many clan members to coordinate, guiding Earth Spirit Chi through their bodies. After being filtered through their internal organs, the purest Earth Spirit Chi is extracted. Then, an Earth-level powerhouse draws the Earth Spirit Chi from their bodies, condensing it into a Spirit Chi ball with dozens of times more energy. The red-haired guardian watched the Annihilation Orb grow stronger, and he smirked smugly. Although the Annihilation technique is incredibly destructive, it has one drawback. The user loses all their strength for 10 seconds and cannot move. If it doesn't defeat the enemy in one hit, it will backfire. The Annihilation Orb was becoming even more filled with energy. Seeing this, the Guardian added that it didn't matter, as no one hit by the Annihilation technique could possibly survive. But just as he was about to savor the victory within his grasp, a blinding flash of light suddenly appeared. Frenzied thunder peak strike. A bolt of lightning carrying space-tearing power pierced through the annihilation orb in just an instant. Qin Feng's figure appeared like a flash of lightning, charging straight toward the Guardians amidst the chaotic scene. Qin Feng and Xiao Luan coordinated seamlessly like two war machines. Xiao Luan unleashed her fire techniques, and intense pillars of flame erupted, making the Guardians scream in despair. At that moment, the system notifications rang out continuously. Kill a human-level Guardian. Successfully obtained 37 attribute points and 110,000 energy points. Kill a human-level Guardian. Successfully obtained 41 attribute points and 132,000 energy points. Kill a human-level Guardian. Successfully obtained 42 attribute points and 136,000 energy points. Surrounded by a sea of fire, the red-haired Guardian could now only grit his teeth in fury, unable to believe the current situation. He roared, "How is this possible?" Facing Qin Feng's impending attack, he was terrified. How did he survive the annihilation technique? I have to run, or I'll die at this man's hands. Facing his enemy's absolute terror, Qin Feng smirked coldly. Are you seeing things more clearly now? Stop right there, he added. Think you're done with me? Immediately after, a burst of power erupted from him, creating a violent tremor. Suddenly, something shot out, which slightly surprised Qin Feng, because from beneath the ground, something seemed to be tunneling through. He immediately turned to Xiao Luan and ordered, Xiao Luan, collect the storage rings from the bodies. She quickly replied, Roger. Meanwhile, Qin Feng took to the skies and underground. It was none other than the Guardian trying to escape. Observing from above, Qin Feng couldn't help but be surprised, thinking, the speed of this guy's escape is incredible. Even my wings of the wind can't keep up. He looked in the direction the Guardian was fleeing, and he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Huh, what's that? Ahead, a small town gradually came into view. It was Stepping Moon Town. After entering, the Guardian rushed to a magic circle, holding a mystical blue stone in his hand. With a smug look, he pointed at Qin Feng and shouted loudly, You just wait, kid. Our Shang clan's army will flatten your village sooner or later. Hearing those arrogant words, Qin Feng slowly raised his sharp eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the magic circle, swinging his sword down in a powerful strike. However, he then stood there frustrated, letting out a breath and muttering, I was so close to getting a huge amount of energy and attribute points. Beside him, the blue robot spoke up. The status of the Moon Stepping Town teleportation array is perfect. Do you want to consume one teleportation resource card to open a link between the two locations? Qin Feng immediately held up the teleportation resource card, and its information appeared. Tier 3 Divine Card opens a link between teleportation arrays. Exchange price of 1,000 contribution points. With that information, he pondered for a moment, a teleportation array linking two places. Suddenly, he became lost in thought. The Shang clan is also using a teleportation array. If our two groups were to accidentally meet, then for the villagers of Longyuan Village, it wouldn't be a fierce battle but a one-sided slaughter. After that, Qin Feng opened a virtual screen and turned to ask the robot, If I open the teleportation array, can the Shang clan use it to enter Longyuan Village? The robot replied in a firm voice, Please rest assured, Village Chief, only villagers of Longyuan Village can use the teleportation array to enter Longyuan Village. Hearing the expected answer, Qin Feng said, That's good then. He decisively pressed the button on the screen, activating the teleportation array link. After pressing the exchange button, the robot immediately displayed an information panel. Announcement, Longyuan Village's chief, Qin Feng, has opened a teleportation array link between Longyuan Village and Moon Stepping Town. Qin Feng stared intently at the screen, carefully reviewing the information gathered from Moon Stepping Town when a reminder notification popped up. Moon Stepping Town is a desolate ancient town. The surrounding situation is unknown, and the dangers are unclear. Everyone, please do not teleport there for the time being. At the same time, he also carefully instructed everyone through messages on the virtual screen. In another place, amidst the clouds, a rope ladder suddenly appeared, dangling down in the air above heaven-reaching lake. Following the direction of the rope ladder, Qin Feng flew over with Xiao Luan. While on the move, he thought to himself, the Forbidden Land's guardian once said that the Myriad Forms Divine Palace floats tens of thousands of feet above heaven-reaching lake. Challengers who can't fly must use this rope ladder to reach the palace. It's like a blind man riding a blind horse, completely leaving it up to fate. After flying for a while, Qin Feng landed in front of a magnificent palace hall, shrouded in a thick, dusty mist. Suddenly, a massive green beast emerged from the palace hall. It was a mutated flying feathered serpent, the guardian spirit beast of the first floor, level 30, with a combat power rating of 1,000,000 stars. Upon Qin Feng's appearance, it roared defiantly, Let me see what you're made of. Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately shouted, Xiao Luan. Instantly, Xiao Luan spat out a massive pillar of fire. This caused the beast to vanish in a flash, and a notification appeared. You have passed the trial of the guardian spirit beast and can now enter the first heavenly floor. From now on, you can freely enter and exit the first palace hall, and no guardian spirit beast will block your way. Qin Feng stood before the entrance to the first palace hall, where the myriad forms divine palace was divided into 9 floors, each guarded by a spirit beast. The first heavenly floor is named the Heavenly Secrets Palace, and inside it is, except various types of missions. As Qin Feng pushed the door open, a dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire space. Before he could explore further, a notification alert sounded. Reminder, you have entered the main hall of the Hall of Heavenly Secrets. You can now accept missions. Fighting is prohibited in this area. The Grand Hall's doors were wide open to welcome him, and the light from outside streamed in, accentuating the magnificent splendor of the hall. A brief notification appeared. The first person from Zone 1 to enter the hall has obtained 5 reputation points. Inside, there were already a few people scattered about, all standing in neat lines according to the order of their entry. Among them, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that everyone was extraordinary. The trio standing closest to Qin Feng were all novice human emperor challengers. However, their appearances were worlds apart. One was a monk, another was a centaur, and one wore a half-mask with a smile carved on it. Qin Feng assessed that there were 12 people from the Great Thousand Worlds, 4 people from the Middle Thousand Worlds, and 1 person from a small Thousand World. And they were lined up in order of prestige, from the Great Thousand Worlds down to the middle, and finally, the small. It seemed the pantheon of myriad images in the Great Worlds only had a single teleportation point. Qin Feng's mind was now filled with many calculations, everything tangled together like a messy ball of yarn. Looking ahead, the beautiful female centaur with green hair was also bowing her head silently, deep in worried thought. He thought, upon entering the main gate of the pantheon of myriad images, everyone is instantly teleported to the one and only true pantheon of myriad images. Qin Feng tried to peek at the people standing in front of him. He saw a muscular young man with purple hair and an old man with a long white beard and hair, wearing a dark blue cloak that covered his head. Both seemed lost in thought. The old man struck up a conversation with the people nearby. He looks quite young. The slender young man holding a black briefcase in front of the old man replied, Am I seeing things? This guy actually came from a small thousand world. The purple-haired dude chimed in with a sarcastic and contemptuous tone. Based on the talent and potential of humans from the small thousand worlds, he most likely got here through sheer luck. The old man replied, The fact that he could obtain the title of Novice Human Emperor is not too bad. A girl with long, silky hair and a revealing outfit crossed her arms and replied nonchalantly, I find this young man a little interesting. She kept pacing back and forth, trying to get a better look at Qin Feng, her heart fluttering with an excitement she couldn't control, her cheeks already flushed. She thought, although being from a small thousand world makes him the weakest one here, he's very handsome, totally my type. She licked her lips, revealing a sly smile. When I become the Empress of the Great Thousand Worlds, I wouldn't mind taking him into my harem to dote on him. Standing behind them, Qin Feng got goosebumps. It was now time for the inspection and reward distribution for the spiritual items. The system quickly notified the person at the front, the old man in the cloak that covered his face. Token confirmation successful. It was a skull. It announced, briefly explaining the reward. You have obtained a B-rank mission opportunity. Reward is a B-rank mission token. Immediately, the people standing nearby were stunned. It's a B-rank mission token. B. A token with a glowing B insignia appeared dazzlingly. By the time the old man took his reward and stepped back, making way for the beautiful blonde girl, people were still staring and murmuring. That's something you can only dream of, not ask for. A B-rank mission rewards a purple-grade treasure. That old senior's luck is really not bad. I wonder if my hidden mission is B-rank. Qin Feng watched and broke out in a cold sweat. He rubbed his chin worriedly. So you need a token to get a mission token, but I didn't receive any token. This situation is really awkward. The monk looked dejected after receiving his item, wondering why he got such a lousy D-rank mission opportunity. Glancing at the item in the monk's hand, Qin Feng felt a stir of recognition. It looked so familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. When it was the red-haired, masked guy's turn, a B-rank mission appeared. The girl who had already received hers sighed. Another B-rank mission token? Why can't I get such a good opportunity? Meanwhile, Miss Sagittarius was jumping for joy. Excellent. An old man immediately approached her. Oh, beautiful Miss Sagittarius, what was your token? She answered honestly, a Wraith's Heart Core. The old man asked again, a Wraith's Heart Core? Did you get that from the Wraith-slaying mission? Miss Sagittarius struck a pose, brushing back her hair, and replied simply, "Of course." The old man wouldn't let it go. "But I've also taken the Wraith mission and never got a heart core," she gently explained. "My Wraith mission was twice as difficult. That Wraith was twice as strong as a normal one." These words really drew people's attention, and Qin Feng was no exception. She continued, "But it was still no match for me. Hee hee." The surrounding crowd looked at her as if she were a fairy, everyone blushing with admiration. Time passed quickly, and the reward verification process was nearing its end. Qin Feng was a little surprised as he walked steadily towards the high platform, his mind in turmoil. The purple-haired guy noticed, it's the human from the lesser world's turn. Begin." Down below, everyone gathered in groups to gossip, showing no respect at all. They spoke loudly. "What kind of opportunity do you all think he'll get?" His neighbor sneered. "Do you even need to guess? It'll definitely be an E-rank mission opportunity." Someone else chimed in. An E-rank opportunity? Didn't he come all this way for nothing then?" Qin Feng ignored the crowd, focusing on his own business. He held out his hand. The ring on his index finger began to sparkle, bringing back memories. From it, a series of items flashed through his mind. Qin Feng thought to himself, "I remember now. The token I got from the bald guy is none other than the wrist guard I traded with the Lightbringer emissary, isn't it? Because I extracted from it once, its appearance changed, so I didn't recognize it at first." Then, he presented all the items he had accumulated. The heart's blood from the Wraith, plus the bracelet, and the Lightbringer emissary's wrist guard. "I have 3 tokens." The system mascot immediately authenticated all of those tokens for Qin Feng. But this time, the verification seemed different, and other phenomena began to appear. Shards of blue light gradually enveloped the Grand Hall. Without a word, that spiritual power grew stronger and stronger, blocking off the entire vast space of the hall. This caused everyone, even those from the greater world, to gape in astonishment. The system mascot announced, "Token verification successful. You've obtained a C-rank mission opportunity. Reward a C-rank mission token. Token verification successful. You have obtained a D-rank mission opportunity. Reward a D-rank mission token. Token verification successful. You have obtained an S-rank mission opportunity. Reward an S-rank mission token," and a series of golden cards fell out, representing the rewards. People would bicker and gossip over just one card, and yet Qin Feng proudly received 3 of them all by himself. This time, he really shut up the gossips and drew out a few more gawking eyes, wide with envy and amazement. "Not bad," he told himself. Qin Feng felt satisfied, happily grasping the fruits of his labor. He broke into a wide smile. The crowd that had looked down on him just moments ago now parted to let him pass, was a bit sarcastic. Qin Feng took a step, and they watched his every move, the demon clan unable to look away. The murmurs began to rise after the shock. He obtained 3 opportunities, and one of them is even S-rank. Waiting for Qin Feng to step out of the Grand Hall's door, they watched in awe and said, "Then that's at least one mythic-grade treasure. A human from a lesser world like him? I really don't know how he did it. The future war of 10,000 realms will definitely have a place for him." The purple-haired guy sneered in defiance. "Don't overestimate him, everyone. An S-rank quest is not easy to complete. Don't end up with an empty result like fetching water with a bamboo basket." The sexy, blonde-haired woman immediately retorted, "I think you're just jealous of him, little bro. That handsome guy is not only better looking than you, but his opportunities also crush yours. Your disrespectful attitude truly makes someone who also came from a greater world like me feel ashamed." Ignoring the gossip about him from the crowd inside, Qin Feng stood all alone. Basking in the sun at the temple's entrance, a pair of wings appeared on his back. They were quite small at first, but gradually grew larger as a long staircase descended from the sky. He welcomed it, saying, "Quests above C rank are very likely to be chain quests. Once started, they must be done continuously, and what's more, if there's a time limit, it's very troublesome." With that, he spread his wings. Qin Feng stepped forward, his brows furrowed in determination to charge ahead. Qin Feng leaped down, spreading his wings to fly through the clouds, carrying his own aspirations, but suddenly the long staircase seemed to collapse, extending all the way down to the temple door. The swirling clouds moved very strangely, and Qin Feng was alarmed. He flew higher to observe the situation. The mist grew thicker and thicker, pressing in on the temple. In the blink of an eye, the entire massive tower had vanished without a trace. Qin Feng exclaimed, "What's going on?" The system's spirit mascot appeared just in time to explain to him, "When the first ray of dawn flashes, the divine temple will slowly descend. After the sun sets, the divine temple will also gradually recede. Please, Dawn Temple goer, come again tomorrow." Understanding the situation, he smiled and regained his composure, then replied, "The divine temple only appears in the sunlight. How interesting." At the same time, in a heavily guarded military camp, A meeting was taking place. Are you really that mysterious young man? Is that a challenger? The other person replied, it's true. When he killed our clansman, a white light flew into his body. The Kangtuo tribe consisted of 9 people, all wearing uniforms, which were red robes with orange-yellow hoods. They were arguing heatedly. White light entering the body, that's a phenomenon that only appears when a challenger kills a guardian. Someone said, the novice trial isn't even over yet. How could such a powerful challenger appear? Another person added, a human from a lesser world. His background and talent are both extremely poor. Kang Qiang, did you see it wrong? The elder of the Kang Tuo tribe, Kang Qiang, gritted his teeth and slammed the table in rebuttal. I swear on my life, every word this old man has said is true, with absolutely no deception. The elder of the Kang Feng tribe, Feng, was calmer and a bit more experienced than Kang Qiang, spoke up, clan chief. To be able to resist the annihilation breath and still have the strength to fight proves that this person is at least a high-rank Earth-level expert. The elder of the Kang Yan tribe, Yan Si, voiced, well said. To have such strength at such a young age, and to come from a lesser world, there's nothing special about him. He must have a great opportunity. A long night is fraught with dreams. This person absolutely cannot be kept alive. Then he turned to pressure the leader, clan chief, what should we do? Kang Qiang's brows furrowed tightly, feeling extremely frustrated as he thought. I remember when he used the demon-slash skill. When I fought him, I never sensed him using the power of heaven and earth, but if he's not an earth-level expert, how can he be so strong? The clan leader's powerful voice finally spoke up. All right. The moment he spoke, all the elders of the tribes fell silent, listening with intense focus. The clan leader began. Now that the new challenger has arrived, we, as guardians, must do everything in our power to kill them and take the rewards they carry. This challenger is extremely cunning, and his strength is formidable, so we must act with caution. Since he has appeared near Moon-Treading Town, then we will use Moon-Treading Town as our deployment point and conduct a blanket search. The clan leader stood up from his chair, clasping his hands behind, his back looking very authoritative. No matter how powerful he is alone, he can't stop the great army of our Shang clan. Perhaps we can even discover the force behind him and destroy it all at once. He was the leader of the Shang clan, Xuan Qiang, and his eyes shone with determination. By killing the challengers from an entire village, the power of our Shang clan will rise to another level and earn the chance to participate in the next 10,000 Realms Great War. Immediately after, the elder Xuan Qiang instantly assigned the tasks. Each tribe will send 300 people, and the main headquarters will send 500. Tomorrow morning, we will form an army of 3,000 to go to the town of Moon-Treading. Almost everyone shouted in unison with great determination, yes, clan leader. Shang Zong left the meeting with a mood that couldn't possibly be worse. He was both exhausted and frustrated. His son, Shang Ming, was already waiting outside, and upon seeing his father, he greeted him warmly. Father, why are we waiting until tomorrow morning to go to Moon-Treading Town? We could use the cover of darkness to launch a surprise attack, couldn't we? As a father, Shang Zong didn't know what to say. He just looked up at the bright moon and sighed, softly. But he couldn't protect Shang Ming forever. After a moment of hesitation, he began to explain, Son, you've never been to Moon-Treading Town, so you don't understand. In Heaven Connecting Lake, there is a mysterious monster. Every time night falls, it summons the vengeful spirits of the unjustly dead from the land, the bottom of the lake, and the deep forest to kill all living beings they encounter. And Moon-Treading Town, being closest to Heaven Connecting Lake, turns into a terrifying domain of ghosts. Even an Earth-level expert wouldn't dare enter Moon-Treading Town at night. Before long, night fell. On this bright, moonlit night, Moon-Treading Town looked quite peaceful. Although it was late, the townspeople were still very active on the streets, buying, selling, and walking about. They had everything. A girl with ankle-length hair and a graceful, charming demeanor was calling out to a young master passing by, Sir, come over here. My humble place has delicious food and fine wine. Suddenly, the appearance of Qin Feng caught her eye. She turned to look at him, sizing him up for a moment, a calculating look in her eyes. Then, she approached Qin Feng, getting handsy and using her most welcoming voice to say, Well, hello there, young man. With such a lively and handsome face, if I had met you before, I'm afraid I would never have been able to forget you. Even though Qin Feng didn't say a word or even spare her a glance, the woman continued to cling to him coquettishly, touching his back and saying, Sir, are you here just to rest, or are you staying the night? Or perhaps you'd like to try the special services that I provide? Qin Feng silently thought, activating his eye of truth. Instantly, the scene before him changed completely. The bowls of hot, delicious soup had now transformed into grotesque forms. One by one, the people on the street revealed their true nature. They were all wandering ghosts and wild spirits, some missing their eyes from their sockets, others completely headless. Their flesh was pale and bloated, monstrous beyond belief. The beautiful and elegant woman from moments ago had now turned into a vengeful spirit with a half-twisted face. "Let me ask you objectively, what do you see?" Then Qin Feng, completely unfazed, replied with a defiant expression. "Quite troublesome, huh? Daring to show off your petty tricks in front of a master. I could tell you weren't human the moment I laid eyes on you." His words left her utterly stunned, dumbfounded for a moment. But only for a moment, then she began to curl her lips into a savage smile, her eyes still locked onto him. The wandering ghost began to mutter, "He's found out, he's found out, he's found out. It seems the guest has found out, found out, found out." Immediately after, a grotesque assembly of all green heads with lolling tongues and jumbled teeth rushed toward Qin Feng. "Eat him! Eat him! He's found out! He's found out! He's found out! Flesh, 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 flesh." The pink-haired ghoul coughed up a bony tentacle from her throat, its razor-sharp tip shooting straight toward Qin Feng at breakneck speed. Qin Feng took a defensive stance, calmly focusing his will as that deep blue flame erupted, just as his hope and confidence in victory also flared. In an instant, his entire body was engulfed in flames. Qin Feng was ready for this battle. As her tentacle arrived, he immediately whipped his flame-engulfed coat to block it. The tentacle stopped dead in its tracks and turned to smoke at the tip. But if the vengeful spirits here only had such petty tricks, their evil reputation wouldn't have spread so far. A barrage of other tentacles shot out, aiming to tear Qin Feng to shreds. With incredible finesse, Qin Feng weaved left and right, ducking and dodging, evading all of her attacks. However, to end the threat, you must strike at the root. Qin Feng spotted an opening, and he grabbed a tentacle for leverage, launching himself mercilessly into the horde. Then, one by one, he channeled his hellfire into every single one, engulfing them in brilliant blue flames that burned their very souls. In agony, they went berserk, charging at Qin Feng, screaming and wailing chaotically, yet not a single ghost dissipated. Qin Feng frowned. His hellfire couldn't kill these demonic creatures. Kang Xiang explained to him, "The train ghosts of Moon-Treading Town are mindless, existing between life and death, possessing no physical form. In reality, only a single thread of their soul serves as an anchor. Physical attacks have no real effect on them." Inside Moon-Treading Town, Qin Feng was still desperately searching for a solution. As he cut down one vengeful spirit after another, he noted that normal attacks could at best disperse them into smoke, which was utterly pointless. A single trained ghost poses no threat, but when they gather in a horde, they create a special kind of resonance. He realized that this was what truly terrified even Earth-level experts. In other words, these wandering ghosts weren't strong, but they were far too numerous and relentless, hounding their targets without end. After a moment of thought, Qin Feng made his decision. He invoked the Avicii Ghost Howl. This technique forced his soul out of his body. The resonance of the trained ghosts could assault the soul, shattering one's consciousness. When the victim's soul enters a state of dispersion, the trained ghosts swarm in and devour them. The resonance of the trained ghosts can assault the soul and shatter the mind. This is the nature of the trained ghost. Despite having only a level 33 combat power, less than 150 points, no one dared to provoke them. His violet eyes were filled with the sight of them, a horde of savage demons with no end in sight. First, he blocked his hearing. Next, Qin Feng leaped high into the air, drawing lightning to himself, incredibly determined and utterly ruthless. Qin Feng unleashed raging thunder strikes the summit. A single blow descended, so powerful that not even an ant could escape the lightning. The ghosts fell like blades of grass. The notification panel flashed continuously. Successfully killed a level 30 trained ghost. Obtained 130 points. You obtained 12,000 adjudicator points and 12,000 energy points. You have successfully leveled up to a level 7 pseudo-adjudicator, gaining 80 attribute points. Successfully slaying a level 30, slaying demon grants 130 adjudicator points and 12,000 energy points. You have successfully leveled up to a level 8 pseudo-adjudicator, gaining 80 attribute points. Looking at the horde of wandering ghosts and wild demons being obliterated by lightning, Qin Feng remarked, "It's truly sad that once beings become vengeful spirits, they can no longer enter the cycle of reincarnation." Then he stepped out from the dense smoke, his body still crackling with lightning. A bunch of ghosts think they can take on a stronger foe. After that, Qin Feng continuously used Frenzied Lightning Strike 4 more times, fully intending to turn the vengeful spirits of Moon-Treading Town into fine dust. After that, a notification popped up. Congratulations on reaching level 18, with a combat power assessment of 320 stars. Qin Feng fiddled with the item in his hand, remarking, "To use the power of lightning, which is the ultimate yang and unyielding force, to purify you all." With that, he sat down, and a stream of green spiritual energy enveloped him. Qin Feng didn't hesitate to slide right back into the chaos he had just emerged from, as the spiritual energy lifted him and made him float into an indeterminate dimension. Qin Feng immediately drew his sword and tried to find his footing, but when he planted his feet, the scenery had changed completely. Qin Feng was now an office worker, dressed smartly in his suit, standing inside an office, so naturally it felt as if everything that had just occurred was merely a dream. Looking around, everyone was hard at work on their tasks. Qin Feng, feeling bewildered, rushed into the restroom and stared at his own shocked reflection in the mirror, unable to comprehend what was going on. "This is me?" While he was dazed, someone tapped him on the shoulder. "Qin Feng, why are you spacing out like that? The CEO is looking for you." As that person walked away, a girl who was clearly Liu Yan said, "Fix this report within half an hour." He thought to himself, the CEO. And sure enough, he found himself sitting in an incredibly formal and luxurious office opposite the CEO. She made him an offer. "Your recent performance has been outstanding, so the company has decided to promote you to project manager with a monthly salary of 100,000, 30 days of paid leave per year, and a year-end company bonus. Are you satisfied with that?" Qin Feng replied in a daze, "I'm satisfied." That evening, still wearing a completely bewildered expression, he went with his colleagues from the company to a club to celebrate. People cheered. "That's our brother Feng, so impressive and commanding. Congratulations on the promotion and raise. You're reaching the pinnacle of your life. Drink up, everyone." Young Master Feng is covering the bill tonight. He felt a deep sense of dread. "Why do I feel like something's missing in my head? I feel so lost among all these dancing and singing people." He wondered, what on earth is missing? Meanwhile, in the world of monsters, Qin Feng was imprisoned inside a golden orb, having fallen into a deep coma. No matter how much his battle pet called out to him, it was useless. "Master, wake up." The battle pet was terrified, wishing it could just slap Qin Feng awake. "Master." Qin Feng's consciousness was muddled, and when he opened his eyes, he couldn't tell what was real or fake. He stood on a bustling street but felt as if he didn't belong. A red-haired woman was walking her pet, but the pet was a fully grown man with all his limbs intact, barking woof woof. A passerby exclaimed, "Damn, now that's a wild hobby." Qin Feng walked on unconsciously through the city, where people still roamed. Qin Feng felt this was trippy as hell, but he couldn't put his finger on why. Why does everything feel so unreal? My friends don't feel like my friends, and my family doesn't feel like my family. I just feel an immense sense of loneliness and boundless emptiness. I think there might be something wrong with my mind. He didn't know that right behind him was the war god, Qin Feng. Watching himself, utterly confused and not knowing who to confide in. Suddenly, at that very moment, strange objects appeared in droves. "Everyone, look at the sky. What is that?" Countless flying dragons were bombarding the airspace. The terrified citizens screamed, "Oh my god, what is that? Are aliens invading Blue Star? Is that a dragon?" Qin Feng froze for a few seconds. The scene was strangely familiar. It was the sight of the Kang clan riding dragons to attack the city. He said, "People of Blue Star, this elite will no longer belong to you, so disappear." The strange man looked extremely familiar. That group of people continuously fired earth spheres downward. Out of nowhere, invaders appeared, and the citizens fled in chaos. Many were dead, many were injured, but they had no intention of stopping. Qin Feng was also knocked down by them, flat on his face, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, a voice echoed in his head, "Go kill them. They were originally foes you've already vanquished." Kill them. Qin Feng couldn't even run, let alone kill anyone. He wanted to cry but had no tears. "Are you kidding me? How could I possibly defeat them? They aren't even human." Qin Feng scrambled to get away, but the voice echoed again. "If you don't kill them, the one who will die is you." An earth sphere took aim right at Qin Feng's position. Preparing to launch down, his chances of survival were slim to none. Qin Feng had no strength left. Damn it, he wanted to block it, but it was useless. From the spirit realm, his war soul was so anxious it was about to cry. "Wake up! You must wake up, master." That image appeared before his eyes. Qin Feng was dazed. Who is she? The war soul had been captured, and the little girl screamed in terror. "Save me." A final shred of consciousness pulled him back. Qin Feng roared, "Don't die." He reached for the hilt of his sword, ready to counterattack. Qin Feng continuously unleashed several moves, slashing the flying dragons into disarray. Blinding flashes of light erupted in the sky. Qin Feng, with a cold expression, stood and watched. It seemed he had realized the crux of the problem. He stood looking at the city through a window frame. This place was his home. The CEO was calling, the phone ringing off the hook. Liu Xuan, Liu Yan, Shi Yue, the Kang clan, Xiao Luan. He connected the dots of the events and finally concluded, "It seems I've broken through the first illusionary realm and into the second one." That's exactly it. A sniper was taking aim. This illusionary realm can mobilize people or things from my memories to attack me, so its ultimate goal is most likely to kill me within the illusion. Just as I thought, Qin Feng's head was about to be blown off. The next wave of attacks must be coming soon. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a bullet shot out fiercely from the barrel, piercing through the glass that was several inches thick. This time he was really a goner. A single bullet to finish off the opponent, that's what they wanted. A group of people emerged from the rubble. The attacker wasn't just one person, but an entire army clad in armor and heavily armed. They formed a circle, preparing to receive orders. The suspect has been shot and killed, awaiting command for the next step. Qin Feng then leisurely stepped out from the realm of death. He asked coldly, "Suspect?" He gave a cunning smile and asked softly, "How interesting. This is truly a novel experience. Discarding the power of a world of slaughter, you intend to use modern weapons to deal with me." Seeing this, the soldiers were thrown into chaos, stammering into their radios, requesting backup. On the ground, the target is completely unharmed. Seeing that Qin Feng hadn't lost a single hair after taking the bullet made the whole squad's blood run cold. Perfect. I was also planning to test whether my own power could handle modern warfare weaponry. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng continuously. He then unleashed several claws, grabbing hold of the armed soldiers. Despite their numbers, they were no match for him. Qin Feng squeezed tight, not letting any of them squirm, as one guy holding an AK prepared to open fire. Qin Feng thought to himself that his physical body alone could resist bullets. He stood still like a statue, letting them continuously unload their guns, while one soldier quickly threw a grenade, trying to blow Qin Feng to bits. This little toy thought it could even roll to his feet. Qin Feng couldn't even be bothered to run. The grenade had immense destructive power, but at this level, he just needed to release his external energy to block it, ignoring the fierce smoke and fire that erupted. Qin Feng was like a man of bronze and iron, completely unharmed, so they brought out the heavy artillery cannons. They used overwhelming firepower against Qin Feng. "You are surrounded by us. Disarm immediately and give up all resistance, or else you will face the consequences." As they spoke, they fired at Qin Feng's position. A sniper's red dot painted his back, and just one twitch would mean instant death. "I repeat, you are surrounded. Disarm immediately." Qin Feng showed his contempt. "Armored vehicles, too." Qin Feng leaned to one side, and his signature wings unfurled as he recklessly jumped. Down at the armored tanks deployed below, they roared, "You are surrounded. Disarm immediately. Give up all resistance." Qin Feng landed and immediately unleashed his steel fist, going one-on-one with a tank. The army surrounded him, demanding he disarm at once. Large-caliber cannons aimed at his head in unison. Qin Feng calmly looked at the muzzles, ready to fire at any moment. The army had no intention of holding back, firing on command. Qin Feng's body was bulletproof, and the incoming shells were all neutralized. He grabbed one cannon barrel, decisively snapped it off, and pulled it out, holding the cannon tube as if lifting a chicken, thinking to himself that on Blue Star, he had never understood armored vehicles, so the illusion could only roughly render the parts that weren't in his memory. Qin Feng tossed the cannon aside. He now knew what he had to do. He majestically pointed to the sky, activating ice, storm, and a barrage of ice crystals as sharp as knives rained down. Those who were hit by the agonizing tide's skill screamed in pain and hopelessness. Qin Feng watched the chaos before him, his deduction godlike. The illusion was starting to become unstable, and it wouldn't be long before this place would be broken open by him. But his opponent decided to go all in today, even sending in planes, military aircraft, dropped dozens of shells and munitions on the city. This was pure destruction, targeting skyscrapers and residential areas. Qin Feng grabbed his sword and flew up to take on the planes himself. The pilot was startled out of his wits and immediately ordered his squadron to take down Qin Feng. "Commence the attack. Commence the attack. I repeat, concentrate all firepower and attack." The squad received their orders and immediately got to work. Countless rounds rained down, shells flying everywhere, making no distinction between civilians and their target. Only then did Qin Feng unleash his signature move, Raging Thunderclap. The planes hit by the attack faltered and nosedived toward the ground. Qin Feng single-handedly beat the Air Force so badly their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. He was once an ordinary person, but now, even if armored, vehicles were like a torrent before him. They were all show and no substance. A combat power of over 3 million stars was enough to dominate a lesser 1,000 world. So what about 1,000 stars or 10,000 stars? This was a power that could truly ignore and even crush all order, allowing one person to replace everyone under the heavens. He looked at his own hands, which were slowly fading away. Now was not the time to think about such things. The energy sustaining the illusion was running out. This illusory realm was about to disappear, which meant, as Qin Feng prepared to return to the ghost world, he watched the fierce battle. It's a shame I didn't get to see a more powerful nuclear bomb appear. I have to admit, even I'm not sure I could survive a nuke right now. A moment later, Qin Feng returned to his battle pet, having fully regained consciousness. Qin Feng looked at his collapsed battle pet in front of him. He reached out to support the little girl and whispered, "You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me." Qin Feng was enveloped in a defensive mode, and the swarm of ghosts, swirling into a vortex, was being sucked in by him. A giant whirlwind appeared, preparing to pull the horde of zombies to the other side. They were completely drained of energy, letting the vortex crush them. Their faces were contorted in pain as they widened their eyes in agony. Qin Feng conjured a giant orb and aimed it at the leader. "Now it's your turn." The leader was a purple-haired woman dressed all in purple. She smirked contemptuously, completely underestimating Qin Feng. The vortex continued to churn, while below, the two powerhouses clashed violently. Several ocean creatures caught in the crossfire lost their teeth, and a crocodile had a chunk of its flesh torn off. The purple-haired woman was an Emperor-level Dark Aberration evil spirit. She was level 35 at the mid-tier Earth realm, with a combat power rating of 350 stars and an A-rank Dark Law talent. She said smugly, as expected of the one who could break the Phantom Ghost Array and easily toast a king-level beast. Seeing that Qin Feng was no pushover, she started playing mind games. "If you get angry, I'll trap you in an illusion. I can apologize to you. I was once a dark emissary under the command of the Lord Arbiter. You have the aura of an arbiter on you, so if you and I..." Before she could finish her spiel, Qin Feng lost his patience and hurled an electric orb at her. "You're such a hothead, kid." The more Qin Feng fought, the more fired up he got, creating several electric missiles, ready to go all out. Countless arrows rained down, aimed straight at the evil spirit's position, but she fought back with all her might. But Qin Feng's attacks were too fierce, and the evil spirit couldn't help but curse inwardly. This kid is so relentlessly persistent. Even if she liked him, it was their first meeting. What a headache. She was truly delusional. As she rushed forward, she met Qin Feng. The scene looked romantic for a moment, with a bright moon and a calm sea. But a second later, the sea raged like a Category 7 hurricane, sending fish and shrimp flying everywhere. Qin Feng took a kick that sent him flying several meters, crashing into a boulder. He used that boulder as a springboard to launch himself into a counterattack. The evil spirit was bound tightly by Qin Feng's ropes, unable to move, her face pale with fear. Qin Feng rushed forward and slashed the ropes, each of them attacking with 200% of their strength. The evil spirit cursed in misery. "Damn it, fighting like you do is basically a death wish." Since it's come to this, the evil spirit decided to go all out too, charging forward and yelling, "You, madman." Qin Feng launched 3 of his signature ice swords. The swords pierced the evil spirit's body from 3 directions, immobilizing her on the spot instantly. In less than 5 seconds, it was all over. The evil spirit died with her eyes open. She didn't even get a clear look at the move before she perished. Qin Feng scratched his head. "Your illusion was a little interesting, but I'm not interested in you." This time, he raked in a huge pile of loot, successfully killed the level 35 Emperor-level Dark Aberration, gained plus 1 million energy points, 15 reputation points, dropped the item Evil Heart Core, dropped 3 gold treasure chests, and obtained 5,000 Arbiter points, dropped the monster talent Dark God Seal. Looking at this haul of loot, Qin Feng immediately figured out the evil spirit's motive. She must have sensed the power of the Arbiter talent within his body and wanted to seize it, which is why she tried to use him. Inside the illusion, my will eroded as I consumed myself. This illusion made me understand what I truly desire. I was just an ordinary person, living each day like a wind-up tool. The system updated. Infinite extraction successful. You have obtained 10 physical attribute points. Infinite extraction successful. Obtain the A-rank talent Dark Law, and automatically awaken the Tier 5 skill Dark Mystification. Qin Feng had an epiphany about the truth of life. The arrival of the slaughter world changed everything. I have the power to protect important people, and even more so, the ability to extract anything. This incident was a catalyst for his realization. I want to become truly transcendent. Qin Feng clenched his fist, his resolve firm. Just then, several shining crystal shards appeared at his feet, forming a path to a mysterious place. Qin Feng gazed at the magnificent castle in front of him. Following the crystal's guidance, He found a strange wooden room with a golden furnace in the center. Qin Feng moved closer. The aura was the same as the dark aberrations. This must be her place, and in the middle is the Dragon Phoenix Bipolar Furnace. A Tier 5 Alchemy Furnace, pill success rate plus 200%, pill efficacy plus 100%, and alchemy speed increased by 100%. Finders, keepers. Qin Feng excitedly pocketed the Tier 5 Alchemy Furnace. This dark aberration was also an alchemist. What a huge score. He poured out a bottle of pills, and one that smelled like a dead rat landed in his hand. Qin Feng nearly gagged, his face twisting as if he'd stepped in pig manure, but he didn't give up hope. Qin Feng searched the entire room, but every single pill stank to high heaven. Qin Feng was on the verge of tears. They were all Tier 0 waste pills. Failed alchemy product. Contains a certain level of toxicity. Not recommended for consumption. A waste pill can be exchanged for 1 contribution point. Contribute them. Qin Feng stared resentfully at the pile of scrap on the floor. Over 1,000 pills, and not a single one was a success. That dark aberration was really something else. Trying her hand at alchemy. Oh well, it's still over 1,000 contribution points, which is better than nothing. Qin Feng watched as the pill in his hand began to transform, waiting intently. A moment later, the rotten pill had become a divine one. Infinite extraction successful. You have successfully extracted the impurities and toxicity from the waste pill. The waste pill's quality has changed, upgrading it to a Tier 1 yellow essence pill. It worked. Qin Feng looked at the brightly glowing pill in front of him and immediately popped it into his mouth, savoring its rich and fragrant flavor. Successfully consumed a Tier 1 yellow essence pill. Your physical attribute has increased by 11, and your spirit attribute has increased by 7. The limit of yellow essence pills one person can consume is between 8 to 10. Any more will create a resistance. Qin Feng felt mentally refreshed. Not bad. 1 yellow essence pill gave him 18 attribute points. A Tier 1 pill is even better than a Tier 2 spirit herb. Infinite extraction turns waste pills into treasures. After I reach my limit, I'll distribute the rest to the villagers based on their strength and contributions to Longyuan village. Hearing this, Qin Feng became even more excited. He said, not only will this boost my prestige, but it will also motivate the villagers to contribute more. With that settled, Qin Feng stepped onto the alchemy platform and sat down like a boss. It would be dawn soon, so he decided to check his quests first. A quest card immediately appeared in Qin Feng's hand. He stared in disbelief, unable to believe his eyes. This was the activation of an S-rank quest. Obtained S-rank quest, God Tier Village. The quest is divided into 5 stages, and the difficulty will increase with each stage. Stage 1, easy difficulty. Go to Dapin Guate Town, kill the town master, and obtain the quest item of 500 soul stones, with a time limit of 24 hours. Completed. Stage 2, C-rank difficulty, has been issued. Purify the bottom of Thong Thien Lake, kill the mysterious figure behind it, and obtain the quest item, the Heart Core. The time limit for completion is 24 hours. Completed. Has been issued. He was ecstatic, never expecting to be so lucky today, having accidentally completed 2 stages of the quest. Sat helped him update the card, with the notification as follows. The Tier 3 Super Synthesis God card is the advanced version of the Yang Treasure Synthesis card. Using this card, you can synthesize 5 dark gold Yang jewels into 1 perfect purple Yang jewel. Tier 5 Divine Artifact Protection Shield, which can temporarily protect a designated area. No external enemy can break through it, and its effective duration is 24 hours. Below it, there were still a few more function cards. Stage 2 of the God Tier Village quest has been completed. The rewards for all members of Longyuan Village are a talent level upgrade, and each person is rewarded with 1,000 attribute points, 1 Tier 3 Super Synthesis card, 1 Tier 5 Divine Luck Artifact card, and the reward of a Tier 5 Daping Guat Townland Deed card. The Tier 3 Super Synthesis God card is the advanced version of the Yang Treasure Synthesis card. Using this card, you can synthesize 5 dark gold Yang jewels into 1 perfect purple Yang jewel. The Tier 5 Divine Luck card receives the blessing of the Heavenly Tao. After use, for 805 users, their luck will increase 100-fold for 1 minute. The Tier 5 Divine Land Deed card, a divine card blessed by the Heavenly Tao, is bound to Dap Muet Town. By signing and using this card, you can become the master of Dapingyet Town and control all its public structures. I've struck it rich this time. He held the card, and was as happy as if he hit the lottery. The rewards for an S-rank quest were this abundant. He now had a way to deal with that Kanglang clan. I was originally worried that old scoundrel would send Earth-rank experts to surround and kill the villagers of Long Yuan village. Now, just by using the land deed card, I can sever the connection between that old scoundrel's forces and the teleportation array. If those people want to come to Dap Myriad town, they'll have to travel the hard way. He had already mapped out a perfect scenario combining defense and attack. When those people finally reach Dap Myriad town, I'll use the protection shield to protect the villagers. They'll travel thousands of miles only to be able to do nothing but watch. But the spoils of war didn't end there. Saturday appeared again and said, "Congratulations, Qin Feng, for single-handedly completing 2 stages of the quest. Your additional reward is the X ability Fusion Authority. X ability Fusion Authority, when used on a target, it performs a random check and draws 2 skills with a certain compatibility and fuses them. The resulting fused ability is randomly strengthened." Qin Feng looked at the strange card in front of him and asked vaguely, "X, what is this?" Seeing this, Sat helped explain to Brother Qin that it's an item of high rarity and a special effect. After explaining, it provided an illustrative example to help him understand better. In a confrontation between Sat and the Feng Huo Ba Wang Long, Sat held the 9 Revolutions large intestine card, a food type, card of S quality. Effect 1. Authentic. No matter what ingredients are added, its taste will never change. Effect 2. Gourmet appraisal. After being used on a designated target, the target must eat and evaluate this item. Sat brandished the card and threw it at the Huo Ba Wang Long. What appeared next was a pile of dung swarming with flies and ants, and the fire dragon ate the pile of dung. This would reduce the health bar to just 1 drop, meaning that by using an item or skill of this level, even a stronger person couldn't break its rules. Qin Feng understood now. It was truly a heaven-defying move, almost too terrifying. Setting that aside for now, I'll check the other things. "Master, are you available?" Just then, Qi Yue appeared on the screen. He asked what was wrong. Qi Yue blushed and reported in a small voice. She said shyly, "The A-rank talent, Time Field, that I awakened can create a field with a 5-meter radius in a non-combat state, and within that field, 2 days pass for every 1 day that passes outside. He said this talent of mine is very rare and might be useful to you, Master." Hearing this, he quickly said, "It's indeed very useful to me. Wait a moment." Qin Feng searched the system and found some important information. The system displayed the info. A basic teleportation array can instantly teleport within 1,000 miles. The construction requirements for a basic teleportation array are 30 units of Tier 0 stone material, 5 units of Tier 0 iron ore material, 2 units of Tier 1 essence wood material, and 1 unit of Tier 5 beast bone material. Qin Feng naturally activated the construction. The terrain construction began ahead. Village Chief Qin Feng successfully built the basic teleportation array with the location set to the bottom of sky-reaching lake. He was lost in thought, his tense expression showing he was calculating something. First, there were the people from the Shang clan watching him, then the Heaven's Punisher whose strength was unknown, and he still had to complete the sacred martial trial. If he wanted to obtain the divine-grade item, he would need more time. Qi Yue's ability could probably help him get stronger faster. Seeing his pensive face that looked like the world was ending, Qi Yue grew nervous. She recalled the words of Elder Qi Shan. "Yue, although the Qi clan has followed the master, we are ultimately not the same as the Dragon Abyss village." Qi Shan was worried about his granddaughter. He said dejectedly, "You are naturally intelligent and exceptionally beautiful, even as a concubine. You can make the master remember the Qi clan." Qi Yue tried her best to explain to him. The master isn't that kind of person. Although Qi Shan loved his granddaughter, he couldn't do otherwise. "I understand what you mean, but as the elder of a clan, I must think of our clansmen." But Qi Yue was completely devoted to Qin Feng. She said firmly, "The master is a young talent with a limitless future. If he takes a liking to you, it would be your blessing." Qi Shan was about to say something more. "Qi Yue." Qin Feng's voice pulled her back to reality. "Yes, use the teleportation array to get to the bottom of sky-reaching lake. I'll wait for you there." He gave the order, "There's a mission." "Yes, master." Seeing Qi Yue's guilty expression, Qin Feng was extremely puzzled. Qi Yue heard the command and immediately teleported over. The young girl ran to his side joyfully. "Master, I'm here." Qin Feng silently held out his hand and said, "Take my hand." Qi Yue smiled like a spring breeze. She comfortably took his hand, and they both teleported to the bottom of sky-reaching lake in an instant. At the bottom of the lake were countless strange items, and also the battle pet Xiao Luan, who was recuperating. Seeing Qi Yue's worried look, Qin Feng gently reassured her, saying, "This place is very safe. you can open the time field. Receiving the order, Qi Yue quickly deployed the field. Gears of time appeared. The time field was being constructed. Qi Yue wholeheartedly channeled her power to help her master, Qin Feng. It was finally done. Qin Feng was satisfied. As he looked at the result, the basic A-rank time field construction was complete. Qin Feng tossed a bottle of potion to Qi Yue. Consider this a thank you. You've worked hard. I'm about to start cultivating. You can use this potion to increase your strength. Yes, Qin Feng. He begins to focus on his cultivation. Normally, extracting these things would take at least an hour, but with the time field, it can be done in half an hour. After just a short while, Qin Feng has refined a pile of precious herbs, extracting the Hu Xiang essence. First-grade essence successfully extracted. You have absorbed the essence and gained 3 strength attribute points. Extracting Tian Jin Z. First-grade essence successfully. You have absorbed the essence and gained 2 constitution attribute points. Extracting Xian He Cao essence. First grade successfully. You have absorbed the essence and gained 4 spirit power attribute points. Extracting Tian Xin flower essence. First grade successfully. You have absorbed the essence and gained 4 spirit power attribute points. Extracting first grade Hong Lu fruit essence. Successfully. You have absorbed the essence and gained 4 spirit power attribute points. Qi Yue sits in a corner, labeling the vials of unlabeled solutions. I'm willing to stay by Master's side, but I don't want to have any ulterior motives. She neatly arranges and sorts the potions instead of using them for herself. Half an hour later, Qin Feng finally finishes his cultivation. System update. Infinite extraction successful. Name: Qin Feng. Level: 18. Reputation: 145. Combat power assessment: 380 stars. Even so, Qin Feng isn't quite satisfied. 380 stars is still too low. Extracting from spirit plants has an upper limit. If I can't trade for new species, this method of gaining attributes is basically useless. The alchemist profession suddenly catches his attention. Alchemist. Basic skills. Beginner alchemy, beginner spirit plant identification, beginner fire control. Method. Basic pill formulas. To acquire these 3 professions, one must master a wood element talent and spend 20,000 contribution points. This looks promising. I've read about this in a novel before. In it, alchemists were basically a bug-like existence. Maybe I should try alchemy too. The system receives the command and starts sending notifications and instructions. Congratulations, you have learned beginner alchemy, beginner spirit plant identification, and beginner fire control method. You have automatically been promoted to a beginner alchemist and have obtained the basic pill formulas: Qi and blood pill, life continuation pill, and grain abstinence pill. Name: Qin Feng. Profession: alchemist. Skill: beginner alchemy. 0 out of 100%. Reminder: beginner alchemy has a 10% success rate for pill refinement, a 2% rate for good quality, a 0.1% rate for supreme quality, and a 0% rate for perfect quality. Reminder: each time you refine a first-grade spirit pill, you gain 1 proficiency point. When your proficiency reaches 100 out of 100, you can advance to intermediate alchemy. Beginner spirit plant identification can have proficiency points allocated to level it up, which can be used to control the ratio of spirit plants, effectively increasing the success rate of pill refinement. Fire control method can have proficiency points allocated to level it up, increasing the speed and quality of pill refinement. The specific increase depends on how the flame is used. Qin Feng is stunned listening to all this. He does a quick calculation and realizes it's too time-consuming. 1 proficiency point per attempt. Assuming it takes 20 minutes to refine 1 pill, reaching intermediate alchemy would take 33 hours. Even with Qi Yue's time field, it would still take nearly 17 hours. But then he thinks of the Shang clan people who want to mince him. Kid, you just wait. The Shang clan's grand army will sooner or later flatten your village. Qin Feng can't sit still any longer. He decides to go big or go home, to take a gamble. Perhaps it will bring a chance to turn things around. Qin Feng says loudly, use the authority fusion ability. The system responds, authority fusion ability. Use successful, please wait. The machine began the lottery draw, returning the following result. Obtain the skill, Dark Mist Transformation. Phantom Clone is now fusing. Qin Feng never expected to draw this dark-type skill. He stammered speechlessly. What? The machine, being top of the line, operated very quickly, returning the result. Fusion complete, obtained the level 10 ability, Lord of Flowing Shadows, Huan Lang. Skills: Phantom Clone, Dark Mist Transformation, Lord of Shadows. Skill type: S rank quality. Skill effect: creates 2 clones. The clones completely inherit all the combat power and abilities of the user and automatically play background music. No detection type skill can distinguish between the real body and the clones. Description: the unwary cannot escape their doom. Qin Feng wanted to cry his eyes out. Is this skill messing with me? Although it was ridiculously overpowered, Qin Feng had to test it out a bit to satisfy his curiosity. Whatever, let's try it first. He immediately used the cloning technique, clicking yes on the prompt asking if he wanted to buy a Tier 1 alchemy furnace. Qin Feng planned to leverage the high fidelity of the Lord of Flowing Shadows to create clones that were indistinguishable from the real him. With 3 of them performing alchemy together, he could probably increase his proficiency. Using the Lord of Flowing Shadows, Qin Feng actively began working his magic. A moment later, 3 versions of Qin Feng appeared, and it was impossible to tell which was the real one. One of him was already deadly enough, and now there were 3 of them. Shi Yue was scared to death, facing 3 masters, while Qin Feng himself found it a bit hard to accept, really wanting to turn off this background music immediately. The 3 Qin Fengs each took charge of an alchemy furnace, channeling their magic together, and the result could be considered satisfactory. Your clone failed to refine a Tier 1 Qi and blood pill, obtaining 3 waste pills plus 1 point of proficiency. Just like that, each one collected 3 waste pills. Qin Feng hadn't expected such a good outcome, and he thought excitedly, great, this is. By using the Lord of Flowing Shadows, he could gain triple the proficiency, and a Tier 1 alchemy furnace was as effective as a Tier 5 furnace. The 3 identical brothers looked at the spoils in their hands and thought happily, at this rate, it would only take 5 hours to reach the intermediate level. Everything was going smoothly when the system sent a congratulatory message. Infinite extraction, successful, the waste pills you extracted have been cleansed of impurities, transforming into low-grade Tier 1 Qi and blood pills. Qin Feng felt full of hope and saw a bright future ahead. With infinite extraction and the Lord of Flowing Shadows, his alchemist level would never be a problem. The only thing he lacked was time. The scene shifts to the Kang-Tu tribe of the 9 Kang tribes, where a purple-haired tribesman named Hen Cho said, "Does the challenger from the lesser world really warrant mobilizing so many people? I could use a single finger to crush the rest of them." Everyone chattered noisily, but the Kang tribe elder, Kang Zong, who had already suffered a loss at the hands of the challenger, urged them to act with caution. The Kang tribe elder is an Earth-level powerhouse. To be able to defeat him, that person must be very powerful. Earth-level powerhouses are also ranked, with combat power reaching 100 million stars. Those who haven't participated or passed the sacred martial trial are called half-step Earth-level powerhouses. Half-step Earth-level is further divided into 3 tiers, known as the First Heaven, Second Heaven, and Third Heaven, corresponding to defeating the guardian spirit beasts in the 3 halls of the Myriad Manifestations, Divine Temple. Only a talent who reaches the 4th heaven of the Divine Temple and passes the sacred martial trial can be called an Earth-level powerhouse. Earth-level powerhouses are also ranked. The elder of the Kang-Tu tribe is a 4th heaven Earth level, while our patriarch is the mighty patriarch Xuan Qiong, summoning his subordinate, Feng Shi. "How is the staff assembly going?" Feng Shi immediately stopped him, reporting, "Clan leader, the 9 divisions have assembled their personnel, a total of 3,100 people. The Southern Wei clan has repeatedly encroached upon our Kang clan's territory. I need to make a show of our Kang clan's strength this time. The march can only be entrusted to you." Elder Dai, a 7th heaven-level expert, hearing his name, replied in affirmation, "Clan leader, rest assured, this old man will certainly not fail your trust." Elder Dai spoke decisively, his words filled with killing intent. "As one of the 7 great guardian powers, we are not pushovers. We must teach the Fei clan a lesson for this." The clan leader gave the order. The Fei clan is short-sighted and only seeks to profit. Prioritize the challengers above all else. When dawn breaks, the clan leader will command the formation to charge. "It's dawn, let's move out." "Yes, clan leader." A 7-person squad gathered on a stone pillar, swords in hand, ready to fight to the death. A few clansmen quickly took some pills before the battle. One of them, full of fighting spirit, said, "I heard the rewards for killing challengers are very generous." Another chimed in, "I wonder how many Earth-level experts our Kang clan will produce because of this." That was a beautiful scenario, but unfortunately, it didn't happen. The system issued continuous warnings. Failure. Cannot be used. Warning. Error. Check the teleportation array. Teleportation failed. Cannot be used. Warning. Error. The clan leader was stunned into silence. The teleportation array between the Kang clan's territory and Moon's stomping town had been severed. At the same time, over with Qin Feng, a purple wolf was roaring ferociously. Qin Feng was fighting it with all his might. He swung his sword and sliced the purple wolf in two as easily as flipping his hand. Qin Feng successfully passed the guardian spirit beast's trial. He could now enter the second heaven. From now on, you can freely enter and exit the second floor of the divine temple, no longer blocked by the guardian spirit beast. After a night of refining and consuming pills, this method of leveling up has temporarily reached its limit. The master of the shadow flow skill is strange but truly useful. Shi Yue's talent is very special. I hope she can bring me more surprises. Besides using her skills in the spirit dimension to help the master of the shadow flow refine pills, she also helps me handle trivial matters. This way, I can also focus on leveling up. Qi Yue is truly a capable woman. Qin Feng landed on the field, his long legs making his 6-foot frame look incredibly attractive. Xia materialized in front of him. Looking at the group of challengers ahead, Xia flew above and began to explain the situation. The required number of challengers has been met, initiating the omnidirectional scramble battle. The pink-haired challenger, Sakura-chan, asked unhappily, "What does that mean?" Xia then explained in more detail. Beneath your feet is the omnidirectional teleportation array, which can teleport you to any corner of the great world. Each use of the omnidirectional teleportation array requires one omnidirectional stone. It introduced this enthusiastically in a cute voice. So, how does one obtain the precious omnidirectional stone? You must use one-on-one combat to snatch the omnidirectional stones from your opponent's hands. At that moment, the group with the pink-haired young man each received 3 purple omnidirectional stones, all of them looking bewildered and surprised. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Each contestant will receive 3 free omnidirectional stones. The voice continued, winning each match will allow you to claim all of your opponent's omnidirectional stones. Each day, the contestant who obtains the most omnidirectional stones will receive a mysterious reward provided by the organizer. Seeing this, Qin Feng stared intently at his omnidirectional stones. Qin Feng picked up the directional stone, thinking he needed 16 omnidirectional stones, which he would have to take from his opponents. 3 omnidirectional stones, he would need to fight at least 5 people. The pink-haired young man was very excited at this moment. He tossed a few directional stones in the air and said, "If I don't want to compete, can I just take 3 omnidirectional stones and leave?" Xia, flying in the sky, heard the pink-haired young man and replied, "You can." When the pink-haired young man heard Xia say that he could, he got very excited, clenching the 3 directional stones and saying, "Then." But before he could finish, Xia cut him off. But Xia's voice changed, speaking in a chilling tone, "You'll die," which made the young man turn pale with fear. The pink-haired young man, with a worried and angry face, scanned his surroundings, thinking, "In an instant, before I could even react, it felt like countless knives had stabbed into my body." Seeing him like this, Liu Yan stared at him, wondering what was wrong with him. The pink-haired young man looked up at the sky and spoke to Xia. Xia, who's usually so playful and joking, is actually this strong. His face was contorted with fear. Xia then said cheerfully, "Please confirm whether you will participate in the competition or not." Hearing this, everyone simultaneously tapped on their screens. Qin Feng was currently deep in thought, thinking that he had never fought against powerhouses from other zones, so this was a good opportunity to test their level. And there was also that mysterious reward, which he could compete for if he had the chance. After a moment of thought, he chose to participate. After Qin Feng chose to participate, the screen displayed his personal analysis data. Level 18. Talent, the Adjudicator level 8. Innate abilities. Bloodline hardening C rank, true meaning of the dragon blood body C rank, true meaning of extreme speed C rank, profound meaning of strength B rank. Sixth sense spiritual connection B rank, profound meaning of the 5 elements A rank, laws of darkness A rank, infinite refraction SSS rank. Skills. Eye of True Sight Tier 1, Mystic Star Armor Manifestation Tier 2, External Energy Projection Tier 3, Rejuvenation Technique Tier 3, Illusory Clone Tier 3, Shadow Bind Tier 3, Heavenly Flame of Hell Tier 4, Ice Storm Tier 4, Spirit Summoning Technique Tier 4, Raging Thunder Strike B rank, Master of the Shadow Flow S rank, Combat Power Assessment, 420 stars, Strength, 3,575, Constitution, 3,158, Agility, 3,572, Spirit, 4,182. Qin Feng from Zone Number 1 versus Harry from Zone Number 33. Mingjing Yue from Zone 255 versus Lei Ta from Zone 1675. Then suddenly, a beam of light appeared, casting out colorful streaks of yellow, pink, and blue that looked very beautiful. Qin Feng observed his surroundings. In front of him was Harry. Above was a stone wall full of colors. At this moment, Sha appeared in the air, smiling as it said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the first round of the omnidirectional stone scramble is about to begin." Qin Feng looked at Sha and said, "Standing to my right is Qin Feng of the Blue Star Realm, from the small Thousand Worlds." Sat then introduced everyone. Standing to my left is Harry of the VCL Star Realm, from the Middle Thousand World. The audience in the stands was ecstatic, cheering wildly. Suddenly, a voice asked, "Who are those people anyway?" Sat enthusiastically continued, "To ensure the fairness of this battle, the information on the two combatants will only show their level, with no display of talents, skills, or combat power ratings." After explaining the battle regulations, Sat said, "Everyone has 10 seconds to place your bets. Once the match begins, no more bets can be placed, and anyone who hasn't placed a bet on this match will lose the right to watch the next one." Sat then addressed the two opponents. Sat would like to remind you, remember, gambling has its risks, so invest with caution and place your bets. It seems they're treating this duel like a gambling game, with Qin Feng down below. Looking up with a serious expression, he listened intently. At this moment, Qin Feng was filled with killing intent, thinking about these people. After some time for everyone to place their bets, Shasha's voice rang out, "Stop betting." The blue-haired girl saw this, looking quite bewildered, and dropped her phone. Shasha, with an excited expression, shouted loudly, this time, in the all-out scramble, "There are no limits on methods, no rules, the winner is king." Qin Feng and Harry heard the command, "Begin now." Both of their eyes turned sharp, each determined to win. The atmosphere grew tense, and then the two of them rushed at each other. Harry, with great ferocity, charged towards Qin Feng, looking quite intimidating. Harry used his fists to attack Qin Feng, but with his agility, he had already detected it, so he used his hand to block. His face now looked absolutely furious, refusing to back down. Qin Feng attacked back. Qin Feng punched Harry, and due to his immense power, he sent him flying away in pain. When Harry was sent flying, he thought angrily, "My last punch had an impact force of 30 tons, yet it only made his arm bend slightly." After regaining his composure, Harry stood up, ready to continue the fight. He took a fighting stance, hands raised, feet set for momentum, looking quite impressive. Harry said, "Even though you're from a lesser thousand world, you're actually making it a bit difficult for me." But with confidence, he continued, "However, it's fine, as long as I use my firepower advantage to suppress you, victory will still be mine." Then, Harry launched a barrage of blue missiles towards Qin Feng, but with his agility, Qin Feng had already detected them. He used his sword to slash continuously at the blue missiles, causing them to shatter, creating a massive explosion in the air, sending debris flying everywhere. The arena was now filled with smoke and dust, and Sha saw that the floor was covered in smoke and dust, and she shouted in panic, "Ha!" They disappeared. But within that cloud of dust, Harry and Qin Feng were still fighting. He used his power to shoot a blue beam of light to attack him. With his agility, he managed to block the attack. Qin Feng, at this moment, seemed to have discovered something. Then, Qin Feng swung his twin swords, looking incredibly cool, and it turned out Qin Feng was swinging his swords at Harry's arm, causing blood to splatter everywhere. As the smoke and dust began to clear, Qin Feng and Harry were revealed on the arena floor. He was slashing at his arm, catching him by surprise and causing him immense pain. At this point, Harry had one of his arms severed, and his arm was resting on Qin Feng's sword. His face was contorted in pain, but refusing to give up, Harry launched a hook towards Qin Feng, but with Qin Feng's agility, he managed to dodge it. Qin Feng quickly used his sword to sever the hook, shattering it into pieces that flew everywhere. Qin Feng looked incredibly cool at this moment, and the remaining hooks from Harry were stuck in the ground. Not a single one could trouble Qin Feng. The audience in the stands saw this scene, and everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment. Having fired so many hooks, Harry was now in great pain. Harry had shot out so many hooks, yet none of them hit their mark. He said angrily, "Your speed and defense are both very strong, but if you were truly impenetrable, you wouldn't have needed to dodge." Qin Feng, with excitement, used his sword to slash continuously at the hooks and shouted, "This is more than enough to deal with you." Then, Qin Feng threw his sword to the ground. Qin Feng grabbed a few of the hook chains, and suddenly a red light appeared. At this point, several of Harry's hooks had latched onto Qin Feng's leg. Qin Feng, at that moment, his hands grabbed the hooks, while his legs were ensnared by them. The audience in the stands was horrified to see this. Everyone gaped in disbelief. At this moment, Qin Feng's legs were tightly hooked by Harry's chains, pinning him to the ground. Now, more of Harry's chains attacked Qin Feng, and from the ground, Additional hands emerged to grab his legs tightly, while he was still struggling against the chains from above. He thought, luckily, both of my feet are on the ground. I can use my Earth-type talent and shadow binding to anchor my feet. However, if this tug-of-war continues, my legs will sooner or later be torn apart. Qin Feng was in great pain from Harry's chains, gritting his teeth to resist, but after a while, Qin Feng seemed to notice something. He smirked and said, as expected, "You've underestimated your enemy." Then Qin Feng looked towards Harry and said, "Hey." Hearing this, he looked up. At this moment, Qin Feng used his strength to snap the two chains above, sending fragments flying. He calmly said, "They always say that fire overcomes metal. I'm very curious about my fire." At this point, Qin Feng got angry. He unleashed his power. Raising his hand to summon a stream of blue light, he shouted, "Why can't it melt this steel monster of yours?" Then Qin Feng blasted that power towards Harry, knocking him flat and sending him face first into the ground. Harry painfully sat up, surrounded by dust and smoke. Harry looked at his arm in pain and said, "Ever since awakening my S-rank talent, I've never met a worthy opponent. What is this guy's background?" Just then, the purple arm that had been grabbing Qin Feng's leg suddenly shot towards Harry. The purple arm grabbed Harry's arm tightly. He looked on in pained confusion, but the arm extended, flinging Harry into the sky and then slamming him back to the ground, shattering the earth. As he lay in pain on the ground, the purple arm didn't let him rest. It grabbed his foot. The purple arm then threw him into the sky again, making him scream, "Ah!" Qin Feng then punched Harry, saying, "It's over." Harry was in agony, his head struck by Qin Feng while his leg was held by the purple arm, looking utterly pathetic. Because Qin Feng's punch was so powerful, Harry coughed up blood, which splattered everywhere, and wires snapped. Harry fell to the ground in pain, while Qin Feng hovered coolly in the air. Then, Qin Feng landed on the ground, surrounded by a blue aura of power. Seeing Harry lying motionless, Qin Feng looked up at Sha Sha and said, "It seems he can't move anymore. This match is my win." Sha Sha said to him, "I'll go ask him." Sha Sha went over to Harry and asked, "Harry from Sector 33, do you wish to continue fighting?" He thought, "What bad luck. I just managed to open the screen to the great world and I run into such a powerful enemy." Harry thought in pain. Although the Myriad Direction Stone can let me go to other villages to collect the rewards the villagers have won, but if I lose my life for it, the gain isn't worth the loss. He said in a weak voice, "I." At this moment, Qin Feng looked up. He seemed to have noticed something. He thought, "The atmosphere in the arena seems to have changed." A gloomy blue energy appeared in the air. Harry weakly raised his arm and said, "I surrender." Then his arm fell. Hearing this, Sha Sha's expression changed, smiling happily. It said, "All right, Harry from Sector 33 surrenders. The winner is Qin Feng from Sector 1. Sha Sha continued, "Releasing restrictions, please. The betters for the winner go claim their rewards." When Qin Feng heard that, he was surprised, bewildered, and suspicious. What does lifting the restrictions mean? Suddenly, several terrifying flesh-eating demons appeared from under the ground. The monsters advanced on Harry as if they wanted to eat him alive. Then the man-eating monsters competed too. Tear Harry apart, making him scream in agony. Harry yelled in pain. "What are these things? What do you want?" The monsters tore at Harry, causing his face to turn pale as he cried out pitifully in pain. The flesh-eating monsters let out eerie cries. "Kill, kill, ah." Meanwhile, Harry screamed in pain, blood streaming down, looking utterly pathetic. The flesh-eating monsters swarmed toward Harry in increasing numbers. They shrieked, "Mine, mine, it's mine, get lost. My reward is mine. I want to live again." Seeing this, Qin Feng was horrified, never imagining the loser would suffer such a fate. Then, Qin Feng angrily looked up at Sha Sha and said, "You intentionally didn't mention the consequences of losing?" Sha Sha, with an eerie expression, said, "The world of slaughter is not a child's game. Every competition is a life or death battle." Qin Feng from block number 1, "Don't slander customer service, Sha Sha." Qin Feng pointed to the group of people in the stands and asked, "Who are they?" Sha Sha casually replied, "They are the losers of the duels." He asked, "Will Harry become like them, just a spectator?" It still nonchalantly said he would. Then Sha Sha handed Qin Feng 3 omnidirectional stones. It said to him, "These are the 3 omnidirectional stones that you've won. As the victor, you have the right to choose to continue competing or to end the competition." He also reached out his hand to receive the 3 omnidirectional stones. Qin Feng took the 3 stones, thinking deeply, "I have 6 stones now, still need 10 more. My people are waiting for me, I can't back down." Then Sha Sha shouted loudly, "Continue the competition. Ladies and gentlemen, Qin Feng from block number 1 wants to continue competing. Fireworks exploded to welcome the new match. Beams of blue, yellow, and pink light appeared again. Sha said, spectators who bet on the winner in the previous round and also collected soul fragments will have a chance to participate in this round. A young boy in the stands seemed to see someone and immediately shouted with excitement and joy, then she is. Suddenly, the boy's face changed, his smile completely vanishing. A pink light shone on a young man. Sha announced, Tho is from the Danzang clan. The people around Tho were very excited and cheered continuously, but he remained seated upright. Sha's voice rang out, please select your body. Then, Tho looked up at the screen and chose a body. He was very focused at this moment. He thought, it's been 1,000 years I've finally waited for this opportunity. Tho recalled his past. I come from the Danzang clan, abandoned by the heavens. Our clan has always strived to live in the Yuming forest, awaiting the arrival of the new human emperor. But everything I cherished was destroyed on the 8th day after the challenger's descent. A desolate scene appeared, with flames blazing across the sky. Tho remembered the image of his father holding his mother, sobbing uncontrollably. His father discovered something the culprit left behind. His father, in pain, said, this must be what the killer left. Tho was in great pain, his fists clenched, hatred surging within him. The thing the killer left behind was a single feather, bearing the symbol of some faction. He shouted, I must have my revenge. Then Tho charged into the attack. He said angrily, break the heavenly chains binding the Danzang clan and storm the pantheon of myriad images. I started getting cocky, thinking I'd soon have my revenge, but during the duel with the warrior Chiyu, at that moment, Tho fell, defeated by his enemy. He collapsed in agony, saying, I've failed. His enemy looked at Tho with a suspicious expression. He said, the Danzang tribe. That sounds familiar. At that moment, Tho seemed to see something. His eyes flew wide open. It turned out Tho saw the feather-like symbol left at the scene all those years ago, and he said furiously, it was you. At that moment, Tho's resentment and rage boiled over, and he screamed, it was you. I'm going to kill you, you murderer. Just then, flesh-eating monsters were tearing into Tho, but he still struggled, screaming, I'll kill you. I will kill you. At that moment, Tho's enemy finally remembered, saying nonchalantly, ah, I remember now. After a moment of thought, his enemy realized it too, and said casually, so that bunch of useless trash were your clansmen. Tho's enemy stood, with his back turned in a victor's pose, while Tho fought furiously and painfully against the flesh-eating monsters. He roared in fury, no matter the cost, I will kill you. Just then, Tho pressed the body confirmation button. Sha was quite surprised to see Tho do this. It asked curiously, so you know, to choose that body. Filled with painful rage, screamed, as long as I can get my revenge. After he pressed the button, his body began to transform, with purple streams of power appearing. As Tho was undergoing a complete transformation, he screamed, I am willing. His burning desire for revenge was incredibly intense. After a short time, Tho had transformed into a terrifying monster with 4 sharp fangs. The audience was terrified and everyone sat frozen in their seats. He turned into a beast. Just then, a purple aura enveloped Tho, and a beam of light from above the stands shone down on him. He was in an attack stance, slowly observing and crawling towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng, in turn, was ready for the fight. He was surrounded by flames. Sha, seeing the tension in the arena rising, announced, oh my, oh my, oh my. It seems our contestant just can't wait any longer. Then, Tho lunged, his sharp fangs aimed at Qin Feng's head. But with his own immense power, he wasn't scared at all, looking straight into the beast's eyes and unleashing his abilities. Seeing this, Sha immediately announced, then, let the match begin. As soon as the word begin was spoken, a flash of light sent the beast flying. Qin Feng's flames continued to rage. After being thrown back, Tho used his hands to desperately cling to a rock to pull himself up. Then, quick as a flash, Tho regained his composure and charged at Qin Feng. Seeing this, Qin Feng leaned back, remarking, so fast. The ground of the arena exploded, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere as a cloud of dust obscured the view. No one could see Tho or Qin Feng. When the dust settled, the two were still locked in combat. Seeing this, Sha announced, ladies and gentlemen, are you perhaps wondering why the match has started before the betting has even opened? Sha gave a sinister smile. Don't be hasty. Allow me to introduce the body that this lucky contestant has chosen. Down on the arena floor, Qin Feng was still observing. He thought to himself, It's a replica body of the mysterious murderer, brought out from a spatial rift by a heaven's punisher. Qin Feng's expression grew worried as he thought. It possesses a running speed comparable to a human's B-rank speed talent, and the power of an A-rank strength talent. Qin Feng looked at the charging foe and muttered. The fangs in its claws could easily tear through steel and giant rocks. At this moment, Qin Feng thought about its skin, which looked smooth and soft, but was actually impervious to blades and spears. Images of purple hands appeared, clawing at Thol's body, but Qin Feng was worried. The most terrifying thing was that it also had a special ability. As Thol appeared with a demonic aura, Qin Feng imagined Thol screaming in pain with blood splattering everywhere, when suddenly he remembered the extremely flammable snow liquid. Once it makes contact with a target, it will explode. Back then, the snow kept falling, making it impossible for Thol to dodge, forcing it to suffer in pain as blood splattered everywhere. Qin Feng realized that defensive skills of Tier 4 or lower were completely unable to block it. How clever. Suddenly, Thol launched brown particles towards Qin Feng. Those purple particles fell to the ground and exploded into more purple particles, causing a massive explosion. Qin Feng was shocked and exclaimed, "This is a body with maxed out stats in speed, attack power, defense, and damage." After observing and remembering, Qin Feng recalled that after Thol chose it, the strategy immediately leveled up to 4 stars. An image of him being engulfed by the purple liquid on the floor appeared, with blood splattering everywhere. Seeing this, Sha Sha asked everyone, "So can he win?" At this moment, Sha Sha, with a demonic expression, said, "Please place your bets." After fighting for a while, Qin Feng was now tired and plopped down on the ground. Thol, on the other hand, was quite aggressive. At this moment, Thol leaped to attack Qin Feng, pinning him down and causing him to struggle in pain. Both of Qin Feng's hands were struggling against Thol's strength. Then, Qin Feng shouted, "Dark Knight Heavenly Blade." At this moment, Thol just wanted to eat Qin Feng alive. Its mouth opened wide, revealing sharp teeth, when suddenly a ray of light shot towards Qin Feng's position. It turned out to be the sword. Qin Feng was quite surprised to see it and said, "What?" Seeing this, Qin Feng angrily shouted, "That's my strongest weapon." A blue aura suddenly appeared around him, and a blue light flared in one of Qin Feng's eyes. He said angrily, "Damn it." Then, Qin Feng used all his strength to fight back against Thol. Suddenly, the spot where Thol and Qin Feng were fighting exploded, and the blue aura shot out bolts of lightning. Qin Feng recalled Thol's conversation with its enemy, "I will kill you. I will kill you. I remember now, no matter the cost, I must kill you." Seeing this, Qin Feng was also quite puzzled. A fated revenge? Where is this revenge? At this moment, Qin Feng saw an image of Thol's family from its childhood. Qin Feng looked at the image of the young Thol, then looked at Thol, and asked it, "Are you showing me these things because you want my sympathy?" Thol was now in its human form, sitting slumped on the ground. Seeing this, Qin Feng said, "I'm sorry." At this moment, Qin Feng transformed, surrounded by a blue aura of power, and said, "What you went through is truly worthy of sympathy." Qin Feng directed the blue power towards Thol and said, "But I also have my own people to save." Now, on the arena floor, only Qin Feng and Thol in its monster form remained. Thol was now struggling to get up, and Qin Feng walked over to it. He placed his hand on its head and said, "Rest now." Qin Feng said, "In the name of Qin Feng, I promise you." Thol looked at Qin Feng with its last bit of strength as he said, "I will kill your enemy." When Thol heard this, it passed away with a look of contentment. He said, "So rest now." After Qin Feng finished speaking, Thol, lying on the ground, gradually reverted to its human form. Seeing this, Sha Sha said to Qin Feng, "Ah, all of his soul power has completely dissipated. They will never have a chance to revive." Qin Feng looked up from below. Sha Sha said, "Qin Feng of Sector 1, congratulations on winning another match. This is your reward for a 2-match winning streak. 6 omnidirectional stones. Please accept them." As he reached out to take the reward, it said, "I'm very curious." It asked excitedly. The final move you used on Tho was clearly a normal thunder blast, so how could it break through his defensive effect? He looked at it silently for a moment, then Qin Feng turned and walked away, saying softly, "It was just a little trick." During the process of making contact with his body, as he spoke, he bent down to pick up the items on the ground. "I let the lightning power enter his bloodstream through his wounds." Recalling the moment from before, he explained how he had gripped the guy's hand. "When the lightning power reaches a certain level, I use a simplified version of Raging Thunder Peak Bombardment to trigger the lightning around him, and combined with the flammable properties of his blood, it causes an explosion from the inside out." A moment later, that monster screamed in pain. Behind those wounds, his eyes were terrifying. The more blood there was, the stronger the explosion would be. It looked at him in horror. This person's methods of killing are so terrifying, and his strength is immense. Is he really from a minor world? Qin Feng looked at it. Continue the match. Shasha's attitude changed, becoming more cheerful. Ladies and gentlemen, Qin Feng of Sector 1 has decided to continue fighting. Audience members who won their bets last time and have collected enough soul fragments will have the opportunity to participate in this round. The people below started murmuring. He's too strong. Who would be willing to fight him? That guy is terrifying. Maybe I'll wait a bit. New challengers have arrived, and there are plenty of other chances. There's no need to join a match. That's certain death. I decline. Shasha's eyes changed, showing 2 question marks. What is this? It said. Qin Feng of Sector 1. If there are no opponents, the match cannot continue. He was annoyed. Huh? Suddenly, the screen became unstable. He wondered, did it freeze? Suddenly, it disappeared, surprising him. The scene shifts to the control center, where Shasha stood silently, observing. Certification approved. Shasha entered the room of the Punisher, who was enjoying herself with her lover. Aya, you naughty thing. Seeing her, the Punisher said, You're as beautiful as ever. Shasha walked in. She said with annoyance, Lady Punisher. To suddenly, come here, is it something urgent? She replied, I've come to solve a problem for you. Shasha asked back, I don't understand what you're saying. She explained, your competition can't proceed, and I happen to have a proposal. Suddenly, Qin Feng appeared on the screen, confused about what was happening. At the same time, Shasha said, Punisher, during the novice assessment, you have no right to interfere in the affairs of the greater world. The Punisher walked past the screen and hugged Shasha, saying, This look of yours really makes my heart beat faster. I'm only making a proposal, not interfering, she whispered, her face slightly serious. In the world of slaughter, danger corresponds with opportunity. After that, Shasha also disappeared. She said, Relay this message to him. I believe he will make the right choice. Her lover stepped forward, embracing her. Is he the one who can kill the shape-shifting clone you brought back from the void? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. He was confused. Her lover? The lover added, That's right. I've never seen you interfere in the affairs of the greater world before, so why now? The Punisher mused. He reminds me of an old friend. Qin Feng was still bewildered. Hunter game. Shasha explained everything. The winning audience member, who was granted a body, and Qin Feng from District 1 entered the Holy Void to begin a hunting game. It further explained that for 1 hour, the audience member would be the hunter, and Qin Feng would be the prey. The hunter's mission is to hunt the prey, and the reward is resurrection. The prey's mission is to escape the hunt for 1 hour. If the prey survives unharmed, they win. Its expression then changed. If the prey manages to kill all the hunters, the roles will be reversed, and they can win. The crowd below roared. 500,000 attribute points. He looked up as it explained, If you don't wish to continue, you can forfeit the match. He waved his hand, no need. He cracked his knuckles with a cheerful expression. Let the game begin. The scene shifts to a terrifying space where the surrounding ground is shattered. He suddenly heard a noise. The system displayed. Level 3 Psychic Sixth Sense. Several monsters charged toward him. His hand. Swiftly using the 3rd tier skill, External Chi Release, he grew serious as he fought back, then landed on the ground. He spoke coolly. They only have about 200 stars of combat power, surprisingly weak. Qin Feng looked at the corpses, which vanished as soon as they were killed. They don't even leave me time for extraction. Suddenly, a rock shot toward him, but fortunately, a shield blocked it. A figure appeared, holding a gun and pointing it to the sky. A firework exploded, illuminating the entire area. His menacing eyes stared at the guy. Seeing this, the other hunters scattered like a disturbed beehive to find him. Upon seeing the signal, one of them shouted, He's over there. They all ran in that direction. Everyone split into 3 teams. 2 teams will flank from the sides. Move fast, don't let him escape. They hastily employed a human wave tactic to overwhelm him. One of them thought to himself, with so many hunters and only one prey, the hunter's odds of winning are too high. The heavenly Tao would never allow it. Such an unfair match. He must be much stronger than he appeared on stage, the man thought. Suddenly, they stopped. There he was, Qin Feng, hovering in the sky, standing in the eye of a storm, his face filled with contempt, as if he'd been waiting for a long time. Suddenly, Qin Feng vanished, leaving them all confused. Then, a loud explosion erupted from the rooftop of a tall building nearby. Drawing everyone's attention, Qin Feng used his incredible speed to get away from them. The hunters chased after him. He's over there. One of them wondered. 2 of them. Could it be a cloning skill? He used his all-seeing eye. Let me check. The system displayed a notification. Race: human. World: Tianfu small thousand. World authority insufficient. Combat power 420 stars. The man watched Qin Feng's movements, thinking, the all-seeing eye doesn't indicate it's a clone. It seems this is the real one. They charged straight for their target, but to their surprise, the body vanished. Bickering started to break out among them. What's wrong with your team? Didn't we say each team is responsible for searching one area? Where is he now? You saw the prey and didn't even chase. What kind of hunter are you? How should I know? Who told you not to stop him? Who cares about areas? All that matters is killing him. One guy looked around and thought, could it be a spatial talent? But there was no spatial distortion just now. One guy in the crowd wondered, did you hear any strange sounds just now? He asked back, explain in detail. They discussed. While chasing the prey, a strange singing appeared around them. They were puzzled by the singing, the man explained. It's the lyric, walk with those drowned by the waters of my lost nation. It becomes walk with those drowned by the waters of my lost nation, which are the lyrics to the song River of Love. The legend I once walked with was drowned by my tears, becoming a river of sorrowful love. The atmosphere grew heavy. What kind of sorcery is this? He stood high above, counting one by one, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53. He pointed to the last one and said, 54 of them. He focused his power. It's time to begin. He started concentrating his avatars around the 5 elements earth talent, the 5 elements metal talent, and the lightning element talent. Seeing the heavens and earth shake, they cautiously looked around. And then suddenly the ground shattered, creating a huge hole right where they stood. What's happening? The sacred void has earthquakes too. One of them tried to cling to the rocks, screaming, we've fallen into a trap. He kicked him down with one foot. They screamed as his weapons flew down, striking them before they could react. One by one, they screamed, ah, help. One of them stopped and hid in a corner, observing and pondering. Space talent, earth element talent, metal element talent, and also the fire and lightning elements he showed in the omnidirectional arena. Just how many types of talents does he have? Ah. He suddenly noticed the lightning element as our hero gathered his power. A long metal rod touched each one of them. Then he used his lightning element power to attack, channeling it through the metal rod to take them all out at once, knocking them unconscious. There was one lucky guy who thought, good thing my defensive skill can block the power of lightning. This challenger is just too bizarre. I need to regroup with the other teams first and come up with a counter strategy. After that, he moved to another location, bit by bit. Great, just a little more and I can. Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly noticed a metal net falling from the sky. The sharp spikes on it were heading right for him. A loud explosion erupted from that spot, shaking the entire area. The number of hunters is too overwhelming for me alone. If I kill them one by one, I'll never complete the kill mission, and a large-scale group attack will naturally reduce my attack power, so I can only use a balanced approach, gathering the small teams of hunters in one place and using a trap to kill them. He thought, analyzing his own plan, I'll use the earth element skill to move the soil underground, creating a pit. Inside the pit, I'll set up metal element spikes and a lightning skill, then use the earth and metal element skills to create a perfect cover on the ground. Then I just need to wait for the hunters to enter, activate the Shadow Flow Master's skill, and deliberately lure a portion of the hunters into the trap created from a combination of earth, metal, lightning, and fire skills. Qin Feng resolved to kill them all in one blow and began the next phase of his plan. Gazing into the distance, he remained silent for a moment. His clone would lure the hunters into a narrow terrain, then move to another location, stopping at a different spot. Once everyone had entered the trap's range, Qin Feng's plan was to immediately launch a fire element attack, forming a wall of fire to surround the hunters, then use the metal element from his 5 elements talent to weaken the structure's integrity. At that point, the entire structure would begin to collapse, and the hunters would be caught in the rubble. In the sky above this area, a large number of ice spikes had already formed. As soon as the injured hunters crawled out from the debris, the ice spikes would instantly end their lives. Beneath Qin Feng's explosive power was a hell of magma, using hellfire to maintain an extremely high temperature in the area, melting the soil into fiery lava. Then, using himself as bait, he'd give them a taste of their own medicine. And for those fish that slipped through the net hiding in the shadows, they just needed to show a hint of. By showing weakness at the right moment, those gamblers would be lured out. Sure enough, dozens of pairs of eyes were waiting to devour Qin Feng. Hunters appeared one after another, their numbers reaching 195, 196, 197, 198, 199, and finally 200. Qin Feng easily took care of the hunters. Qin Feng said, "This game ended perfectly." Suddenly, someone behind him started clapping. Ju Yu said, How impressive. The system raged, Ju, you bastard. How dare you make contact with the challenger on your own? Before the system could finish, Ju brushed it aside. Ju spoke, hello, Qin Feng. That's your current name. A bit strange. Qin Feng asked, who are you? Ju replied, I am the Heavenly Punisher, Ju. And I'm also the one who bet 500,000 attribute points in this game. Qin Feng said, so, I should thank you then. Ju replied, there's no need for that. I didn't mean it that way. The Heavenly Tao has a rule that during the novice period, the Heavenly Punishers cannot interfere with the challengers. However, this sacred void is an exception. You entered this place of your own, free will, so it's not under the control of the Heavenly Tao. Qin Feng asked, so the game was just to lure me in. The 500,000 attribute points were fake. Ju replied, yes and no. Qin Feng said, I don't like talking to people who are cryptic. Ju replied, then, let's not be cryptic anymore. After that, Ju directly threw a punch at Qin Feng, shattering the ground into pieces. It seemed like Qin Feng was done for. After rolling a few times, Qin Feng pushed off and leaped back towards his opponent. Qin Feng used a flurry of punches, but Ju just scoffed. Your punches are soft and powerless. They can't even hurt me. It's laughably weak. Dragon Ancestor, try my fist. Qin Feng tried to counter but was a step too slow. Ju looked disdainful and said, full of openings. She had already grabbed Qin Feng's leg and was slamming him around repeatedly. Ju said, you used to be infinitely glorious, unmatched by anyone, but now you're like a dog with no strength to fight back. Qin Feng thought to himself, is she crazy? Her speed is too fast. I can't even focus my energy to release a skill. Ju threw Qin Feng far away, and at the same time, she jumped up and said, today, I will kill you right here. A look of struggle appeared on Qin Feng's face. Before he could even reorient himself, Ju kicked him. Again, Qin Feng was nearly finished. At that moment, as if suddenly awakened, Qin Feng activated the power of the 5 elements talent, earth, and the 5 elements talent, metal. He channeled all his talents to deal with Ju, and his throw turned into a sky-shattering explosion. Qin Feng said warily, extracting the 5 elemental elements in the sacred void to create a nuclear explosion sphere with power comparable to a nuclear bomb. I hope it has some effect. Qin Feng flew up to check, but amidst the rubble, Ju was completely unharmed. Ju said arrogantly, is this your most powerful move? All it did was get my armor a little dirty. Qin Feng thought, the 5 elemental elements skill has no effect on her. Qin Feng summoned Xiao Luan. Here. I'll use Shadow Bind, you use Heaven Burning. Golden Flame. Xiao Luan replied, yes. Qin Feng shouted, go, and immediately bound Ju tightly. Xiao Luan also shouted, charge. Suddenly, Xiao Luan froze. Ju was able to grab Xiao Luan with just one hand. Ju said, Dragon Ancestor, because of that incident, I became a low-level Heavenly Punisher. I was ridiculed by everyone. I knew you weren't completely dead, so I patiently endured. For 1,000 years, paying attention to every batch of challengers, just waiting for you to appear so I could kill you again. Qin Feng cried out, Xiao Luan. Raging thunder strike. Qin Feng channeled all his lightning power and flew into the air, successfully retrieving Xiao Luan. At that moment, Xiao Luan sighed in relief. Master, you scared me to death. Qin Feng thought, just now, I hastily used. Frenzied Thunder's roar actually had an effect on her. Perhaps elemental skills can't injure her, but they can still affect her. Qin Feng expanded his 5 elements talent. Earth Domain and the ground immediately trapped Ju's feet. 5 elements talent fire, a fierce flame erupted. As the fire gradually died down, Ju remained indifferent. Is that all? Using the skills you used on those 2 weaklings on me. Perhaps you don't know, for someone still in their novice phase, like you. Qin Feng completely ignored her, continuing to cast 5 elements talent, Enhance Ice Storm. Ju continued, I am invincible. After saying that, Ju used the earth fire under her feet to counterattack Qin Feng, turning him into a lava bomb. Ju asked, need to try anything else? Qin Feng shouted, Ice Storm. Thousands of ice shards rushed forward and trapped Ju's feet. Qin Feng said again, it doesn't matter if you're invincible, as long as I can restrain you. Qin Feng rushed forward to attack Ju with physical damage. He said, let's see how you resist when you're trapped. Qin Feng suddenly punched Ju's helmet, and a blinding light shot out from it. Qin Feng was thrown several miles away, helpless. Then Qin Feng exclaimed, ridiculous. On the other side, Ju yelled, scheming to use hardened lava to trap me? How utterly foolish. The lava rock cracked as Zhu Yu struggled to break free. Qin Feng watched the scene in horror, the ground shaking violently. Zhu Yu lifted the entire chunk of land around her. Zhu Yu said, "I really like your expression. Let me broaden your horizons about my power." That chunk of land began to freefall. Qin Feng was now in a tight spot, his energy was insufficient, and the healing speed of his rejuvenation technique had slowed down. "If I don't do something, I'll definitely die." The landmass from before crashed into the ground and shattered. Zhu Yu reappeared with her armor as shiny as before. At this moment, Zhu Yu noticed something. She said, "A dual-talent spirit pet of the fire. In space elements, your luck isn't bad." With that, Zhu Yu punched straight into Qin Feng's chest. Qin Feng thought to himself, at the moment that giant rock fell, "It was Xiao Luan who saved me." Zhu Yu asked, "Is this your limit? I thought our fight would be more intense." At this point, Qin Feng fled. Zhu Yu said, "Let me see just how fast you can run." Zhu Yu lifted a boulder. Zhu Yu said, "You're running because you can't heal while fighting. If I keep interrupting you, that bird of yours will die." Zhu Yu really is relentless. Qin Feng had no choice but to run as fast as he could, to buy more time. Qin Feng thought, "To save me." Xiao Luan used instantaneous teleportation, but the attack from the giant rock has shattered her heart and lungs. Zhu Yu chased from behind. This hunting game is so exciting. Qin Feng thought, "If I don't find a safe place to heal soon." At this moment, Qin Feng turned around and cast an ice element skill. Zhu Yu taunted, "This trick again, how boring." Qin Feng ignored her, continuing with his task. The ice element formed into two dragons. Zhu Yu said, "Your counterattack will only make your death more unsightly. You might as well give up honestly." A massive explosion erupted, momentarily confusing Zhu Yu, but then Zhu Yu said, "Got you." After that, she attacked without mercy. Qin Feng's arm was torn from his body. Qin Feng collapsed before her inherent power. Zhu Yu saw through it, using a clone to trick me. "Then you can come and suffer my wrath in his place." Qin Feng didn't give up. He fought back. The real body of Qin Feng was underground. Earlier, the electromagnetic cannon wasn't an attack. It was to create an instantaneous explosion to conceal his movements. The main clone's singing mesmerized the Heaven's Punisher, luring her elsewhere, while I took Xiao Luan and used my Earth-type talent to escape underground, securing a chance to survive. Qin Feng said, "Use this to quickly replenish your spirit power." Xiao Luan agreed. They both desperately tried to recover their spirit power, but everything happened too fast. Qin Feng said warily, "The clone was killed." Teleporting to the surface, Xiao Luan replied, "Yes." Qin Feng planned to ambush Zhu Yu, but it was not that easy, and the two of them plunged into a chaotic battle. Zhu Yu mused, "You've recovered so quickly? You can't even touch the hem of my clothes, yet you still want to make these futile moves? Are you still harboring illusions of victory?" Qin Feng used all his strength and managed to knock off Zhu Yu's helmet. Suddenly, Zhu Yu laughed loudly. "Breaking my helmet? Are you trying to find my weakness?" "You guessed wrong. This is not my weakness." Zhu Yu's eyes swirled like a vortex, and a spiral appeared in front of Qin Feng. That vortex spun continuously, as if wanting to slice him into pieces. Qin Feng wondered, Indeed, the layers of Qin Feng's body were being separated: bone, muscle, nerves, and skin. Zhu Yu laughed triumphantly, and with another kick, sent Qin Feng flying for miles. Qin Feng was thrown around like a rag doll, finally crashing to the ground, struggling to breathe. Qin Feng questioned his own existence. What just happened? It felt like my physical body and soul were separated. Unlike the ghost howl of Ghost City in Moon-Treading Town, this time, I truly felt like I was being torn apart. Zhu Yu appeared in the darkness like the Grim Reaper, startling Xiao Luan completely. Zhu Yu said, "Personally, I prefer the thrill of combat, of fist meeting flesh, more than enjoying the pleasure after defeating an opponent. This kind of petty trick is more like a tactic that relies on external power, but you've already experienced it. So let me tell you, my eyes possess a demonic power. Whoever they target must stop all actions. If they attempt to move, their body and soul will immediately suffer the agony of being crushed and torn apart." Qin Feng was frozen in place. Zhu Yu continued, "To put it simply, it's like a stabilized camera. When you take a picture, nothing will happen, but if you force any movement, the picture will be blurry." Qin Feng thought to himself, "No wonder her eyes are like a camera's shutter." Qin Feng whispered, "Xiao Luan, work with me to find her opening." Zhu Yu began to cast True Image Demon Eye. Her pupils contracted, and Qin Feng struggled. At this moment, Zhu Yu said, "Visual blind spots are not affected." Qin Feng was once again beaten to a pulp. A worried Xiao Luan called out, Master. Zhu Yu's pupils contracted again, and suddenly Qin Feng shouted, 100 meters. Qin Feng was tortured to the extreme. He had previously said, 100 meters is within the skill's range. Zhu Yu still did not let up, rushing forward with her camera-like pupils. The impact created a shockwave. Each time he was hit, Qin Feng shouted, 200 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters. Zhu Yu said, after enduring the pain of soul separation dozens of times, I'm starting to admire your ability to endure pain. I really want to test where your limit is. How about I slowly skin you, scraping off every inch of your flesh? How about it? Qin Feng shouted, 20,000 meters. Suddenly, Qin Feng realized the tearing sensation was gone. Perhaps this is the maximum range of her skill. Next time the Heaven's Punisher uses her skill, immediately teleport beyond 20,000 meters. Xiao Luan replied, understood. Zhu Yu advanced, true image demon eye. Qin Feng immediately sprang into action. Qin Feng used instant teleportation. He was overjoyed. This is great. My calculation was not wrong. Beyond 20,000 meters, her skill, it won't be effective. Xiao Luan started to counterattack. Xiao Luan replied, Roger. Zhu Yu cast the true phantom demon eye. Instantly, Qin Feng teleported away. Before Zhu Yu could even get angry, Qin Feng was already right behind her, punching her in the stomach, and he kept repeating the attack. But eventually, an opening appeared. Xiao Luan said, Master, this is the edge of the sacred void. We can't teleport out of it anymore. Zhu Yu charged forward, taste my fist. Rupture. Zhu Yu unleashed a barrage of attacks with no cooldown, followed by Imperial Fist, as thousands of fists flew at him. Qin Feng said, Xiao Luan, move. Xiao Luan replied, Roger, and used all her power. Xiao Luan shouted, teleport. But just then, Qin Feng grabbed her tightly. Xiao Luan realized, Master, my movement has lost its effect. What followed was a barrage of punches. Qin Feng took the hits alone, unable to fight back. Qin Feng thought to himself, I understand now. Xiao Luan's teleportation relies on locking onto a specific spatial node to execute a spatial jump. But the Punisher's fist wind has warped the space around us, so Xiao Luan can't find a precise spatial anchor point. In a few more seconds, the Heavenly Dragon battle armor will be completely destroyed, and I'll definitely be a goner. Qin Feng struggled to say, Xiao Luan, listen to me. I have a plan. Don't be scared. Just do as I say. Zhu Yu reached out her hand, grabbing Xiao Luan. Completely broken, are we? This trick again? You gotta be kidding me. Suddenly, Xiao Luan spat fire in Zhu Yu's face. Zhu Yu clutched, her face in pain. Arg. Words flashed through Zhu Yu's mind. Hateful. Dragon Clan. Die. Kill. Kill you. Repeating over and over. Qin Feng thought to himself, Xiao Luan is only palm size and very sensitive to space. As long as she can dodge the fists she can get right in front of the Punisher. Then, by reducing the destructive power of the heaven-burning golden flame and increasing its brightness before the Punisher can activate her skill, it will blind her. Qin Feng continued. Without her sight, her fists won't be able to completely lock down the space. Zhu Yu suddenly snapped her eyes open. The collision between the two created a massive shockwave. Qin Feng, in pain, cried out, Ugh. Zhu Yu was confused. She was slowly being restrained, though with great difficulty. Zhu Yu yelled, Damn it, are these laughable, garbage skills all you've got? Just then, Zhu Yu broke free from her restraints again. She asked once more, Is this really all you've got? Zhu Yu brutally ripped off the restraints and even removed her armor. Her fury had reached its absolute peak. Qin Feng was stunned. Her helmet and armor pieces were thrown against the cliff, punching a hole straight through the rock. Zhu Yu said, Every piece of armor on my body weighs up to 10 tons. Its only purpose is to barely suppress my destructive power. Zhu Yu smirked. Now, I'll let you see my true power. Qin Feng yelled, Xiao Luan. He was wounded once again. Qin Feng couldn't even get a moment's rest for a single second. He had no choice but to teleport away again. He thought to himself, now that the Punisher has removed her armor, her speed has become monstrously fast. She can nearly keep up with Xiao Luan's teleportation. Xiao Luan cried out, Master. Qin Feng said, Return to the spirit dimension. Xiao Luan replied, Master, wait, I can still keep going. Just then, Zhu Yu caught up to them, waiting for me. Were you? Her punch was so powerful it created a vortex, sending Qin Feng spinning like a top. Zhu Yu paused for just a moment before flying. After Qin Feng to continue her assault, Zhu Yu said, Without that laughable teleporter of yours, how do you expect to escape my grasp? Now, Qin Feng managed to dodge one of Ju Yu's punches, but as she lunged at him again, how could Qin Feng possibly dodge it? As Qin Feng fell from the sky, he thought to himself, almost there, just a little bit more. He shouted loudly, "Shadow bind, lift it." Suddenly, arms appeared from underneath the yellow object. They were like the tentacles of an octopus, and those arms strained to lift the yellow object. Finally, the arms, belonging to Qin Feng, finally managed to lift the yellow object. Meanwhile, the Punisher had already rushed toward him. She swung her arm, gathering magic to strike Qin Feng with a powerful blow. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out. It was fast, but perhaps too late, as blood splattered everywhere. While the Punisher was gloating over her attack, Qin Feng had already commanded the arms to toss the yellow piece of metal up to him. Fortunately, Qin Feng managed to catch the yellow piece of metal. Just as the Punisher's fist was about to hit his chest, he used the yellow metal piece to block the punch. Although he blocked a significant amount of the force, Qin Feng was still affected and began to fall, even faster. With a loud crash, Qin Feng plummeted and slammed into the ground, causing it to crack. Qin Feng seemed to have lost all his strength. He grimaced in pain, thinking to himself, damn it, even using her own armor plate wasn't enough to completely block her power. If I hide in the spirit realm space now, no, that won't work. The spirit realm space doesn't just vanish after I enter it. Its point of intersection with this world would definitely be discovered by the Punisher. If the Punisher breaks into that space, Xiao Luan and Qi Yue would be in danger. I need another way. I can do this. The Punisher always says she wants to kill me, but in reality, she's just toying with me. No matter what her purpose is, I have to make her reveal an opening. I need to calm down, calm down. Suddenly, a gentle female voice called out, Master. Qi Yue's sudden appearance took Qin Feng completely by surprise. She stood protectively in front of him and said, let me stop her. At that moment, the Punisher was charging toward Qin Feng at incredible speed. Qi Yue used her time stagnation magic again. Abruptly, the Punisher forcefully threw the object in her hand towards the two of them below. As the object hurtled down, it was intercepted by a shield Qi Yue created. However, things didn't look good. The object kept rushing forward, and Qi Yue panicked, thinking to herself, how can this be? I've already slowed the flow of time to its absolute minimum. I can't dodge it. In Qi Yue's eyes, all she could see was the Punisher's projectile getting closer and closer. With a slicing sound, her long white hair was cut, a large chunk of it sliced off by the object. A loud rumbling sound erupted as the projectile, thrown by the Punisher, caused a massive explosion. The Punisher had now landed on the ground, and she pointed towards Qin Feng. She said with irritation and anger, that time control skill is truly impressive, but it's a pity your level is too low. The gap in our strength is too vast, so it has absolutely no effect on me. While the Punisher was still rambling, she said, Dragon Progenitor, show me more of your tricks. I love watching you struggle so desperately. At that moment, Qin Feng was struggling to get back on his feet. Feeling guilty, Qi Yue helped him up. Qi Yue said through her tears, I'm so sorry. I was only trying to help you, Master. But you got hurt because of me. Qin Feng was gravely injured and in immense pain. He panted heavily as he looked up at the Punisher, his mind racing with thoughts about her. She mistook me for the dragon ancestor, which is likely related to the bloodline talent I've awakened. This might be the key to deal with her. After a moment, Qin Feng spoke up, Qi Yue. Hearing his question, Qi Yue was a little startled and instinctively replied, huh. Then Qin Feng continued, I have a one-time use skill card that can let you use the wings of the wind. In a moment, you'll use your time, talent, and coordinate with my clone to cast a spell and create a clone of him. Then Qin Feng said with a serious expression, hold her off. Qi Yue acknowledged the order, replying, yes. Qin Feng was too heavily injured, so much so that he coughed up blood again. Qin Feng still managed to add, just buy me 1 minute, that's all I need. Prioritize your own safety, and whatever you do, don't let her catch you. The Punisher seemed to be out of patience. She lost her patience and advanced. Then, she used magic again, and brilliant golden streams of light surrounded her. As she advanced, she said, sorry, but I have to interrupt your little lovey-dovey moment. My time is almost up. I might as well kill you now. You can be all sweet to each other in hell. Seeing her advance, Qin Feng immediately got into a fighting stance. He shouted, I'll create an explosion, you two charge in. Qi Yue and his clone also got into a combat stance. Boom! An explosion erupted on the spot, with thick black smoke covering the ground. Suddenly, Qi Yue and Qin Feng's clone zipped past the Punisher at the same time. The Punisher spotted Qi Yue and immediately gave chase. Qi Yue was flying forward quickly, while on the other side, Qin Feng was using magic to heal himself, his face contorted in extreme pain. As Qi Yue flew higher, she continuously used spells to create circles and Greek letters, apparently trying to block the Punisher's path. Meanwhile, the Punisher also cast a spell to attack Qi Yue. Over with Qin Feng, he was constantly chugging strength-enhancing potions and stuffing food into his mouth, eating without a moment's rest. While the Punisher was being cornered by Qi Yue and Qin Feng's clone, she grimaced and stomped her foot hard. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt a sharp pain and struggled to breathe. He couldn't swallow his food, and his eyes rolled back. Very quickly, the Punisher caught up to Qi Yue and attacked her with a powerful kick to the back. Down below, Qin Feng's clone was casting a spell. Wanting to give Qi Yue more power, it created a pillar of energy that shot straight up towards her. At this moment, Qi Yue seemed exhausted, panting heavily. Suddenly, the Punisher reached out and grabbed Qi Yue by the face. The Punisher looked ecstatic, as if she hit the jackpot, and her expression changed. The Punisher said cunningly, "Got you, little mouse." The Punisher brutally slammed Qi Yue downwards, causing her to crash hard into the ground, rolling several times. Qi Yue was gravely wounded by the Punisher, coughing up blood. The Punisher leisurely shouted from above, "Tell me where he is, and I'll grant you a pleasant death." Suddenly, a punch landed squarely on the Punisher's face, sending her flying. A voice rang out, "I'm right here." The Punisher was sent flying by Qin Feng, so hard that she flew past several tall buildings. The shockwave from that punch was no joke either. Qin Feng then picked up the fragment of the wings of the wind from the ground. He said, "The wings of the wind are more than halfway damaged, so the flight power is temporarily. It can't be used afterward." Qin Feng continued, "Wings of the wind, second form." Suddenly, the fragments converged into a machine on Qin Feng. Qin Feng shouted, "Transform." Finally, the machine finished assembling on Qin Feng's arm. It looked like an airplane engine. The smoke and dust cleared, revealing Qin Feng sitting on the ground with his arm, equipped with the wings of the wind, his expression incredibly serious. The Punisher rose from the rubble, stretching and rotating her shoulders a few times. Then she smiled and said, "After all that work, this is all you've got." Qin Feng was in a ready stance. The wings of the wind began to glow. Qin Feng thought to himself, the wings of the wind have a powerful energy storage capability, but in its normal wing form, it can't be fully utilized. With that thought, Qin Feng charged forward at maximum speed. He gritted his teeth and thought. The second form converts its power into a propeller, and from behind, it mobilizes all its power like a high-speed engine, using this thrust to create a blow not inferior to the Punisher's. Qin Feng landed a powerful punch on the Punisher's face, sending her flying. The Punisher was knocked back several yards, digging her feet into the ground to stop herself, creating screeching and scraping sounds. The force of Qin Feng's blow was so powerful that even though the Punisher braced herself, the ground behind her cracked and shattered into 100 small pieces. Qin Feng looked back at the wings of the wind, a worried expression on his face, thinking to himself, the power of the wings of the wind is weakening. Qin Feng tried to punch the Punisher with all his might, but she blocked his attack. She laughed again and said, "Now that's more like it." Unfortunately, the Punisher executed a sweeping kick that sent Qin Feng flying. She added smugly, "Still far too weak." The Punisher attacked Qin Feng, sending him flying for yards and crashing hard into the ground. Qin Feng was helpless, unable to move. Lying on the ground, he grimaced and thought, "Damn it, my ribs are all broken. My star power has only recovered by about half, and even if I eat another dragon's blood fruit, I can't defeat her." The Punisher walked over, her entire body radiating a brilliant golden light, and she looked at Qin Feng with eyes full of contempt. The Punisher raised her foot, intending to stomp Qin Feng to death. At this moment, Qin Feng seemed to be out of strength. To save his own life, he gritted his teeth and tremblingly began to push away the piece of metal pinning him down. Seeing Qin Feng struggling like this, the Punisher curled her lips into a contemptuous smile. Suddenly, the Punisher turned her head back and walked away. Qin Feng was confused by this, watching as she walked a little further away. Suddenly, the Punisher turned back, raised her hand, and declared, "Out of respect for you, I will use my fist to kill you." She clenched her fist with all her might, wanting to attack Qin Feng with her strongest blow. On the face of the Punisher was nothing but excitement at the thought of killing Qin Feng. Suddenly, the smoke began to clear, and Qi Yue appeared, standing protectively in front of Qin Feng. The Punisher didn't stop, she continued to swing her fist forward, and the one who took the hit was Qi Yue. In these final moments, Qi Yue said, "Master, I'm sorry." Then, tears fell from Qi Yue's eyes. She said while crying, "I clearly wanted to protect you, but I ended up causing you to be even more seriously injured." Hearing her say this, Qin Feng was utterly horrified and terrified in the final moments of Qi Yue's life. Yue said in a trembling voice, "Then take my life instead." With a sickening squelch, the Punisher's fist pierced through Qi Yue's body. A gaping hole was now in Qi Yue's torso, and as her strength finally faded, she fell, adding, "In exchange for my master's life." Qi Yue plummeted as if into a bottomless abyss, surrounded by streams of sparkling golden light, leaving only the silhouette of a small girl. Qin Feng seemed to lose control, his eyes completely vacant. Qin Feng gasped for air, and upon witnessing Qi Yue's demise right before him, he screamed her name in agony. Qi Yue. The Punisher had thrown an incredibly powerful punch, engulfing Qin Feng and Qi Yue. The area was now filled with dust from the recent impact, as if forming a whirlwind. After killing Qi Yue, the Punisher not only felt no remorse but even smiled smugly. Then she said, "Hard work pays off. I finally forced the dragon's soul out." Enraged, Qin Feng began to transform into his dragon soul form. His eyes turned completely white, and long, black claws grew from his hands. Qin Feng's body began to glow, and his hair, once dark blue, turned a brilliant gold. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted from where he stood, as the transformation was still ongoing. Qin Feng's eyes changed as well. His human eyes had now become those of a dragon, and Qin Feng had completely transformed into a massive golden dragon. He hovered in the air, looking down imperiously at the Punisher. The Punisher below looked up at Qin Feng, a sinister smile on her face as she thought, "This draconic pressure is truly fearsome, just like facing the dragon ancestor back then. However, it's all just for show. The true dragon ancestor has not yet awakened." The Punisher then stomped her foot on the ground, getting into a battle stance. She thought, "Once I get my hands on the dragon's soul," the Punisher channeled her power, thinking she would return to the god realm. Qin Feng also assumed a combat-ready posture. Then, the Punisher and Qin Feng charged at each other, looking like two meteors about to collide in the very instant before they clashed. Suddenly, Sha Sha appeared from a distance. Just as Qin Feng, brimming with killing intent, was about to attack, Sha Sha waved her hand, creating a barrier to stop the unnecessary fight and positioning herself in front of the Punisher. Sha Sha angrily shouted, "Making contact with a challenger yourself, attempting to murder a challenger, and creating a sacred void to obstruct the Heavenly Tao's search. I will report all of this to the Heavenly Tao." Hearing Sha Sha's words, the Punisher replied indifferently, "Whatever. I've already achieved my goal." After that, the Punisher slowly faded away, laughing bizarrely and thinking to herself, "Only I know that he is the dragon ancestor. Once the novice period ends, I'll kill him immediately. Next time, he won't have such good luck." Suddenly, a beam of light shot down from the sky, seemingly shattering the heavens. It turned out to be an enraged Qin Feng punching downwards, gritting his teeth and striking with all his might. At this moment, Qin Feng was holding Qi Yue in his arms. Sha Sha said from the side, "Village Chief, Qin Feng has completed the hunting game, earning 500,000 attribute points. Due to the Heavenly Tao's negligence, Village Chief Qin Feng is compensated with the authority to purchase unlimited omnidirectional stones." Sha Sha floated in mid-air, as rocks and debris also hung suspended in the sky. She said, "As compensation, Village Chief Qin Feng will receive a 7th-tier item, the Divine Asura Sky Blade." Then, a sword appeared. It was the Divine Asura Sky Blade, a 7th-tier piece of equipment, with plus 2,000 attack power, plus 500 strength, plus 300% speed, plus 200% armor penetration, plus 200% wound tearing, and an enhancement to the power of the 5 elements, a 100% enhancement to wind, thunder, light, and dark power, plus a 100% boost to the attached skill, Heaven-Shattering Strike, which requires charging, within 24 hours, and then a suit of armor appeared. Sha Sha continued. Compensation for the Village Chief, the Tier 6 Swift Wind Battle Armor. The Heavenly Dragon Pattern Battle Armor, a Tier 6 piece of equipment, provides plus 2,000 defense power and 5 elements resistance, plus 100%, physical resistance plus 100%, lightning resistance plus 100%, and the attached skill, Heavenly Guardian. Qin Feng was holding Qi Yue in his arms, and they were surrounded by radiating beams of light. Qin Feng's face darkened, as he had now reverted to his normal form. He asked, "Who is she?" Sha Sha was silent, thinking for a long moment, while Qin Feng held Qi Yue below. Sha Sha was floating in the air. She said, a demigod who was cast down from the god realm. I can't tell you anything else." Hearing this, Qin Feng calmly said, "I will remember this debt." Qin Feng then declared loudly, "In the future, I will definitely make her pay in blood." Suddenly, Qi Yue's body began to fade away, and Qin Feng froze in shock. At that moment, the system prompted, "A member of a lost race will return to the slaughter world upon death, and before she completely disappears, extracting her essence is still possible." Hearing this, Qin Feng decisively replied, "No." And just like that, Qi Yue dissipated in Qin Feng's arms. Qin Feng looked up at the sky, watching the motes of light that were once Qi Yue, and said, "I don't want to profit from the dead." Afterward, Qin Feng placed his hand on the machine, and the system's notification chimed again. "Notification alert, you have activated the omnidirectional teleportation circle. Please select a teleportation destination." Qin Feng chose the area of village number 618. He then appeared in a clear sky, the clouds themselves seeming to part for him. The system issued another notification. "Village Chief of Dragon Abyss Village, Qin Feng, has entered the area of village number 618. Everyone down below looked up at Qin Feng. Then, the system panel appeared with new notifications. "The Village Chief of Dragon Abyss Village, Qin Feng, has issued an invitation to join to all members of Village 618. Those who agree to join Dragon Abyss Village will automatically become its villagers." A young man with blonde hair, after reading the system notification, shouted with joy, "Am I dreaming? I'm a villager of Dragon Abyss Village now." Another young man standing nearby heard this and added loudly, "That's right. From now on we can level up just by chopping wood. This is amazing." The system suddenly displayed a new notification. "Village Chief of Dragon Abyss Village, Qin Feng, has entered the area of village number 34. Village Chief of Dragon Abyss Village, Qin Feng, has entered the area of village number 77. After that, the system opened up maps of other villages, and its voice announced a new notification. "The population of Dragon Abyss Village has reached 15,395, meeting the requirement to upgrade to a level 3 village. Dragon Abyss Village has fulfilled all upgrade conditions. Upgrade to a level 3 village. Dragon Abyss Village has been upgraded from a level 2 village to a level 3 village. The upgrade will be successfully completed within 2 days. Congratulations to all villagers for receiving a reward of 400 attribute points. Village Chief Qin Feng receives a reward of 800 attribute points." In another village, the system also made an announcement. "Congratulations to Dragon Abyss Village in Zone Y for being the first to upgrade to a level 3 village, taking first place in this competition and winning the highest tier reward. The reward for villagers is 1,000 attribute points, and the reward for Village Chief Qin Feng is 2,000 attribute points." Suddenly, someone's voice shouted with joy, "Look over there." Then another voice rang out, interrupting the first one. That person yelled, "It's the city wall. Once the wall finishes upgrading, we won't have to fear the enemies outside anymore." Over with Qin Feng, he and Sha were currently reading the system notification. Qin Feng read it and said, "1 headquarters, 16 branch villages, so all our compatriots from the Dragon Country are saved." After that, Qin Feng turned over, raised his hand towards Sha and said, "Distribute the attribute points. 100,000 to stamina, 100,000 to speed, 100,000 to strength, and 200,000 to spirit power." After putting on the new armor, Qin Feng looked majestic, thinking to himself. Finally, the system displayed a notification board with Qin Feng's current attributes. Level 18, Talent Judge. Level 8, Reputation 180. Novice Great Emperor. Strength 105,475. Constitution 82,658. True Meaning of Body C rank, Spirit. Power 209,997. Spiritual Perception B rank. 5 Elements Elemental Profound Meaning A rank. Dark Law A rank. Talent Bloodline Dragon Blood. Bloodline Enhancement B rank. Innate Talent Infinite Extraction SSS rank. Skills Dragon's Might True Sight. I Tier 1 Mystic Crystal Armor Transformation Tier 2. External Energy Projection Tier 3. Rejuvenation Art Tier 3. Shadowbind Tier 3. Hellfire Tier 4. Ice Storm Tier 4. Wings of the Wind Tier 4. Spirit Channeling Tier 4. Raging Thunder Tier 4. Shadow Flow Curse S rank. Combat Power Assessment 12 million. In Moontreading Town, Qin Feng was walking alone in the distance. Meanwhile, a green-haired girl exclaimed happily, "Ha! I've accumulated 1,400 attribute points. This level up feels so refreshing." She laughed loudly and added, "Haha, I feel like I'm falling more and more in love with brother Qin Feng." The brown-haired Guy next to her was also grinning from ear to ear. Hearing what the green-haired girl said, he replied, "As long as we follow the boss, we absolutely won't lose out." Beside them, an orange-haired girl also smiled happily and added, "The boss once said he had to go save all our compatriots, and he did it." At this moment, countless people were around, so engrossed in their conversations that they didn't notice Qin Feng passing by. Qin Feng thought to himself, "I have to tell Elder Qi Shan the news of Qi Yue's passing." Suddenly, a crowd was gathered around. Something had happened. It turned out a man had fallen from a platform on a machine to the ground. He grimaced and shouted, "This is bad. The city wall hasn't finished upgrading, and the Chang clan's army is about to charge." Another young man heard him and replied, "Qi Yun's group has already gone to help." At that moment, a girl standing nearby screamed in fear, "Oh my god, can they really go out there and fight the Chang clan's army?" The other person heard this and yelled, "Quick, contact the boss." Meanwhile, Qin Feng was also walking closer to that spot. Someone's voice rose up, shouting, "What do we do? The Chang clan has an Earth-rank expert. Isn't Qi unjust, going to his death?" Hearing this, Qin Feng thought to himself. Qi Yun made a quick decision. Qin Feng dashed forward like a flash of lightning, his expression serious. Qin Feng was actually thinking, Qi Yun is Qi Yue's younger brother. I can't let him die. Because Qin Feng moved so fast, people barely noticed him. As he zipped past, someone, startled and shouted, "What was that just flew by?" Someone else heard and quickly replied, "I think it was Boss Qin." At that moment, at the sand dunes, two sides were clashing, one attacking and one defending, everyone fighting with great fervor. Suddenly, in the crowd, someone's voice rang out, "Chief, what's wrong?" Suddenly, the chief clenched his fist and said, "I've just learned. The Guardian forces are holding a council of the original tribes, but they didn't inform our tribe." The mage beside him heard Qin Feng say this and was completely shocked, saying, "What?" At that moment, the chief's side had stopped fighting. Another voice rose from the crowd. "Our tribe is weak, which is why they don't respect us. We just need to eliminate the challengers this time, and our tribe's strength will surely increase dramatically." Hearing this, the chief also shouted, "Give it, you're all and slaughter them until not a single piece of armor remains. Charge." The entire group then charged forward on command. The chief's men were incredibly aggressive, each one fearlessly shouting, brandishing their weapons, and rushing forward. The battle was fierce, seemingly an even match. Their shouts echoed across the battlefield, mingling with the sound of clashing weapons, creating a vibrant yet tense atmosphere. Leading the troops was Qi Yun, a young warrior, but full of skill. Qi Yun dashed forward with the speed of wind, facing about 3 or 4 men who were aggressively charging at him with swords. Qi Yun was like a whirlwind on the battlefield. His agility and superior strength caught his opponents off guard. Every one of his movements was decisive and powerful, yet as fluid as flowing water. With just one powerful kick, Qi Yun sent all 3 charging enemies flying, their bodies thrown back like leaves in a strong wind, tumbling to the ground with painful screams. Qi Yun smirked smugly, a hint of disdain in his eyes, as he looked at the groaning men at his feet. But before his smile could fade, a chilling sensation brushed past his face. Whoosh! An incredibly fast and precise kick grazed past Qi Yun's face, close enough for him to feel the danger and the gust of wind it created. Qi Yun's eyes immediately widened, astonishment clear on his face, as he was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing hard onto the ground and rolling several times before stopping. On the battlefield, his comrades couldn't help but be stunned by this sight. Suddenly, the remaining people also found their bodies being buried in the ground. Everyone anxiously asked, "What is this?" Someone gritted their teeth and said, "Quicksand is a skill of the common tribes. Use a transformation-type skill to deal with him." A young man with a confident face waved his hand forward and shouted, "Go, Red Scale Snake." His voice filled with excitement as he ordered, "Kill them and we can get a lot of attribute points. Brothers, charge." The main characters group was caught by the Red Scale Snake's coils around their necks. They were in an extremely perilous situation. The battle continued, growing more and more fierce, a deadly atmosphere covering every inch of the place. War cries rang out endlessly. "Charge! Die for me!" The pathetic screams of people were just as loud. "Ah, save me! Quickly call for reinforcements." At that moment, on Qin Feng's side, he looked at the people hovering in the sky and was alarmed. "What's happening over there?" The desperate cries of his defeated comrades rang out, "Village chief, Boss Qin, master." Hearing this, Qin Feng flew over with lightning speed. When he arrived, his eyes showed a flash of surprise, and he softly called out, "Lei Jiao." Wasting no more time, Qin Feng quickly pulled his Cyan Spirit Stone from his palm. Without hesitation, he quickly launched it towards the opponent, but the opponent was no pushover, very nimbly dodged his hidden weapons with ease. Qin Feng, while fighting two enemies, shouted loudly, "Where's Qi Yun?" Lei Jia replied, "Qi Yun has infiltrated the enemy's ranks. His fate is unknown." Seeing the critical situation, he hastily gave an order, "Tell everyone to stop fighting and retreat immediately. Leave the rest to me." Lei Jia turned back worriedly and asked, "Boss Qin, there are at least 3,000 enemies here. You alone?" At this point, many had died, and both sides had suffered countless casualties. Even the main characters' group was in a situation hanging by a thread, their bodies entangled by tentacle-like chains and couldn't resist. Meanwhile, the enemy's clan leader relentlessly launched attacks at him. "Brat, die." Qin Feng easily froze him solid with a single move. As he fought the remaining enemies, he thought, searching blindly like this is too inefficient. Instantly, he called for Xiao Luan, who quickly responded. The moment he finished, he stomped hard on an enemy's face to launch himself high into the air. After soaring into the sky, he shouted a command, "Fly up and find Qi Yun." Xiao Luan gently acknowledged the order. Understood. Qin Feng continued to fight the enemies, while Xiao Luan took the chance to fly off. It looked left and right, searching relentlessly. Nearby, Xiao Luan spotted their other comrades. They were being surrounded by the enemy and cornered. It tried to observe the chaotic scene below. Then Xiao Luan rushed back to report urgently, "Master, I found Qi Yun." Qin Feng quickly ordered, "Take me there." At that moment, Qi Yun was about to collapse. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it. Each attack is stronger than the last. I can't hold on much longer." His opponent said smugly, "I'd really like to see how long you can last." At that critical moment, Qin Feng fortunately arrived just in time to help Qi Yun narrowly escape death. When he turned around and saw him, his face lit up with joy, saying, "I knew you would come to save us." Seeing him, Qin Feng was reminded of Qi Yue. Her face was so pitiful as she spoke her last words, "Let my life be exchanged for the master's survival." He couldn't help but feel stunned looking at Qi Yun. They were both so similar. Qi Yun continued joyfully, "Master, let's annihilate the Kang clan together." Qin Feng didn't want a fight that would cause casualties, so he ordered his people to return to Moon-Treading Town. As soon as the words were spoken, he teleported everyone safely back to the village. As for Qin Feng, he stood alone, facing the Kang clan. Seeing this, the enemy's clan leader rallied his troops. "He's the village chief of the Challengers village. Let's all kill him." Thousands of soldiers from the Kang clan roared and charged forward. Their determined eyes showed a clear desire for victory. They used all their physical strength, all their will to fight, and rushed at the enemy. The people of the Kang clan swarmed in, as numerous as a Mongol horde, each and every one of them brandishing their weapons. Qin Feng stood alone in the middle of the encirclement, silently channeling his energy, and behind him, the phantom image of a golden dragon appeared. Qin Feng cracked his knuckles, looked coldly at the rabble, and said, "My people have all withdrawn. It's time to unleash my ultimate move." The massive golden dragon coiled in the sky above, opening its mouth to let out a furious roar. The pressure from the golden dragon was so powerful that it sent many guardians flying into the air, with dust and sand scattering everywhere. Their brave demeanor from before was now gone with the wind. Fear was clearly written on every single face. Damn. Fleeing together, the Shang clan's chief and his two aides were also shaken to their core, the chief's face covered in sweat. His eyes were bloodshot as he panicked, wondering, "What is this pressure? Why can't I even move my body?" The chief glanced at the hideously ugly beast behind him and lamented internally, "Even our clan's trump card. A 600-star strategic beast is trembling in fear." His eyes suddenly widened, filled with utter shock as he stared at the scene before him. Right behind Qin Feng was a golden dragon with its mouth wide open, and even more surprisingly, inside its maw, a massive orb of energy was gathering. Qin Feng's mouth moved as if saying something, and though the words were unclear, the dragon suddenly unleashed a blinding golden beam of light, which traveled a great distance before exploding on the ground. And at the same time, Qin Feng's shout rang out clearly, "Dragon's might, release." The Shang clan's guardians looked at that searing golden light with eyes full of despair. They scrambled to escape, but they didn't know that whatever they did was completely futile, because in the next second, another brilliant blast of power flew towards them, obliterating them in an instant. Seeing his soldiers being torn to shreds, the chief quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Use the defensive fusion skill." At that moment, a beam of light pierced through the earth and rock, flying straight towards him. The chief froze, stunned as if struck by lightning. He was too terrified to move, his eyes fixed on the beam of light that looked like a gateway to the underworld, rushing towards him. Boom! Just as expected, he was sent to his maker in a heartbeat, but it didn't stop there. The dragon kept spitting out several more blasts to completely annihilate the Shang clan, leaving no survivors. With every single blast that was fired, dozens more Shang clan members died. Everyone was terrified beyond belief, desperately fleeing to save their own lives. They ran so hard they stumbled countless times, just hoping to survive this catastrophe. Just then, a notification appeared. You have killed the ruler of the Shang clan, dropping the Shang clan land deed. Along with it was a thick card, on which the character for Shang was sharply engraved. Qin Feng picked up the card, and two statistical notifications appeared one after another. To date, you have killed a total of 3,486 human-rank guardians, obtaining 156.10 attribute points and 422,900 energy points. You have killed a total of 267 palace-rank guardians, obtaining 10,252 attribute points and 312,900 energy points. Qin Feng stared at the land deed and thought to himself. After making adjustments, Dragon Abyss Village can establish a teleportation array between Moonstepping Town and the Shang clan's territory so everyone can come to the Shang clan's territory to collect spoils of war. The system floated near Qin Feng and announced, "Your level has increased to level 20. He tapped on a link to the village on the system map. The moment he did, Qin Feng appeared back on the teleportation array in Moonstepping Town, where many villagers were waiting for him. They all vied to offer him gifts of rare items. A good-natured young man held up a sword and said cheerfully, Village Chief, this is a tier 5 weapon I got from a treasure chest. Please accept it." Another young man was holding a bundle of leather, saying excitedly, "Boss Qin, this is high-grade beast hide I crafted with my skill. It can be used to upgrade wooden houses." A blue-haired girl was also full of excitement, holding a flask and smiling as she showed it to Qin Feng. "Master, I heard that you are gathering spirit flowers and spirit grasses. This is what my clansmen have gathered together. The other villagers are anxious and couldn't wait, all talking over the village chief." Master Qin Feng looked at the dazzlingly bright items being presented to him along with everyone's boundless affection, feeling a bit awkward and embarrassed. He could only let out a soft ah. Qin Feng's sharp eyes pierced through the crowd and saw Elder Qishan standing silently, looking towards the crowd. He frowned, secretly wondering if Elder Qishan had realized that Qi Yue was gone. Elsewhere, in a vast room fit for a king, a group of people were kneeling respectfully before several figures sitting leisurely on their chairs. One of them suddenly shouted loudly, "What? The Shang clan's chief was killed in a single move? You people aren't trying to fool me, are you?" The Shang clan's chief was a 9th-level Earth-rank master. It turned out the one kneeling below was none other than the Shang clan chief's aide. The aide lifted his head, his voice filled with indignation, and said, "It's absolutely true. That challenger named Qin Feng, I don't know what skill he used, but he wiped out our entire clan in a single blow." Then, the aide, determined to win over the clan chief sitting there, did his best to persuade them. "Challengers and guardians are natural enemies. If we don't kill him before he fully matures, I'm afraid all the guardian forces will be buried by his hands." The chief of the Ye clan, Yi Han, a first-level heaven-rank expert, spoke up with a guess. "If what he says is true, I'm afraid this person already has the strength of a first-level heaven-rank master." Replying to him was the Fei clan's chief, Fei Lian, also a first-level heaven-rank expert. Fei Lian slowly refuted, "Impossible. It's only the 5th night. Even someone from the Great Thousand Worlds couldn't be that fast." But the Zhao clan's chief, Zhao Yun, a first-level heaven-rank expert, fanned himself, showing his disagreement. "The world is vast, anything is possible. We can't underestimate this challenger. Moreover, I feel that this person is definitely not just a first-level heaven rank." Despite the confused and doubtful looks from the other clan chiefs, Zhao Yun continued his analysis. A first-level heaven rank versus a 9th-level earth rank, even if victory is certain, it should still take a considerable amount of effort, not to mention there were also 3,000 descendants of the Shang clan. Hearing this logical analysis, Yi Han was stunned and came to a conclusion. So that person must have reached at least the 3rd-level heaven rank. He then turned to Fei Lian in horror and said, "3rd-level, heaven rank. Doesn't that mean only Yuan?" He didn't dare finish his sentence, only looking uneasily towards the person who had been sitting silently on the high seat all this time. The Yuan clan's chief, Yuan Kong, a 3rd-level heaven rank expert, was still meditating with his eyes closed, his ears listening to the others' discussion. The challenger's strength is beyond imagination. Fighting him alone is not a smart move. It's better to form an alliance. Hearing this, Yuan Kong suddenly smirked contemptuously. He then got up from his seat and slowly walked towards the main door. Yihan awkwardly called out to him, Yuan Kong. But the Yuan clan chief only glanced quickly at the other chiefs and let out a disdainful remark. You bunch of cowards are scared into this state by a mere challenger. Yuan Kong took wide strides, speaking as he walked. The Yuan clan has never associated with clans weaker than itself. I will not join your alliance. Yihan was about to say something more but was stopped by Zhao Yun, who watched Yuan Kong's retreating back and calmly advised him, forget it, forget it. It's normal for the Yuan clan to look down on such small fries. Zhao Yun stared straight ahead, but his gaze seemed lost in an endless void. He uttered a cryptic sentence. After all, behind the Yuan clan is a terrifying existence. Back on the massive city walls, the guards cheerfully greeted one another, while below, the air was filled with the laughter of the people from Longyuan village. They gathered around meat skewers roasting over a bonfire, singing songs, joking, and chatting together. Inside a nearby room, Qin Feng sat dejectedly in a chair, sorrowfully taking the blame. Elder Qi Shan. If it wasn't for protecting me, she wouldn't have died. Clan leader Qi Shan immediately responded. Qi Yue, as a warrior of the Qi clan, considered it an honor to die for her master. He didn't seem to dwell on it much, as he was busy rummaging through a wooden chest for something. Qi Shan added, I feel proud of her. Please don't blame yourself. Qin Feng thought numbly to himself, I know, not just Qi Yue, anyone in the Qi clan would willingly die for me. At first, I only wanted to use them to increase the population of Longyuan village and complete my mission. But they treated me with sincerity, accepting me as their master. I must take responsibility for them. He silently blamed himself. When I faced the Heavens Punisher, I could only passively take the blows. I'm so weak, how can I possibly protect them? Qi Shan suddenly asked, Master, do you know of the dragon ancestor? Qin Feng was startled by the question, and he instinctively looked up and asked in surprise, How do you also? Before Qin Feng could finish, Qi Shan pushed an old book toward him. The title, Record of the Primordial Ancestor Gods, was clearly written on top. The elder then cut him off and said, The Qi clan has a secret tome passed down through the generations. When you described being hunted by the Heavens Punisher, Zhu Yu, I was reminded of this book. Then, Qi Shan began to recount an ancient story to Qin Feng. The five-clawed golden dragon of the True Dragon clan appeared on the dragon ancestor's body, its mouth holding a golden flame. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of celestial bodies were reduced to ash, making others recoil in fear, not daring to act rashly. The dragon ancestor used its own power to reshape the cosmos, manifesting the five-clawed golden dragon, which breathed golden flames. Qi Shan opened a page and continued. It records the legend of the ancestor god who dominated the universe millions of years ago. On that page, it was clearly written, in 33 days, the dragon ancestor intended to re-establish its dominion. The dragon ancestor resides in the Nightmare Sea, its shattered true spirit forming the vast universe, the six paths of reincarnation. Awaiting resurrection in the eternal thunder arena of demonic trials, Qin Feng examined each page meticulously with a grave expression. Meanwhile, Qi Shan continued to talk endlessly. I suspect that the demigod Zhu Yu being demoted to a Heavens Punisher is likely related to the story of the dragon ancestor's passing, the scattering of its true spirit, fragments, and the possibility of its resurrection. Then, the elder analyzed in detail. Master, since you possess a skill similar to the dragon ancestors, Zhu Yu would mistakenly believe that you are the dragon ancestor reincarnated. Qi Shan imagined Zhu Yu as a giant holding the entire fate of the earth in his hands, terrified of the dragon ancestor resurrecting to seek revenge, so he uses his status as a Heavens Punisher to monitor and purge the world. With a single thought from that giant, the earth would be instantly crushed into pieces. Qi Shan concluded gravely. The moment a new, powerful individual emerges, he will kill them instantly. Clan leader Qi Shan sighed softly and said, This time, Master, you were simply caught in the crossfire. Qin Feng closed the book, his mind already calculating Zhu Yu's combat power. In the Battle of the Sacred Void, Zhu Yu's combat power was approximately 800 to 1,000. He was constantly reminded of the novice trial period to prevent the Punisher from secretly violating the combat power rules. The Punisher's power would be suppressed to 1.1, so he then used the system's combat power classification to make an estimate. 2,000 to 3,000 stars is heavenly rank, first level, and 3,000 to 4,000 stars is heavenly rank, second level. 4,000 to 6,000 stars is heavenly rank, third level. 6,000 to 9,000 stars is heavenly rank, fourth level, and 9,000 to 15,000 stars is heavenly rank, fifth level. From this, Qin Feng mentally calculated and converted Zhu Yu's combat power, which is to say, her total combat power. Zhu Yu's power was around 8,000 to 10,000 stars. Qin Feng recalled her appearance and frowned, thinking to himself, at the very least. She has the combat power of a heavenly rank, 4th level, and in 2 days I can't possibly reach that same level, so Longyuan village will surely be destroyed. Qi Shan and Qin Feng sat opposite each other, the light from the fireplace casting long shadows, stretching all the way to the door. Perhaps their worries had merged with those dark corners. Qin Feng felt a bit helpless, wondering what he should do to lead everyone through this disaster. Then, just at that moment, a frantic knock came from outside the door, along with a panicked voice calling, "Village Chief, Village Chief." The door burst open, and a young man who looked like he had just run a long distance appeared. He hurriedly announced, "A large enemy force has been spotted near Longyuan village." In the distance, through the thick fog and biting cold winds, hazy dark figures emerged. As the fog gradually lifted, the group drew closer, their forms becoming slightly clearer. Leading the group was a striking figure in white robes, and behind him were thousands, tens of thousands of soldiers and powerful fierce beasts, with more fierce beasts circling in the sky. The people of Longyuan village broke out in a cold sweat at the sight, their limbs trembling. Zhao Yun raised his hand to signal his entire army to halt, and then he crossed his arms, looked up with his head held high, and announced his identity. "I am the leader of the Jiao clan, Zhao Yun. May I ask if the one ahead is the village chief of Longyuan village?" Zhao Yun's gaze fell upon a small yet imposing and majestic figure, standing on the village wall, illuminated by the large moon. Qin Feng looked down from his high vantage point, the moonlight shining on him as if it were coating him in a layer of polished silver. Qin Feng asked coldly, "Can I help you?" Zhao Yun, standing below, shouted up in response, announcing, "You killed the leader of the Kang clan. As his good friend, I have come for revenge." Qin Feng seemed completely unfazed by Zhao Yun's provocative words. He simply replied indifferently, "Okay." Zhao Yun gently waved the fan in his hand. He put on a dangerous air and said, "I know you're very powerful, but I'm no slouch myself, and this army of 100,000 behind me isn't something you can handle alone." Zhao Yun continued, "If we fight, it will surely result in mutual destruction. Therefore, I have a proposal." Qin Feng frowned, gritting his teeth and cursing inwardly. All this talk, he's definitely up to something. Then, Zhao Yun held up 3 fingers and issued a challenge. "My side will put forth 3 people for one-on-one duels. If you win, I will immediately give up this grudge and leave with my men." On the surface, he appeared to be negotiating peacefully, but inwardly, Zhao Yun was secretly plotting. The walls of Longyuan village are already built, making a frontal assault quite difficult. Luring out Qin Feng for single combat is the best strategy. He was extremely confident in his plan, and a sinister light glinted in Zhao Yun's eyes as he analyzed inwardly. "Even if my side loses the duels, I'll be able to understand his fighting style through the 3 matches. This will be beneficial for future team battles." Qin Feng arrogantly pointed down below and declared, "You're wasting my time. All 3 of you, come at me at once." Zhao Yun folded his fan and smiled with satisfaction, praising Qin Feng, "Village chief, Qin is truly straightforward." As planned, Zhao Yun quickly called out the names of his 3 subordinates, Yi Heng, Fei Xing, Zhao Gu, "Come out now." Yi Heng was an arrogant young punk, chewing on a blade of grass, his hands firmly gripping a large gun. It seemed Yi Heng was a long-range marksman. Fei Xing, on the other hand, was a seductive woman in a revealing outfit that showcased her stunning curves. The gazes of those around her were filled with admiration. The one named Zhao Gu was a burly man. On the back of his hand was a gauntlet with sharp spikes pointing outwards. Hearing their names called, they quickly rushed out from the crowd, heading straight for Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't miss a beat. He pushed off and leaped. Down below, one hand firmly gripping his sword, Fei Xing created a magic circle off to the side, while Zhao Gu roared a challenge. A massive stream of fire shot out from Fei Xing's magic circle, but Qin Feng quickly jumped up to dodge the attack. Before he could even steady himself, he saw a hand with sharp spikes hurtling toward him. Qin Feng stomped his foot hard on the spikes, then used the momentum from Zhao Gu's arm to kick the man backward. Following the momentum, Qin Feng somersaulted 3 times in midair. Yi Heng had already found a hiding spot and was waiting on the side. Now the opportunity had come. He immediately raised his gun and aimed straight at Qin Feng. Yi Heng smirked triumphantly, thinking to himself. He fell for it. Indeed, the 3 of them, Yi Heng, Fei Xing, and Zhao Gu, coordinated perfectly, step by step, leading Qin Feng right into their plan. Yi Heng pulled the trigger, and a bullet was fired, thinking that since Qin Feng was still suspended in the air, it would be difficult for him to block the bullet, and with just this one shot, everything would be over. But fate wouldn't let Team Q off that easily, would not die so easily. Qin Feng, truly worthy of being a dragon in such a precarious situation, still managed to lightly step on the air to dodge the bullet's path, right before Ye Heng's astonished eyes and the sound of panic echoing in his mind. What? Qin Feng gave Ye Heng a disdainful smirk and raised a hand to control something. Instantly, dozens of arms appeared from nowhere and continuously lunged at Ye Heng, forcing him to use the body of his gun to defend himself. Ye Heng stared in astonishment, wondering what the hell these things were. Just as he finished his move and turned around, Qin Feng was met with a punch from Zhao Gu. The man shouted, "Take this punch of mine." Qin Feng also swung his fist to block it. Looking at the size difference between their arms, everyone thought Qin Feng was like a grasshopper trying to kick an elephant. But that grasshopper could indeed kick the elephant, and even cause the elephant to suffer internal injuries, breaking out in a cold sweat. He could only look in fear at the small opponent before him. Qin Feng landed another blow, sending Zhao Gu flying backward. His sharp, spiked gauntlet shattered into pieces. Fei Xing had just finished creating 3 magic circles and looked extremely tired, drenched in sweat. She wiped the sweat from her face with one hand while controlling the magic circles with the other, but she didn't forget to curse her teammate in her mind. That kid from the Ye clan is a real idiot. A sneak attack from that far away was bound to be discovered, recalling a time not long ago. After Yuan Kong refused to join the alliance to confront Qin Feng, the 3 clan leaders of the remaining 3 clans joined forces and chose 3 people, Ye Heng, Fei Xing, and Zhao Gu, summoning them to discuss the plan. The surviving Shang clansmen provided us with useful information. Yi Han recalled Qin Feng's techniques and listed them out. We know Qin Feng has at least 3 types of skills: 5 elements sorcery, flight, and dragon form impact. He looked down at the 3 people kneeling below and said, "You 3 were chosen from 100,000 clansmen to deal with Qin Feng. I have extremely high hopes for you." Then Yi Han pointed out each person's strengths, starting with Yi Heng. Yi Heng, your skill can counter Qin Feng's flight. Next was the only girl on the team, Fei Xing, whose talent was similar to Qin Feng's 5 elements. It was a perfect counter. Even if she couldn't kill him, she could at least restrain him. Lastly was Zhao Gu, who was also given his mission by Ye Han. Zhao Gu, after Fei Xing and Ye Heng pinned down Qin Feng, you use your S-rank super strength talent to land a fatal blow on Qin Feng, although there was still one of Qin Feng's techniques they couldn't counter. But Yi Han still said confidently, "For now, the biggest threat to you is the dragon form impact, which we still don't fully understand. I don't know what method to use to counter it, but I believe in overwhelming power. As long as you are stronger than him, his skills are useless, no matter how bizarre they are." Then he opened his hand, revealing 3 golden pills with strange, raised patterns. Yi Han briefly explained its effect. "This is a pill that can double your combat power in an instant. Use it before you enter the arena." As he distributed the pills to each person, he smiled and offered a great reward. "The clan will not forget your sacrifice. After this is done, you will become the youngest elders in the clan." Hearing this, the 3 of them were filled with fighting spirit, their eyes blazing with determination, and they shouted in unison. Returning to our unending battle, Qin Feng was leisurely dodging Zhao Gu's punch, which cracked the very ground. At the same time, he had to watch his angles to evade Fei Xing's magic flames. Their power seemed to be much stronger than before. Someone thought to themselves, the pills have started to take effect. Yi Heng was intently using binoculars to pinpoint Qin Feng's location. Following his every step, the image in Ye Heng's sights was now of Qin Feng driving his knee up. A powerful blow to Zhao Gu's stomach made him spit out a mouthful of blood, and just as Zhao Gu was knocked out of the scope's view, Qin Feng's figure also vanished in a small explosion. Yi Heng, who was concentrating, was suddenly bewildered. He thought, where did he go? Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared right before his eyes, before Yi Heng could even understand what was happening. Yi Heng was sent to the afterlife. A sword plunged straight through his eye. Yi Heng died with his eyes wide open. Seeing this, Fei Xing immediately changed plans. She shouted to Zhao Gu, "I'll distract him. Zhao Gu, you use your shield to stop him." However, before the recipient could even respond, Qin Feng was already swiftly behind Fei Xing. She froze, turning to see Qin Feng raising a hand high, gathering electricity, as he mockingly taunted them for being so weak. "My body isn't even warmed up yet." Then Qin Feng shouted, "Lightning." Fei Xing was now terrified. Her pupils shrank in fear. She knew she couldn't escape now. Fei Xing could only tremble and beg, "No, wait." Seeing the blue light from the lightning bolt descending ever closer to her, Fei Xing began to stammer and plead. But before she could finish her sentence, Qin Feng immediately unleashed the lightning bolt, striking her directly. Seeing this, the system appeared and announced, "Infinite extraction successful, obtained. A B rank 5 elements talent, now upgrading the stacked talent." Just when he thought he had succeeded, the system again announced, Due to the extraction level being too low, the upgrade failed. Qin Feng was extremely annoyed by this, seeing that now he was the only one left. Zhao Gu immediately turned around and ran away in a hurry while shouting loudly, screaming, "Ah, clan leader, save me." Seeing this, Zhao Yun broke out in a cold sweat, inwardly shocked in just a single breath. The outstanding talents of our three clans have all lost their combat power. Moreover, I can feel that he still hasn't used his full strength. It's unclear what sight made him suddenly widen his eyes and silently wonder to himself, what is he trying to do? It turned out he saw Qin Feng taking a stance, preparing to activate some kind of skill. Then, he immediately launched a fireball that lit up the sky. In no time, this terrifying energy source had caught up, right behind Zhao Gu. And then, with a boom, a sky-shattering explosion occurred, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. And this also meant he was toast. Zhao Yun and his companions witnessed this scene and could only stand there as if, thunderstruck, their jaws agape. After the dust gradually settled, everyone saw Zhao Gu still kneeling there, but perhaps due to the impact of the explosion, his head was gone. Seeing this, Zhao Yun fell silent for a moment, then immediately raised his fan high and said confidently, "I have no choice but to enter the battlefield myself." Qin Feng calmly walked up to Zhao Gu's corpse and spoke, "I knew long ago that your previous agreement was just a load of hot air." Seeing Zhao Yun lead his companions over while shouting loudly, "Get him for me," he sneered and said, "But it's all right, I forgive you, because from the very beginning, I also had no intention of sparing any of you." In an instant, countless fireballs shot out, while Zhao Yun's group aggressively charged forward, yelling as they advanced. Faced with their overwhelming numbers and intimidating aura, Qin Feng didn't show any fear. Instead, standing his ground to face them, he suddenly opened his mouth wide and slowly sucked in air inside. Then, using all his speed, he batted all those fireballs forward, causing anyone who was hit to have a hole pierced through their body and drop dead. Zhao Yun was furious when he saw this and thought to himself, "Again, he's using air bullets to counterattack. In the blink of an eye, more than half of our clansmen are dead or injured, but for the sake of taking over Longyuan village, even if it means sacrificing a portion of our clansmen, it's worth it. Luckily, I still have one last trick up my sleeve, which will allow me, with my ordinary aptitude, to stand on equal footing with the divine skills of other experts." After thinking this, Zhao Yun immediately used the skill, 8th tier Divine Sense Projection, striking directly towards Qin Feng and causing a massive explosion no less powerful than his was earlier. Seeing that he had succeeded, he couldn't help but feel smug. It worked, he thought while observing his surroundings. Qin Feng, sweating, thought to himself, "Only my head can still move. The rest of my body is restrained by these strange threads. If it weren't for the protective skill of the Heavenly Dragon pattern battle armor, I'm afraid I would have fallen into his trap," he thought. Then, he suddenly smirked and thought to himself, "Besides, the place where these threads are rooted isn't the physical body, but what an interesting soul." Zhao Yun immediately raised his fan and commanded loudly, "He can't move now. Take this chance and charge." Just as he finished speaking, he was suddenly ambushed from behind and then a slash flashed by, and all that was heard was his loud scream, "Ah!" The brown-haired girl standing nearby who witnessed this was left speechless, while the guys nearby shouted in terror to each other, "What's happening? We're being ambushed. Where's the enemy? I can't see them at all." At the same time, where Zhao Yun was, he was using all his strength to block Qin Feng's sword with his fan, his eyes wide with astonishment as he asked, "How? How is this possible? How did you escape my skill?" He smirked and replied condescendingly, "Fool, you think I'm going to tell you?" Then he couldn't help but sneer inwardly, "Those pathetic little threads are nothing compared to the true illusion demonic eye of a punisher. My soul's strength was already tempered to a level far beyond ordinary people during that battle. How could a frog in a well like you possibly know that?" Suddenly, hearing an explosion, Zhao Yun laughed gleefully and said, "Himph, it looks like your backyard is on fire." Then he thought happily to himself, "Yi Han and Fei Lian have finally gotten something done. Our three clans had a plan from the very beginning, sending a pawn to scout and lure out the chief of Longyuan village. Before this, I did my best to stall for time, while the main forces of the Fei clan and Ye clan used the Fei clan's stealth skill to secretly break through the walls from behind, then entered the village to directly start the slaughter. Right now, the protection force and the villagers are gathered together, so he definitely won't dare to use his dragon form attack. With his skills restricted, his power will surely decrease." Seeing Qin Feng leap into the air, preparing to plunge his sword down while shouting, "Get out of the way," Zhao Yun continued to think to himself, in this plan, facing him head-on is almost the greatest danger. A massive earthquake immediately erupted from his downward thrust, along with the demand, "Give it to me." Seeing this, Zhao Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration, but I'm sure I'll be the one with the biggest reward. He's a leader who is extremely dedicated. If his subordinates are in danger, he will definitely rush over to help. When he charges into the city to deal with the other two clans, both sides will suffer heavy losses, and I can be the fisherman who reaps the benefits. Just as he was feeling smug, Qin Feng suddenly turned back, pointed his sword straight at his neck, and said with a scornful laugh, "Compared to your clumsy acting skills, my own are far more brilliant. Did you really think that impatient look on your face was well hidden?" Hearing this, he was utterly shocked and shouted, "What?" He calmly explained, "But you don't need to worry. There are two other individuals in the city with the same level of strength as me. They will slowly entertain your companions." Zhao Yun didn't reply but broke out in a panicked sweat, thinking to himself, "Three people at the same level of strength? Gu Lao's intelligence report never mentioned this. I have to run, as long as I can escape." With that thought, he immediately turned around and frantically ran away, vowing to himself, "I can still make a comeback." Qin Feng didn't bother to chase, standing still and thinking to himself, the strength of the threads. This time it seems to be higher than before. Is it because there are fewer parts to control? Even so, it's still not worth mentioning. And right after that, he immediately used the Hellfire skill to attack Zhao Yun, with his fate left unknown. Just then, the system appeared and announced, "Successfully killed the Heaven Tier Guardian. You have killed the ruler of the Zhao clan, dropping the Zhao clan land D card. Using infinite extraction successful, obtained." The rank 8 skill, Spiritual Sense Projection, with effects that vary by user. After successfully obtaining Zhao's ultimate skill, Qin Feng muttered in amazement, "This is the skill from that strange thread. What does varies by user mean?" Immediately after, he used Spiritual Sense Projection to collect all the essences left behind by the corpses in front of him. The system immediately displayed a series of notifications. Infinite extraction successful. Qin Feng clenched his fist and smiled with delight, saying, "My S-rank talent, Thought Reinforcement, can also retrieve items from a distance, but its range is limited. However, this rank 8 Spiritual Sense Projection can not only retrieve items from a great distance, but it can also use my infinite extraction talent over a wide area. If I change the state of my spiritual sense, it can transform into a thread that can pierce souls. Even that amateur was able to use it to restrain my movements for a short time. If it's me using it, I might be able to completely immobilize my enemies, not just stop at holding things with it." He cast it out, sending the threads flying everywhere, and finally tested the range of his spiritual sense projection. Witnessing this scene, the little girl in the hamburger costume pointed and commanded, "Beat him up for me, and beat him hard." Her words left Qin Feng speechless. "Who taught you that?" While the two of them were having a pleasant chat, the people outside were fighting for their lives. Watching the battle from start to finish, he couldn't hide his pride. "Not bad. Leaving Long Yuan Town in their hands, I can rest easy." With that said, Qin Feng got back to business, crouching slightly as he dashed through the camp with his sword, moving with incredible grace. The threads he had cast into the air quickly made short work of everyone, one by one. He was just responsible for adding some flair, on the surface to look cool. But inwardly, Qin Feng was patting himself on the back. "As expected of me, I took care of everyone so cleanly." Once it was done, he stood in the middle of it all and closed his eyes, sensing the power from the threads. It's already reached 30,000 meters. Does this mean the detection range of spiritual sense projection is limitless? Just then, a powerful gust of wind blew past, making the grass outside the city walls sway. At that moment, massive waves were poised to strike. The people inside sensed something was wrong, and immediately grew wary. "Is it an earthquake? What's going on?" Qin Feng, who was still absorbing power, also quickly noticed the disturbance and turned his head with narrowed eyes. The water level had now surged, revealing giant crabs and shrimp of colossal size. However, in the face of this situation, a girl remained perfectly calm. She was even standing on the crest of the wave. But reality is often disappointing. All the wave crashed into was the solid city wall, a sight that made the girl and her subordinates wonder. Although the wave was stopped outside, things inside weren't much better, as the ground was riddled with craters. The people who were tied up witnessed this and screamed like they'd never screamed before. "Yuan, didn't you look down on being on the same team as us, taking advantage of the situation, you despicable and shameless bastard, just to sit back and reap the rewards?" As soon as I finished speaking, he opened his mouth wide, and a stream of black smoke escaped from it. The girl standing nearby quickly covered the little girl in the hamburger outfit's ears. "Kids shouldn't hear this." Looking at the purple stream of power in front of her, the girl scoffed, dumb as a pig. Then he waved his hand lightly, and his subordinate beside him immediately understood. The strong have never needed to explain themselves to the weak. Hearing those words, the three strange figures behind him responded in unison, and he, seeing this, gave a few instructions. He's no ordinary person. Unleash the power of heaven and earth. Enhance your techniques to topple the wall. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, standing inside, looked up at the massive wave and silently assessed. A combat power of 1,800. Not much higher than mine, but why do I feel this kind of pressure from him? Moreover, the source of this pressure feels incredibly strange. Then his attention landed on the small purple octopus on his shoulder, and he wondered, is that his pet or something? Could it be? Thinking of a certain possibility, Qin Feng quickly looked at the water droplets floating in the air. Seeing the droplets flying everywhere, he began to speculate that the water element in the air was disappearing. No, it's not disappearing. It's gathering towards them at an extremely high speed. The three monsters were standing on the water, and from their normal forms, their bellies began to swell at a dizzying rate. These three sea monsters are all heaven rank, capable of drawing out the power of heaven and earth for their own use. Although it's said that earth rank individuals can also draw upon the power of heaven and earth, the most they can muster is 100 to 200 stars of combat power. Then he began to notice something unusual. But heaven rank beings extract the essence of the power of heaven and earth and can increase their combat power by up to 2,000 stars. Immediately after, from within the water, a hand made of water, absolutely enormous, appeared. It quickly moved to slam down with immense force, causing everyone present to flee in chaos. Qin Feng was also among those fleeing. Taking the opportunity to leap onto the water's surface, he raised his sword high, ready to attack at any moment. If I can't even deal with these guys, how can I even talk about getting revenge for Qi Yue? Thinking about this, his resolve hardened even more. The three monsters just stood there, waiting for the attack that was getting closer and closer. Just as they were about to meet their maker, one of the monsters stammered, wanting to say its last words. Little. Before it could say another word, they were smoothly sliced in half. However, when the attack reached the girl, it was effortlessly blocked with a single hand. This turn of events made Qin Feng narrow his eyes cautiously. She blocked my sword Qi, my full power attack, with her bare hand. Being stared at so intently, she, while still blocking the attack, smiled and spoke with eyes that made one uncomfortable. As she finished speaking, she clenched her fist, and the stream of sword Qi instantly vanished into thin air. I originally wanted to let you have a quick death, but you just had to kill 3 of my subordinates. As she said this, she raised her hands to her sides, controlling the water and making it form a vortex around herself. In that case, just fall into hell, into an abyss of pain. The water then began to flicker in and out of existence around the girl's sleeves. A few seconds later, a ferocious monster with her riding on top of it appeared. Looking at it, Qin Feng silently assessed that his aura had changed in an instant. Lightly dodging an attack, he continued to analyze the current situation. He's at least on the same level as Jiu Yu from the Sacred Void. After successfully dodging the attack, Qin Feng thought nonchalantly, however, I'm also no longer the same person I was in the Sacred Void. With a wave of his hand, countless long, golden threads appeared, weaving a web everywhere, a reward of attribute points. The talent extraction skill, obtained by defeating the Kang and Yao clans, has given me enough power to stand against her. 8th tier skill, Divine Sense Projection. Following the system's announcement, the thin threads began to envelop the monster. Qin Feng also took this opportunity to consider all sorts of possibilities. If physical attacks are ineffective, then I'll try this. This scene surprised the girl. Seeing her reaction, he taunted her with amusement. Go on, jump. Hearing this, she tried to control her monster, but to no avail. Damn it, I can't break free. This skill is very similar to the skill of that damn Hu Li from the Kyoto clan, but it's 100,000 times stronger. She felt like a puppet right now, being maliciously controlled by Qin Feng, restrained by his divine sense. It's not that easy to escape, become my puppet. Thinking of this, she couldn't contain her anger. No matter how displeased she was, the monster continued to struggle, while Qin Feng just casually sat to one side. He flew and jumped around freely, manipulating the monster into all sorts of shapes, one move at a time. This made her see red with anger. Puny human, you think you can control me just because you've learned a few cheap tricks? Then let me enlighten you. As she said this, the octopus bit her on the neck. A few seconds later, it began to devour her face, maliciously declaring, this is what a true heaven rank is. Watching this scene, Qin Feng had to wonder if it was a fusion-type skill or if that was its true form. A few seconds later, a gigantic octopus leg appeared. After another moment, a colossal monster emerged. It looked at Qin Feng before it and declared in a terrifying voice, Human, you and I are no longer on the same level. I can destroy you and your village as easily as flipping my hand. Do you have any last words to say? Hearing those words and witnessing the appearance of this colossal octopus, Qin Feng was secretly terrified. It was true, the pressure this octopus gave off surpassed even that of Jiu Yu. However, thinking of something, Qin Feng, with a mix of curiosity and feigned ignorance, pointed down and asked bluntly, "Your mouth clearly isn't moving, so who are you talking to?" This question made the octopus so angry that a vein throbbed on its head. "What?" The small purple octopus in the center controlling everything got so angry it screamed like never before. "You wanted to piss me off, and you've succeeded. I'll definitely make you die in the most painful way possible." As soon as these words were spoken, he couldn't hide his amusement, brandishing his sword and charging straight for that spot to attack. "Oh, so you were here all along. Thanks for revealing your position, saved me the trouble of looking for you." Realizing it had been discovered, the octopus became even more furious, gritting its teeth in helpless rage. The townspeople inside the city now also had their weapons ready, prepared to attack at any moment. The person who was tied up witnessed all of this and felt an unconcealable despair, muttering a single phrase, "We're screwed, we're screwed, we're screwed." This state made the person next to him unable to help but ask, "What's screwed?" As soon as the question was asked, he answered breathlessly, "Us." Right after that answer, he tried to calm down and launched into a long explanation. "Do you remember that fire behind Yuan, the one who Li mentioned before? That is a terrifying existence, capable of making a heaven-rank master possess the power of a demigod in the blink of an eye, the ability of. No matter how powerful or bizarre Qin Feng is, he's ultimately still a newcomer who hasn't even passed the novice period. He can't possibly stand against this village's demigod. Everyone is going to die, without even a proper burial." Hearing those words, the little girl in the hamburger outfit couldn't swallow her anger, dashing forward and punching him right in the mouth, completely distorting his face. "Take a loving punch from me." After beating the other two to a pulp, leaving their cheeks swollen and large bumps on their heads, the little girl scolded them continuously. "Don't talk nonsense. Master will not lose." The boy in the hat next to her, with one swollen cheek, started crying a river internally, thinking, "Why did you hit me too?" Meanwhile, the other guy was silently screaming, "This is prisoner abuse." Seeing that the two of them had no reaction, the little girl couldn't hide her pride, declaring with her head held high, "Whether it's a god or a demigod, I believe that Master will definitely win. Because..." After a brief pause, the little girl affirmed with absolute certainty, "Master is the one who will continuously create miracles." The person in question was currently rushing towards the monster with his sword drawn, and as he slashed at several octopus tentacles, he analyzed the current situation. The skin of these tentacles is both slippery and flexible. Slashing with a sword will just cause it to be deflected. My piercing thrust and shadowbind skills probably won't work either. Thinking about this, Qin Feng hovered in the air, observing the monster below intently, even though he already knew where its weak spot probably was, but getting close under the assault of so many tentacles was difficult. Quietly landing on a tentacle, he looked at the monster's body submerged beneath the surface, and Qin Feng considered 49 different scenarios. If I use ice to freeze the seawater, it will still flow, and completely freezing it would be extremely difficult. The giant wave created by Dragon's might could instantly submerge Long Yuan village. After pondering for a while, he jumped down, raising his hand to summon streams of lightning. "Then I'll try this." In the sky above, dark clouds swirled and gathered, unleashing a massive bolt of lightning straight down onto the monster, charring it black, raging thunder bombardment. Seeing the monster that looked like it was about to become grilled octopus, with smoke still billowing from it, he watched hesitantly and wondered, did it work? However, things were not that simple, and from within the smoke, the monster's satisfied moans echoed everywhere. So refreshing. So tingly. A moment later, it emerged completely unscathed on the water's surface, lashing its tentacles out to attack Qin Feng. Foolish human. The main body no longer bothered to hide itself, confidently rising to the surface and speaking smugly. "As long as I'm in the ocean, I am invincible." Continuously being attacked by the tentacles, Qin Feng gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up. "At this rate, I'll eventually die from exhaustion." At this point, a burning determination ignited within him. "I must use an attack that will actually work, but what on earth should I do?" Thinking of something, his eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, the ocean." Putting his thought into action, he turned his head and shouted a name, Xiao Luan. Hearing her name called, the girl in the hamburger outfit appeared quickly. "Master." Looking at the little girl, Qin Feng, even in the middle of a fight, couldn't help but wonder, what in the world is she wearing? Shaking off the random thought, he quickly stated his request. "I need to use spirit fusion. In spiritmancy, fusing with you allows me to obtain the Fire Luan's power, but this skill has never been used before because your level was too low, so it might produce unknown effects on you. So, knowing what he was about to say, the little girl proactively cut him off, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. Surprised, Master, you don't need to say anything more. Before Qin Feng could even process it, the little girl reached out and touched his hand. I believe you, and I agree to follow you. Fearing Qin Feng wouldn't believe her, the girl even declared firmly, I will have no regrets, in life or death. Immediately after, a colossal beam of light erupted where they stood, and a few seconds later, Qin Feng appeared in a new form. With fiery red and gold hair, he looked down at the monster below and spoke with confidence, Hey, you oversized brute. From floating in mid-air, he landed directly on the water's surface. It's not fair if the size difference is too great. A few more minutes passed, and Qin Feng's figure was fully revealed. He was now gigantic, firmly grasping the halo-like ring behind him as he prepared to attack. Wouldn't you agree? With that, he clenched his fist and lunged forward, punching it straight on. After being struck, the octopus had a hole blown through it. However, it refused to accept its fate and swung its tentacles. Witnessing this, the monster roared in fury like never before. I'll strangle you to death. But this time, Qin Feng effortlessly grabbed those tentacles, then crossed them over each other as the flames on his back flared up again. Since you're serving yourself up on a platter, then I won't be polite anymore. The flames quickly spread across the monster's body. Feeling the searing heat on its tentacles, the monster was stunned, and in the end, it had no choice but to sever them. Staring at the clean cuts, the monster questioned its own existence. What kind of fire is this? It forced me to cut off my own 2 arms. Even so, it quickly recovered with 2 new, smooth tentacles. But it's fine. As long as the water flows endlessly, I can regenerate indefinitely. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng smirked and cracked his knuckles, just as I predicted. As long as there's water, it can regenerate. If that's the case, then after finishing his preparations, Qin Feng used his power to create countless pillars of fire on the water's surface, confidently declaring, Then I'll just have to boil this ocean dry. Heavenly Inferno. Inside the city walls, the citizens who saw the massive battle began to panic and scatter everywhere. Only a middle-aged man holding a huge wooden staff stood still, quietly observing everything and remarking, Such a grand spectacle. This is truly a battle of gods and demons. The master is fighting Yuan Kong, the hegemon of District 1 for over 1,000 years, and not only is he not at a disadvantage, he's even showing signs of overwhelming him. He wasn't the only one who was calm. A young man watching the fight also felt his entire worldview shifting. It's only been a few days and nights, and the master's strength has already reached such an astonishing level. The panicking girl next to him suddenly froze, as an image of a delicious octopus takoyaki popped into her head. She could almost smell grilled squid. At the same time, the person beside her couldn't contain their excitement and shouted, Thank goodness, thank goodness. He's our master, not our enemy. Outside, the octopus was quickly attacked by him, exploiting its blind spot, and by the time it realized, it was already too late. With a simple lift of his hand, the octopus was hoisted into the air by Qin Feng. But he didn't stop there, he even tossed it up, spinning it several times in the air. A moment later, its body slammed back into the water, and it finally realized the anomaly. He's using high temperatures to evaporate the seawater. If I don't stop this, my power will be completely depleted. Refusing to give up or accept this outcome, it created countless water spouts around itself, concentrating all its power to create a high-pressure vortex, intending to use the whirlpool to slice him from a distance. No sooner said than done. The countless waterspouts then shot forward, arrived where he was standing to witness this scene. Qin Feng, not to be outdone, crossed his arms and summoned a fire dragon. Thrashing about, a fire phoenix and a water vortex crashed straight into each other, the powers of fire and water colliding head-on. The octopus monster with purple eyes wondered, did it succeed? Qin Feng burst out from the thick smoke, charging forward with his sword. Surprising the octopus, he glanced at it out of the corner of his eye, then unleashed a full-power slash that split it in 2, finishing it off. Watching it lie splattered on the ground, he landed and thought, it's finally over. A notification announced the successful kill of the 3rd layer Heaven rank Guardian. You've obtained plus 5,292 attribute points, plus 90,800,000 energy points, and gained plus 20 reputation points. The fire flickering across his body gathered into Qin Feng's hand as he returned to his original form. Little Fire Luan lay in his hand, swaying happily and sighing in relief. That was so dangerous. Luckily, I killed it before the spirit fusion wore off. His gaze softened as he looked at Little Fire Luan, gently stroking its feathers. Forcing the spirit fusion this time was risky, but thankfully, no major problems occurred. It's been tough on you, Little Fire Luan. Little Fire Luan also rolled around in his palm, replying, Master, I'm very happy that I could help you. He opened a spatial gate and said, go back and rest first. Use some elixirs to recover your stamina. Little Fire Lewin happily agreed. Yes. He stood before the octopus corpse that was emitting a blue light, lamenting, to move mountains and fill seas, to destroy heaven and earth. This is the power of the half-god realm, truly profound. It's a shame this power can only be maintained for a few seconds during the spirit fusion. He raised his hands to absorb it, and a series of notifications and badges appeared. Infinite Extraction successfully obtained the Tier 8 skill, Star Origin. Checking for compatible skill attributes, now fusing, successfully fused into the Tier 8 skill, Shadow Star. Tier 8 skill, Shadow Star. Hide in the shadows, able to extend an arm possessing origin power from the shadow of anything. The number of arms is related to the user's spiritual energy intensity. He looked at the system screen, rubbing his chin. I can have the power of a half-god even without spirit fusion. Let's try it, use the Shadow Star skill. Turning around, he was surprised to see his shadow lengthen, then small specks emerged from it. And from those specks, a powerful arm rose up, 10 times larger than the giant octopus, leaving him gaping in astonishment. Then, he waved his hand to retract the giant arm, thinking, it consumes half of my spiritual energy just to use one arm. He turned away, sighed, and thought, it seems this skill can only be used as a trump card during battle. Behind the smoldering octopus corpse, in a small corner, a tiny octopus crawled out, looked around, and sighed in relief, thinking, he's finally gone. The tiny octopus was resentful and angry. Wait until I get back to the beast god's side. I'll definitely ask the beast god to seek bloody vengeance on Dragon Abyss. Immediately after, a giant arm slammed down where the small octopus was. He narrowed his eyes, within a 30,000-meter radius. Not even a blade of grass rustling in the wind can escape the scan of my divine sense. After that, the frame showed two men tied up tightly with 3 threads piercing their heads. He calmly sat and probed, thinking, the members of the Night Clan and the Flying Clan seem to be all here, only the members of the Origin Clan have yet to appear. Yuan is too arrogant. Does he really think he can kill me by himself? Suddenly, something flashed by, and he immediately recognized it. This is. He waved his hand, and the 2 guys fell flat on the ground. The system announced the successful kill of the first layer Heaven Rank Guardian. You have obtained plus 2,171 attribute points, plus 30,340,000 energy points. Successfully killed a first-tier Heaven Rank Guardian. You have obtained plus 2,171 attribute points, plus 3,340,000 energy points. After that, he ordered the person beside him to have the low-level villages take action, killing the prisoners of war to level up quickly. The person immediately replied, yes, sir. He thought to himself, if their memories aren't fake, as long as I can get that thing, maybe I can. Make Chi Yue. He took out several tokens and continued, I will activate all the land deed tokens. That way the teleportation array of Long Yuan Village will connect with the teleportation arrays of the other factions. Have Wei Wang arrange for the level 50 and above experts of Long Yuan Village and my clone to lead teams to various places to collect the spoils of war. The person replied, yes, sir, and then he explained the rules. The old rules apply. 1/2 of the loot is divided based on contribution, and the other half goes to the public treasury. The 5 tokens came together and combined. He commanded them to revive. The system announced, you are activating the land deed token. Congratulations on becoming the master of the headquarters of the Shangfei family and the Qiao Yuan clan. You have absolute control over all public structures within the territory, increasing. Village Chief Qin Feng obtained a reward of 2,500 attribute points, level 21, and 220 reputation. Novice Emperor, combat power assessment 3,100 stars, distributable attribute points 105,983,100. There's still a long way to go. Time to kill. The guardians in the Yuan clan's lair, that should probably increase it a bit. Everyone on the beach was enjoying life. In this beautiful place, 2 people were chatting in a hidden corner. One said, I heard that new guy is very powerful. The other replied, humph, you're just boosting someone else's morale while killing your own. The first person suddenly noticed something strange and asked, it looks like there's some activity at the teleportation array. The other person answered, could it be that the clan leader has returned? The 2 of them turned to look at the altar in astonishment. There's no one there. Is it broken? The other person retorted, how is that possible? This thing has been here for hundreds of years and has never broken down. Suddenly, a pale white arm reached for their heads, while one of them was still clueless. What's going on then? It was Qin Feng. He smashed their heads together, then looked at the 2 unconscious men lying on the ground and thought, the stealth skill extracted from the Fei clan's leader is quite useful. The system announced, Successfully. Killed a Palace rank Realm Guardian. You have obtained plus 1,210,000 energy points, plus 417 attribute points. He emitted a blue wave to scout the area. Through the wave, he could see the scene and thought, the Yuan clan truly lives up to its reputation as the strongest defensive force. Their clan members alone number nearly 100,000, which is more than the other 3 clans combined. There are about 60,000 at the human rank realm, 30,000 at the earth rank realm, and 10,000 at the heaven rank realm. He snapped his fingers happily and thought, by killing them, I can at least go up 1 level, and my combat power will increase to 4,000 stars. He controlled his threads to finish them off one by one, and the system continuously announced, successfully killed an earth rank realm guardian, successfully killed an earth rank realm guardian, successfully killed a heaven rank realm guardian, successfully killed a human rank realm guardian, successfully killed an earth rank realm guardian. Wherever his footsteps went, people and spirits dropped like flies. The system continuously activated infinite extraction, successfully obtaining 7 strength attribute points. Infinite extraction, successfully obtaining 3 agility attribute points. Infinite extraction, successfully obtaining 4 spirit attribute points. Infinite extraction, successfully obtaining 3 stamina attribute points. Infinite extraction, successfully obtaining 8 strength attribute points. Dark smoke billowed all around as he watched. The system panel activated the 3rd phase of the God Tier Village quest. Quest notification: you have entered the Fallen God Temple, automatically activating this phase's quest. Quest details: kill 100,000 ferocious beasts and obtain the Guardian God's seal. Then he stopped in his tracks. He found them. Facing him were dozens of vicious divine beasts. He didn't care that the divine artifact could resurrect someone, because Chiyue was here. Facing them, he didn't flinch, thinking that killing 100,000 guardian beasts meant this place had at least 100,000 ferocious beasts. Based on his own combat power, Chu Zhan would probably have a tough time here. He frowned, held his sword, and thought, luckily, the mission deadline is 24 hours, so there's still plenty of time. Then he leaped up, thinking, I'll make it. A green demon opened its mouth to attack him. The treasures of the Fallen God Temple have been protected by the strongest guardian forces for 1,000 years. He stepped on its head and moved forward with his sword. This place is protected by tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, with combat power ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 stars. Overall, they can be divided into 9 types. He swiftly finished off 3 of them at once. The heaven-swallowing toad. Next, he swung his sword and cut down a group of monsters like splitting firewood, the throwback divine ape. After that, he fought a phoenix-like bird, the divine condor, and a group of flying dragons, the immortal bird. Then came the fierce tiger, the siege, and then the kun bird, followed by the fire-breathing dark silver crows. He continuously defended from all sides, going on a killing spree. The system announced the extraction of the feather immortal formation skill. While he was relentlessly fighting, the system also continuously announced skill extractions. He was lucky enough to extract the great sunlight art skill. Wherever he killed, the system would make an announcement. The agility talent was upgraded to A rank, and 6th sense connection was upgraded to 6th sense awakening. The 4th tier Raging Thunder Strikes the Peak was upgraded to the 5th tier 9 Heavens Raging Thunder. A monster was utterly shocked. In a strange room, a coffin sat in the middle of an altar. A corner of the coffin opened, and inside, a bare-chested man bound by iron chains slowly sat up. The Emperor-level beast god stood up, chains wrapped around his body. The auras of the 9 great beast emperors had vanished. He was surprised. An intruder? How rare. He summoned his seal, observed the situation, and commented, to be able to kill the 9 great beast emperors, he must be at least at the 3rd layer of the heaven rank. Looking at the summoned seal, he said smugly, he's actually quite difficult to deal with, but as long as I have the beast god's seal, I can create an endless stream of ferocious beasts. The emperor-level beast god flew up to the middle of the altar and cast a spell. He ordered, kill the intruder. The surrounding demons immediately took action, and a stream of green fire engulfed everything. Qin Feng was at the center of the flames, untouched by them, and sat thinking, phew. Although it took quite a bit of time, I've managed to clean up all the ferocious beasts. I'll recuperate first, then enter the tower to meet this so-called divine beast. He sat there chewing on something, looking at the system screen and thinking. Besides the skills, I also extracted a rather special talent earlier. He poured some elixirs into his mouth and glanced at the notification. B-rank talent, fusion. Allows for the arbitrary fusion of skills, causing the skill to increase in tier, with a 20% failure rate. He thought, skill fusion could make even low-level skills useful. I have to try it. He immediately tested 2 skills. the second-tier Mystic Star armor transformation, and the third-tier Vigorous Chi release. Unfortunately, it failed. Continuing to sit there leisurely, the system displayed fourth-tier Lucky Chance. After use, it can increase the luck value, and the effect lasts for 5 seconds, and it can be used once per hour. He wondered, another Lucky Chance. Then he made a decision to stack it with this skill and see. The system announced, successfully used Lucky Chance. 6th-tier Feather Immortal Formation, Sunday. Using his 7th-tier Light Art to obtain an 8th-tier Light Feather Arrow Formation, he looked overjoyed at the result in his hands and shouted, "Success!" while he was intently looking at the screen, saying, "It's an 8th-tier AoE attack skill. This is great." Then above his head, 2 shadows flashed by. He immediately sensed a terrifying aura coming from them and leaped out of the way to dodge the pouncing demon's attack. Facing the demon that was frantically targeting him, he calmly thought, "It seems the divine beast in the tower has finally awakened." As he gathered spiritual energy in his palm, a 9 heavens raging thunder strike hit the one closest to him, startling the surrounding demons with fear. He widened his eyes and used his divine sense to scan the area. Soon after, he detected a towering building, and his divine sense was about to reach the Emperor-level divine beast on the sacrificial altar. But as soon as he made contact, his divine sense was repelled, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. My divine sense was repelled. Looking at the horde of monsters targeting him, he wiped the blood from his mouth and thought, that terrifying seal must be the source controlling these beasts. If that's the case, there's no need to waste time with these minions anymore. Immediately, he nimbly leaped up to dodge their attacks, simultaneously shattering a glass window and entering the towering building his divine sense had detected. Qin Feng and the Emperor-level divine beast had officially come face to face. The divine beast before him cracked a smile as the system announced, Emperor-level Guardian God, level 65, Heavenly Realm, combat power of 6,500 stars, talents, A-rank Law of Water, A-rank Law of Fire, A-rank Law of Water, A-rank Law of Wind, and S-rank True Dragon Bloodline talent. The massive building began to crack and crumble, terrifying the demonic beasts below. He moved his feet, running quickly, thinking, the realms are divided into human, earth, heaven, and god tiers. He faced the Emperor-level divine beast, thinking, a god-tier expert possesses the power to burn the heavens and boil the seas, reverse yin and yang, create worlds, and create life. The beast also looked at him, assessing, your body contains the power of many laws. No wonder even the 9 great beast emperors were no match for you. Qin Feng broke into his sweat, thinking, I predict that even if his realm has been lowered to the heaven tier, he's not someone I can easily deal with. Then, a swarm of demonic creatures appeared, surrounding him. He uttered, light feather, arrow formation. A golden circle lit up beneath his feet, expanding rapidly and forcing the demonic creatures to leap into the air, unable to stand on the ground. Immediately after, the circle formed a hemisphere that enveloped everything, causing one of the demonic creatures to panic. The hemisphere sealed shut, creating a massive pressure that radiated outwards. Inside it, hordes of demonic creatures were all killed, with not a single one surviving. Sweating, he said, your minions are all dead, yet you're not the least bit concerned. The Emperor-level divine beast calmly replied, useless tools are meant to be broken. Qin Feng stood opposite him, maintaining a high state of alert, while the beast was lost in thought. To return to the god realm, I've endlessly experimented on humans and beasts, finally, creating a being with demigod power. He manipulated the seal in his hand, but it's still not enough. To return to the god tier, I must obtain the ancient system body. If I can seize his body. Qin Feng watched him intently, confused. What is he doing? Above the Emperor-level divine beast's head, 3 red lights appeared. They were Vermilion Bird's Blood Essence, a mid-grade 7th-tier item, White Tiger's Blood Essence, a mid-grade 7th-tier item, and Killen's Blood Essence, a mid-grade 7th-tier item. He gritted his teeth in apprehension, thinking he was fusing with the beast god's seal to refine this blood essence and increase his power. If the fusion was complete, his combat power would likely rise to a terrifying level, so he rushed forward, thinking he had to stop him. The chains, under the control of the Emperor-level divine beast, flew towards him, relentlessly attacking him. Suddenly, the beast let out a slight smile, and behind him, 2 figures, one white and one black, appeared, startling him. He immediately spun around and gritted his teeth to block the attack. The wrist strength was astonishing, and he ducked his head to dodge a chain. The 2 figures had now taken clear human form, and the system announced, Bai Wu Tian, Tier 3, and Hai Chang Tian, Tier 3. He rubbed his cheek, staring intently at them, thinking that these chains could actually turn into monsters, and powerful ones at that. A blade slashed down while he was still lost in thought. He realized these two monsters were different from the beasts that appeared earlier. They were human. He immediately leaped up to dodge, but his mind kept racing. From their appearance, they seemed to be dead people revived by the divine beast to fight on its behalf. He blocked a blow from the black blade, confirming his suspicion. It seemed the rumor that the beast god's seal could resurrect the dead was about 80% accurate. The white blade moved swiftly again, and he and Bai Wu Tian exchanged blows. He thought with determination, in order to resurrect Qi Yue, he had to succeed. He then leaped up, bringing his blade down on Bai Wu Tian's head, determined that the beast god's seal must be his. After cutting down that monster, Qin Feng glanced over, thinking there was still one left. Behind him, another one charged quickly towards him. He spun to dodge, swinging his Shadow Star weapon, which tightly bound the monster. He used one hand to stab it with his knife, when its body suddenly exploded. The Emperor-level beast god appeared, flashing a wicked smile. Impressive, to be able to kill Bai Wu Tian and Heichang Tian so quickly. Its malicious smile was like it was craving something. This perfect body. I can't wait any longer. It then summoned its divine beasts one by one. A fierce battle was about to unfold. The divine beast's blood essence had finished fusing. The two clashing forces sent them both flying, and he struggled to raise his hands to defend himself. All three creatures charged towards him like savage beasts craving prey. The ferocious fire phoenix flew swiftly, the great dragon followed, and their power spread out. He defended himself, using the ice storm shield. He said arrogantly, "Then I'll kill you first." He was shocked to realize, after a moment of thought, why is the formation speed of the ice wall slower? Qin Feng took a few steps back. Resurrected? Then I'll just kill all three of them in one go. The white tiger rushed over, and he glanced at it, startled. Then, he used his wings to fly up, dodging the attack while observing. He thought, the speed boost from the wings of the wind isn't significant, but it's enough. He used his weapon to bind the beasts below, as a golden orb lit up the entire sky. He flew towards it, having already noticed it earlier. He smiled. It's been motionless from the start. That creature appeared when it activated its ability and has been unable to move since. He flew faster, his speed increasing. A good opportunity. The beast attacked him with its claws, saying, "You truly satisfy me beyond my expectations. I'm looking forward to this more and more." He clenched his fist, preparing to attack, and thought of a strategy. Use the Nine Heavens Berserk Thunder to paralyze its movements. Switching weapons, he gripped his sword and charged forward. Now's the time. He reached his hand towards that object. Seeing this, the Emperor-level beast god began to panic. He smiled and ran to grab it, while the beast used a spell, trying to get it. It roared, "Don't even think about it." Qin Feng missed and glared at it. He shouted angrily, "Sky-shattering strike. You want to run? Then I'll just take it from your stomach," explaining that the heaven-shattering strike is a skill that comes with the Asura's heavenly blade. He clutched his chest in pain. Suddenly, a beam of light shot down from the sky, striking him and sending him flying. Seeing that terrifying power, he looked up. Is it over yet? A massive explosion devastated the entire region as the Emperor-level beast god transformed into a giant monster. Now it growled, "I'll show you my perfect form." He looked troubled. It's that big. With a hint of shock, it raised its right hand. An arm transformed from the white tiger. Qin Feng was startled. Ha! Qin Feng stared in that direction, stunned. Suddenly, it rushed forward, and he nimbly dodged. That giant monster pointed at him. Try this on for size. He felt a surge of fear. What? He was bound tightly by its power, struggling to move, thinking to himself, I can't move. Its white tiger arms stretched out, and a giant golden chain slowly appeared, emerging from the clouds and plunging straight toward the ground. He looked up in terror, his eyes widening in fear. There's no escaping this. It pierced through him, pinning him straight to the ground. The monster rejoiced, a direct hit. But luckily, Qin Feng managed to get back up. He clutched his chest in pain, dragging himself forward. Damn it, my wings of the wind were interrupted. Blood streamed down his head as he glared at it. I have to control the pace of the fight. I can't just passively take these hits. It taunted. Still want to play? Qin Feng moved quickly among the cliffs, devising a strategy. Basically, I need to find cover. While I advance, I can't get hit by an attack from its left hand again. With his sword in his mouth, he charged straight at it. Shadow Star. Qin Feng used his tentacles to block the slabs of rock, crushing them all. Seeing his actions, it sneered contemptuously. Just a few cheap tricks. Then, before it could react, he used an ice storm to freeze its entire body. Then, he leaped onto a small block of ice, which was lifted by a surge of power erupting from the ground. He leaped high, aiming the tip of his sword at it. Die. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, he looked again, and it was gone. Its entire body had appeared behind him, that white tiger hand punching straight at him. Qin Feng was shocked. Since when? It laughed loudly. Gotcha. He slowly closed his eyes, on the verge of death. Is this the end? It roared tauntingly. Get up. Suddenly, that golden chain appeared once more, and he struggled to move. No. At the decisive moment, Qin Feng quickly used his tentacles to pull himself out of the way. He used a healing technique, painfully clutching his wounds, and thought, there's a chance. I still have a chance to defeat it. It reached its hand toward the pillar where he was standing. It said smugly, what's the use in dodging? You're only fooling yourself. Qin Feng seized the opportunity, raising his sword. Now's my chance. Then, seizing the moment, it tried to grab him. He quickly dodged, running straight up its arm with his sword pointed down, slicing its arm as he ran. Ah! Then, he thrust his sword before it and leaped high. In that instant, he slashed down, but it vanished again. He lost his momentum and fell as its hand lunged at him. He smirked. Just as I thought, behind me. He spun around, using the momentum to kick its hand and leap backward. It roared in fury. Damn you! Chains of heaven. They shot toward him. Qin Feng calmly summoned his tentacles. They latched onto a distant cliff face, pulling him away and allowing him to dodge the attack just in time once again. It was furious. You dare trick me again. Qin Feng used his tentacles to move nimbly, dodging its attacks. Qin Feng quickly let go of the tentacle as it lunged powerfully in his direction. Qin Feng deftly dodged, landing safely on the ground. Flipping through the air, he roared in his terrifying voice, Damn you, I have to kill you. Then, he gathered all his power and rushed at Qin Feng from all directions, but he stood perfectly still, and all the attacks ended up striking each other. He quickly leaped up, while the enemy was still chanting his spell, his face stunned by Qin Feng's move. Qin Feng glanced at the weapons that were relentlessly chasing him, golden chains in hot pursuit. Seeing this, he decided to use a taste of his own medicine, running straight towards the enemy. The man was stunned for a few seconds as Qin Feng ran up, touched him, and then smirked slyly and quickly dodged away. The chains pierced through both of the enemy's hands, making him scream in agony. Ah! Then, he used his tentacles to wrap around the golden chains, controlling them to charge at the enemy. Qin Feng summoned his dragon's might, aiming straight for his target and attacked. After successfully ripping him to shreds, the enemy's true face was gradually revealed from beneath the flesh. He looked at him pensively, then finished him off with a single slash. How disgusting. After dealing with him, he walked over to the object, looked at it, and thought, the Beast God seal, with this, Qi Yue will be able to. He held it in his hand, clenching his fist, and its original golden light reappeared. After the burst of power, it returned to its original form. He fell into an illusion, and a voice called out, Qin Feng, Qin Feng, Qin Feng, Qin Feng. Hearing the call, he slowly opened his eyes. A man appeared along with his golden dragon. Qin Feng, surprised, asked about his suspicion. Are you the dragon ancestor that Jiu Yu was looking for? The man nodded and replied, I am the dragon ancestor. He explained further. You are also a dragon ancestor. My blood flows within your body. Jiu Yu is just a future system type, but there are even stronger enemies. You need to mature quickly. His expression grew more serious. The stronger you become, the more of my power you can borrow, which will be more beneficial for you. Qin Feng wondered. A stronger enemy, are you referring to the one who actually killed you? The man glanced at Qin Feng, waved his hand, and said, That is not something you should worry about. Then he pushed Qin Feng away. The flow of time here is different from the outside world. Hurry back, you're almost out of time. He gradually fell into a black hole and disappeared. Outside, Xiao Luan anxiously shouted, Master, wake up. Qin Feng struggled to sit up and asked Xiao Luan, Why are you here? How's the cleanup of the Guardian Force's remnants? It replied, Master, that has already been taken care of, but I couldn't get in touch with you, so I used my spiritual sense to find you. Qin Feng asked curiously, What happened? It said urgently, Master, the Divine Punisher is about to descend. He was surprised. Isn't it supposed to arrive tomorrow? It cut him off. You've been unconscious for a day and a night. Then, Xiao Luan pointed to the sky. Look over there. He thought back on everything that had just happened. Reviving Qi Yue probably can't be done in a short amount of time. The Dragon Abyss village is facing a great calamity. To avoid more casualties, I must return first. He quickly stood up and headed for Dragon Abyss village. Seeing the sky like that, all the villagers were terrified. An elder stood up to calm everyone. Don't worry, everyone has reached M rank. The divine punishment won't fall upon us. Besides, we have a grand protective array. We just need to wait. The crowd murmured, Look, It's appeared. A magic circle had appeared, so massive it covered the entire sky. Everyone stared wide-eyed as a beam of light shot down from the circle, shaking heaven and earth. A foot gradually appeared, followed by the entire body of a beautiful girl. Qin Feng praise. She had also evolved quite a bit, the heavenly punisher gradually appearing. The moment she opened her mouth, she said, "I've finally waited for this day. You brats who failed to complete the compliance mission for Zone 1. After she said that, everyone below ran for cover in a panic, but some brave people took up their weapons. Her cold voice rang out, "Accept your divine punishment." The statistics for Zone 1 reported 5,765 deaths. The pink-haired girl screamed, "No." Jiu Yu said, "The novice village failed to establish a settlement within the trial period, annihilated." The people's cries for help rang out, "My wooden house is gone. Our wooden houses are completely exposed to the outside. There's nowhere safe anymore. We're screwed. We're so screwed." Jiu Yu reached out her hand and said, "The final trial, all settlements will endure one strike of divine punishment." Thousands of light beams shot down, each one piercing the ground and causing the entire region to tremble. One beam of light nearly struck Qin Feng. Qin Feng dodged it easily, letting the ground take the hit instead. Qin Feng looked at the scene before him and steeled his resolve. Qin Feng and Jiu Yu continued to clash, face to face, both of them colliding with their full power, making the entire world tremble. Jiu Yu said, "This is the first and last time you will see my perfect form. It can suppress dragon's might. You are still too immature." Jiu Yu unleashed her power, and from her hands shot bolts of lightning. Suddenly, Jiu Yu asked, "This force, it feels like the power of a demigod. How can you?" Suddenly, Jiu Yu was surrounded by Qin Feng. Qin Feng clasped his hands together and said, "Just die for me." Tentacles immediately enveloped Jiu Yu. Jiu Yu powerfully broke free, and she screamed, "You insect! Do you really think you can defeat me just by stealing a sliver of power?" Qin Feng retorted, "Not defeat you, but kill you." After that, Qin Feng delivered a knockout blow to Jiu Yu. Jiu Yu was sent flying through the air with Qin Feng in hot pursuit. Yet Jiu Yu actually laughed. She revealed the eyes on her wings. Those eyes had a terrifying purple hue, and suddenly a beam of light appeared, shining down, leaving Qin Feng stunned. Jiu Yu asked, "Have you figured out what's so special about it?" "The phantom demon eye cast by my second form has no range limit. It can lock down." Jiu Yu screamed, "The entire world." Jiu Yu attacked Qin Feng head-on. "This little pebble is enough to kill you." Jiu Yu sneered, overestimating yourself. But Qin Feng suddenly grinned victoriously. It turned out to be a trap. Jiu Yu was utterly shocked. A clone? Since when? Qin Feng's main body burst out from the ground, grabbing Jiu Yu's leg and pulling her down. Qin Feng kept pulling her deeper and deeper, using his spiritual sense to navigate through every crevice in the rock, heading underground. Jiu Yu stammered, "The phantom. That detestable phantom." Like this, she had absolutely no opportunity to use her phantom demon eye. Qin Feng stood on a cliff edge and immediately let go, dropping Jiu Yu. Qin Feng slammed Jiu Yu down hard, but now Jiu Yu played her trump card. "There is no room for light. Your skills are completely meaningless. This is the battlefield I specifically chose for you. Do you think you can deal with me relying on just this?" "Of course not." Qin Feng yelled, using the beast god's power. Qin Feng mustered all his strength. Jiu Yu thought in a panic, the heaven-suppressing divine artifact, the beast god's seal. At this moment, Qin Feng had completely erupted with power. Jiu Yu exclaimed, "No wonder you were able to reach the level of a demigod." Qin Feng said, "Let's go." The two fought fiercely. Jiu Yu suddenly leaped up, seemingly trying to escape. Qin Feng moved in to catch up to Jiu Yu, grabbing her leg. Jiu Yu cried out in pain. Jiu Yu instinctively kicked out at him. Qin Feng was sent flying, crashing through the cliff wall. Jiu Yu's body suddenly began to contort. She asked, "Figured it out yet?" "This time, you're the one who's running away." Qin Feng replied, "Now I can understand you. An opponent who dodges around like a flea is extremely annoying. However, I really have to thank you for not using your full strength when you were toying with me, giving me a chance to live. Let's continue playing." The ground shook violently. Qin Feng's white tiger emerged from the earth, leaving behind cracks and a white mist. Vermilion bird divine beast seal. The flames erupted. Qin Feng continued with the Qilin divine beast seal, the white tiger divine beast seal, and Jiu Yu was slashed all over. Qin Feng reached out with both hands. "Jiu, you couldn't escape." At this moment, Qin Feng used his tentacles to bind her tightly. Qin Feng shouted, "This punch is for Qi Yu." A light suddenly appeared from Jiu Yu. Qin Feng raised his hand to cover Jiu Yu's mouth, his eyes cold and sharp. Qin Feng said, "Do you still remember this move?" Qin Feng decisively tore Jiu Yu's face apart. Jiu Yu screamed in pain. Ah. Qin Feng said, let me tear it off and see your real face. Let's end this. Qin Feng unleashed the Tyrannosaurus Rex Beast Divine Beast Seal. Jiu Yu launched herself to the surface to escape, but she quickly fell back down miserably. Jiu Yu's face was now disfigured. Qin Feng said, if you had only targeted me, I wouldn't have tortured you like this, but you killed a comrade, I acknowledged. Then it's a life for a life. Qin Feng said, before you die, let me show you what you've been obsessed with, the power of the dragon ancestor. The power struck down from the heavens. The system announced, congratulations to village chief Qin Feng for leading Long Yuan village in resisting the heavenly punishment and finally killing the Punisher. In total, you have obtained. Qin Feng suddenly turned his head, making the system flinch. The system thought, it's only been a few days, but the killing intent on him has gotten heavier. Qin Feng clicked to use infinite extraction. At this moment, the extraction of the marrow of the gods was successful. A magic circle appeared before Qin Feng. He said, come back to life, Qi Yue. Qin Feng was extremely tense. The divine beast seal and the marrow of the gods merged together. Then, something miraculous happened. Qi Yue's hands began to form, followed by her upper body being restored, and finally, Qi Yue was completely resurrected. She was now wearing a pure white outfit. Qin Feng stood there watching Qi Yue being slowly reborn. Seeing her about to fall, Qin Feng shouted her name loudly, Qi Yue. Then he used his wings to fly up, catching her in his arms, holding her in his embrace. Qin Feng repeatedly called Qi Yue's name to wake her up, Qi Yue, Qi Yue, but he saw no reaction from her. He turned to Sha and asked urgently, Sha, what's going on? Sha thought of Qi Yue's image and slowly explained, the resurrection method you scanned from the Guardian's memory is incomplete. The divine beast seal can summon the soul of the dead, and the marrow of the gods can recreate the body, but the boundary between life and death cannot be easily crossed. To break the limits of life and death, to help her truly be reborn. Then, looking at Qin Feng's serious listening face, Sha said, the missing piece, you need the Nirvana Divine Pearl. Holding Qi Yue in his arms, Qin Feng quickly asked, what is that? Where can I find it? Sha immediately gave him a lead. I've heard that the Nirvana Divine Pearl is the ultimate treasure of the Fire Spirit tribe. After the novice mission ends, the barriers between the different floors will disappear. You can take that opportunity to search for the Fire Spirit tribe. At this time, in a meeting room, with everyone seated, Qin Feng, sitting in the center, spoke up. The connection gates between the zones have been opened. The situation outside is unclear. Number 1. You will stay in Long Yuan Village. Assist Elder Qi Shan in managing the overall situation and defend against enemy attacks. Number 2. You and Liu Zian will select the strongest members in the village and form a 100-person search party. All of Area 1 will establish strongholds in resource-rich locations. Number 1 and Number 2 responded in unison. Yes, sir. At that moment, Liu Yuan raised his hand and asked, Boss, do tasks like mining and logging need to be outsourced? As everyone focused on him, he spread his hands and said, I've already checked. In Area 1, aside from Long Yuan Village, none of the others can withstand the divine punishment. Thinking about putting them to work, he added, they lose their wooden houses and are easily attacked by ferocious beasts at night, making it very difficult to recover their stamina. We can provide them with shelter and resources in exchange for their labor. And he also mentioned the benefits of doing so. The natives of Long Yuan Village can go hunt ferocious beasts to level up. After hearing this, everyone seemed to agree and began discussing it enthusiastically. Qin Feng was also very pleased with the idea, so he praised him and assigned the task. This is a great idea. You'll be fully in charge of this matter. After hearing this, Liu Yuan made an okay sign with his hand and replied, as you command. Finally, Qin Feng looked at everyone and then announced what he planned to do next. I will be leaving for a while to check on the situation in the other areas. After confirming things, I will arrange for the villagers of Long Yuan Village to move in. Then he politely said to everyone present in the room, from now on, Long Yuan Village will be in your hands. As long as we work together, we can definitely win the great war of 10,000 realms in the future. As they listened to his speech, everyone looked at him with serious expressions. Then Qin Feng moved and pressed a star-shaped button. Qin Feng said, Myriad Directions Divine Hall, to the Fire Spirit tribe. He stood in the middle of the formation, preparing to be teleported. The system displayed a line of text, searching for the Fire Spirit tribe. After a while, the system panel appeared. Unable to obtain authorization for the Fire Spirit tribe's teleportation formation, preparing to teleport to Area 1257's Myriad directions, divine hall near the fire spirit tribe. Reading this information, Qin Feng was endlessly surprised. Then he scratched his head and mumbled to himself, "It needs authorization too." Then Qin Feng was teleported to a dense forest near the fire spirit tribe, where there was a forest of giant mushrooms, and a very cute little beast was nibbling on some food. Then suddenly, it was frightened by something. It turned out to be an incredibly terrifying, ferocious beast bearing its fangs at it. Two large, green-skinned figures were standing imposingly there, and they snorted. From a distance, the figure of Qin Feng could be seen approaching. The two green, monster-like figures immediately had the same thought. A challenger from another area. They watched as Qin Feng simply walked on, thinking to themselves, "He's very strong, I can't sense him at all. He's like he's invisible." Then, not knowing their own limits, they thought that killing him would surely yield quite a few benefits. Qin Feng grabbed a wooden bar on the cart and spoke up, "Do you guys know?" The two of them actually charged forward together, attacking in unison. Qin Feng summoned his blade and shouted, "Trafficking women." Then he swung his blade once and yelled, "Is illegal." That one slash successfully destroyed the cage, and at the same time, sent the two guys and their ferocious beast flying. Feng Si, who was tied up and locked in the cage, saw the beast's severed head fall in front of her and immediately covered her mouth to keep quiet. Qin Feng looked over at her and said, "Hey, let me ask you something." Feng Si just sat there, trembling continuously. Just then, someone swung down on a rope from above. Feng Ying aimed her crossbow at Qin Feng and shouted, "You scoundrel, let my sister go." Qin Feng immediately turned to look at the little girl with sharp eyes leaping towards him, having no damn clue what was going on. Fu Hai sensed his killing intent and reached out, shouting, "Benefactor, don't." Then, Fu Hai's entire body flew off the vehicle, crashing right into Tan Feng. Tan Feng caught the arrow shot at him, looked at Fu Hai clinging to his leg, and asked, "Are you trying to ambush me?" Fu Hai quickly replied, "Benefactor, I'm sorry, please don't attack." The mountain forest at night, with the moon high in the sky, was unusually gloomy. Fu Hai knelt on the ground before Tan Feng and introduced herself. "Benefactor, I am the Grand Princess of the Phoenix Clan, Fu Hai. And this is my younger sister, Fu Anne." Standing beside her with a few new bumps on her head, also apologized. "I thought you were one of the bad guys from the Xingu clan who kidnapped my sister. It was just a little misunderstanding." Tan Feng now spoke up, asking a question. "Are you the protector faction here?" Fu Hai immediately waved her hands in denial. No, we're not." Fu Hai quickly explained, "We are the Phoenix clan, an outcast clan. We don't belong to the protector faction or the challenger faction." Hearing this, Tan Feng thought, "So they're like an outcast clan. They must have lived here for at least 1,000 years. Tan Feng then opened his mouth and asked the two young girls, "Do you know where the fire spirit tribe is?" The two sisters heard this and looked at each other in confusion. It seemed this was the first time they had ever heard the name Fire Spirit Tribe. Fu Hai reached out her hand and told Tan Feng, "Benefactor, I've never heard of the Fire Spirit Tribe," then added, "If you're looking for other factions in Zone 1257, I'm afraid you're too late." She didn't hesitate to explain why. "They've all been wiped out by the Xingu clan." Upon hearing this, Tan Feng was completely stunned. What the hell? Fu Hai then sat down and explained to Tan Feng, "Each zone normally has 5 to 10 protector factions. The protector factions were all independent, keeping each other in check and maintaining a balance. But 1,000 years ago, a faction called the Xingu clan appeared in Zone 1257. They were incredibly strong, united, and used any means necessary to take over all the other protector factions, seizing control of Zone 1257. Fu Hai recalled the day of their slaughter and continued, 7 days before the challengers descended, they knew the locations of all the villages. They waited for the heavenly punishment to pass, then came out of their lairs to kill all the challengers. As a result, they were the only ones left in the entire Zone 1257. After listening, Tan Feng understood everything and pointed at them, asking, "So that's what happened. How did you two manage to survive?" Hearing this, Fu Hai became sorrowful, clutching her chest as she replied, "The Phoenix clan resides in a relatively hidden location, and we have a 1,000-year-old protective secret art, which is how we managed to avoid the Xingu's purge clan. But in the end, we still couldn't escape the Xingu clan." Finally, she told him about her clan's situation. "The Feng clan, except for me and Feng Ying, are all dead." After hearing this, Qin Feng thought, "The Xingu clan is quite interesting." Then he raised his hand, musing thoughtfully. "In that case, The Xinggu clan would possess the treasures of all the major powers, so that Nirvana Divine Pearl must definitely be in their treasury, the treasure vault of the Xinggu clan. Then, Qin Feng activated the power of the Beast God Seal. Looking at the two girls, he exclaimed, "I've decided. Tell me everything you know about the Xinggu clan." Just then, a group from the Xinggu clan appeared. Qin Feng immediately said, "I'll take care of them," after which the scene shifted to the Xinggu clan's headquarters, the Xingtian Palace. The place was incredibly vast and magnificent. The members of the Xinggu clan were a group of blue-skinned, monster-like figures. They stood there, sensing something was wrong, and exchanged glances with each other. Then a member of the tribe pointed and shouted, "What district are you from? You're not allowed to cause trouble here. Show me your identification token." But their moment of authority didn't last long, as they were tightly bound by tentacles, screaming in terror. Qin Feng, disguised as a member of the Xinggu tribe, looked at the system and wondered, "This is really strange. Within a 30,000-meter radius, there are less than 1,000 members of the Xinggu tribe. The system listed the data, kill 12 Earth-level guardians." Qin Feng stroked his chin, puzzled. How did they manage to wipe out the Guardian forces and the challengers? Beside him, Feng Shi explained, "The chief of the Xinggu tribe is very powerful. I heard he's already at the god level." Suddenly, she cried out, "Stop messing with me." Feng Ying, in her dinosaur form, was constantly teasing Feng Shi. Feng Shi spoke up, "When can I change back? Stop it already. I can't walk anymore." Qin Feng walked ahead, thinking, the transformation potion from the blind box is quite useful. It wasn't until we got here that the abnormality was detected. Shasha appeared at this moment, looking adorable, and said, "Shasha chooses the most optimal method. It's guaranteed to be a quality product." At this moment, high above, a member of the Xinggu tribe was holding up his hand and counting 1, 2, 3. That guy looked very smug, looking at Qin Feng's group of 3 and saying, "You 3 barbarians." Qin Feng's group just kept walking, not noticing the purple line under their feet. They had accidentally activated a formation array, which immediately unleashed an immense power. That member of the Xinggu tribe looked at them and commented, "How interesting." At this moment, Qin Feng had used his tentacles to envelop the 3 of them. Qin Feng's group had returned to their original forms. Feng Shi hugged Feng Ying and said, "Thank you, you saved me again." From above, the guy spoke up, "This is the first time I've ever seen a technique like that," causing Qin Feng's group of 3 to look up. The young chief of the Xinggu tribe stood there analyzing. "It can attack, it can defend, it can kill an earth level, and it can even withstand the flames of the 9th rank Sun Annihilation Formation. You're a challenger from another district, aren't you? I really admire you. If you just hand over the Phoenix Clan Princess, you can join the Xingtian tribe." As he said that, he suddenly froze, his eyes wide with surprise. Qin Feng had appeared behind him, holding a blade to his neck, and said, "I have a better proposal. Submit to me, or I'll kill you." The young chief of the Xinggu tribe was now trembling in fear, his whole body breaking out in a cold sweat, and thinking, "So fast." He looked down and only saw Feng Shi and Feng Ying covering their faces from the dust. Very quickly, he regained his composure and offered a deal. "Don't be hasty. Have you heard of me? I am the young chief of the Xinggu tribe. I can give you benefits beyond your wildest imagination." Standing below, Feng Shi and Feng Ying heard this, and spoke up one after another to warn him, "Benefactor, he's skilled at sophistry and deceiving others. Many guardian forces have been provoked by him into slaughtering each other. Don't believe a word he says. That's right, he's a liar." The young chief pushed Qin Feng's blade away, glanced at him, and asked, "Do you like women?" Without waiting for Qin Feng to reply, he continued, "I don't, because they're all so noisy." Then he reached his hand down below. Seeing this, Feng Shi immediately stood in front of her sister. Feng Ying called out, "Sister." As Feng Zi closed her eyes, waiting to be captured, an arm fell to the ground, followed by the head of the young chief of the Xinggu tribe. It turned out Qin Feng had mercilessly swung his blade and cut off his head. He even calmly said, "I told you." Qin Feng glanced at him and finished his sentence, "Submit, or I'll kill you." But at this moment, the young master opened his eyes again and screamed, as tentacles began to sprout from under his neck, and his upper body also elongated. Reaching down to catch his head, Qin Feng was secretly surprised, dead and then resurrected. The young master was slowly bringing his head closer to his body and said, cold and ruthless, showing no mercy, "I'm starting to get genuinely interested in you. Join the Xingtian clan. I'll treat you as a trusted confidant. You'll receive preferential treatment with skills, equipment, money, women, and the glory of the Xingtian clan. Everything you should have, you will have. Watching him reattach his head, Qin Feng asked a question. Do you know about the Nirvana Divine Pearl? After restoring his original form, he turned to look at Qin Feng and replied, Is that the purpose of your visit to the Xingqing clan? As long as you agree to follow me, the Nirvana Divine Pearl will be my gift to you. Qin Feng immediately extended his hand, shook his hand and said, That's a very tempting offer. Below, the sisters Feng Shi and Feng Ying stood watching in a daze. The young master laughed happily and said, Now that's more like it. I've always been very generous to useful people. However, his expression suddenly changed and he said, Knave, how could I possibly cooperate with a crude barbarian? He even used the 9th rank Thunder Fire, but Qin Feng, standing opposite him, was completely unharmed, remaining very calm. Then, Qin Feng summoned the serpent's throne and cursed him, You idiot. The tentacles slammed hard into the young master, flattening him against the wall. Qin Feng then said, I'm very interested in your resurrection ability. I'd like to study it a bit. The young master of the Xingu clan was beaten to a pulp by Qin Feng, who then approached him, cupped a hand to his ear, and asked, What did you say? The young master finally knew fear, lying there, trembling and calling for his father. Feng Si, seeing the situation, called out to Qin Feng, Benefactor, hurry and go. The clan leader of the Xingqian clan is about to come out. At the same time, the young master of the Xingu clan screamed, Father, come save me. Qin Feng turned to look ahead. Behind him were the sounds of whimpering and begging. Father, I knew it. I knew you would come save me. The green-skinned guy, his face bruised and battered, whimpered, Father. A gust of wind swirled on the ground, kicking up dust. It pulled the chubby green guy into the sky. As he continued to cry and beg for mercy, Father, Father, I was wrong. Please, let me go, Father. A voice echoed from within the whirlwind, You are guilty. Father, I beg you to let me go. The person he kept calling Father began to reveal himself, slowly extending his hand outward and said, Unfilial son, to have obtained rebirth. And finally, he fully emerged, speaking in the body of his father. He stood in mid-air, looking down at Qin Feng and said, Challenger, I know everything about him. If you can defeat me, I will abdicate my position to you, and the entire Xingu clan will be yours. Qin Feng's eyes were extremely resolute, his voice full of confidence. You trust me that much? I was just tricked by your son a moment ago. Hearing him say that, the man immediately raised his hand. Then he said, I swear an oath before all my clansmen. A king does not jest. Feng Shi immediately tried to dissuade Qin Feng. Benefactor, don't agree to his terms. He's already god level. You can't win. Despite her warning, Qin Feng paid no mind to her words, saying without a second thought, All right, I accept the challenge. Breaths that carried a sense of fear were heard as Qin Feng transformed in an instant. God level isn't all that powerful. The old man, not anticipating anything, chuckled to himself. Qin Feng, you combine 3 demigod level abilities into a god level 1. An extremely risky move. Should I call you a madman or a genius? As he spoke, he attacked the old man. We'll find out soon enough. The old man was no pushover either. He immediately launched an attack. Now fighting a god level being, a green light shot straight towards Qin Feng, accompanied by his words, That was a long time ago. It pierced through everything as if to prove its power. It could destroy anything. Qin Feng looked at the power just displayed and thought to himself, he could do it without any remorse, destroying even his own city. He observed everything and silently analyzed. The people of this tribe are also very strange. They remain motionless even when burned by fire, just like mannequins. Qin Feng continued to observe every nook and cranny, analyzing more carefully, but when he checked each person with his divine sense, they were all real. While thinking, he prepared to launch a counterattack. What on earth is going on? The octopus tentacles were enveloped by a fierce flame. Qin Feng was about to counterattack, intending to use those tentacles to fight back against this assault. The old man just sat still without dodging. He maintained that cold attitude and didn't evade the attack. Qin Feng's move was immediately blocked by him. Qin Feng was extremely surprised to see this. The collision exploded instantly. Feng Si worriedly hugged Feng Ying and murmured, Benefactor, yet he refuses to yield. Qin Feng's eyes widened. Suddenly, he stopped fighting back, and then a slash pierced through the tail of that octopus. At the same time, it also pierced through his arm. Qin Feng thought to himself, Luckily, I used the Eye of Prediction beforehand. The system immediately announced. After upgrading, the true sight eye can see future events. It can only be used once a day. The old man chuckled and said, How interesting. You actually possess the art of future prediction. Hearing him say that, Qin Feng felt a little uneasy. Can he see through my thoughts? The old man continued to ramble on about life's principles. When a person lives a little longer, They get to know many things, for example. As he spoke, he crushed the purple crystal in his hand. Your scheme, to interfere with me using your divine sense. Qin Feng couldn't believe his eyes, unable to hide his shock. He thought to himself, with his bare hands, he can catch divine sense? The old man then unleashed his full power and said, the first round of probing is over. Now, it's my turn. Then, he used the power from his wings to shoot down rays of light that pierced every corner of the city. It also wrapped tightly around the octopus's tentacles. Seeing this, Qin Feng was startled. He looked up at the sky, thinking, my power is disappearing quickly. Is he extracting my shadow-snatching kick? Thinking this, Qin Feng tried to rush forward and slash the tentacle that was tightly bound. Qin Feng raised his hand to the sky, creating a net of the light rain arrow formation. The old man's beam of power shot into that shield, but it was pierced through by his power. The shield immediately shattered, and that beam of power shot into the tentacle and continuously pursued Qin Feng. He remained calm, constantly thinking. After several rounds of fighting, his attacks haven't slowed down at all. Such intense attacks must consume a large amount of spiritual energy. What on earth is he relying on to replenish his energy? Then, the old man's threads immediately wrapped tightly around Qin Feng's leg. It gradually enveloped his entire body, finally hanging him upside down like a cocoon. Qin Feng looked around, seeing everyone else hanging upside down just like him, and realized the villain was using his own clansmen as nourishment for himself. He wriggled like a worm trying to break free from a cocoon, furious that the villain would be so ruthless to his own people. No wonder, no wonder. Damn it, this silk seems to be suppressing my abilities. In despair, Qin Feng shouted. The man stood before Feng Shi and said threateningly, Princess, hand over the item now. While protecting Feng Ying, Feng Shi glared at the man, who then continued his threats. Not talking? Do you want me to kill everyone by your side before you speak? While the man was distracted, she said to Feng Ying, I've placed a mark on our benefactor. I'll teleport to his side in a moment. Before our benefactor arrives, do your best to stall for time. Feng Ying whispered, Sister. But she didn't listen, saying, There's no other way. He is our only hope. She immediately changed her demeanor, shouting at the man, You are fundamentally unworthy of obtaining the divine artifact. The curse is your destiny. Don't even think about breaking it. Seeing that she wouldn't talk, his face grew serious, and he said, So you've chosen the hard way. Then, without a second thought, he struck at the two of them. Feng Ying nimbly dodged the attack, then rushed forward and aimed her crossbow at his face. Elsewhere, Qin Feng was still struggling to escape the cocoon in agony. As he struggled, Feng Shi suddenly appeared before him. He shouted in surprise, Feng Shi. She placed her hand on the cocoon and gently burned away the layers enveloping Qin Feng's body. He easily broke free from the cocoon and quickly thanked her. Feng Shi, with a serious expression, said, Benefactor, please use me. Her sudden words left Qin Feng stunned for a moment. Meanwhile, Feng Ying was being tortured. The man asked her, Where did the princess go? Suddenly, from above, a slash flew down and pierced through his body. Qin Feng aimed his arrow straight at him, and from his head down to his chest, his body began to crack. The cracks continued to spread across his entire form. The group of blue-skinned people stood still as statues. Then they were completely absorbed by him as if he was about to regenerate a new body, a terrifying form resulting from his fusion, so disgusting that it was impossible to tell what kind of creature it was. It opened its mouth wide, as if to swallow Qin Feng whole. It seemed to have swallowed him, but it turned out Qin Feng had dodged. Qin Feng once again drew his bow and fired at it. The arrowhead pierced its massive body, after which he grabbed its tail, using it to swing it around a few times before hurling the monster away. Who knew it would be so resilient? It clung to the castles, looking towards Qin Feng. Horrifying faces emerged on its body, and from those faces, they emitted beams of light shining directly at Qin Feng. Unwilling to yield, he immediately fought back. Qin Feng fired arrows that flew straight towards the monster. Hit by the critical strike, it immediately fell. Seeing the monster was down, Qin Feng slowly approached it. At that moment, he thought to himself, Is it dead? A shadow darted past him, but it was shot dead on the spot by Qin Feng. He coldly said, You fool. With a body that big, you still want to launch a sneak attack. The monster remained motionless, its mouth wide open as if about to counterattack again. Its mouth opened wider and wider, but Qin Feng stood perfectly still. He thought to himself that since he absorbed all his clansmen at once, it meant that he no longer had any source of energy to draw from. Qin Feng. He continued to shoot arrows at the monster, thinking to himself that this single shot would decide everything. And just as he had that thought, the arrow flew from his hand, and the two streams of power rushed towards each other, colliding head-on. The impact instantly caused an explosion. He shot again, piercing through the monster, which slowly vanished into thin air. Finally, Qin Feng could breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, "That's the Nirvana Divine Pearl." Qin Feng slowly stepped closer. "This is great. I finally found it." He quickly reached out to grab it. He thought that with this, but a swifter hand snatched the pearl, interrupting his thoughts. Qi Yue would be able to. Just then, Qin Feng said, "Feng Shi." He spoke to her seriously. "What's wrong?" "Give me the Nirvana Divine Pearl. Give it to me." But she held it tightly in her hand, and without any hesitation, Feng Shi crushed it. Qin Feng was utterly shocked by what he had just witnessed. Qin Feng grabbed Feng Shi, yelling, "Why did you have to do that?" Feng Shi said seriously, "Because this is the only way to truly kill Xing Tian." Her voice became solemn as she calmly said, "Benefactor, please allow me to reintroduce myself." Feng Shi explained, "I once told you I am Feng Shi from the Phoenix clan and the tribe. Linghu is the name of the tribe where our Feng clan gathered." According to Feng Xi's story, a tale unfolded 1,000 years ago. The Xinggu tribe was defeated in the Great War of 10,000 Realms and came to this place. The clan leader, Xing Tian, was unwilling to accept defeat. Hearing about our clan's treasure, the Nirvana Divine Pearl, he took advantage of a moment when our clan's defenses were weak and stole it, hoping to use the power of the Nirvana Divine Pearl to become the fire god. However, a thief is still a thief, and even though he could steal a portion of its power, he couldn't completely master the strength of the Nirvana Divine Pearl. On the contrary, because he didn't know the correct way to use it, he was cursed by the Nirvana Divine Pearl's power, forcing him to use the life force of others to fuel his power. At first, he ordered his clansmen to capture outsiders to supply him with life force, but later he began to consume his own people, until he was the only one left. The Xinggu tribe members you saw before were merely puppets created by Xing Tian to maintain the illusion of a prosperous tribe. Xing Tian gave them a certain level of consciousness, making them believe they were still alive. But when he needed power, those puppets would become tools to supply him with strength. Qin Feng became even more furious upon hearing this, and he yelled, "But what does that have to do with you destroying the Nirvana Divine Pearl?" Feng Shi continued, "The Nirvana Divine Pearl has already fused with him as one. Once you use the Nirvana Divine Pearl, the remnant consciousness of Xing Tian that exists within it will invade your mind." She said, "You will unknowingly become the second Xing Tian." Hearing this, Qin Feng was stunned. He couldn't believe the truth before him. He then remembered the girl, Qi Yue, who was waiting for him. Feng Shi continued, "To speak, benefactor, if you are worried about the Nirvana Divine Pearl's creation, don't be." She explained, "The Nirvana Divine Pearl is actually the crystallization of the power of generations of Phoenix clan leaders." As she spoke, she was enveloped in a light shaped like a phoenix bird. Nirvana means rebirth. Only by having the current clan leaders shatter the old Nirvana Divine Pearl can they inherit the power of the previous leaders, and only then can a new Nirvana Divine Pearl be born. After this sentence, a phoenix flew up. Light from the new Divine Pearl radiated from Feng Shi as she gently held the Nirvana Divine Pearl in her hand and respectfully presented it to Qin Feng, saying, "Benefactor, as the last descendant of the Phoenix clan, I am willing to lead my people to follow you. This Nirvana Divine Pearl is my offering to you. With it, you can become the new fire god." Qin Feng was silent for a moment, then looked down and said seriously, "All right, I accept." A while later, everyone stood around Qi Yue. The Nirvana Divine Pearl slowly moved closer to where the unconscious Qi Yue was lying. All the magic was activated around the girl, and a hand passed through the magic. A young man with long black hair slowly approached. At this moment, Qin Feng also became tense. Feng Shi and Feng Ying stood to one side, watching intently. Feng Ying whispered to herself, "Such a beautiful big sister." Bright red eyes opened wide, accompanied by tears that were about to fall. As soon as she woke up, she said, "Master, where am I?" Qin Feng immediately asked Qi Yue, "You're awake. How are you feeling?" Qi Yue smiled and said, "Very good. I've never felt so happy before." Everyone was bustling around, shouting incessantly, "Quick, report to the boss. Challenger number 6575 is controlling ferocious beasts and is attacking. Prepare for battle." A group of 3 was in a defensive stance, continuously encouraging their comrades. "They are from the Great Thousand World. We're no match for them. Everyone, don't give up on the home we built with our own hands. Hold on." A giant monster stood before them when a voice came from behind, "No need to worry." The crowd immediately turned and greeted him warmly. "Master, Village Chief, Boss Qin." Qin Feng said seriously, "Qi Yue, use your time skill to help me." Qi Yue's face flushed red, and she said happily, yes. He then continued saying, Xiao Luan, no command needed. It immediately screeched, burn it all, burn everything for me. Qin Feng's demeanor changed, his eyes growing more serious. He said, looks like the village can have a crab and spider feast tonight. The next morning, an announcement rang out. Congratulations to Longyuan Village for completing the Village to City promotion quest. You have now qualified to participate in the Myriad Worlds War. All village chiefs, please make the necessary preparations. The voice rang out again, the Myriad Worlds War, the first trial, officially begins now. In the end, who will the crown belong to? As these words were spoken, an image of Qin Feng holding a sword and ascending to the peak of ultimate glory appeared. The voice faded, and this is where our story ends.